Laid off, drowning in debt, my life had hit rock bottom. Suddenly, there was an additional 90 million in the bank account. Before she could even rejoice, she was informed that it was a time-limited trial fund and failing to repay it would land her in prison for life. I steeled myself and directly bought the bonds of that nearly bankrupt country. I also casually exchanged some points for a weight loss pill formula. Who would have thought that this medicine remains effective even after being diluted 10 million times? Counting money until my hands cramp, I've also become that country's biggest creditor. When they tried to default and wage war, they discovered my bodyguard robots were more powerful than their entire army. Chapter 1, starting off 90 million in debt? The national debt of the Eagle country has reached a new high, surpassing 35 trillion. Musk, the United States will soon face bankruptcy and encounter an economic crisis. The United States wages war against its creditors, eliminating them to avoid repaying debts. Inside the apartment, Uni was scrolling through short videos. Casually clicking on one, the comments below were extremely heated. He swiped past this video. As of now, the national debt of Eagle country has reached 35 trillion, which averages out to about 104 grand owed by each Eagle country citizen. Eagle country is actually bankrupt. After reading all the comments related to the video, it's clear that netizens unanimously showed strong interest in this news. TSK. You folks earning 3,000 a month worrying about the damn Yankees owing 35 trillion, really got too much free time on your hands. Then he tossed his phone aside, followed by thoughts of the 100,000 in Yankee Treasury bonds he'd already bought. Kidding me? That's currently the most profitable trade on this damn planet. Even if I have to borrow money, I must buy it. Only because Yun-E is someone who has traveled to this parallel timeline. He still remembers an incident that occurred in the Eagle country in 2025 in his previous life, which made everyone who bought Eagle country's treasury bonds rich. So now, Yun-E must firmly seize this opportunity. Ding dong, ding dong. The phone notification kept sounding. Yun-E frowned, picking up the phone to find a massive headache awaiting. Upon unlocking the phone, he was greeted with a flood of debt collection messages. Baidu I owe you, money on hand, 370 I owe you, Meituan loan, Pai loan, Jiabai, Huabei. Damn it! Yun-E carefully recalled the amounts 8,000, 12,000, 33,000, 56,000. This fucking adds up to hundreds of thousands. The mere thought of debt collection calls gave him a headache. It seems I'll have to find time to change my SIM card, Yun-E thought to himself. After his rebirth, in this life, he works at an unknown research institute. Given the current downturn across all industries, the institute has also decided to lay off employees. And Yun-E happened to be unlucky enough to be on the layoff list, instantly losing all sources of income. Ding dong. Moments later, a WeChat message popped up. It was surprisingly from the company's sales department. Note display, sales department, Wang Chuanjun. WeChat is flooded with an overwhelming sea of little red notification dots. Yun-E was on the verge of a breakdown. Everywhere he looked, there were messages from his former colleagues demanding repayment. Scrolling through his phone, he saw over 30 missed calls. All these calls were from his company colleagues, without a doubt. They were all about debt collection. Brother Yun-E, I'm a bit short on money recently to support the kids. How about you pay me back the 8,000 yuan you owe first? And since you've been laid off by the company, maybe you could return my money first and figure out the rest later? Wang Chuanjun is pressing the hardest for repayment. After all, Yun-E has already been laid off, and it's unclear whether he can even support himself going forward. All they know is spending money to buy US treasuries. Now even the Yankee country itself is struggling to survive and nearly bankrupt. Even borrowing from colleagues wasn't enough. They still had to take out online loans. The loan platform's calls even reached the company. Originally, Yun-E was the youngest and most capable person in the sales department. He was even already lined up for the next sales director position. Unexpectedly, the debt collection calls became the last straw that got Yun-E fired, as his superiors decided to terminate him to minimize the impact. This immediately left Yun-E without any source of income. Then he opened the company's internal group chat. He couldn't stay calm when he saw the group chat. Research department's Gu Yun. Is that youngest sales director from the sales department really getting fired? HR department's Lu Qi. Yeah, he was famously the hardest worker in the company. If it weren't for those online loans, the company would probably still be grooming him. Research department's Wang Shangyi. No way? Yun-E has always been so diligent. Would the company really fire him over this? Lu Qi from HR. I personally lent it to him, didn't you know? He still owes me $2,000. Gu Yun from R&D. No way, he owes me over 7,000 too. Wang Shangyi from R&D, you guys also lent him money? I've got the most, 20 grand. Yun-E couldn't be bothered to explain. After all, these people were all short-sighted fools who couldn't grasp how US Treasury bonds were absolutely guaranteed to make people a fortune. The things he's done, if word got out, probably no one would believe it. After all, there's already been quite a stir abroad about Eagle Country's national debt, with even the world's richest man, Musk, saying Eagle Country is about to go bankrupt. I originally wanted to help these colleagues get rich together, but then a couple of days ago, as soon as they heard we were buying Eagle Country's national debt, they chickened out and flat out refused. Suddenly, the phone rang. Opening it, it was a call from the company's research department manager. Hello, Uni, I've applied for a 100,000 yuan compensation for you with the company. What do you think? But the company also has a requirement. You must inform the online lending platform that you've already resigned and have no further connection with our researchers. The manager said. Upon hearing about the 100,000 yuan compensation for resigning, Uni's eyes immediately lit up. No problem. After hanging up the phone, in just over 10 minutes, the phone dinged. Your bank account has received a deposit of 100,000 yuan 1 minute ago. Phew. Opening the mobile banking app, Uni smiled as he saw the 100,000 yuan deposit. Then he opened the page to purchase US Treasury bonds and clicked buy. 100,000 yuan was spent in an instant. But this sum of money was like throwing pennies into the ocean, utterly insignificant, not even making a ripple compared to the towering debt of 35 trillion. After completing all this, Uni lay down on his bed. In a year, I'll be rich too. Buying these treasury bonds is such a great deal. Ding! Host company has successfully activated the treasury bonds spending spree system. Would you like to choose a 10 draw? Wow! A system has arrived. Uni immediately felt a surge of excitement. What's there to hesitate about? Uni didn't even stay lying down, he stood up. The moment to defy fate is now. Immediately after, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning toilet paper. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning toilet paper. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning toilet paper. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning toilet paper. Ding! Congratulations, host has drawn top-tier toilet paper. Uni. Damn it! Is this system lottery only giving out toilet paper as rewards? And what the hell is top-tier toilet paper anyway? Since when does toilet paper have grades? Ding! Congratulations host for drawing a reward, owing 90 million from Jiangnan Bank. The next second, the system's voice nearly scared him into jumping up. Ha! System? You call owing 90 million a reward? Uni only felt dizzy, nearly fainting on the spot. Haven't even started earning from national bonds and already owe 90 million? What kind of crappy system is this? Chapter 2, Money-making opportunities right before your eyes, wasted. Ding! Host, don't worry. This system is absolutely fair. All the funds have now been deposited into your card. In other words, it's not an inexplicable debt of 90 million, but rather equivalent to you borrowing 90 million from the bank. Perfect. Hearing the system's explanation, Uni quickly opened mobile banking. The balance of 90 million and 1.43 stunned Uni. Why even think about it? Just buy government bonds directly. This is really going to make us rich. Without delay, Uni opened the system panel, and a semi-transparent interface appeared before him. After studying it for a while, Uni finally understood. This system is incredibly powerful. You can earn points by purchasing US Treasury bonds, and these points can also be used to exchange for advanced technologies. Moreover, it's not just about exchanging for technology, there's also a variety of money-making opportunities, such as internet technologies, air purification, water purification, and similar offerings. And the advanced technologies available for exchange become increasingly powerful as you accumulate more points. No wonder it's called the National Debt Splurge System. This is absolutely amazing. Counting the time, there's just over a year left before the US national debt crisis explodes. In the year leading up to that, he could even use this system to exchange for advanced black technology and make money. Then he happily opened his mobile banking app. Looking at the balance shown, he felt as if he were dreaming. Who would have thought that the benefits after his rebirth had finally arrived? The next second, a bank notification popped up. Hello, Mr. Yun. Please repay this loan by 6 p.m. on August 27th, along with 3.6 million in interest. Otherwise, we will record your overdue status in the credit reporting system. No wonder it's called temporarily possessed debt. That is, if he fails to keep this sum and it ends up being reclaimed by the bank, then the newcomer's reward essentially vanishes. And on top of that, he'd have to pay 3.6 million in interest. Just thinking about this made Yunyi's scalp tingle. Going by the system's conversion rate, this amounts to a staggering 9,000 points. He had just looked through the exchange list. Special effect weight loss pill price, 1,000 points, review, why not just buy sterile mineral water? For the physique of an alien technological civilization, weight loss pills are utterly useless obviously, the benefits of mineral water are far greater. Chip lithography machine technology price, 2,000 points, review, although it seems incredibly poor by current standards, this technology is essential for the development of human civilization and could later be applied to fighters, aerospace carriers, matches, and more, though it holds no value for interstellar civilizations. Sterile mineral water price, 3,000 points, review, terrible, absolutely terrible. At best, it can extend a human's lifespan by 2 to 3 years. Far better to buy genetic enhancers to improve your body and gain a significantly longer life. Multifunctional medical pod price, 5,000 credits, review, offers exceptionally powerful healing effects for humans, capable of curing 99% of known diseases on Blue Planet, but cannot restore already disabled body parts. Inferior to the panacea, which can revive the dead and regenerate flesh and bones. Aerospace fighter jet price, 7,000 credits, review, can replace rockets to enter space, with speeds exceeding Mach 20, the most cost-effective short-distance recreational toy. Controlled nuclear fusion reactor price, 9,000 credits, review, barely passable, arguably the most advanced technology currently on Blue Planet. Once created, it can be applied to interstellar warships and aerospace carriers, but offers extremely poor cost-performance ratio. The sheer density of advanced technologies had even momentarily dazzled Yunyi's eyes. And this is just a single page, there's a whole pile more after it, with as many as 59 pages at the bottom. For every 10,000 US Treasury bonds you purchase, you earn 1 point. The technology required all demands a lot of points. The system really does suit Yuni. Otherwise, ordinary people simply wouldn't be able to purchase so much of the US Treasury bonds. Now nearly everyone in Eagle Country is pessimistic, believing it's absolutely impossible for anyone to spend such a hefty sum on this purchase. Because this is undeniably a money-losing deal. If Yuni hadn't been reborn, he probably wouldn't have known about such a lucrative opportunity either. And even the slightest ordinary technique could allow Yuni to make a stunning comeback. He had already made up his mind. Once he developed the technology provided by the system and made money, he would immediately repay the funds borrowed from those anonymous research institute colleagues. Just thinking about this made Yuni feel incredibly pleased. A bunch of visionless investors, here's a golden opportunity staring you right in the face, and you don't even know how to treasure it. Once I make it big, I swear I won't take any of you with me. All you do every single day is nag about debts. Do I look like someone who'd default on payments? He muttered under his breath, glancing again at the bank's debt collection text message. Just 90 million, what's the hurry? I'll repay it once I strike it rich. As for credit scores, he genuinely couldn't care less. There's a video online that makes a very valid point. The credit system is designed to constrain the poor. For the rich, its existence makes no difference. Wait, his eyes skimmed over the SMS, inexplicably finding the repayment date oddly familiar. Then, suddenly, something dawned on him. August 27th, 6 p.m.? He quickly swiped through his phone to check. Damn it! At that glance, he was nearly scared out of his wits. There were only about 2 or 3 minutes left until 6 o'clock. Hurry, and buy. Yun-E frantically opened the software to purchase treasury bonds from the USA. But very unfortunately, network connection disconnected? Then the entire house lost power. Yun-E stared blankly as the Wi-Fi icon on his phone faded away. He quickly switched on the mobile data. But to his utter shock, he discovered that his phone service had been suspended due to unpaid bills. At that moment, Yun-E couldn't help but feel the urge to curse out loud. Damn it! Only 2 minutes left. Asterisk. Yun-E deeply regretted it. Why didn't I have a few $100 left to recharge my electricity and phone credit? Now with no internet at all, where the hell can I go to top up my phone? And time is too tight. Now there are only 2 minutes left. No way. I just felt like I could struggle out of the current predicament, and now I owe another 3.6 million? Yun-E felt on the verge of tears. However, compared to the $90 million in US Treasury bonds, what hurt him the most was that this money would be deducted right on schedule. At that time, we won't be able to buy US Treasury bonds anymore. Thinking of this, he clenched his teeth fiercely and said, System, host, I'm here. Can you help me top up my phone credit? No. Pfft, Yun-E was truly about to cough up blood. What did it feel like? It was like seeing a stunning beauty standing before him completely undressed, only to look down and realize he was a eunuch. That sense of helplessness washed over him, deeply stinging his pride. Born hero, died young. Ding! The next moment, just as Yun-E was plunged into despair, his phone suddenly chimed with a text notification. He hastily grabbed it, unlocked the screen, and checked immediately. Could it be another debt collection message? My eyes widened instantly when I saw the message. Chapter 3, Miracle Weight Loss Pills, a mobile money printing machine. Friendly reminder, you paid 100 yuan at 1859 on the 27th. Your current available balance is 97.62. Who topped up my account? Yun-E racked his brain but couldn't figure out who had topped up his account. Could it be a colleague? But that didn't make sense either. They're lucky I'm not chasing them for money right now. How could they possibly be so kind as to top up my balance? After the credit arrived and his mobile network was restored, a WeChat message popped up. Curious, Yun-E opened it. Best buddy, Duan-E. Son, where the hell have you been? Why haven't I gotten a single WeChat message from you? When I called, it said your phone was disconnected for unpaid bills, so your old man topped up your credit with $100. I heard you got fired from the company? And you're in serious debt too. Need your good old dad to give you a hand? Clicking on the red notification, these 3 sentences immediately caught his eye. Yun-E was instantly overwhelmed with emotion. At that moment, he desperately wanted to send a text to his best friend, but time was running out, only 1 minute left. He quickly closed the WeChat interface and opened the app to buy Eagle Sauce Country bonds. Hurry up! Hurry! But no matter how loudly he shouted, the loading circle kept spinning endlessly. Yuni was beside himself with frustration, wishing he could storm over to the cell tower and smash the thing to pieces. Finally, after several seconds, the page loaded. Click the buy button. In just a few seconds, 90 million yuan was gone. The moment he received the purchase confirmation text, the clock struck 6 o'clock sharp. Yuni let out a long sigh. That was intense. Back when he'd wasted most of his college entrance exam time sleeping, frantically scribbling answers in the final 10 minutes just to avoid submitting a blank paper, hadn't felt this intense. By the time he came to his senses, his back was drenched in cold sweat. Then his phone dinged again. Ding! Dear customer, your loan of 90 million yuan is now overdue. As repayment has not been made within the specified time frame, our bank will record this delinquency in the credit reporting system in accordance with the credit management system. Please be advised. Put. Who cares about your overdue payments? Yun-yi ignored the message outright. The next second, his phone rang. It was his best buddy, Duan-yi, calling. Hey, what's up, you little brat? Miss your old man? Get lost. If I didn't know you owed so much money out there, I wouldn't even bother talking to you. A laugh mixed with scolding came from the other end. Then Duan-yi asked with genuine concern, everything okay lately? Did you see my WeChat post? Those loan sharks are calling me now. If you're really short on cash, I can lend you some. Don't be shy about asking your dad. I've saved up about 100,000 yuan working at the bank these years, but let's be clear, I can only lend you 10,000. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain it to my wife. Duan-yi whispered, as if worried his wife might overhear this call and find out he was lending money to Yun-yi. It's fine, I don't need it right now. Yun-yi grinned. Your dad just transferred 90 million into my account. I was actually wondering where to spend it. He declared confidently. Hearing this, Duan-yi froze. 90 million? He recalled what the bank president had mentioned during the morning meeting. It seemed someone in the bank system had made an error, accidentally transferring 90 million yuan meant for a company loan to the wrong account. Could it have gone to Yun-yi? But he'd heard the bank had already taken emergency measures, and the funds were supposed to be returned to the account by 6 p.m. But this timing coincided with the end of the workday. Duan-yi was just an ordinary bank teller with no authority to handle such matters. He'd merely attended the morning meeting as a token participant. Do you still have that 90 million? I spent it. What? Duan-yi nearly dropped his phone when he heard that. What did you do? You spent 90 million all at once? Did you buy something you shouldn't have? Or did you get scammed? Holy cow, how can you be so irresponsible? Holy crap. Before he could even figure out if the 90 million mistakenly transferred by the bank had ended up in his buddy's hands. And now it's all gone. I bought Eagle Sauce Country bonds. Yun-yi chuckled. After he finished speaking, Duan-yi went completely silent. Standing on the street at that moment, hearing Yun-yi's words, his heart felt like it had stopped beating. US Treasury bonds? That's a bloody losing proposition. That damn country can barely pay its debts, and now you're sending them 90 million. Duan-yi snapped back to reality, scrambling to pick up his phone without a second thought for the shattered screen. He bellowed. Are you out of your mind? Spending 90 million on Eagle Country bonds? Don't you know Eagle Country is completely broke right now? Buying bonds at a time like this? Did a donkey kick you in the head or something? Duan-yi was drenched in cold sweat. What if that 90 million was really a bank error transferred to Yun-yi? Then he'd be absolutely finished. He'd already blown through all the money. Buying Eagle Sauce Country bonds meant he'd never get it back. Then Yun-yi would be sued by the bank and convicted in court. With such an astronomical sum, he wouldn't be out of prison for at least a decade. Don't worry, your dad's doing just fine. That's all for now. Talk to you later. Beep beep beep. The call ended abruptly, leaving Duan-yi frozen in place for a long moment. A sudden, uneasy premonition gripped his heart. Ignoring the bus pulling up to take him home, he sprinted like a madman toward the bank where he worked. Duan-yi needed to use his internal bank account to check the transaction history on Yun-yi's card. Though he had no access to such operations, he could at least compare the deposit timestamps. If those 90 million yuan had truly been transferred to Yun-yi, he would immediately buy his childhood best friend a plane ticket out of the country. At least that would keep him safe for the short term. Lying on the sofa, Yun-yi couldn't help but think that when he made money in the future, he absolutely had to share the spoils with this good buddy of his. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to their bond. Adding flowers to brocade was nice, but offering aid in times of need was what truly mattered. Immediately afterward, he opened the system panel. He navigated to the points redemption section. System points, 9,000. What should I buy? Yun-yi frowned in thought, then his gaze landed on the special effect weight loss pills. His eyes lit up instantly. You're the one. After clicking, 1,000 points were deducted, leaving 8,000 points remaining. Ding! Congratulations, host, on a successful redemption. This special effect weight loss pill can be diluted at a ratio of 1:10 million. Its effects are absolutely top-notch. Holy crap! 1 part to 10 million dilution? This isn't some weight loss pill. Yuni stared at the little bottle in his hand, his eyes turning red. Because this was clearly a mobile bank. Chapter 4, Why Leave Everyone Behind? Yuni fetched a bottle of water from the kitchen, then carefully dripped a tiny bit of the colorless, odorless liquid from the small vial into it. He shook the bottle, finding nothing unusual. Why not take a sip and see? The thought suddenly popped into his head. He unscrewed the cap and took a mouthful. The moment the liquid touched his tongue, a sharp tingling sensation surged through him. Yuni instantly felt refreshed, and even the world around him seemed clearer. Sounds from the outside world flooded his ears with crystal clarity. His mind buzzed, and his heart pounded wildly. His bulging belly visibly vanished, his biceps suddenly bulged, and an inexhaustible surge of strength coursed through his entire body. Holy crap, this effect is insane. Not only does it help lose weight, but it also builds muscle? Yuni touched the muscles on his body, astonished by their rock-hard feel. If he sold this thing, he wouldn't even consider it a bargain for less than $1,000. We've got the product. Now we just need to figure out how to sell it legally. The thought gave Yuni a headache. Selling stuff was simple enough, but he couldn't exactly set up a street stall, could he? Weight loss pills, $1,000, street stall. Who would believe those three things together? Probably 10 out of 10 people would think he was a fraud. Ding! Detected host requires sales assistance. Reward, a research lab in Jiangnan City on the verge of bankruptcy. Fully licensed and ready to use. Rent has already been transferred to the landlord's account. Address, XX Road, XX, Jiangnan City. Holy crap! Yuni wept tears of gratitude. Truly, the system delivers when hunger strikes. Just then, his phone rang. Hello, who's this? Hello, Mr. Yun. This is Li Donglai, head of the research lab. We've received all the funds. When would be a good time for you to come take a look? Hearing this, Yuni paused in surprise. Such efficiency? They'd already called him. Right now. Perfect, no problem at all. I'll get everything ready immediately and look forward to welcoming you, Mr. Yun. Li Donglai's voice seemed pleasantly surprised. After hanging up, Yuni quickly gathered his things and headed out. A suburban area of Jiangnan City. Not only were there hardly any people around now, but even those out for a stroll were few and far between. Sicily, if this keeps up, our lab will have to shut down. Well, it's no wonder people aren't coming. Being a researcher is just too tough these days, there's no future in it. At that moment, a young woman emerged from inside and vented her frustration to Li Rongyu, who sat at the front desk. She was the last researcher left at the institute, having earned less than 1,000 yuan last month. If things kept up like this, she'd have to quit and leave. Guing, hang in there a few more days. Li Rongyu sighed. She knew all too well that the research institute had hardly any orders these days. They'd even fallen 6 months behind on rent payments to the government. At this rate, they wouldn't even need to leave voluntarily. The government would come to evict them. Sicily, you've been saying that for 2 months now. Guing had no intention of dragging things out any longer. She pulled out a resignation letter and said, Today is my last day. I won't be coming back tomorrow. I'm truly sorry, sisterly. Other waitstaff make 4 or 5,000 a month. I just can't keep this up. She placed the resignation papers on the front desk and walked inside without looking back. Li Rongyu sighed softly. Didn't she know the research institute was on the brink of collapse? But she didn't try to stop Guing. How could she possibly keep her around when there was no money to be made? What could she offer to keep her? Sentimentality? Business had been getting tougher year after year. It seemed she needed to make plans for herself soon. Otherwise, the pressure of her mortgage payments would crush her. As these thoughts crossed her mind, a young figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the research institute. As soon as Yuni entered, Sister Li hurried forward to greet him. But when she saw the person beside him, she paused slightly. Brother? What are you doing here? Li Rongyu noticed Li Donglai beside Yuni and asked with some confusion. Li Donglai's smile was somewhat obsequious, as if he were showing special favor to this young man. Mr. Yun, this is my research institute. The business license and all documents can be transferred to you through Li Rongyu. He rubbed his hands together as he spoke. What's going on? Our lease isn't up for another month, is it? Sister Li stepped forward anxiously to ask. Hearing Li Donglai's words, it turned out he intended to transfer the research institute. Rongyu, you know how tough things have been for the research institute these past years. This business just isn't viable anymore. This is my only option. If we don't sell now, what groundbreaking tech product do you expect us to come up with? Take that weight loss drug you guys developed. Not only did it have zero effect, but we almost got sued for damages. Li Donglai's tone brimmed with impatience. At that moment, he regretted ever investing in his sister's research institute. Finally finding someone willing to take this godforsaken place, he couldn't risk scaring off this golden opportunity. Regret would come too late. No. Li Rongyu, listen to me, move out immediately. Clear out the research institute for Mr. Yun. Hearing this, her face darkened. It seemed today she truly had to leave this place that had been her home for over a decade. She let out a soft sigh. Resigned, she began packing her belongings. Li Donglai watched her, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Only then did he turn to Yun-yi with a fawning expression. Mr. Yun, what do you think of this research institute? It's well connected, with excellent north-south ventilation. Many of the facilities inside are mine personally. When the time comes, I can arrange for all the certificates to be transferred to your name. He spoke with flying spittle, his face radiating confident smiles. Joking aside, this place was practically deserted, hardly even a stray cat around. Finding a sucker these days was no easy task. No problem. After a quick look around, Yuni found the research institute was indeed quite decent and nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Li Donglai's smile grew even broader. But I have one request. Go ahead. Li Donglai nodded his head like a chick pecking at grain. Not just one request, he'd agree to 100 if asked. Sign the contract first, then we'll talk. Then, even if this young man wanted to back out, it wouldn't be possible. Keep everyone from the research institute. Just follow my instructions. With that said, Li Rongyu's hand, which had been tidying up the charger, paused slightly. He immediately looked up at the young man, Yun-yi, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. He actually wants me to stay? What's the point? Li Donglai was also puzzled. Chapter 5, The Generous Crab. This weight loss effect is absolutely insane. Why is that? By the way, Mr. Yun, I never asked what you plan to do with this research institute? Li Donglai inquired. Li Rongyu paused his work and perked up his ears to listen to their conversation. Simple cell tech products. I've developed a highly effective weight loss drug that requires a research institute to qualify for distribution. I'll retain the staff here so I don't have to go recruiting. By the way, Sister Li Rongyu, right? Yuni walked up to Li Rongyu and smiled as he spoke. That's me. Li Rongyu nodded, her expression blank. Things are going to get pretty busy from here on out. I'll give you a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan. What do you think? Yuni paused to consider before speaking. 10,000 yuan? Not just Li Rongyu, even Li Donglai sucked in a sharp breath. This researcher only pays 10,000 yuan in rent each month. What kind of background does this young man have, offering Li Rongyu a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan? It made Li Donglai want to come work for him too. That's too much. Li Rongyu stammered. Staring at the man before her, she found herself momentarily speechless. Even Li Rongyu was speechless in the face of such generosity. Are there any other people at the research institute? Yun-yi nodded and asked. Guing, come out here for a moment. Hearing this, Li Rongyu hurriedly called out the last employee in the store. Cicely, what's up? I'm still looking for a job. I just interviewed at a place that pays 4,300 yuan for an 8-hour workday. Guing reluctantly stepped outside. The moment she stepped outside, she spotted two people standing at the entrance. What's going on? She asked, feeling a bit confused. Here's the thing, I've taken over the research institute and will continue running it. You don't need to look for another job. Stay here. Yuni took a good look at Guing, noting that the girl had a decent appearance and demeanor. Even though she worked at the research institute, she probably spent a fair amount on skincare and beauty routines. Little did he know, the young woman rolled her eyes. Hey, how much can you pay me? Other places offer 43,000 a month. Deal me this, give me 44,000, and I'll stay. Guing didn't believe this young-looking guy could offer her much in the way of salary. It'd probably be the same as before. She wouldn't do it for anything. 8,000 a month, 9 to 5 hours, holidays off, and weekends off. Li Rongyu, you'll get the same benefits as her besides the salary. Yun-yi added, making sure to mention it to Li Rongyu. Just as Guing was about to leave, those words made her pause. She turned back, visibly shocked. You said 8,000 a month? And 9 to 5 with holidays and weekends off? Holy cow! Guing nearly jumped up in excitement. Where the hell could she find a job this good nowadays? Forget that place I just interviewed at. This salary and benefits package? It's better than many government jobs. I'll take it. I'll take it. I absolutely take it. Boss, you're a god sent from heaven to save me. 8,000 a month? I'd give you my life for this. Guing nearly lunged forward to pick Yuni up and plant a couple of kisses on him. Li Donglai was stunned again. It made sense that Li Rongyu, with over a decade of experience here, would get the job. But what on earth gave this girl the right to command such a high salary? Just as he was about to speak, Yuni cut him off. Mr. Li, let's call it a day for now. You don't need to worry about the rest. I'll transfer the monthly rent to your card on time. Inside the lab, 3 people sat around a table. The 2 women watched Yuni pull 2 small bottles from his pocket, both looking curious. Mr. Yun, is this the weight loss pill you mentioned? Will it actually work? Li Rongyu asked skeptically. In his view, weight loss pills were almost always packaged as individual tablets. This was the first time she'd ever seen liquid weight loss pills. Owing nodded beside her, also doubting the pill's actual effectiveness. Honestly, the effect isn't that great, is it? Hearing this, both women breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed this weight loss pill was just another scam. But they didn't care as long as Yoon-hee paid them on time every month. Drink it and lose at least 10 pounds, plus it builds muscle. Yoon-hee added the next moment. Truthfully, he wasn't entirely satisfied with these effects. But to their ears, it exploded like a bombshell, nearly sending them tumbling backward onto the floor. 10 pounds? 10 pounds? 10 pounds? Liposuction couldn't possibly be that brutal, could it? Mr. Yoon, you must be joking. I've never seen any weight loss drug with such terrifying results. Lee Rong-yu felt as though Yoon-hee were speaking in a dream. Owing nodded beside him. Boss, excessive advertising will get you investigated. I suggest you tone it down a bit. Get paid to do the job. Both of them offered their advice. But Yoon-hee had absolute confidence in this product. After all, he had tried it himself, and the effects were undeniably clear. Whether it works or not, you'll find out once you drink it. It works just by drinking it? Of course it will. Silence. Dead silence. Lee Rong-yu's eyes widened. She had conducted research in the laboratory before. She was familiar with every weight loss pill on the market. In his experience, no weight loss pill had ever produced immediate results upon consumption. Owing was nearly scared to death by Yoon-hee. Are you kidding me? Drink it and it works? Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Yoon-hee chuckled. Lee Rong-yu swallowed hard, then picked up the small bottle before him and opened it. Under their watchful eyes, he took a sip. A faint tingling sensation touched his tongue, then seemed to transform into a surge of energy coursing through his limbs and bones. Just as Owing was about to speak, Lee Rong-yu's previously full figure suddenly began to shrink. It was visibly slimmer. Even Lee Rong-yu herself felt a bit stunned. This effect. Holy crap, this is terrifying. Even the muscles on her body seemed to have swollen a little. Gu-ying's mouth gaped wide, as if she could fit an egg inside. Yoon-hee nodded, looking thoroughly satisfied. I don't believe it. Let me try it. Gu-ying immediately grabbed the bottle in front of her, popped the cap, and downed it in one gulp. Her experience mirrored Lee Rong-yu's almost exactly. The instant she drank it, the fat inside her body vanished instantly. Her entire figure had slimmed down noticeably. Holy crap! This effect is absolutely insane. Gu-ying was so excited she nearly jumped up. What's the most important thing for a woman? It's definitely her figure. She even had a hunch that as long as this product had no side effects, it would absolutely become the most popular product in China. Without a doubt. Chapter 6. If selling weight loss pills makes $1 million, I'll eat my own words. Selling these weight loss pills for 1,000 yuan should be fine, right? Yoon-hee pondered for a moment. After all, with such remarkable results, charging that much shouldn't be a problem. Besides, he wasn't exactly familiar with the weight loss pill market. Lee Rong-yu and Gu-ying nearly lost their minds when they heard 1,000 yuan. You're selling a pill this effective for a measly 1,000 yuan. Well, we could actually set the price even higher. After all, this weight loss pill is incredibly effective. If we set the price at 1,000 yuan, it'll probably sell out in no time. Lee Rong-yu interjected. Gu-ying nodded vigorously beside him. For women, this kind of weight loss product is absolutely irresistible. Forget 1,000 yuan, even at 10,000, people would be lining up to buy it. Since it's the researcher's first product, I plan to sell it at a lower price. Let's build our reputation first. Yoon-hee said with a smile. He showed no hesitation whatsoever about pricing the weight loss pills so affordably. You're the boss, whatever you say goes. But I'd like to get a few bottles first. Lee Rong-yu said. Me too. Me too. Gu-ying chimed in. No problem. Yoon-hee smiled faintly and agreed. Jiangnan Bank. In the conference room. Everyone present wore different expressions. Duani sat at his seat, his face heavy with gloom. Only another bank teller, Xiaoling, seemed somewhat distracted, her expression dazed as she sat unsteadily. Her anxious look immediately drew mocking laughter from several people present. She messed up a money transfer? Looks like this girl's life is over. You can say that again. That's 90 million yuan, enough to land Xiaoling in prison for life. Hearing the whispers around her, Xiaoling's face turned deathly pale. You're a veteran employee and you messed up the account number? Bank manager Li pointed at Xiaoling in fury. This was no trivial matter. Once reported, it wouldn't just be Xiaoling who faced trouble as the bank manager, he'd be in serious trouble too. President, what should we do now? Someone asked. Investigate. Not call the police? Absolutely not. If we do, we're finished. Bank manager Li sat in his chair, his voice muffled. Something's fishy here. Normally, before entering the account number, we need senior management approval before finalizing the transfer. But the expected review never happened, not even a single notification. It was only after Xiaoling discovered it that it was reported. Could it be an oversight by senior management? If that's the case, we wouldn't be held responsible. President Lee analyzed the situation. Truly befitting the stature of the branch manager of Jiangnan Bank. His analysis was logical and well-founded, and he had subtly absolved himself of any responsibility. Is the money still in that wrongly credited bank account? If it is, we can transfer it out directly. Damn it! Why wasn't this reported immediately upon discovery? Even if it was after hours, we should have called an emergency meeting. President Lee slammed his fist on the table. The jarring sound echoed sharply in Xiaoling's ears. She trembled violently, burying her head low, too terrified to look at the bank manager. Director, the funds were transferred the instant they arrived. We attempted to use the loan system's automatic deduction feature, but it was all spent before the cutoff time. The deputy manager said in a low voice. Duan Yi remained completely silent, saying nothing. To be fair, this brother of his was quite competent. It was transferred the moment it arrived? What about the target account? Could it be a money laundering operation? President Lee froze in shock. Transferred immediately after arrival? That's 90 million yuan. Recalling the money laundering crimes discussed at the head office meeting days ago, President Lee felt a wave of dread. If this turned out to be money laundering, he'd be the laughingstock of the banking industry for years. We tried tracing it, but in the end, we discovered that this 90 million yuan loan, go on, was used to purchase government bonds. Hearing this, President Lee instantly breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Treasury bonds can be considered fixed assets. We just need to have the other party sell them and repay the loan. But his words made some of those present look at him strangely. Duan Yi clamped his mouth shut. He absolutely couldn't say it. Let the deputy president handle it. If he spoke up, it would mean he knew about it. Then both Duan Yi and Yun Yi would be finished. What's wrong? Seeing their reactions, President Lee frowned and asked. It wasn't Dragon Nation bonds. They bought Eagle Country bonds. Bam! The moment he heard Eagle Country bonds, President Lee collapsed to the floor. Mr. Lee, are you all right? Be careful, President Lee. Li Xing. Eagle Swan bonds? Everyone knows the Eagle Nation's foreign debt now stands at 35 trillion. That's an astronomical sum that's practically impossible to repay. And now there are still people out there with their heads screwed on backwards buying Eagle bond? Too late. Governor Lee knew this 90 million loan was completely unrecoverable. With the entire Eagle Nation drowning in debt, investing these 90 million in government bonds is like throwing meat bonds at a dog gone without a trace. Plus, the guy who made the payment is Yun Yi. We ran a background check, he's broke as a joke. He even got laid off from his job recently. The reason? Online lenders kept calling his workplace demanding payments, and he feared it would reflect badly on his company. The deputy bank manager sighed. He was an outsider. Logically, only 3 people should be held accountable for this 90 million yuan, Xiaoling, President Lee, and the senior bank auditors. But I heard that Yun Yi recently transferred a research institute through an intermediary. Seems he's planning to develop weight loss drugs. A snort of derision filled the air. Selling weight loss pills will pay back this 90 million? Don't be ridiculous. The priority now is to pinpoint who's responsible. The 90 million is already gone. Until we have definitive results, don't touch that Yun Yi fellow. Let him think everything's fine. Once we're certain, we'll report it to the police immediately. President Lee said swiftly. The meeting ended abruptly. Shortly after, the deputy bank president knocked on President Lee's door. Come in. A weak voice came from inside the office. Old Lee, you're already in too deep now. You have no choice. What if that kid's product ends up selling like hotcakes? The deputy bank president cut straight to the point. No matter what, you won't call the police in the end. I know you. Now, President Lee probably just wanted to hold on until the next president took office, so the debt problem could be neatly handed over to the successor. By then, whether that 90 million loan gets repaid or not won't have anything to do with him anymore. How much do you expect him to make selling weight loss pills? That stuff is a scam to begin with. President Lee sighed. Old Lee, think about it this way. If that kid succeeds, that achievement will be a major accomplishment for the bank. But what if you keep it under your own control? Treat it as a personal loan to the kid, then it becomes an investment, and you could even turn a pure profit later. The deputy bank manager was cut off before he could finish. Put. Who do you think that kid is? Jack Ma? Selling some crappy diet pills and making over $1 million? I'll eat if that's true. Deputy Director. Chapter 7. I know you're impatient, but hold your horses. Old Lee, I know you're anxious, but hold your horses. If we don't pull off a big deal here, I'm afraid we won't be able to explain ourselves to the higher-ups. Besides, it's already happened. Getting angry won't change anything. Why not pin your hopes on those diet pills? Reporting it to the police will only land that kid in jail for good, but then this loan will be pinned on you. The deputy bank manager analyzed the situation. Hearing this, President Lee finally fell silent. Indeed, he'd been so overwhelmed by this incident these past few days that he'd overlooked such a crucial point. In that case, I'll go all in. I still have some connections. Let's see how much we can sell it for. The research institute just gifted by the system. After arranging everything, Yuni returned home. Li Romyu and Guing had previously researched weight loss drugs, and they still had the supplier's contact information. He decided to hand these matters over to them to handle. After the 90 million loan defaulted, Yuni waited at home for several days without incident. He cooked a simple meal and ate it in a hurry. Reflecting on recent events, it all felt like a dream. First came the awakening system, then a bank loan of 90 million yuan. But before he could ponder what to do next, a knock sounded at the door. He opened the door to find two figures standing outside. The middle-aged man smiled warmly, extending his hand. "Hello, I'm Lu Gaoi, account manager at Jiangnan Bank. This is Zhao Ling, you can call her Ling. Please come in." Yuni didn't need to think twice to know why these two had come. "Hello." The two shook hands. Lu Gaoi then glanced around the apartment, only to find it rather sparse. The walls were a dull yellowish gray, as if they hadn't been cleaned in ages. Scattered belongings littered the floor. What surprised him during their handshake was that this young man showed no emotional reaction whatsoever to his status. His demeanor was neither servile nor arrogant, completely unlike that of a child from a poor family. "Have a seat. Would you like something to drink?" "Heh, I actually prefer having a drink when discussing business with clients. But since I'm at work now, I'll pass." Clunk. Before Lu Gaoi could finish, Yuni produced a wine bottle from somewhere and placed it on the glass table with a crisp thud. "Feitian Maotai. I've been saving this for ages and couldn't bring myself to drink it," Yuni said with a smile. "But this Feitian Maotai looks more like some knockoff brand from the outside, doesn't it?" Recalling recent news about counterfeit liquor causing fatalities, Lu Gaoi gave an awkward smile and waved his hands repeatedly. "No, thank you, Mr. Yun. I'm still working here. Though I do enjoy a drink, it's not appropriate." After politely declining the offer, Lu Gaoi said, "I wonder if you're aware, Mr. Yun, that our bank processed that 90 million yuan loan for you yesterday?" At this point, Zhao Ling, who had remained silent, lifted her head, her large, watery eyes fixed on Yuni. As the person responsible for the mistaken loan disbursement, Zhao Ling absolutely had to take responsibility. She pinned her hopes on Yuni repaying the loan, but unfortunately, as mentioned during the meeting, that 90 million yuan loan was gone. "I know. I've already invested it in Eagle Bond." Yuni shrugged indifferently. Then he added, "But I'll repay it on time. Credit history doesn't really matter to me either. I just need a little more time right now." He counted on his fingers, knowing it would take a while for the weight loss pills to start selling. During this interim period, Yuni was completely broke. Ahem, that loan was due to Zhao Ling transferring the funds to the wrong account. "Here's the thing, our bank currently has 2 repayment options tailored to your situation. Would you like to hear about them?" Lu Gaoi usually dealt with clients worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. He had never been so deferential to a young person before. But he had no choice, it was a task personally assigned by the bank president, and he had to see it through. "Go ahead," Yuni said, suddenly intrigued. "The first scenario involves the bank filing a police report and having Jiangnan Bank pursue recovery on your behalf until no assets remain under your name. The second option. I trust you didn't come here today to waste my time. Otherwise, I'd have called the police already." Yuni waved his hand dismissively. Zhao Ling gave the young man another look. He hadn't expected such composure even under Lu Gaoi's probing. It seemed this man was no ordinary figure. He continued. The second option is simple enough. Our bank received word that you've been selling weight loss pills recently. Reporting this to the police wouldn't benefit the bank at all. In fact, it might prevent us from recovering the debt. So, we could offer you some assistance in business matters. What do you think?" Lu Gaoi said with a smile. Hearing this, Yuni felt completely at ease. He had long since figured out how banks operated. Owe them tens of thousands or even thousands, and they'll hound you relentlessly. But if you owe 90 million? In other words, if Yuni were to jump from the 11th floor of the apartment building right now, the bank would have people waiting to catch him from the 10th floor down. They'd do anything to prevent him from meeting any misfortune. Moreover, this second approach hit Yuni right where it mattered. He was still fretting over how to promote his weight loss pills to make more money. But this loan isn't extended in the bank's name. Lu Gaoi stated. Then there's no problem at all. How do you propose to split it? This money has nothing to do with bank loans, and investments require returns. Yuni was exceptionally adept at getting to the heart of the matter. Lu Gaoi froze for a moment, and Zhao Ling was equally puzzled. But sales haven't even started yet. Moreover, the bank had conducted an investigation into Yuni and estimated that the weight loss pills would barely sell 1 million units at most. This amount wouldn't even cover the interest, and he's already thinking about splitting it? And once the weight loss pills sold out, the bank would have to worry about how to help Yuni earn extra income. Honestly, we haven't even considered how to split it yet. From the bank's perspective, this weight loss pill is practically worthless. The weight loss pill market has been thoroughly researched. Right now, forget about investment, there are barely any buyers. There was a period earlier when the internet was flooded with videos of people experiencing rebound weight gain after taking diet pills. That had a massive impact on the industry. Lu Gaoi sighed. His implication was clear: the entire bank held a bleak outlook on the future of weight loss products. That's because your research is flawed. If my weight loss pills sell well, I could pay back your 90 million in no time. Arrogant. Absolutely arrogant. The moment those words left his mouth, both Lu Gaoi and Zhao Ling were dumbfounded. Couldn't you at least come up with a better excuse? Could their bank's market research possibly be wrong? This kid, penniless as he is, dares to question the strength of Jiangnan Bank? Chapter 8, $15 a bottle. Way too cheap. I wonder what your pricing is for the weight loss pills? Lu Gaoi asked tentatively. If each bottle were priced exorbitantly, there might still be a glimmer of hope. 1,000 yuan per bottle. That price. To be honest, Lu Gaoi and Zhao Ling finally let out a sigh of relief. 1,000 yuan per bottle? Bro, you'd have to sell 90,000 bottles just to make 90 million. Where on earth would they find 90,000 suckers for Uni? Mr. Yun, I suggest setting a higher price for the weight loss pills. Lu Gaoi suggested tentatively. Upon hearing this, Uni pondered briefly before nodding. Actually, that could work. How about 1,500? Lu Gaoi. Zhao Ling. Are young people these days so lacking in ambition? I thought Uni would ask for a few thousand or even 10,000 so I could make a little more profit. But only 500 more? Mr. Yun, I actually suggest you set the price at 10,000 yuan. Then we can do some packaging, and selling a few hundred copies shouldn't be a problem. Lu Gaoi said. Zhao Ling nodded in agreement beside him. That approach would indeed be slightly better. 1,000 yuan. She couldn't imagine how they could possibly sell 90,000 copies. It's fine. I'm confident. 90,000 copies should be no problem. If things go well, we could even sell more. Yun-yi said nonchalantly. Hearing this, Lu Gaoi could only nod. He was already thinking about how to secure other projects for Yun-yi. Alright then, Mr. Yun, shall we exchange contact information? If any issues arise later, I can reach out to you directly. Sure. After reaching an agreement, Lu Gaoi departed. But Zhao Ling was left behind. The young girl blinked her big eyes at Yun-yi, saying nothing. Why aren't you leaving? Yun-yi asked. I have to make sure you don't run away. It's a task the bank gave me. Watching Lu Gaoi leave. The atmosphere of being alone with a man made Zhao Ling extremely uncomfortable. She even crossed her arms over her chest, guarding against any strange moves Yun-yi might make. After all, the guy was listed as a lifelong bachelor in the files. Truthfully, Zhao Ling was deeply dissatisfied with this arrangement, but there was simply no way around it. If she didn't keep a close eye on him, what if he secretly bought a plane ticket and fled overseas? Who would pay back the 90 million then? Relax, I'm not interested in that blonde girl. As he spoke, Yun-yi strolled over to the kitchen and began cooking at a leisurely pace. It was almost 6 o'clock, and Yun-yi's stomach began to rumble loudly. Before long, a meticulously prepared 4-dish meal with soup was served. Zhao Ling, however, had ordered takeout and ate a boxed meal. The two ate separately, not exchanging a single word. After a long while, Zhao Ling finally couldn't resist asking, "Do you have any samples of that weight loss pill?" Yun-yi was washing dishes. Without turning his head, he replied, "Yeah, it's on the table in my room." Zhao Ling nodded. She was curious to see what kind of weight loss pills this guy could come up with. Entering the room, the desk was spotless, with only 3 small bottles filled with a clear liquid placed right in the center. No capsules? Why do these weight loss pills look like mineral water bottles? Curiosity piqued, Zhao Ling unscrewed the cap and took a sip. In an instant, her face, which had still held traces of baby fat, transformed into a slender, oval shape. The fat vanished from her face, replaced by firm, fair skin. A slight tingling sensation spread through her body, like inhaling a vast breath of refreshing air that instantly permeated every limb and bone. Then, to her astonishment, Zhao Ling saw her belly fat visibly vanish. Her previously thick thighs had become incredibly slender. Holy cow! When I finally came to my senses, I suddenly realized this was actually the effect of the weight loss pills. No way, this is really the effect of the weight loss pills? Zhao Ling resisted the urge to grab the remaining 2 bottles of diet pills for herself. Her face still frozen in disbelief, she walked out and bumped into Yun-yi emerging from the kitchen. He glanced at her, then nodded in satisfaction. The effect is decent, similar to what we achieved at the Research Institute. Too bad it can't directly alter one's appearance, only minor adjustments are possible. Zhao Ling nearly spit in his face upon hearing this. You still want to change your appearance? Zhao Ling already had a naturally round face with baby fat. She tried countless methods over the years but couldn't achieve a heart-shaped face. Just 1 sip of this weight loss pill produced this effect. And it wasn't just her face. Her body had slimmed down by 2 or 3 sizes too. From a cute, chubby-cheeked girl to a cool, sophisticated woman she'd transformed overnight. This weight loss pill's effectiveness is simply incredible. Staring at Yunyi for a long while, Zhao Ling couldn't find the words to express her inner shock. Finally, she managed to blurt out. 1,500. That's too cheap. A product like this? Even if it cost 15,000 or even 150,000, people would still buy it. As a woman, Zhao Ling knew exactly how vast the market for this weight loss pill could be. With a population of 1.3 billion in Dragon Nation, over 600 million were women. Why had weight loss pills sold like hotcakes before? Because women in manhwa were willing to pay for them. It wasn't just ordinary women like Zhao Ling. Even celebrities, models, and other women in specialized industries faced strict body standards. Then, videos exposing weight loss pills' rebound effects went viral online, causing numerous slimming products to implode one after another. To this day, no one dares to buy them anymore. I never intended to go high-end. This kind of weight loss pill must be affordable for everyone who truly needs it. Yunyi declared with righteous conviction. His words sent a jolt through Zhao Ling's body. She finally began to re-evaluate the young man before her. If this were an ordinary person, such a product would undoubtedly target the high-end market. For instance, female celebrities or supermodels, clients willing to pay exorbitant sums for their figures. But Yunyi didn't do that. Instead, he chose to set a price everyone could afford. Why? Zhao Ling voiced her confusion. In China, countless individuals with diabetes combined with hypertension and dyslipidemia face a 6.16-fold increased risk of myocardial infarction and a 7.41-fold increased risk of stroke. The risk of cardiovascular events and mortality multiplies, potentially leading to liver and kidney damage, blindness, amputation, tumors, and more. The root cause of all this is obesity. I want to use this product to help ordinary people in China truly shake off the burden of these diseases. Yunyi smiled faintly, articulating his inner thoughts without hesitation. Besides, this weight loss drug had virtually no production costs. Even if he sold it for 1,500, it would still be 100% profit. That was the truly terrifying part. Zhao Ling was utterly stunned. Who would have thought this kid, who looked so unreliable, harbored such a pure heart? Chapter 9, Calling You In as a Guinea Pig. The Research Institute had already begun reaching out to major distributors. But now they faced a rather significant problem. Li Rongyu had previously sold weight loss products, but due to overwhelming feedback about severe rebound effects, few distributors were willing to carry their goods now. Cicely, please cut us some slack. That last weight loss pill got me into legal trouble. It took me a year or two to settle everything. Not only did I not make any money, but I ended up paying over 100,000 in damages. At that moment, Li Rongyu was on the phone. The complaints coming through the phone made her sigh. It was around that time the Research Institute began its gradual decline. After the weight loss pills caused problems, no manufacturers would partner with them anymore. The thing is, Li Rongyu was a victim too. All the cooperative manufacturers' products had been smoothly negotiated. But then a critical ingredient in the weight loss pills went wrong. Rumor had it that financial embezzlement at that company had caused funding issues, forcing them to use inferior, counterfeit materials to deceive Li Rongyu. As one might imagine, this triggered a chain reaction of consequences. Not only were the suppliers unaware, but they also incurred significant financial losses. That was an issue with our upstream material supplier. How about this? For every bottle of this weight loss drug sold, I'll give you a 4% commission. Li Rongyu gritted his teeth, prepared to make a significant investment. Weight loss pills were a high-margin product, and many distributors were eager to sell them. The standard commission in this industry was almost always a fixed 2%. Li Rongyu's offer instantly lit up the person on the other end of the line. 1,500 yuan per bottle, with a 4% commission, that's 600 yuan. All it takes is a little talking. But reason quickly prevailed. If this weight loss drug turned out to be like the previous ones, they'd rather forego the 4% commission entirely. Cicely, this isn't about the commission at all. 5%. Li Rongyu snapped. Deal. The two hung up. This was already the 12th call she had made. Some suppliers had been even more ruthless earlier, pushing their commission rates down to 8 points. But Li Rongyu had no choice. The product existed, and its effects were truly explosive. But without distribution channels for such an effective weight loss drug, it would just pile up unsold. Cicely, how's it going on your end? I reached out to several major supermarkets, but none of them accepted it. They even said weight loss pills are just scams. Guing walked outside with a look of grievance on her face and asked. Not only did they refuse, but some hot-tempered ones even berated her relentlessly. The young girl, having never experienced such treatment before, couldn't help but look hurt. It's okay, Ing. Just wait until everyone discovers how effective these weight loss pills are. They'll be begging us to supply them before long. Then you can point your finger right at them and tell them off. Li Rongyu said with a smile. But deep down, she still felt uncertain. What if this batch didn't sell? What if it caused rebound weight gain like the last batch of diet pills, or worse, led to lawsuits? All right. Oh, I think I just saw a big truck pull up at the entrance to pick up the goods. I'll go keep an eye on things. Guing nodded. Go ahead. Jiangnan Bank. The president's office. Listening to Lu Gaoi's account, President Li nearly flipped the table. After all we've done for him, that little jerk sets the price at 1,500? He exclaimed, frustrated beyond belief. It should be at least 15,000. The president personally intervened for him, and this is what he gets, a weight loss pill priced at 1,500? If this gets out, it'll be utterly embarrassing. Mr. Li, I've already tried to talk him out of it, but he won't listen. And as far as I know, Mr. Yun's research institute has already started shipping out the weight loss pills. They'll likely hit the shelves and go on sale tomorrow. Lu Gaoi wiped the sweat from his forehead as he spoke. President Li was speechless. Contact the supermarkets we have good relationships with immediately and have them stock the weight loss pills. Since pricing is finalized, we need to move quickly. President Li instructed methodically. But inwardly, he was still pondering where Yuni had gotten the confidence to set the price at just 1,500 yuan. It was clearly aimed at the retail market. Normally, launching a product involves several steps. First, manufacturing; second, promotion; third, shelf placement and sales. But this guy? He skipped straight to selling. With proper promotion, he could have competed for the high-end market. Now, he might not even make $1 million. Director Li, we've contacted the supermarkets. They said regulations were strict before, and now they won't carry any weight loss products at all. Not only that, but all supermarket owners have adopted a unified stance: they won't stock any weight loss pills produced by that research institute. Lu Gaoi said with a troubled expression. Why? President Li nearly exploded in anger. These people usually fawned over him, but when he actually needed them, they were the first to duck out of sight. Because Mr. Yun's research institute had previously worked on weight loss pills. Not only did they fail to make any money, but they also caused numerous middlemen to get involved in lawsuits. The whole thing caused quite a stir back then and even made the newspapers. Lu Gaoi repeated the exact words of those bosses. Hearing this, President Li felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. It's over. He now felt retrieving those 90 million yuan would be harder than climbing to the moon. Why the hell did that brat have to pick a research institute with a shady past? What was he thinking? Get out. I need to be alone. Li Xing. Get out. Yes, yes, yes. The next day. All the weight loss pills had already hit the shelves. But the sales figures were dismal. Yuni stared at the message Li Rongyu sent on his phone. Out of 20 suppliers, only 3 bottles had been sold, 2 of which were purchased by the store itself. He also asked Yuni if he should increase the commission rate to attract more suppliers willing to sell their products. Starting tomorrow, we'll lower the commission rate by 1 percentage point daily. Otherwise, we won't let them sell. Yuni sent a voice message. Before Li Rongyu could reply, he glanced over at Zhao Ling, who was busy working in the living room. A standard short video studio had been set up, complete with lighting and a backdrop. Mr. Yun, we're ready. Zhao Ling announced cheerfully. Ever since taking the weight loss pills yesterday, she had undergone a remarkable transformation. Not only had her appearance and demeanor changed, but even her speech carried a newfound confidence. Her mannerisms and gestures now gave off the aura of a corporate CEO. Seeing this, Yuni chuckled and nodded. Then, a knock sounded at the apartment door. Opening the door, Duani peered inside furtively and asked, "Why did you call me over?" He was puzzled. But when his eyes fell upon Zhao Ling and Yuni, his face contorted with utter disbelief. Holy, you got to be kidding me, Zhao Ling? You're Yuni? These two didn't look anything like the colleagues and good friends he remembered at all. Sit down first. We called you over to be our guinea pig and shoot a video. Hope you don't mind? Yuni flashed an enigmatic smile as he spoke. Chapter 10, Fake Busting Blogger Atai, live streaming the fake busting test. Bro, I'll back you in anything you want to do, but could you first tell me why you've suddenly become so handsome? Duan stepped forward, examining him from head to toe. He noticed Yun truly looked different. His once slightly gaunt figure now radiated strength. He looked much more capable now. You two know each other? Zhao Ling looked surprised. Judging by Duan Yi's tone, he and Yun were clearly acquainted. Of course. We've been good brothers for years. Did he mention to you, his good buddy, when I mistakenly transferred that 90 million loan? Zhao Ling asked. Ahem. Right, Yun, what did you want to talk about today? Duan cleared his throat, then quickly changed the subject. I want you to test my weight loss pills for me and film the entire process. Yun patted Duan on the shoulder. Weight loss pills? Are you scamming people now? Is that stuff even real? Duan pursed his lips, his voice dripping with skepticism. The reason we look like this is because we took those diet pills. Yun smiled faintly. Though Duan refused with his words, he knew this kid would eventually agree. Really? Then hurry up and get me a bottle. I'll brag about it to my coworkers once I see results. Duan said with utmost seriousness. After a long while, everything was finally finished, and the video was edited. Yun pulled out his phone and noticed he had over a dozen missed calls. To his surprise, every single one was from Li Rongyu. Hello? What's up? Boss, are you kidding me? With our weight loss pills getting a commission cut, who's going to sell them now? Lee Ronyu asked anxiously. Don't worry, I've got it covered. The plan remains unchanged. Starting tomorrow. Yoon-hee offered reassurance. Boss, please reconsider. Our weight loss pills are just getting started, we need to build steadily. Even if the results are impressive, we still need suppliers to place orders. In the long run, this weight loss drug will definitely be a huge hit. Right now, we just need to be more patient. Lee Ronyu urged. Yoon-hee was still young at heart and a bit too eager for quick success in business. That's right, Boss Yoon. Sister Lee is absolutely correct. In the long run, this will definitely be a huge hit, it could even become a groundbreaking product. We know better than anyone how effective these pills are, so we absolutely can't rush things now. The phone was on speaker, and Gooing chimed in from beside him. Just trust me. Half an hour later. An explosive video surfaced on the Douyin platform. Hello everyone, I'm Duan-hee. Today I'm here as a special guest to test out some weight loss pills. By the halfway point of the video, many viewers had already swiped away. Yet another weight loss pill video. Netizens have become immune to this kind of thing. Who still believes in this stuff? Plus, didn't some anti-fake influencers recently release videos dissing weight loss products? Real weight loss requires eating less and exercising more, it's not something you can achieve by popping pills. But while some people leave, others stick around. When viewers saw the final scene where Duan-hee took the weight loss pills and instantly slimmed down, they couldn't stay calm. Comments flooded the video's comments section. Holy crap, is that really the pill's effect? Or did they use video effects? Definitely special effects. How could it work that fast after just one pill? Holy crap, is this real? $15 a bottle? If it actually worked like that, charging $15,000 wouldn't be a stretch. No point arguing, expose bloggers have already bought this weight loss pill. I'm waiting for the video. Same here, I'm waiting for the video too. If it really works like that, I'm definitely buying it. The video's views skyrocketed overnight. What started with barely any likes hit over 10,000 in just 2 hours, with views climbing to around 1 million. This caught the attention of many influencers. Are there still people reckless enough to sell weight loss pills? Recalling the last company that sold weight loss pills, it seems they're now serving a life sentence. Upon seeing this video, renowned fake-busting blogger A-Tai has already begun scouring the globe to purchase this weight loss pill for testing. Evening. Folks, I've got this weight loss pill right here. Tonight we're doing something different, a live review. From online videos, it claims to produce weight loss effects immediately after consumption. So I decided to go live and let all you viewers see the results for yourselves. A-Tai was speaking in front of the camera. Her assistant brought the weight loss pills over and placed them on the table. A-Tai is so dedicated. He's actually testing the weight loss pills for us. I'll be a fan of A-Tai forever. He's my favorite blogger. Hope the host doesn't have any adverse reactions after taking them? I'm so worried. The live chat was flooded with comments. True to her status as a mega influencer with over 10 million followers, the live stream had already surpassed 100,000 concurrent viewers. Host, start testing already. I can't wait to see if this diet pill really works like in the video. You're testing it so soon after the video came out? That's fast. Where did you buy it? 1,500 yuan isn't bad, I might try some too. 6,666. 6,666. Watching the comment stream, I sat back in his chair feeling quite content. Yet he remained deeply skeptical about this weight loss product. Weight loss pills absolutely require time to show results. How could they possibly work within seconds of taking them? It must be some special effect added to the video to deceive people. A-Tai is going to bust another scam today. After this, that weight loss pill seller is probably going to get slammed by netizens again. You bet. A-Tai has never been wrong about any product he's exposed. Forget China, there's no way a weight loss product that works in seconds exists anywhere in the world. And aren't all weight loss pills capsules? How can this be a liquid weight loss drug? It's definitely fake. The staff at the live stream site muttered skeptically. Besides, A-Tai's team wouldn't go after products that are actually legitimate. Otherwise, how could they be called fake-busting bloggers? They specifically target products that look obviously fake. Clearly, Yoon-hee's weight loss pills had also been mistaken for counterfeits by them. Who knows how many of these weight loss products will actually sell in the end. But for now, it's fine, no publicity yet. If those anti-counterfeit bloggers drag them into a video, it'll be all over. Bank manager Lee sat on the sofa and let out a long sigh of relief. Suddenly, the phone rang. President Lee, it's bad news. Famous anti-counterfeit blogger A-Tai bought the weight loss pills and is live streaming and exposed right now. Lu Gaoi exclaimed frantically on the other end of the line. What did you say? President Lee nearly dropped the cup in his hand. Chapter 11, aren't you guys returning the goods? Meanwhile, Yoon-hee and the others were watching the live stream in the apartment. Should be fine, right? Duan-hee had already changed his demeanor, but deep down, he still felt uneasy about this man, the internet's undisputed top anti-counterfeiting blogger. What if the weight loss pills he bought turned out to be defective and ineffective? He was the most followed anti-counterfeiting blogger online. His influence was simply too great. It could be said that a single word from Atai could impact the future sales of this product, or even determine the survival of an entire company. Relax, just watch. Atai is still pretty overweight. He's eaten plenty of junk food on his anti-counterfeiting journey, so the weight loss pills will definitely work. Uni declared with absolute certainty. But his confidence didn't extend to others. Take President Lee and Liu Gaoi, for instance. The two of them were now glued to Atai's livestream, doing nothing else. Then there were Lee Rongyu and Guing. The two girls were glued to the stream too, dreading any issues with the product Atai had purchased. This livestream had everyone on edge. Douyin automatically recognized the traffic surge and propelled Atai to the top of the livestream trending charts. Enough talk, let's test the weight loss pills right now. Atai declared. She unscrewed the small bottle cap and downed the entire contents in one gulp. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Not a single change. Watching the livestream, director Lee's face turned ashen. This is bad. The others sighed as well. It seemed they had indeed purchased a product with little to no effect. If this keeps up, it would be difficult to continue selling the weight loss pills. At this very moment, 19 out of 20 distributors had already called or messaged Lee Rongyu demanding refunds. The remaining ones seemed to be asleep, unaware that the renowned anti-counterfeiting blogger Atai was live streaming the expose. Fine, then send them back. Lee Rongyu said in the distributor's WeChat group chat. Seeing her message, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After all, they hadn't paid much for the goods, and keeping the weight loss pills would surely get them slammed by a bunch of people. Even those who had watched Atai's live streams and videos would directly impact their own businesses. The live chat exploded with comments. It actually has no effect? In the weight loss pill promo video, it worked within 2 or 3 seconds after drinking it. It's a scam. I knew these weight loss products couldn't be trusted. Damn it, give me my money back. I just bought a bottle today and haven't even taken it yet, waiting for Atai to expose the scam. Damn it, these scammers just rely on special effects, right? Could I film my own video tomorrow and sell diet pills too? The comments were uniformly filled with curses. Meanwhile, Atai's team members, seeing no effect, exchanged knowing glances. Looks like we'll be moving on to the next fake product to expose in today's livestream pretty soon. I knew it. There's no way a weight loss pill could work this well, it's ridiculous. Yeah, liposuction takes recovery time, but this pill just. Holy crap. Look at Atai. Everyone froze, then immediately turned to watch Atai's livestream. All the fat on his face had visibly vanished. He had been quite overweight before, but now he looked like he'd shrunk a whole size. Not only that, Atai's skin had become smooth and radiant. This is way better than going to a beauty salon. Silence. Dead silence. The viewers in the livestream were frozen in shock for several seconds. As the main character, Atai noticed this too. Not only had he lost weight, but his entire body was brimming with strength and inexhaustible burst of energy. Suddenly struck by an idea, he quickly pulled off his shirt. What met the eye wasn't an obese body, but solid, bulging muscles. Then, a meticulous viewer trembled as they typed, "Streamer, are you sure you didn't turn on special effects?" Atai noticed the comment and muttered to himself, "Special effects. I didn't turn them on. I didn't turn on any special effects. Did you guys turn on the effects?" He turned to ask the crew. "No, we didn't turn on any effects." At that moment, everyone in the small livestream room stared wide-eyed at Atai. This can't be real, right? Videos are one thing, but when this effect actually appeared before everyone's eyes, they were all stunned. Staff members nearby had already started searching for Yunyi's video about the weight loss pills. They wanted to buy this stuff too. Atai, where did you get this weight loss pill? Finally, a chubby girl couldn't hold back and walked up to the livestream camera to ask. And her question only served to prove that the livestream was real. The weight loss pills actually work. Damn it! This amazing weight loss pill, buy it now, buy it now, buy it now. Damn it, I've been sick of my fat ass forever, where can I get these? Please sell them to us. Wasn't Atai doing a fake busting livestream today? How did this suddenly turn into a product pushing livestream? Holy crap, this stuff works like magic. $15, right? I'm grabbing 10 bottles. Hey, didn't you just buy 1 bottle today and say you'd wait for Atai's fake busting show? Mind your own business. This stuff works, I'm stockpiling 10 bottles. The livestream exploded with excitement. Everyone knew how powerful this weight loss supplement was. Holy crap! You see weight loss results within seconds of drinking it, and it's a full size smaller. And look at those muscles Atai's showing off with his shirt off. Who needs the gym anymore? Might as well just buy a few more bottles and drink them. In the time it takes to gulp down a sip, you could build bigger muscles than others get from a decade of gym work. Damn it, why did such an amazing product take so long to appear? Atai! Please put it on sale. I really want to buy it. Holy crap, Atai, you're my dad. If I can get 1 bottle today, you'll be my dad forever. I weigh 200 pounds, let me buy first, please. Get lost, I'm 330 pounds and I haven't said a word. The comments exploded. Almost every comment begged for the weight loss pills. A Thai was freaking out, his scalp tingling. Quick, find that blogger who posted the video. Forget exposing scams today. We have to secure the sales rights for this weight loss pill. Whoa! Hearing a Thai say that, the livestream erupted even more wildly. Lee Ronyu had already prepared to close the livestream and go to sleep. But then his WeChat messages exploded. The moment he opened it, there were 99 plus messages. Holy crap, what's going on? Some had even started calling. He checked the caller ID, it was the retailer who had been the most vocal about demanding a refund earlier. The moment I answered, the voice on the other end blurted out impatiently. Cicely, I'm begging you. Give me every last weight loss pill you have left. We want every last one. Lee Ronyu froze. Huh? Didn't you want to return them? Chapter 12, Hello, I'm a Thai. Right after a Thai hurriedly ended the livestream, the entire Dragon Nation plunged into a frenzy of searching for and purchasing weight loss pills. Is this the same weight loss pill a Thai was promoting? Someone asked. A Thai? Who's a Thai? But this weight loss pill is our new product. This one. I'll take them all. I want them all. Hurry up and give them to me. What? Aren't you going to reconsider? No need to think about it. Hurry up. Oh, okay. The same scene played out at countless weight loss pill vendors. Less than 10 minutes after the livestream ended, all the stock available for sale across the entire Dragon Nation had already sold out. Cicely, you're my own sister. Please get me more stock. It's not enough. Mom, my dearest mom, please give me more diet pills. I can't take it anymore, my little supermarket is packed to the brim. What's going on? Didn't you guys used to beg to order as little as possible? What's with this sudden rush? Oh right, dear mom, please get me extra weight loss pills. Hey buddy, what's your deal? Where's your pride? Where's your integrity? Oh, and if you've got any stock, hook me up, I'll pay double. Thanks. The wholesalers group chat exploded. But Lee Ronyu had no interest in chatting right now. Some unknown party had found her and demanded 1 million bottles outright. The sheer magnitude of the number sent a chill down Lee Ronyu's spine. After hanging up, she tremblingly dialed Yun-E. Mr. Yun, someone wants 1 million bottles. Yun-E on the other end of the line was clearly stunned for a moment. 1 million bottles? Are they drinking it like water? Starting now, each distributor is limited to 100 bottles. No more. Got it. What about the commission rate? All commissions are slashed to 1%. Take it or leave it. The thing was, Yun-E hadn't expected his video to flop, but the anti-counterfeit blogger's livestream had gone viral. So there's no need to lower the commission by 1 percentage point each day anymore, it's now permanently fixed at 1%. Got it. Still planning to sleep? Yeah, right. Just after calling Yun-E, another dozen missed calls piled up. No doubt, they were all people wanting to buy her weight loss pills. Looks like it's going to be a sleepless night, gotta pull an all-nighter to get this work done. Lee Ronyu paused for a moment before opening the group chat. The boss said starting today, each distributor is limited to 100 bottles and commissions are cut to 1%. Everyone froze upon seeing the message. Immediately, everyone nodded in agreement and sent messages. No problem, absolutely no problem. But could you ship it out first? I'm already short customers by over a dozen bottles. I told them I'd call once the next batch arrived. One case is no problem at all, absolutely no problem. But could you be a little more flexible about the quantity limit, Sister Lee? Honestly, I'm already over 100 bottles behind. Lee Ronyu felt a headache coming on. You guys? Back then, she begged and pleaded with them to take more to sell, but the most any one store took was 50 or 60 bottles. Now they realize they should have asked for more? Where were they earlier? Meanwhile, one of the distributors was still asleep, completely unaware of everything unfolding. When branch manager Lee saw a rush off the broadcast, he was stunned. Ha 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 ha. Excellent. Looks like this anti-counterfeit livestream is actually doing the weight loss pills a favor. Speaking of which, is that weight loss drug Yun-E developed really that effective? I should get a sample from him myself someday to test its effects. President Lee said, eager to try it himself. Maintaining one's figure is the hardest thing to do in middle age. Sitting for long periods leads to a loss of shape, and obesity brings with it coronary heart disease, high blood sugar, and more. If one could just lose weight, these ailments wouldn't be such a big deal. With that thought, President Lee happily dialed Lu Gaoyi's number. President Lee, the weight loss pills are exploding. They've already shot to the top of Douyin's trending list. What's coming next for Mr. Yun is an absolute explosion of purchases. This weight loss pill will definitely sell over 100,000 units. Lu Gaoyi exclaimed excitedly. Ahem, I know. If you're free tomorrow, go see Mr. Yun. I want a bottle too. Got it. The next day, Yun-E woke up and habitually opened Douyin. Shocking. Results from the overnight weight loss pills I bought. Everyone, please don't buy weight loss pills. They're fake. And now that you've all bought them, I can't get any. Famous anti-counterfeit blogger Atai released a video offering a 100,000 yuan cash reward to anyone who can find the manufacturer of these diet pills. Seeking weight loss pills at 50,000 yuan per bottle. If you have stock, DM me directly. He scrolled through a few videos. Every single one was about weight loss pills. Yun froze for a moment. Haven't you guys seen weight loss pills before? This stuff is only worth 1,000 points. Can't even imagine what you'll think when we develop a multifunctional medical pod. He chuckled. Wake up, wash your face, and start a wonderful day. After fermenting overnight, the weight loss pills had become the hottest topic of the moment. While making breakfast, Yunyi's phone buzzed with a message. Duan-e, hey kid, you know how crazy popular your weight loss pills are right now? Everyone at our bank is clamoring to buy your weight loss pills, you know? Yun-e, don't think I didn't notice you secretly taking over a dozen bottles yesterday. Ever since discovering the pills could be diluted, Yun-e still had several hundred bottles stashed at home. Duan-e, hee, you caught me. But there's something I need to tell you, don't get mad. What is it? I sold your spot to Atai and made 100 grand. I'll buy you drinks when I get out, but I gotta get back to work. With that, Duan-e quickly ended the chat. Yun-e couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. This kid's been sharp since school days. Who'd have thought he'd now use information asymmetry to make 100,000 yuan off that fake busting blogger? But it didn't matter. After all, Duan-e was his best friend. Back when he was penniless and wanted to buy an Eagle Bond phone, it was Duan-e who covered his phone bill when it ran out. Knock knock knock. The door knocked before dinner was even finished. Who is it? Zhao Ling stirred groggily from the sofa, rubbing his sleepy eyes as he looked toward the doorway. Then she got up, squinting as she went to open the door. Hello, I'm Atai. I'm here to ask if Mr. Yun lives here? As soon as the door opened, Atai stood alone outside. Spotting Zhao Ling, he smiled and greeted her. After obtaining Yunyi's address, he booked a flight overnight and arrived in Jiangnan City on the first morning flight. Buzz. Zhao Ling's mind went completely blank. How did this mega influencer with over 10 million followers end up here? Hello, I'm Yun-yi. A voice came from behind her. Yun-yi emerged wearing an apron, holding a spatula in one hand, and shook hands with Atai. Chapter 13, of course I'm going to the class reunion. Seeing Yun-yi in this domesticated, good husband persona, Atai was instantly stunned. She never imagined the man standing before her was the creator of such a groundbreaking weight loss product. Let me introduce myself. I'm Atai. I often make videos exposing scams and post them online. Atai said quickly. I know. You even live-streamed exposing my weight loss pills yesterday. Yun-yi chuckled. Atai felt a bit awkward about that. He'd intended to expose a scam, but ended up shooting himself in the foot. Don't just stand at the door. Come in and sit down first. Have you had breakfast yet? Yun-yi didn't mind. After all, it was through his livestream that so many people had learned about the weight loss pills. Atai nodded, and Zhao Ling made room. Upon entering, they found Yun-yi's living quarters were extremely shabby, hardly befitting a company owner. Are you the boss or the researcher behind this weight loss pill? Atai voiced his confusion. After all, a boss wouldn't live in a place like this even if they were extremely low-key, it just wouldn't make sense. To be honest, before developing this weight loss pill, I was just a laid-off worker. You can consider me the boss, or you can consider me the researcher. Yun-yi placed 2 bowls of noodles on the table, then gestured for Atai to sit down and eat with him. Mr. Yun, I came today to discuss a partnership. Atai took a casual bite before getting straight to the point. No problem. How would you like to proceed? Yun-yi perked up at the suggestion. I want the exclusive sales rights for weight loss pills. I'll be the only one selling them online, and I'll offer you a very high price in return. You might not be familiar with how influencer marketing works. Shall I explain it in detail? Atai asked tentatively. To his surprise, Yun-yi shook his head. Slurping noodles as he spoke, he replied, honestly, influencer marketing doesn't interest me at all. Did you research our distributors before coming? Everyone's already facing supply shortages. Each distributor is limited to just 100 bottles per day, with a commission rate of only 1%. The pricing isn't exorbitant either, you should know that from your own purchases. Before Yun-yi could respond, Atai was stunned. Only 100 bottles per day? Was it because production couldn't keep up with demand since the product had just launched? This amount is nowhere near enough to sell. Why doesn't Boss Yun increase the supply? A asked in confusion. No need. Even with daily limits, this weight loss formula sells like hotcakes. And it doesn't need influencers to promote it, it's already built its reputation. Yun-yi waved his hand dismissively. Indeed, this product currently didn't need any promotion at all. Mr. Yun, don't forget it was because of me that this product went viral online. And I'm here today with sincere intentions to discuss business with you. Atai said earnestly. Your original intention in buying this product was to combat counterfeits. The current situation is just a happy accident. Yuni cut straight to the heart of the matter. Atai scratched his head awkwardly. This young man didn't seem particularly shrewd, yet his words cut straight to the heart of the matter. Then let me back down a bit. Could you give me more inventory to list in the shopping cart on my account? Atai sighed as he asked. He hadn't brought his business team today precisely to avoid unnecessary attention. Moreover, Atai held great respect for the owner of this weight loss supplement. The results were simply too effective. This weight loss supplement wasn't even a product for everyday purchase, it was practically high-tech. No matter who comes, we're limited to 100 bottles. Yuni finished his bowl of noodles and wiped his mouth. He really didn't want to discuss anything with the person in front of him. Even without Atai's live-streamed expose, this product's popularity was only a matter of time. There were plenty of other Douyin bloggers like him who made a living exposing fakes. It just so happened that Atai had a larger fan base. The apartment fell into an awkward silence. Atai hadn't expected this. Usually, wherever he went, people scrambled to cater to him whenever he requested product placements. But here at Yuni's place, he nearly got the cold shoulder. For a major influencer like him, a single video or ad deal could buy a BMW 5 Series. 100 bottles? Who could sell that much? That stock probably wouldn't even bring in tens of thousands in a day. Is there really no room for negotiation? Atai asked, unwilling to give up. Sorry you came all this way for nothing. Yuni remained completely unyielding. This weight loss supplement isn't short of distributors right now. Even other influencers are coming knocking personally. After dealing with Atai, he was sure a steady stream of influencers would come knocking, all vying for distribution rights. But Yuni simply wasn't interested in any of them. In other words, his account was already nearing 10 to 20,000 followers. If he went live selling weight loss pills, wouldn't they sell out in minutes? Why bother with influencer endorsements? That'd be like taking off your pants to fart. Alright, if you have any ideas later, feel free to reach out. Here's my business card. After leaving his card, Atai could only depart with a heavy heart. Zhao Ling had just finished tidying up when she came out to find him gone, leaving her utterly puzzled. Handle the rest of this yourself. Reject any door-to-door salespeople, or stick to the standard quota of 100 bottles per day like other agents. Yuni instructed Zhao Ling. Since Jiangnan Bank sent over this young lady, shouldn't they make good use of her? Oh. Zhao Ling understood what was happening and nodded. Right after finishing their meal, Yun Yi's call came through. Hello, Yun Yi. Have you met Atai yet? He said he'd be flying over today. Duan Yi's voice came through. I met him, but I refused. Well, at least we got paid, so it doesn't matter. But there's something I think you'll find pretty interesting. Remember the school heartthrob from back in the day? You used to be a total suck-up chasing after our school's beauty queen, only to get outplayed by him. Hearing this, Yun Yi froze. He searched the original host's memories in his mind but found no trace of such a person. And the original owner was such a loser he couldn't even win the girl he was competing for. I don't remember. What was his name again? Yun Yi couldn't recall and asked. Never mind him. I heard that guy landed a cushy job at a research institute recently. He's doing research too. Same field as you, working on weight loss drugs. Duan Yi said. Could he be trying to compete with me? Yun Yi chuckled. The weight loss drugs provided by the system, could anyone today truly understand them? He wasn't worried about such things. Not exactly. He just invited everyone from our entire class to the reunion. Are you going? Duan Yi asked. He'd just received the news himself. But Yun Yi and him had deep-seated conflicts, ones that could even be traced back to the present. Even after graduation, the school heartthrob was still scheming ways to target his best friend. He suspected Yun Yi's online loan incident back then had his hand in it. Of course I'm going. Yun Yi smiled faintly. And so it was settled. Chapter 14. If you want a curry favor, drink it yourself. 6 o'clock in the evening. As the most opulent hotel in Jiangnan City, over the years it had primarily been used to host foreign guests. Its opulence was beyond imagination. Even the galloping Mustang on the first floor is crafted entirely from pure gold. Even the smallest private room inside requires a minimum spend of tens of thousands to enter. Yet the reunion Yun Yi was attending today was held in the most basic private room in the entire Emperor Hotel. It only requires a minimum spend of 5,000 to get in. Is everyone here yet? Inside private room 888, class heartthrob Dong Qiming asked casually. At his question, everyone bustled into action. One by one, they grinned and fawned over him, a display Dong Qiming thoroughly relished. Lu Meijiao, I heard your clingy ex-boyfriend is coming tonight too? A classmate asked with a smirk. Pfft, he just wouldn't give up on Lu Meijiao no matter what. I was embarrassed to be his roommate back then. It took Dong Qiming stepping in to finally teach that loser a lesson. Exactly. What gives that broke loser the right to chase after Lu Meijiao? Meijiao deserves someone as outstanding as Dong Qiming. Listening to the sycophantic flattery around him, Dong Qiming felt like he could fly. Then he let out a cold laugh, glancing toward the private room entrance. If Yuni dared show up today, then he'd thoroughly mock this once poor bastard who used to be the poorest kid in class. Poof. Of course. Who else in all of Jiangnan could possibly be worthy of me, Lu Meijiao, besides young Master Dong? Her laughter rang like silver bells as Lu Meijiao declared without a hint of restraint. Whenever classmates mentioned Yuni, she couldn't hide her contempt. A penniless loser who'd just been laid off by his company in her eyes, he wasn't even worthy of attending today's reunion. Duani, I heard you were closest to Yuni back in school. You were the one who called him to come to the reunion, right? So, what do you think? Will he show up? A classmate beside Duani asked. Hearing this, the others also turned curious glances his way. With Dong Qiming and Chen Meijiao present, no sane person would dare invite humiliation upon themselves. Duani felt awkward under the questioning gaze and could only shake his head helplessly. I don't know. I already told him. He sighed as he spoke. The surrounding classmates heard this and didn't think much of it. Whether he came or not didn't matter. Today, Dong Qiming was the real star of the show. As for Yuni, he was just a broke guy and had even been laid off from his company recently. Before long, everyone had gradually arrived. Dong Qiming glanced at the spot near the door. There was still one seat reserved for Yuni. Young Master Dong is truly impressive today. If not for him, we'd never have seen the inside of the Emperor Hotel. Hey, of course. Who is young Master Dong? He's the future leader of the Jiangnan Research Institute. And have you heard about that weight loss pill that's gone viral online? Rumor has it that's something young Master Dong developed. Holy cow! That weight loss pill was developed by young Master Dong? Is it the one that makes you lose a whole size in seconds after drinking it? At the mention of weight loss pills, the crowd gasped. It's the hottest product on the market right now. Rumor has it some organization offered over 100 million for the formula. But they're stuck because they can't find the manufacturer. Hearing this, Dong Qiming smiled faintly and said, it's just a minor product. As he spoke, a fleeting, almost imperceptible flicker of something unusual passed through his eyes. But he quickly regained his composure. If only he could truly develop this weight loss drug. Forget being just a researcher. If he developed such a groundbreaking product, even becoming the dean wouldn't raise an eyebrow. For now, he was merely putting on airs. Young Master Dong, you absolutely must save me a few bottles. I'll transfer the money to you right now. Me too. Me too. All the classmates erupted in excitement, clamoring to buy this weight loss pill. After all, weight loss pills were practically in short supply these days. Since it was developed by Dong Qiming, getting a few bottles should be no problem. No problem. Dong Qiming declared with great confidence. I heard Chen Meijiao is also getting promoted at Jiangnan Bank. Apparently it's a position directly under the bank president that's huge. You bet. I met President Li of Jiangnan Bank last time. What a commanding presence he has. I'd give anything to meet President Li Meijiao. If you ever make it big, don't forget your good roommate. The classmates all chimed in with their own comments. No problem. Chen Meijiao smiled faintly, then looked at Dong Qiming with pure happiness. Without him, she never would have landed such a great position. Still, she was genuinely curious about President Li and eager to learn more about him. But having just been promoted, she rarely had the chance to meet someone of his stature. Dong Qiming offered a faint smile. It was only because of family connections that we managed to secure a private room. But remember, don't wander off later. The guests in the other private rooms are either wealthy or influential. Some are even people I can't afford to offend. He cautioned. And yet, this seemingly casual remark sounded like an imperial decree to the other students, who nodded in unison to show they understood. Outside the Emperor Hotel, Yuni was dressed quite plainly today. The total cost of his entire outfit probably didn't even reach 100 yuan. The kind that would make a street beggar pull out 10 yuan to give him for his fare home. Excuse me, where is room 888? He approached a staff member inside the hotel and inquired. Hearing this, the attendant frowned. Room 888? That was the worst suite in the entire Emperor Hotel. His expression immediately soured toward Yuni. Take the elevator to the 22nd floor. With that, he turned and walked away without looking back. Yuni shrugged helplessly. Typical Emperor Hotel. Even the waitstaff treat people like dirt. The elevator doors opened. Yuni stepped in and pressed the button for the 22nd floor. The doors closed immediately. Moments later, he arrived outside private room 888. Pushing open the door, Yuni immediately spotted several familiar faces. All eyes were fixed on the doorway. Among them were expressions of mockery, derision, and contempt. Only Duan Yi's eyes held concern. Oh, Yun Yi's here? You're too late. Only the seat by the door is left. Dong Qiming, as the host seated at the innermost position of the round table, gave a faint, cold smile upon seeing Yun Yi and remarked. Chen Meijiao glanced at the figure by the door. Noticing he looked just as shabby as when they were in school, she didn't give him a second glance. No problem. Yun Yi nodded and sat down at the empty seat without hesitation. The atmosphere around him fell silent for a moment. Who would have thought this guy would actually show up? Waiter, bring the food. Dong Chiming snapped his fingers, propping his chin on his hands with keen interest as he looked at Yun-Yi. Yun-Yi, you're the last to arrive. Why not punish yourself with 3 shots? Dong Chiming's treating today. Every bottle on this table is Mao Tai over 2,000 yuan each. If you wanted to buy some, it'd probably cost you half a month's salary, huh? Ha 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 ha. At this, the surrounding crowd erupted in laughter. Alright, enough about Yun-Yi. He just got laid off. He doesn't even have a job anymore. Why would he be drinking Mao Tai? A 2 yuan bottle of beer from the convenience store downstairs is plenty. The barrage of mockery felt like sharp blades piercing Yun-Yi. Duan-Yi watched anxiously from the sidelines, about to speak up for him. When suddenly, a classmate beside him raised a wine glass and walked toward Yun-Yi. Here's what we'll do, let's ditch these little cups. Let's use this instead. Everyone looked over, their expressions shifting to surprise. Those were 500 milliliter cups. Wouldn't Yun-Yi pass out instantly from drinking that much by Joe at once? Dong Chiming's lips remained curved in a faint smile. Seeing this, he paid no heed. All eyes in the private room turned to Yun-Yi. They all wanted to see how he would handle such a challenge. Would Yun-Yi drink or refuse? After a long pause, Yun-Yi glanced at the wine glass before him, then turned his gaze toward Dong Chiming with a faint look. If you want to curry favor with someone, drink it yourself. Don't use another person as an excuse to show off your attentiveness. That's pretty disgusting. Silence. Dead silence. Some classmates stared wide-eyed at Yun-Yi, their faces frozen in disbelief. Chapter 15, Cows Fly in the Sky Because People Blow Hot Air on Earth. Even Dong Chiming was taken aback. This kid was so timid back in college, but now he seems so cocky. As for the classmate who walked over to Yun-Yi with a wine glass in hand, his face was as pale as death, like he'd swallowed a fly. He never expected Yun-Yi to pull such a move. Now he was stuck, unable to move forward or back, frozen in place in utter embarrassment. Lu Meijiao frowned at Yun-Yi. He's just a country bumpkin with no manners. Please bear with him, everyone. This class reunion was organized by our classmate Dong Chiming. Let's not let minor issues spoil the mood. She could see the classmate's predicament and stepped in to save him. Yet her tone still carried no warmth toward Yun-Yi. Hearing the word country bumpkin, all the classmates suddenly understood. So that's why. Yun-Yi really was a country bumpkin. Back when he introduced himself to the class, he'd just blurted it out like that. Which is why hardly anyone wanted to be friends with him afterward. Young Master Dong and Meijiao are now researchers at the Jiangnan Research Institute. That's a position that would bring honor to 3 generations of your ancestors. Even that weight loss pill that's been trending online lately was developed by young Master Dong. What gives you, you deadbeat, the right to show off? One classmate steered the conversation toward the two of them. At the same time, he shot Yun-Yi a mocking glance. It was a clear message, these two were far beyond his league. A country bumpkin, what right did he have to challenge Dong Chiming? As for Lu Meijiao, she was someone Yun-Yi had no right to even think about touching. It's no big deal. To get into the Jiangnan Research Institute, our elders pulled quite a few strings. Later, luckily, both of us were selected. Recently, we even had the privilege of participating in research on a domestically produced weight loss drug. Meijiao and I aren't at the same company, but we occasionally collaborate on projects. That loan I secured for the researcher? It went through Chen Meijiao's hands. Dong Chiming waved his hand dismissively, seeming utterly unconcerned. Haha, young Master Dong, when you have time, why not take us on a tour of the Research Institute? Seriously? Is the Jiangnan Research Institute that hard to get into? Even with your family's connections, you almost couldn't get in? Of course. It's the most prestigious research institute in the country, not just anyone can get in. From what I understand, getting into Jiangnan Research Institute requires an exceptionally strong academic background. I recall young Master Dong studied abroad at Oxford University, ranked among the world's top 10. Pretty impressive, huh? After academic credentials comes ability, whether you possess research capabilities. Just being a bookworm isn't enough. In short, the selection process for researchers is extremely rigorous. Many in the room began whispering among themselves. After hearing this, many were stunned. Who knew getting into the Jiangnan Research Institute would be this difficult? By the way, Yun-Yi, what are you doing now? If you're having trouble, you can always ask me. The institute happens to be short on security guards. If all else fails, I recall the restroom attendant took leave recently. You could try applying for that position. Dong Chiming looked at Yun-Yi and said casually. At that, everyone burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. Is Yun-Yi that thick-skinned? Why isn't young Master Dong humiliating him with any reaction at all? Amidst the surrounding mocking voices, Yun-Yi showed no reaction whatsoever. He picked up the cup in front of him, took a sip of water, and said, "Haven't been up to much lately. Just bored, so I made some diet pills." As his words fell, the entire private room fell into an uneasy silence. Some classmates even doubted their own ears. Dong Qiming snorted derisively. You, of all people, made a weight loss pill? It's not one of those deadly things, is it? Don't you know that right now in China, only one weight loss drug can be called truly effective? You know that weight loss product that's been trending online lately? My team and I developed it. And our research institute has just secured a partnership with Atai. Soon, everyone here will see our weight loss pills on the market. Hearing this news, all the students' eyes lit up, and they turned to Dong Qiming with faces full of excitement. Dong Qiming sneered coldly, his gaze toward Yuni brimming with even more contempt. This kid was definitely just here to brag. At that moment, Chen Meijiu also began to feel a bit disgusted. She had just looked into weight loss pills. Atai's livestream yesterday had already gone viral across the entire internet. Even overseas, there were no weight loss pills with such effects. While Dong Qiming was also exaggerating, he'd never in a million years believe Yuni could have developed such pills. It was utterly ridiculous. Yuni, if it's really that difficult, we'll help you find a job. But please stop exaggerating and deceiving your classmates, okay? Chen Meijiu said calmly. Only then did the surrounding classmates realize So Yun-yi had been bragging all along. They couldn't believe they'd almost fallen for it. Holy crap, cows are flying in the sky. Hey, look! There's someone blowing smoke on the ground. This is hilarious. Yun-yi, if you really have nothing to say, just stay quiet. We'll just pretend you're mute, okay? Damn, so embarrassing. Blowing smoke in front of Dong Xiao and Chen Meijiu, who are both part of the Jiangnan Research Institute. Dude, did you see that short video a few days ago? It was about someone bragging about being the best at something and it just happened to be your specialty. Who knew we'd actually witness this today? At that moment, they stared at Yun-yi as if watching a joke unfold. The words that came out of his mouth sent Duan-yi's heart plummeting to the depths. Amidst the cacophony of voices, Yun-yi remained as steady as a rock, showing not a hint of panic. Frankly speaking, it's truly tragic that 9 years of compulsory education in the Dragon Kingdom produced people like you. Little did he know that his next words would send Duan-yi's heart racing once more. Brother, could you please keep it down? This is terrifying. Sure enough, no sooner had he finished speaking than he stood up, his temper flaring. What did you say? Mr. Dong is an internal employee of the Jiangnan Research Institute. What the hell are you? If you could make a weight loss pill, I'd go to the bathroom right now and eat a pilaf for you. A fat man stood up, refusing to back down. Oomph, how tedious. I thought this was just a meal, but it turns out to be a dinner party for some people to show off. With that, Yun-yi rose to leave. In his view, there was no point in staying any longer. Stop right there. Did I give you permission to leave? Dong Qiming's eyes darkened with menace. As the host today, whoever came must finish their meal before leaving. I'll leave when I want to. What business is it of yours? Yun-yi shrugged his shoulders, his expression making several people nearby nearly lose their temper enough to punch him. Outside the Imperial Hotel, a luxury sedan pulled up. Hotel staff swarmed around it, forming a human barrier at the rear doors. Lu Gaoi stepped out first, then respectfully opened the door for President Li to exit. He paused slightly upon seeing the Emperor Hotel before him. Gaoi, you said Mr. Yun was dining here? President Li asked with a hint of doubt. That's correct, Director Li. That's what Zhao Ling texted me. Lu Gaoi replied. Chapter 16, Mr. Li, what brings you here? Keep the pomp and circumstance to a minimum in the future. People will talk. Just as President Li finished speaking and was about to enter the hotel, a figure hurriedly approached. The faces of the waitstaff present instantly turned solemn upon seeing this man. For he was none other than Chen Jianhao, the largest shareholder of this Imperial Hotel. Mr. Li, why didn't you tell me you were coming? If Lu Gaoi hadn't called ahead, I wouldn't have had time to prepare for your reception. Chen Jianhao's face was beaming with smiles. The Emperor Hotel and Jiangnan Bank already maintained numerous cooperative relationships, and Chen Jianhao had consistently sought favors from President Li. But due to his position as bank president, Li had consistently declined certain private requests. This had been a source of considerable frustration for him. Once, Chen Jianhao had even staged a lavish event at the Emperor Hotel, inviting President Li to attend. In the end, he never showed up. Now that President Li had arrived at the Emperor Hotel, Chen Jianhao was naturally overjoyed. Mr. Chen, I've long admired your reputation. A friend of mine is dining at the Emperor Hotel today, so I took the opportunity to stop by. President Li smiled. Chen Jianhao nodded with a polite smile, but his mind was already racing. The moment he learned President Li had arrived at the Emperor Hotel, he had guessed he was here to meet a friend. Anyone close enough to be called a friend of the bank president would be either an industry titan, a business prodigy, or even a high-ranking official from the Dragon Nation. But today, there wasn't anyone at the Emperor Hotel he could name. At most, there were people from the Jiangnan Research Institute having a meal. He'd heard they were a couple who'd booked the cheapest 888 private room. The guests in any other private room, Luowei Pavilion, Jingshan Pavilion, Mengshan Pavilion, Qingxin Pavilion, or Shuwei Pavilion, were undoubtedly far more distinguished than those in the 888 suite. Which of your friends is it? Chen Jianhao asked cautiously. A young fellow named Yun Yi. Bank manager Li didn't hide it, stating it directly. Yun Yi? Hearing this unfamiliar name, Chen Jianhao was a bit baffled. Boss, it's too noisy in room 888. The guests in the adjacent Qingxin Pavilion have complained. They even threatened to tear the Emperor Hotel apart if it's not resolved to their satisfaction. A waiter hurried out of the elevator and approached Chen Jianhao, whispering the news. The tranquil pavilion was renowned for its quiet ambience. It was rumored that the guest hosting a banquet there today was a major business tycoon from Jiangnan City. Director Li, I'll handle this matter first. Would you like to rest for a while? Chen Jianhao didn't forget to make arrangements for President Li. But the latter shook his head. I'll go find my friends. You just handle your business, Mr. Chen. No need to worry about me. Without waiting for Chen Jianhao, the two stepped straight into the elevator. Inside the elevator. Gao Yi, which private room is Mr. Yun in? President Li inquired. It's private room 888. This information came from Duan Yi. Apparently, Mr. Yun is here today to attend a college reunion. Lu Gaoyi replied. Oh? A class reunion, is it? I hope my sudden arrival doesn't startle Mr. Yun. President Li said in a very gentle tone. Earlier at the bank, whenever Yun Yi was discussed, President Li would either frown or groan with a headache, sighing throughout the targeted meetings. Now, the weight loss pills had exploded in popularity online. When even the top 3 trending topics were all about the weight loss pills, President Li was beaming with energy and joy every single day. Inside the private room, a sudden scene left everyone stunned. What kind of person was Yun Yi? Back in college, he was a deadbeat, the kind who'd mooch off others just to get a meal. Compared to Dong Qiming's powerful family background, it was like heaven and earth. Not to mention that Yun Yi was now a laid-off worker, while Dong Qiming held a secure researcher position. Even Chen Meijiao's position at the bank was no small feat. The two of them were undoubtedly a power couple. But even someone who achieved so much would be looked down upon by a penniless kid like Yun Yi? The surrounding classmates fell silent. One by one, eyes fixed on Yun Yi, faint smiles flickered at the corners of their mouths. This kid is finished. After offending Dong Qiming, do you really think you can keep hanging around in Jiangnan City? You think I can't tell you whether to leave or not? That's laughable. Dong Qiming met the gaze of every student present. He couldn't back down now. Though he couldn't fathom where Yun Yi got the nerve to speak to him like that, he was determined to teach him a lesson today. If you don't want to eat, it's actually quite simple. Just get the hell out of this private room. But going forward, if you ever want to find work in Jiangnan City, those companies will likely give our Dong family threefold consideration. Dong Qiming threatened him outright. Duan Yi sat in his chair, utterly unconcerned. Find a job? Did Yun Yi even need to look for a job now? The weight loss pills alone would likely cover the 90 million yuan he owed the bank, and he could live off them for the rest of his life. When that group claimed Yun Yi couldn't produce the weight loss pills, he'd been dying to laugh, but managed to hold it in. Young Master Dong, if Yun Yi wants to leave, just let him go. His legs are his own, how could you possibly decide whether he stays or goes? Duan Yi spoke with a faint smile. Now, Bank President Li couldn't praise Yun Yi enough, and had long wanted to establish a connection with his good brother. With such a heavyweight figure backing Yun Yi, Duan Yi felt less anxious now. Whereas before, he'd been meek and timid in front of Dong Qiming, unable to speak up, now he was blunt and straightforward. Hearing Duan Yi speak up for Yun Yi, the surrounding classmates couldn't help but chuckle. Duan Yi, you're sticking up for this kid? Dong Qiming smiled faintly, his gaze turning menacing. Chen Meijiao, who had been sitting silently nearby, snorted derisively. Duan Yi, you're just a regular teller at the bank. What gives you the right to speak up for this kid? One word from Qiming could get you fired from the bank. But Duan Yi played his cards completely out of the ordinary, replying with disdain, then go ahead and fire me. I'm quite curious to see whether President Li will fire you, someone who's already crossed Yun Yi or me. Ha 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 ha. Before Duan Yi could finish, everyone burst into laughter. Even Chen Meijiao shook her head. She had considered putting in a good word for Duan Yi at the bank out of classmate loyalty, but now it seemed unnecessary. A bunch of clueless jerks. Let's go, Duan Yi. Yun Yi beckoned with a wave. But just as they reached the doorway, the private room door swung open. Lu Gaoyi? Yun Yi was taken aback. What was he doing here? And who was that middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s beside him? Though his appearance was unremarkable, his aura was extraordinary. Duan Yi had just stood up. Seeing Lu Gaoyi was one thing, but when his gaze shifted to the middle-aged man beside him, he was stunned. Chen Meijiao had initially assumed he was a waiter, but to her surprise, he was Lu Gaoyi, the account manager from Jiangnan Bank. When her gaze fell upon the middle-aged man beside him, she froze in shock just like Duan Yi. Mr. Li. Mr. Li, the bank president. President Li, what brings you here? Indeed, standing beside Lu Gaoi was none other than President Lee of Jiangnan Bank. That elusive figure, the highly influential President Lee within Jiangnan Bank. Chapter 17, Eat if you like it, get lost if you don't. President Lee of Jiangnan Bank. Everyone stood up in shock. Dong Qiming hadn't taken it seriously at first, but upon hearing it was President Lee of Jiangnan Bank, he instantly lost his composure. Although the Dong family conducted substantial business in Jiangnan City, the pivotal figure in all their dealings was none other than this very President Lee. In fact, the Dong family relied on President Lee for assistance in numerous matters. At that moment, no one paid Yun Yi any mind. Chen Meijia was the first to approach President Lee, eager to make a favorable impression. Making a favorable impression on superiors within the bank was crucial. It could even determine one's future promotions, commonly known as choosing sides. President Lee, I'm Chen Meijiao, recently transferred to work under your leadership. She introduced herself, completely ignoring Yun Yi standing beside her. Dong Qiming appeared before President Lee at some point and said, President Lee, I'm Dong Qiming, the second son of the Dong family. We've met before at the Dong residence. The other classmates weren't about to be outdone, stepping forward one after another. What brings you here today, President Lee? Chen Meijia asked respectfully. Could it be that he knew she was attending this reunion and had come specifically to congratulate her on her new position? Could the Dong family really wield such influence to bring this pivotal figure in the banking world to her? Chen Meijiao's gaze toward Dong Qiming instantly brimmed with affection. She never imagined he would go to such lengths for her. It was undoubtedly a tremendous honor in front of all their classmates. But Dong Qiming had no idea about this. Had President Lee entered the wrong private room? Facing the flurry of compliments, Lu Gaoi stepped forward with practiced ease to intercept everyone. Except for Yun Yi, of course. Once everyone had quieted down, President Lee finally turned to Yun Yi, his face plastered with a fawning smile. Mr. Yun, why didn't you say you were coming to dine here? I could have come over to meet you. My schedule is usually quite busy, but I managed to carve out some time today. The bank manager's words left the students speechless. Chen Meijiao's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Dong Qiming was even more flustered. Watching how President Lee spoke to Yun Yi, it was as if a low-level staff member had encountered their superior. She even detected a hint of coaxing in his words. The sudden turn of events startled everyone present. Could it be that Yun Yi was the hidden big shot all along? Dong Qiming was drenched in sweat, and Chen Meijia wasn't faring much better. Her knuckles had turned white from clenching her fists. It's just a meal, how could we possibly trouble President Lee to come personally? Yun Yi replied with a smile, showing no intention of groveling like the other students despite his status. Upon learning Mr. Yun would be dining here today, Director Lee turned down 5 or 6 other dinner invitations before coming. You didn't know? All the way here, Mr. Lee kept urging his driver to go faster. He nearly ran a red light. Lu Gaoi's words plunged everyone present into silence once more. Their statuses were worlds apart, yet somehow it felt like the tables had turned. Mr. Lee, have you mistaken him? This is Yun Yi. Chen Meijiao spoke up, refusing to believe it. And you are? Bank manager Lee asked, puzzled. Dong Qiming looked somewhat familiar, but who was this girl? He had no recollection of her. It was Lu Gaoi who whispered softly in Director Lee's ear, this is Chen Meijiao, who was just transferred to work under you. But her transfer is entirely due to the Dong family. After saying this, Lu Gaoi stepped aside and remained silent. Oh, Chen Meijiao, is it? Bank President Lee suddenly understood. Yes. I'm Chen Meijiao. Chen Meijiao nodded eagerly. Stand over there for now. I need to discuss something with Mr. Yun. Don't interrupt us. Bank manager Lee's expression remained calm, yet an aura of authority unique to those in high positions instantly radiated outward. Dong Qiming's smile froze on his face. He hadn't expected President Lee to be so dismissive. Addressing Chen Meijiao like that was practically slapping him in the face. But given the bank president's standing, Dong Qiming had no choice but to swallow his pride, pulling Chen Meijiao aside. Seeing this, Chen Meijiao grew visibly flustered. Didn't you say President Lee was the person you knew best? What's going on here now? She demanded angrily. I didn't know. Dong Qiming was utterly helpless. But when President Lee attended the banquet at the Dong family's place earlier, he wasn't like this at all. But what neither of them knew was this. Back at the Dong residence, Governor Lee had been giving the Dong family face. His seemingly warm rapport with the Dong family's second son was merely a performance for the occasion. Those who knew President Lee understood. He treated everyone equally, yet looked down on everyone equally. Except for Yun Yi. Duan Yi, you little brat, come over here right now. I knew you and Mr. Yun had a deep connection, but I never imagined you were college classmates. Only then did President Lee notice another familiar face in the private room. He stared in surprise. It was Duan Yi. This kid had always been exceptionally capable at work, but his lack of connections had kept his promotions painfully slow. Hello, President Lee. Duan Yi approached with a cheerful smile. You'll need to take good care of Mr. Yun from now on. He's our bank's most important client, understand? Kiaoyi, you should mentor Duan E more going forward. He's been recognized as an outstanding employee year after year. We can't let him lose heart. President Lee said solemnly. He had overheard everything happening inside while still standing outside the door. Since he was Yunyi's classmate and considering he had just spoken up on his behalf, President Lee was determined to lend his support. Dong Qiming's facial muscles were trembling. His mind raged, who the hell is this Yunyi? What kind of status does he have? That he could make President Lee grovel like this for favor. Even the Dong family couldn't achieve this level of deference. What gives this deadbeat Yunyi the right to? Sweet 888, right? What are you arguing about over a meal? The guests in the adjacent Qingxin pavilion have complained. No sooner had he spoken. Chen Jianhao strode in with unabashed arrogance. His voice dripped with unmasked arrogance. Dong Qiming's heart skipped a beat when he saw Chen Jianhao. He recognized this man, the largest shareholder of the Imperial Hotel. Chen Jianhao, oh. He had intended to erupt the moment he entered. What was all the noise about in this crappy private room? But upon seeing President Lee, his expression froze in shock. President Lee, your friend? Chen Jianhao asked cautiously. This is Mr. Yun. President Lee said with a smile. His words sent a chill through everyone present. Oh, sure, no problem. I'll personally come over to toast you later. Chen Jianhao's expression was priceless as he spoke, quietly tiptoeing over to close the private room door. Just as all the classmates fell silent. Outside, Chen Jianhao stormed to the entrance of Qingxin Pavilion and erupted into a tirade. Eat if you want to, or get the hell out. I ain't waitin' on you brats. Everyone. Chapter 18, Are you questioning me? Seeing this, Director Lee stopped paying attention to the others and turned to ask Yunyi. Mr. Yun, I was wondering, do you still have that weight loss pill? The one that made a Tai lose 2 dress sizes instantly after taking it. He looked at Yunyi with hopeful eyes. After all, he knew how wildly popular the pills were now. Demand far outstripped supply. Some places couldn't get them even at marked up prices, while online forums were flooded with cries of despair. Even scalpers couldn't secure them, with many locations seeing entire shipments reserved before they hit the shelves. The few bottles that managed to leak through special channels were priced astronomically, tens of thousands per bottle. Even so, countless people were still clamoring for this weight loss drug. Upon hearing President Lee's words, the surrounding students' eyes widened even further. All eyes turned to Dong Qiming. His expression was grim. But wasn't that weight loss drug developed by young Master Dong? Then why did President Lee say it came from Yunyi's side? I think Yunyi might be the supplier, but the one who actually developed the weight loss drug is young Master Dong. But before they could reach a conclusion, President Lee spoke again. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. I had assumed Mr. Yun's diet pills were completely ineffective. It turns out I was the one lacking insight. President Lee's words plunged everyone present into silence. So that meant the wildly popular weight loss drug circulating online was actually developed by Yunyi? And Dong Qiming had been deceiving them? In an instant, several classmates who had been standing beside Dong Qiming quickly moved away. Seeing this, Chen Meijiao immediately grew anxious. President Lee, surely you've made a mistake? That weight loss drug was developed by Dong Qiming. Her words drew support from several others. Who was Dong Qiming? The second young master of the Dong family in Jiangnan City, a member of the Jiangnan Research Institute. In contrast, Yunyi was just a laid-off guy. Comparing the two, it was obvious who was the real deal and who was the fake. Are you questioning me? President Lee calmly glanced at Chen Meijiao. A mere subordinate dared to question him? Did he think the position of Jiangnan Bank president was reserved for the naive? From start to finish, from Atai's initial expose to the current nationwide sellout with demand outpacing supply, President Lee had witnessed it all. Yunyi had genuinely achieved this level of success through his own research into weight loss medication. When Chen Meijiao met the sharp glare in President Lee's eyes, fear visibly flashed across her face, sending a shiver through her body. Mr. Lee, a phone call would have sufficed for this matter. No need to go through all this trouble and come in person. Yunyi said with a smile. Though he wasn't particularly fond of this bank president and they had little interaction, it never hurt to have more connections. Besides, the other party hadn't pressed too hard over the mistaken 90 million yuan loan. He then fumbled in his pocket and pulled out a bottle of weight loss pills. When Dong Qiming saw the small bottle, he nearly gasped for breath. This is the weight loss pill that's been all the rage lately. Why would Yunyi have it? No. Yunyi must have snatched one bottle and is now showing off with it. He only has this one bottle. Dong Qiming shouted in disbelief, his face frozen in shock. But Yunyi remained calm, pulling out 2 bottles, then 3, then 4 from his pocket. Everyone watching couldn't help but swallow hard. These bottles weren't weight loss pills, they were money. Elsewhere right now, a single bottle of weight loss pills could fetch nearly 100,000 yuan. Finally, Yunyi stopped. On the table beside him lay a full 10 bottles. 10 bottles. Converted to cash, that was over $1 million. A suburban apartment in Jiangnan City was casually laid out on the table by Yun-yi. I didn't bring too much today. Li Xing, is this enough? Yun-yi smiled faintly, utterly unconcerned. As if those 10 bottles of weight loss pills weren't worth millions at all. It's more than enough. Mr. Yun, I only need 5 bottles. I won't be greedy about the rest. Bank manager Li's hands trembled slightly as he grabbed 5 bottles of weight loss pills. Whether it was due to his advancing age or sheer excitement at the sight of the pills, his speech was slurred. Lu Gaoi watched from the side, his eyes burning with envy. He wanted them too. In full view of everyone, President Li opened one of the bottles of weight loss pills and downed it in one gulp. Within seconds, his entire body underwent a remarkable transformation. His beer belly vanished, replaced by a set of well-defined abdominal muscles. His previously somewhat chubby face visibly slimmed down. This effect, this speed. It must be that weight loss pill that's been all over the internet lately. Everyone was stunned. Dong Qiming's jaw nearly hit the floor at the sight. The results seen online weren't nearly as dramatic, but witnessing the transformation of President Li left everyone stunned. Wow, I feel like I have boundless energy now. Mr. Yun's weight loss pill is truly a groundbreaking product. Bank manager Li exclaimed. Just then, the door suddenly swung open. The largest shareholder of the Emperor Hotel, Chen Jianhao, appeared smiling as he held a glass of baijiu. But the moment he stepped inside, he froze. He scanned the room but couldn't find President Li anywhere. Where's President Li? Chen Jianhao was puzzled. Had he left already? But why was Lu Gaoi still here? Mr. Chen, I'm right here. President Li smiled faintly. Chen Jianhao followed the voice and suddenly widened his eyes in shock. The man speaking bore a striking resemblance to President Li 7 or 8 parts alike, but how could he be so thin? It had only been a few minutes since he'd left. How could President Li look like a completely different person? You must have heard about the weight loss pills that went viral online recently, Mr. Chen. It was developed by this Mr. Yun. After drinking just 1 bottle, this effect occurred. I must say, it's truly astonishing. Mr. Yun's future achievements will undoubtedly be remarkable. President Li praised him. Setting aside Yun-yi's other accomplishments, this weight loss pill alone was proof enough of his exceptional talent. After all, the results were truly astonishing. Unless one actually drank a bottle themselves, it would be impossible to believe such a weight loss pill existed in the world. Is this the weight loss pill that takes effect within seconds of consumption? Chen Jianhao couldn't believe it. His wife had been pestering him daily to buy her a few bottles of the weight loss pills, but due to extremely limited supply, he hadn't been able to find any despite searching everywhere. People either used them themselves or bought them to hoard for future appreciation. Now, the collectible value of weight loss pills was even surpassing that of Maotai liquor. It was absolutely a surefire money-making venture. And following the direction indicated by Manager Li, he saw it was actually a young man. Chen Jianhao swallowed hard, then approached Yun-yi with a slightly pleading smile. Mr. Yun, could you sell me a few bottles? Seeing the once dominant Chen Jianhao groveling like this, Dong Qiming and Chen Meijiao couldn't help but feel the man before them wasn't the same Chen Jianhao who once dominated the business world. Today's protagonist wasn't Dong Qiming. It was Yun-yi. Chapter 19, wait a minute. 10 million bottles? No problem at all. Here, take these 5 bottles for free. Yun-yi said casually, not the least bit concerned. Hearing this, Chen Jianhao nearly jumped for joy. He quickly and carefully stuffed the 5 bottles of weight loss pills from the nearby table into his pocket. Hee, Mr. Yun's weight loss pills are practically hard currency these days. Bank manager Li remarked with a smile. After all, the results speak for themselves. Even Director Li's physique has become much more robust. Lu Gaoi chimed in from the side. At that moment, Dong Qiming was probably feeling the most uncomfortable. He'd intended to show off in front of his classmates, only to get utterly humiliated. Chen Meijiao stomped her feet in frustration beside him, but there was nothing she could do. Could President Li really become as close as brothers with Yun-yi just because of these 5 bottles of weight loss pills? She refused to believe it. Could Yun-yi be some kind of hidden big shot? The thought made Chen Meijiao regret her actions. Had she known Yun-yi and bank manager Li were this close, she never would have treated him so badly back then. She regretted it so much. Chen Meijiao nearly choked on her anger. When she turned to look at Dong Qiming, her eyes clearly flashed with fury. What's the point of pretending to be something you're not? Now I've been humiliated in front of all these classmates. Just moments ago, she'd actually believed those weight loss pills were Dong Qiming's creation and had even planned to get some for herself. This is infuriating. Ignoring Dong Qiming's attempts to stop her, Chen Meijiao turned and stormed off. If she stayed any longer, who knew what the classmates would say about her? Oh no, Chen Meijiao's gone. Did you see Dong Qiming's face? If I were him, I'd have followed Chen Meijiao out too. Who knew the second young master of the Dong family was just a pretentious phony? I see through him now. Exactly. Who could be as genuine as Yun-yi? The students' opinions were almost unanimously negative. Even many who had just been mocking Yun-yi now unanimously began speaking up for him. Duani watched the scene unfold with a satisfied smile, thinking, gotcha now, huh? See how formidable Uni really is? Where's that little bastard who was urging him to drink earlier? Now he's cowering and not daring to utter a word. Perhaps Mr. Yun would like to move to the Tranquil Heart Pavilion? I just happened to chase away the guests over there. I don't see any reason to stay here any longer. Chen Jianhao keenly sensed the shift in the atmosphere. Moreover, with President Li standing nearby, it was clear he had some connection to this young man before him. No matter what, he had to invite both of them to the Tranquil Mind Pavilion. Yun Yi nodded readily. Seeing his consent, Director Li naturally followed suit, though not before ensuring Duani accompanied them. Inside the private room. The room had already been meticulously cleaned by the staff. The previous guests at Qingxin Pavilion were nothing compared to Director Li and Yun Yi, so be it if they had offended them. Mr. Yun, Director Li, tea. The largest shareholder of the Imperial Hotel was now pouring tea for the two men before him. The waiter holding the teapot nearby watched with trepidation. What kind of status did these two possess to warrant such treatment from Mr. Chen? Duan Yi and Lu Goi stood nearby, exchanging glances. After all, their status didn't warrant a seat at the main table. They could only sip tea and nibble at snacks at a side table. Shall I have someone bring some dishes? Chen Jianhao inquired. Bring some dishes. Bank President Li said with a smile. At this moment, he regarded Yun Yi as an equal, showing no trace of condescension toward the younger man's age. What do weight loss drugs signify? They signify a future unicorn company. As an investor, he'd definitely get a huge cut. So he had to build rapport with Yun Yi now, who knew if he could create another groundbreaking product like weight loss pills in the future? Sounds good. I haven't touched my food yet, I'm starving. Yun Yi nodded. Chen Jianhao promptly instructed the waitstaff to inform the kitchen to prepare several hearty dishes. How did you two meet? Chen Jianhao asked curiously. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any connection between a bank president like Li and a young man in his 20s. Even weight loss pills couldn't achieve this level of results, right? The bank invested 90 million in Mr. Yun. Looks like it paid off. President Li now couldn't care less about the previous 90 million loan. In fact, he's even considering investing a little more. This is far more profitable than those bank wealth management products. Though President Li holds a high position, does he not face performance pressure? The current 90 million yuan is nominally a loan, but in reality, President Li has reclassified it as a wealth management product, essentially an investment project. Any qualified wealth management product can generate substantial annual returns. The weight loss drug Yun Yi researched is a unicorn product, something irreplicable and nearly monopolistic. Exactly the kind of thing President Li loves most. What? The bank actually makes proactive investments? Chen Jianhao nearly fell flat on his butt. And he'd just heard a staggering figure, 90 million. Business was already tough enough these days, with nearly everyone in debt. Under such circumstances, banks could only tighten their lending standards. If loans go bad, the losses would be catastrophic. It could even cost President Li his job. Most people would be overjoyed to secure a few million in loans, yet Yun Yi managed to get 90 million? Even if his weight loss pills were that effective, he couldn't have pulled 9 million out of thin air like that. Back when Chen Jianhao was building the Emperor Hotel, he ran around everywhere just to secure a 10 million yuan loan. It took him a full 6 months to finally secure it. Compared to that, Chen Jianhao felt utterly helpless. When does Mr. Yun plan to launch the full-scale sales of the weight loss pills? I see they're still limited edition now. Is this a pre-launch strategy? Bank manager Li asked with a smile. Chen Jianhao perked up his ears to listen. Business owners like him were highly sensitive to such information, as even a casual remark could lead to substantial profits. But Yun Yi merely shook his head. This isn't a teaser. This will be our standard sales approach going forward. President Li paled at the revelation. Mr. Yun, is it because you don't have enough inventory? If you need manpower, I can lend a hand. Chen Jianhao frowned beside him. Such a great product, and instead of aggressively promoting it, he's using scarcity marketing? Don't worry about inventory either. We currently have over 1 million bottles stockpiled in the warehouse. And it'll only keep growing. 10 million bottles shouldn't be a problem at this rate. Yun Yi pondered for a moment before speaking. When he looked up, he met the stunned gazes of the two men. Oh, over 1 million bottles? Li Xing, hold on while I calculate 1 million multiplied by 1500 yuan. 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million, billion. Even branch manager Li was momentarily dumbfounded. He'd never calculated such a sum before. Chen Jianhao then asked for a piece of paper and a pen to calculate. The final result, selling all current inventory, would net a profit of 150 million yuan. Whoa! He sucked in a sharp breath. Even President Li was stunned by the figure. Hold on. Mr. Yun, what did you just say? It'll keep growing from here on out? President Li hurriedly asked. Yes, roughly 10 million bottles. Chapter 20, Online Trolls. 10 million bottles. That's 10 million bottles. What's 150 million times 10? 1.5 billion. Chen Jianhao and President Li were both screaming internally. While President Li was still holding it together, Chen Jianhao had already started silently crunching the numbers. The Emperor Hotel's average daily revenue was 200,000 yuan. That's 6 million a month, 60 million a year. After deducting rent, labor, utilities, and other costs, the net profit would be around 80 to 90 million. Upon realizing this, he suddenly looked up and asked, "Mr. Yun, what's the cost of producing the weight loss pills?" Upon hearing this, the bank manager beside him instantly perked up, turning his gaze toward Yun. "I haven't calculated the cost." Yun shook his head. Seeing this, both men visibly relaxed. The cost of the weight loss pills must be astronomical, right? It made sense. After all, with such a monopolistic product, keeping costs confidential was only natural. It was fine that Yun didn't disclose them, everyone understood implicitly. It's roughly 10 million in costs. But 10 million yuan can dilute it into 10 million bottles. Yun pondered for a moment before replying earnestly. Exchanging points for the weight loss pills required 1,000 points, and obtaining 1,000 points meant purchasing $10 million worth of Eagle Sauce Treasury bonds. Calculated this way, the 10 million cost made perfect sense. But both President Li and Chen Jianhao were dumbfounded. Moments later, a roar erupted from the private room at Qingxin Pavilion, nearly causing the waiter outside holding dishes to drop them in shock. "What did you say? 10 million can dilute 10 million bottles? That averages out to a cost of just 1 yuan per bottle. F. Chen Jianhao hadn't cursed like that in who knows how long. This might be the first time in over a decade. Bank manager Li was stunned. 1 yuan per bottle? Selling it for 1,500 yuan and netting 1,499? Is there such a lucrative, monopolistic venture in this world? And crucially, they're employing scarcity marketing now. They've got no shortage of buyers at all. What's up, Li Xing? Duan Yi and Lu Gui noticed the commotion and rushed over, wondering what was going on. Hold on. You two wait outside. I don't want anyone else knowing what we're discussing right now. Branch manager Li suddenly said sternly. Got it. Duan Yi and Lu Gui exchanged glances. Since Director Li had spoken, they had no choice but to step outside. During the meal service that followed, the three remained silent. President Li pondered why the cost of such a groundbreaking product was so low. Chen Jianhao wondered how such a ridiculously profitable industry could possibly exist. Yun wondered. What are you two doing? Why aren't you saying anything? Is it really that simple, a cost of 1 yuan per bottle? The waiter serving the dishes noticed the tense atmosphere in the private room. He quickly finished serving and promptly withdrew. Mr. Chen, I recall you had something to discuss? President Li suddenly asked with a smile. Ha? Chen Jianhao froze. He didn't have anything to do. What could he possibly have to do? You do have something to do. President Li continued. Yeah, right. I just remembered. Well then, you two enjoy your meal. I'll step out for now. Chen Jianhao instantly understood what the bank manager meant. He scrambled out in a hurry. Now only President Li and Yun remained in the private room. Mr. Yun, I hope everything concerning those weight loss pills stays buried deep inside you. Otherwise, if too many people find out, it will be detrimental to you. Remember that. For instance, if those producing the pills learn about the cost issue, they'll definitely sue you for monopoly. President Li said earnestly. After all, he's still young and doesn't handle things with the same level of care as someone his age. Remember, the most taboo thing for any product is to reveal its cost. And the cost of this weight loss pill Yun developed was simply too staggering. If it ever got out, it would be met with a storm of criticism. The product was already so popular it wouldn't last long. Even without knowing the cost, it would inevitably be criticized. Oh, let them sue then. Who else could possibly make this weight loss pill? Yun remarked nonchalantly. He calmly sipped his tea, smiling at President Li. The weight loss pills provided by the system, no matter how much they're criticized, simply can't deliver remarkable results. After all, its function was clear. If you believe the rumors about it being shady, then just don't buy it. Yun had absolute confidence in this. Mr. Yun will soon find out. Bank manager Li sighed softly. Still, he felt Yun needed to experience certain things firsthand to grasp their implications. For now, he said no more and began eating. It must be said that as the premier hotel in Jiangnan City, the dishes at the Emperor Hotel were truly exceptional. And at this very moment, just as President Li had anticipated, numerous weight loss drug manufacturers had already obtained the first-hand samples. But during analysis and testing, they discovered that many of the substances contained in the pills simply did not exist on Blue Star. These were entirely new, undiscovered substances. The institutions that received this news were utterly shocked. Substances never before seen on Earth? Could it be that the weight loss pills were created by aliens? How could that be possible? With such doubts, the skeptical institutions began their own investigations. Ultimately, everyone reached the same conclusion. They simply couldn't replicate this weight loss drug. Many of its components genuinely didn't exist on Blue Star. So what other methods could be used to suppress this weight loss pill? Since they couldn't produce it, they resorted to making videos to discredit it. Folks, I don't know who developed this weight loss pill, but all I can say is it's utterly heartless. After taking it, I felt dizzy and couldn't muster any energy. This is junk weight loss pills. All those videos online are fake. As for Mr. A, he's just a shady fake busting blogger. He's just putting on a show with Douyin's special effects. The moment the video went live, it instantly caused a huge uproar. And this video shot straight to the top of Douyin's trending list, racking up thousands of likes in no time. At that moment, customers who had intended to buy the diet pills all hesitated. Watching the person in the video screaming accusations at the weight loss pills, they instantly lost all confidence in the product. Damn it, is this weight loss pill fake? What kind of joke is this? FCK, it makes you dizzy and lightheaded? Is this weight loss pills or murder pills? Not buying it. Can I still get a refund for the ones I just bought? I want my money back. Damn it, give us our money back. How dare you treat us like this? Refunds are non-negotiable. In an instant, online sentiment began to shift dramatically. Almost everyone lost faith in this weight loss pill. Chapter 21, 5 million bottles, all released to the market. By the next day, the video had spread like wildfire. But some people found it strange. Those who had taken the weight loss pills saw the video and dismissed it as fake. After all, they hadn't experienced any adverse reactions after using it. They'd even lost 2 or 3 inches. Forget side effects, dizziness? Not a hint of it. So these people started commenting, mostly saying things like no side effects. But the resentment of those unable to buy the pills and the sheer number of uninformed netizens far outweighed their voices. Their faint protests were quickly drowned out. Inside the research institute, flooded with negative reviews and criticism about the weight loss pills on her phone, Lee Rongyu was nearly driven to desperation. Sales had been going well, but now distributors were refusing to take more stock. This time, however, they didn't return the goods outright but chose to wait and see. The distributor who had returned stock the fastest earlier regretted it the most after the pills became a hit. So now, an eerie silence hung over the distributors' group chat. No one spoke, no one replied. Cicely, another blogger, just posted a video bashing our weight loss pills. This one's a fake busting blogger too. Why hasn't a Thai released a statement video yet? Didn't our boss Yoon approach him about a collaboration before? Guing jogged over holding her phone, her face full of reproach. If problems arose right after the diet pills started selling like hotcakes, the consequences would be severe. If they tried to sell it again later, it wouldn't be as easy. I'm not entirely sure. I just called Boss Yoon, and he said it's fine, we should just wait. Lee Rongyu muttered. What good is waiting for him? This is a burning crisis. Guing sighed. What were they going to do? Would they even get paid for their first month on the job? Don't panic yet. Let's wait a bit longer. All we can do now is trust Boss Yoon. Lee Rongyu said. Jiangnan Bank. Staring at the black and white video on his phone, President Lee froze. He never imagined that just after mentioning it yesterday, it would trend on hot searches today. This video was clearly fake, not a shred of evidence, yet they were stubbornly claiming it was caused by drinking until dizzy. There was absolutely no way to verify this. What was even more absurd was that people online actually believed it. Seeing those utterly nonsensical comments gave President Lee a headache. What should he do now? That trending video was already severely impacting the sales of the weight loss pills. After pondering for a moment, President Lee summoned Lu Gaoi into his office. Gaoi, find a way to assist Mr. Yoon. As a product that Jiangnan Bank invested 90 million yuan in, we absolutely cannot have any mishaps. Roger that. Atai, the trust in our weight loss pills has plummeted. What should we do? Atai's team member asked in the office. Atai offered no response, calmly watching a video on Douyin instead. These videos were so over the top that anyone with half a brain could tell it was all staged. Yet countless netizens still couldn't get enough, flooding the comments section below the video. Simple. Give it the cold shoulder. No response, no comment. That's all there is to it. After a moment's thought, Atai suddenly spoke up. The staff member beside her nodded. The internet has no memory. Although Atai was currently caught in a whirlwind of public opinion, in about a week and a half to a month, people would likely forget about the whole thing. As for whether the diet pills were real or fake, what did that have to do with Atai? He merely made a video exposing the scam. As for the actual effects? That's on those who believe the troll's video. It has nothing to do with Atai himself. Atai, the team was planning to approach Mr. Yoon for a collaboration. Could this make him feel disheartened or even refuse to work with us in the future? Someone suddenly asked. No need. The weight loss pills are sold in limited quantities daily now. I doubt he has much stock left himself. I reckon this weight loss pill is just a sunset product. Ha! Allowing only 100 bottles a day? That's like telling people to eat. Atai sneered coldly. The scene of being rejected by Yoon back then seemed vividly before her eyes. As a fake-busting blogger with millions of followers, how could a Thai possibly forget this incident? Since you look down on it, why should I speak up for you? Just to grab some of your barely stocked weight loss pills to sell? What a joke! Meanwhile, Yuni sat at home watching a video on his phone. Zhao Ling paced anxiously beside him, utterly helpless. Mr. Yun, please think of something. Sitting there won't solve anything. Seeing Yun Yi's indifferent expression only made her more anxious. This was a major bank investment project. How could this situation arise? Why the rush? These rumors will soon prove themselves false. Yuni smiled faintly. Mr. Yun, you might not realize how crucial a product's initial impression is to buyers. Now that issues with your product are exploding online, even if they're false, people don't know that. This could easily lead to irreparable damage. Zhao Ling rolled her eyes, baffled by Yun Yi's confidence. The fire was already burning our asses, yet this guy was still acting like he didn't feel a thing. Just wait a bit longer. Yuni yawned, stretching out leisurely on the sofa. Sigh. Seeing this, Zhao Ling could only sit down awkwardly. Though outwardly calm, she felt a surge of anxiety inside. A moment later, there was a knock at the door. Zhao Ling went to open the door, only to find Duan Yi standing there. What brings you here? Zhao Ling was curious. Shouldn't Duan Yi be at work at the bank at this hour? Son, good news. The contract manufacturer has finished diluting 5 million bottles. What should we do next? Duan Yi didn't bother with Zhao Ling, plopping down right in front of Yun Yi. 5 million bottles? Dilution? What does that even mean? A huge question mark appeared above Zhao Ling's head. Yun Yi smiled faintly. It was finally done. Ever since they began selling the weight loss pills, Yun Yi had instructed Duan Yi to commission the contract manufacturer to dilute the pills, specifically to prevent supply shortages. Little did he know that videos like this would surface online so soon. This stockpile of 5 million bottles would come in handy. He pulled out his phone and dialed Li Rongyu. Hello, Sister Li. Mr. Yun, any good news? The distributors aren't responding to me again. Li Rongyu sounded helpless on the other end. Heh, you won't have to worry about that anymore. You might need to get busy. We need you to take delivery of 5 million bottles of weight loss pills. Unloading will be handled by specialized workers, no need to worry about that. 5 million bottles? Boss Yun, what are you up to? Li Rongyu asked in astonishment. Where on earth would 5 million bottles come from? The research institute had at most a few tens of thousands of bottles left in stock. Release them all to the market. In the short term, make sure everyone can buy these weight loss pills. Let them know this product has absolutely no side effects. We won't need to make any statements during this period, just wait for the feedback. Chapter 22, Cargo Drone. Just as Li Rongyu was puzzled, a dozen large trucks loaded with weight loss pills pulled up at the entrance of the research institute. Workers then got out and opened the cargo doors. The trucks were completely filled with weight loss pills. Li Rongyu and Guing, who had just arrived, were stunned. This much? When on earth did Boss Yun manage to procure all this? Recipient, Li Rongyu, correct? We've got 5 million bottles of diet pills here. We'll need you to count them later. The lead driver approached with the delivery slip, flashing a grin at Li Rongyu. 5 million bottles? Li Rongyu asked in disbelief. This was way too fast. Didn't Boss Yun tell you? He commissioned our factory to process 5 million bottles a few days ago. He was generous enough to let us work overtime, so we finally delivered it before the deadline. Guys, start unloading. The lead driver shoved the order slip into Li Rongyu's hands and began directing everyone to start unloading. Meanwhile, Yun Yi on the other end of the line hadn't hung up yet. He continued giving instructions. Distributors should be arriving shortly to pick up the goods. Just give each one 1 million bottles. You only need to handle the inventory count. Leave the rest to me. He said. Mr. Yun, why would any merchant still want to work with us? Li Rongyu asked urgently. She knew that none of the suppliers she was aware of had made a move yet, all waiting to see how we would handle this situation. If we handle it poorly, they'll definitely demand returns. If we handle it well, they'll keep selling either way, the losses aren't significant. Their arrangement with Li Rongyu was to pay her after deducting her commission from the sales of the weight loss pills. This arrangement benefited the distributors, eliminating the risk of holding excess inventory. But Yun Yi faced the risk of delayed payments. Logically speaking, these distributors weren't the most ideal partners. Yet now, hearing Yun Yi say that distributors would soon come to pick up goods and take 1 million bottles at once made her feel like she was dreaming. Leave these matters to me. The research institute has me. It won't collapse. With that, Yun Yi hung up and lay back on the sofa. If it weren't for the weight loss pills' widely recognized effectiveness, which had caused numerous luxury supermarkets to scramble to secure supplies, he'd likely be overwhelmed with work right now. When Mr. A came knocking for a partnership, Yun Yi dismissed him precisely because major retailers had already approached him. Weight loss pills like these weren't suited for online sales. The reason was simple. Revitalize the real economy. Yun Yi understood Dragon Nation's current strategy perfectly. His goal was to build a supremely powerful modern business model. Online shopping simply wasn't part of his considerations. At most, he'll use the internet for promotional purposes. Now, all he needs to do is wait. Once these 5 million bottles of weight loss pills hit the market, they're bound to create a huge sensation. Then people will genuinely start buying them. Once they prove effective, there will be no shortage of advocates speaking up for this weight loss product. Soon, managers from major supermarkets across the country arrived in Jiangnan City, all driving their trucks. They arrived right after the unloading was finished. Li Rongyu was still reeling in shock. He had no idea where Yunyi had found so many retailers, and each one seemed to have struck gold. "Hello, Miss Li. I'm the manager of Yonghui Supermarket." "Hello, Miss Li. I'm the manager of Wanda Supermarket." "Hello, Miss Li." 4 of the nation's top supermarkets had arrived. Several other mid-sized supermarkets also rushed over, dividing up the remaining 1 million bottles. In just half a day, the entire 5 million bottles that had just been delivered were completely snapped up by all the supermarkets. Li Rongyu stood frozen in place. Guing covered her mouth, utterly at a loss. Is it over already? Neither of them had ever imagined selling goods could be this straightforward. One moment they were delivered, the next they were gone. "Cicely, I'm not dreaming, am I?" Guing pinched her thigh hard, wincing at the sharp pain that made her suck in a sharp breath. Only then did she realize she wasn't dreaming. This is real. It's all real. Why are diet pills still selling like hotcakes after all the scandals? Even every major supermarket chain in the Dragon Kingdom is scrambling to get their hands on the stock. Could it be that Boss Yoon isn't just an ordinary person? Li Rongyu pondered aloud as she spoke to herself. Forget about it, Sister Li, selling every last weight loss pill right now is absolutely a good thing for us. Awesome. The research institute won't have to shut down. Guing, that carefree girl, was perfectly content as long as the research institute stayed afloat. At that moment, amidst the heated discussions on Douyin about the dizziness and side effects caused by the weight loss pills, a bombshell announcement broke. Yonghui Supermarket announces the launch of 1 million bottles of weight loss pills. 1 million in stock, first come, first served. Wanda Supermarket announces the launch of 1 million bottles of weight loss pills. 1 million in stock, first come, first served. Holy crap! This is insane. The side effects of these diet pills aren't even clear yet, and some people have already sent them to testing agencies. If any side effects are exposed later, it'll be a total disaster. And yet some supermarket is willing to stock these pills under these circumstances? Aren't they worried about no one buying them and ending up with 1 million bottles sitting on the shelves? That's 1 million bottles. Even ordinary potato chips wouldn't pile up that much inventory. But some people who don't believe in the side effects are getting restless. Diet pills that were usually impossible to find were now stocked by the million. They were sure to get their hands on some. Yun-Yi couldn't care less about all this external commotion. Anyway, sales had already started gradually. Once people saw results, the diet pills would sell themselves. He opened the system's exchange panel while Zhao Ling was out. System points, 8,000. Mineral water. Medical pod. Drones. Ha! A drone? Curious, Yun-Yi tapped open the drone's exchange interface to read the description. Cargo drone price, 2,000 points. Description: capable of carrying approximately 100 to 500 gene 50 to 250 kilograms of cargo with simple operation. Each drone can be controlled via a mobile app. However, it serves little practical purpose. The system recommends purchasing an aerospace warship instead, as drone delivery is no longer mainstream in the advanced future. Reading to the end, Yun-Yi smiled faintly. No need to worry about weight loss pills for now. Might as well get a drone for fun. Click. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully redeeming the cargo drone. 2,000 points deducted. System points, 6,000. Chapter 23, lifting 100 pounds of cement? Remember, there's also a drone manufacturer in Longwei called Dejiang. They claim to be the world's leading drone manufacturer, offering an extensive product range including consumer-grade, professional-grade, and industrial-grade drones. In today's global drone market, Dejiang undoubtedly reigns supreme as the dominant force in the industry. Even the Eagle Nation has been troubled by this for quite some time. After all, in the past, the Eagle Nation had falsely accused and framed companies in many industries, imposed trade restrictions, and squeezed out numerous Dragon Nation enterprises and products. But Dejiang drones are different. Facing pressure from the Eagle Nation, they have repeatedly forced the Eagle Nation to lift sanctions. You want China to pay over 2 billion in fines? They simply refuse. No matter how high the tariffs soared, DJI matched them dollar for dollar, passing the burden directly onto American consumers. Remarkably, this strategy didn't dent sales, they surged. Even more surreal is that the more sanctions imposed, the better Dejiang performs. This behavior nearly made the eagle-eyed folks curse out loud, and it also exposed a fatal flaw in their sanction strategy. Payload capacity from 100 to 500 gene? This drone seems even more capable than Dejiang's. Yun-Yi took a deep breath. If loaded with 100 to 500 gene of explosives, wouldn't that strike fear into every nation? Ding! Please select the airdrop location for the drone. The manufacturing blueprints for the payload drone will be distributed simultaneously. Wait, system, just give it to me already? Yun-E nearly lost his confidence. He'd assumed it was just exchanging blueprints, but unexpectedly, it asked for the drone's delivery address. After a moment's thought, Yun-E got up and headed out to the research institute. Was there any open space larger than that desolate place at the research institute? System, how many drones are you planning to send this time? Ding! Host, this purchase consists of 10,000 drones. Holy crap! 10,000 drones? That'd be enough to blot out the sky if they all took flight. With that thought, Yun-E quickened his pace. Research Institute. Li Ronyu hadn't clocked out yet. She was still reeling from the shock of securing 5 million bottles from major supermarkets across the Dragon Nation. Buzz buzz buzz. What was that noise? Just as Li Ronyu was about to take inventory of the weight loss pills, she suddenly heard a buzzing sound outside. Guing flung open the door, panting heavily. Li. Sister Li, it's bad. There are tons of drones hovering over our research institute. What? Li Ronyu frowned. What was going on? Why would drones appear over the research institute? Could it be that a supplier had leaked the address, attracting attention and prompting people to flock with drones to take photos or videos? With that thought, Li Ronyu stepped outside. The moment she stepped outside, she was stunned. A vast swarm of drones filled the sky, obscuring the sun like a plague of locusts. My goodness, how many drones are there? Li Ronyu's jaw nearly dropped. When had she ever witnessed such a breathtaking spectacle of so many drones taking flight together? Beneath the swarm of drones, Li Ronyu suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Mr. Yun. Guing noticed it too. Could it be that all these drones were? Yun-E approached the two women and said, "Is there any spare space left at the research institute? I plan to use it for parking drones." "These drones are all yours?" Li Ronyu's voice rose several octaves. Guing stood beside her, utterly speechless with disbelief. "Are you kidding me? All these drones belong to Boss Yun? Did this guy rob the Dejiang Company warehouse?" Yes, they are. But these drones were originally intended for food delivery and courier services. After all, their payload capacity ranges from 100 to 500 gene. Yun-E explained. The system had already detailed the drone's capabilities during the journey. Delivering takeout in packages posed no issues. In fact, if manufactured according to the blueprints, each drone's power supply would last a full decade without needing recharging, regardless of usage. 100 to 500 gene. Li Ronyu nearly screamed. Gu Ying's hands were trembling. Bro, seriously? Just a few days apart and you've pulled off this mind-blowing product? Are you even human or some kind of god? A drone with a payload capacity ranging from 100 to 500 gene? Even Dejiang, the world's top drone company, couldn't build something like this. Are you kidding me? Using this thing for delivery or takeout is like using a cannon to swat a fly. If deployed on the battlefield, it would be a weapon far more terrifying than death itself. Imagine a drone appearing on the battlefield. Soldiers laugh it off, thinking nothing of it. But as it approaches, they realize it's carrying 500 gene of explosives. Who wouldn't get goosebumps seeing that? Yeah, what's the problem? I think it's pretty impractical. Some packages weigh way more than 500 pounds. Yun-E shook his head. The drone's drawbacks were glaringly obvious. Its payload capacity was a mere 100 to 500 gene. That's simply insufficient for delivering larger takeout orders or packages. At the same time, the manufacturing blueprints for the drone automatically appeared in his mind. Yun-E was astonished to discover that the materials required for building the drone were surprisingly simple, almost all readily available on the market. Li Ronyu was utterly speechless. She was truly speechless. Is Boss Yun just showing off? How could this not be practical? It's practically revolutionary. It was hard to imagine the sensation such drones would cause if they hit the market. Come on, let's test it out. Yun-E pointed to a bag of cement nearby. Li Ronyu glanced over the cement, weighed at least 50 kilograms, or 100 gene. Guing shook her head in disbelief. Mr. Yun, it's not that I don't believe you, but a drone carrying cement is just absurd. It's simply impossible. The two urged him. It's fine. We have to try. Go get me a rope. Seeing Yun-E's persistence, they said no more. Guing turned and ran into the research institute to find a rope. Moments later, Yun-E secured the rope tightly, attaching a bag of cement to the front of a drone hovering before him. Alright, start it up. Under the watchful eyes of the three, the drone slowly began to ascend. But the cement was simply too heavy. Even when the rope was taut, it couldn't lift the load. Seeing this, Li Ronyu felt not the slightest surprise. Seriously? If even Dejiang's drone couldn't carry cement, what other drone could possibly carry? Damn it! It's lifting it! That drone simply couldn't lift it. But suddenly, all four propellers revved up, instantly lifting a 100-pound bag of cement. The entire process was effortless. Lee Rongyu, Sigma. Gooing, oh. Chapter 24, Weight Loss Pills Selling Like Hotcakes. Neither of them had ever witnessed anything like this in their lives. Cement and drones had zero connection. No one even imagined drones could carry cement. But now, there it was, right before their eyes. And it looked effortless. Even Lee Rongyu felt the drone could handle more. 100 pounds was nothing. How do you operate this thing? It looks pretty complicated. Yuni pulled out his phone and tapped a few times. The latest app provided by the system had finished downloading, but its intricate functions left Yuni feeling overwhelmed. As he randomly tapped, the drone performed daring maneuvers in the air while carrying the cement. One moment it spun 360 degrees, the next it dove sharply, then suddenly ascended. Lee Rongyu and Gooing watched with hearts in their throats, terrified the 100-pound cement might suddenly plummet. Yet to their astonishment, the cement remained perfectly still. Despite the drone's breathtaking maneuvers, it managed to keep the cement securely suspended by its rope. Mr. Yun. Mr. Yun, please wait. I'm worried the drone might crash. Lee Rongyu said timidly. Yes, Mr. Yun, let's bring it down and study it carefully. Gooing nodded in agreement. How do I land it? Let me see. Yuni nodded, then continued fiddling with his phone. But unexpectedly, it spiraled out of control. All the drones in the air began flying wildly. At that very moment, the two finally understood what it meant to be swarming like bees. The scene was nothing short of breathtaking. After frantically scrambling for a while, the three of them finally managed to calm all the drones in the sky. Following the instructions on Yunyi's phone app, all 10,000 drones landed on the open field. Looking at the massive pile of finished drones, Lee Rongyu wondered if they should call security to watch over them. After all, the quantity was simply staggering. Mr. Yun, what are you going to do with all these drones? Lee Rongyu was thoroughly puzzled. To sell them. Just look at them. Delivery services and food delivery companies would be fighting over these things. People in those specialized industries have been working too hard. A drone priced at just 1,000 yuan could handle so many tasks. It's a surefire moneymaker. Yuni said with a cheerful smile. 1,000 yuan drone that can carry loads from 100 to 500 pounds. This thing should be selling for 100,000 yuan, damn it. Delivering packages and takeout? Don't limit yourself to just those two things. Why not hand it over to the government to transport artillery shells and ammunition? If that's not feasible, load it up with a few 100 pounds of explosives and fly it over. It'd scare people's pants off. Mr. Yun, selling this drone for 1,000 yuan is far too cheap. My recommendation is to raise the price to 10,000 yuan. There are only a handful of drones in the world capable of such payloads. I've never heard of one that could lift off with a bag of cement. Not even Daejeong Corporation has this kind of technology. Gooing exclaimed in astonishment. 10,000 yuan would make it unaffordable for the average person. Like weight loss pills, I want ordinary people to be able to afford my product. Yuni shook his head. He simply didn't care about how much money he made. Anyway, he still had 6,000 system points to burn. Instead of splurging, he might as well do something more meaningful. That's too extravagant. Drones like that are only used for food delivery and courier services. Lee Rongyu gaped. Why couldn't the Eagle sanctions touch Daejeong Corporation? Precisely because of industry-wide technological monopolies. The complex drone technologies involved were simply beyond the Eagle's capabilities to replicate. Now, Daejeong Group integrates civilian and military applications. No matter how complex the environment or technology, they can handle it. But compared to the drones Yuni developed, it was like comparing fireflies to the moon. Let's sell a few units in a couple of days to test the waters. But since we don't have a complete supply chain yet, let's limit production to 10 units per day for now. Yuni pondered for a moment before saying. The blueprints were ready, and materials were readily available, but the crucial issue was the lack of factory space to establish an assembly line. Current inventory was only around 10,000 units. Oh, how's the weight loss pill project going? The supermarket managers haven't called me back, so I'm not really sure what the current situation is. Yuni scratched his head. We should focus on the diet pills for now. Oh, we haven't heard anything either. It's just. Before Lee Rongyu could finish, Yunyi's phone suddenly buzzed with a text notification. Ding. Your bank account has just received a deposit of 135 million. Ding. Your bank account has just received a deposit of 135 million. Ding. Your bank account has just received 63 million. Whoa, not bad. Did you sell everything? Yuni smiled faintly, then opened his mobile banking app. The total amount deposited into his account had already surpassed 600 million, and new deposit notifications kept coming in. It seemed those 5 million bottles were nearly sold out. Lee Rongyu had lost count of how many times Yuni had stunned her. A cash deposit of 600 million meant that roughly 70–80% of the 5 million bottles of weight loss pills had already been sold. How long had it even been? A day? Nearly 5 million bottles of weight loss pills sold in less than a day. If someone had presented this figure to Li Rongyu before, he would never have believed it. Forget weight loss pills, even products with extremely low unit prices couldn't achieve such results. This pace is acceptable, but we'll need to limit sales once we hit another 5 million bottles. If it weren't for those videos bashing the pills, I wouldn't have bothered stocking so many to sell. Yunyi shrugged indifferently, then tapped his phone. Instantly, Li Rongyu and Gu Ying's phones buzzed. This is the project bonus. More will follow. I still need funds for other ventures right now, Yunyi stated. The two opened their phones to find the amount was utterly staggering. The countless zeros made them wonder if their phones were malfunctioning, displaying an error. 1 million. 1 million. It's 1 million. My goodness. Gu Ying danced excitedly. Li Rongyu's pale hands trembled uncontrollably. How many years had it been since they'd seen such a large sum of money? They hadn't done anything, yet they'd won a 1 million yuan prize. This was incredible. The two women were practically ready to leap up and hug Yunyi, kissing him passionately. And both secretly vowed to themselves they would help Yunyi make even more money in the future. This guy actually gives out bonuses when he's got money. Meanwhile, the internet exploded with excitement. Countless people shared their personal reviews of the weight loss pills, reporting absolutely no side effects whatsoever. In fact, the product's approval rating has reached a staggering 99%. The remaining 1% were all deliberate smear campaigns. As I listened to her subordinates report, the world spun around her. Damn it! Why didn't I post a video defending Yunyi earlier? Why? Atai raged furiously in his office. Chapter 25, Drone Delivery. And it's a washing machine. As of now, all 5 million bottles of weight loss pills across major supermarkets have sold out. Now, let's hear from our reporter on the front lines. The TV broadcasted scenes of residents frantically snatching up weight loss pills at supermarkets. Yunyi and Zhao Ling had just finished eating and were lying on the sofa, comfortably watching the news. Cut 2. Hello everyone, I'm reporter Yu Wenba. What we're seeing now is the final batch of approximately 10,000 bottles of diet pills remaining in stock at Wanda supermarket. This is the last bit of the 5 million bottles left, so don't push me. Don't push me. Let me grab one. I'm a reporter. Let me buy one. Damn it, why are you grabbing it directly? Before reporter Yu Wenba could finish his sentence, he couldn't resist diving in to frantically grab bottles as he watched the dwindling supply on the shelves. He managed to grab a dozen bottles in one mighty scoop, but in an instant, the pills in his arms were snatched away by the surrounding crowd. Seeing this, the news channel immediately cut back to the anchor. Ahem, let Yu Wenba grab a few bottles for me too. Ha! Ah! Esteemed viewers, this is Jiangnan TV reporting. The host had barely finished his voiceover when he realized the camera had cut back to him. The news channel swiftly switched to a commercial break. Yunyi smiled helplessly. Were these diet pills really that effective? The way people scrambled for them was like starving refugees who'd gone without food for centuries suddenly seeing meat buns. Mr. Yun, your weight loss pills have been an incredible success. Our bank president had been troubled by those online videos for ages, but you effortlessly resolved it with your massive supply. Now everyone online who's taken the pills is posting videos condemning the creator of that side effects video. They've bombarded them until their account went private. Zhao Ling smiled, gazing at Yunyi's profile with eyes sparkling with admiration. She was utterly in awe of Yunyi now. She had the bank, and even President Li had thought several times that this weight loss pill was beyond saving. Yet Yunyi had single-handedly restored this weight loss pill to its former glory. Even now, with 5 million bottles sold out, Zhao Ling could scarcely believe it wasn't a dream. Knock knock knock. A knock sounded at the door. Zhao Ling opened the door to find it was none other than President Li. Mr. Li, what brings you here? She hurriedly invited him into the living room. Mr. Yun, your weight loss pills are selling like hotcakes. They're already sold out in less than a day. I've seen plenty of products over the years, but none have achieved this kind of success. President Li exclaimed with great excitement. Despite his advanced age, he now seemed like an old child at play. And without realizing it, the distance between him and Yunyi had grown a bit closer. As a bank president, he'd dealt with countless business people over the years. Even the most formidable among them had never achieved what Yunyi had accomplished in less than a day, selling 5 million bottles and generating 750 million yuan in sales. Moreover, even if this weight loss pill were priced at several thousand or even over 10,000 yuan, there would still be buyers. If that were the case, the sales revenue could multiply several times over. Just luck, that's all. How come you have time to visit me today, President Li? Yunyi asked with a cheerful smile. Well, I took some weight loss pills, so I'm bursting with energy. I was just out for a walk and happened to pass by, so I dropped in. Zhao Ling, pour me a glass of water over there, I'm parched. President Li gave Zhao Ling a meaningful glance. She immediately understood and hurried off to fetch water. It seemed bank manager Li had something to discuss with Mr. Yun. Mr. Yun, I'm here primarily to discuss that 90 million yuan loan. Bank manager Li rubbed his hands together. But don't misunderstand, I'm only here to discuss the matter. You see, this 90 million is essentially the bank's investment capital. Given the current returns, how should we allocate the profits? President Lee inquired cautiously. When Lu Gui first approached them, he hadn't even considered any returns. He'd just been grateful if Yuni could repay the 90 million in the end. But now, with the weight loss pill market booming, the bank couldn't resist wanting a piece of the pie. Back then, not only Lu Gui, but even President Lee and the entire bank had doubted Yunyi's chances of success. Yet here he was, having succeeded, and succeeded spectacularly. Mr. Lee, back then, you certainly didn't think my weight loss pills would sell this well, did you? Yuni said with a cheerful smile, neither humble nor arrogant. Ah, well, we just didn't recognize your brilliance back then, Mr. Yun. President Lee replied with a smile. Hearing this, Yuni paused to reflect. After all, the 90 million yuan loan had been deposited directly into his account. Without that 90 million, who knew what other means he would have had to come up with to acquire the points for the weight loss pills? As for splitting the money, that's actually no problem. We can split the money, but we'll need to delay the timing. Because I still need the money for other things right now. Yuni said. What else might Mr. Yun be planning? Postponing is certainly no problem. Bank manager Lee inquired with a smile. With the weight loss pills as a starting point, he increasingly felt that this young man, Yun, was far more than he appeared on the surface. Just then, Yunyi's phone rang. Hello? Your package has arrived. Could you please pick it up at the counter? It's ready. After hanging up, Yuni walked straight to the window. Bank manager Lee, having overheard the conversation, grew puzzled. A package? Pick it up at the window? What kind of scheme is this? I plan to use the next batch of funds to develop drones. Yuni said as he opened the window. Mr. Yun, the drone market has long been monopolized by Daejeon Corporation. Their drones are cutting-edge technology. And the money from selling weight loss pills probably won't be enough to compete with Daejeon, right? Bank manager Lee scratched his head. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the sound of propellers whirred outside the window. Moments later, a drone appeared before the two men. President Lee was somewhat stunned. They're using drones for deliveries now? But when he saw the washing machine hanging beneath the drone, he instantly lost his composure. What the hell is this? The shock was palpable in his voice. A drone carrying a washing machine upstairs? That thing looked like it weighed at least several dozen kilograms. Could a drone handle that kind of weight? Mr. Lee, allow me to explain. This is my newly developed payload drone, capable of carrying loads ranging from 100 to 500 gene. But it's currently only being used in the food delivery and courier industries. I previously sent a few units to food delivery points in courier stations near my residence. I didn't expect it to be put to use so quickly. Yuni watched as the drone slowly carried the washing machine through the window and descended. President Lee was utterly horrified. Holy! A drone carrying a washing machine up to the apartment. Chapter 26, The Unbelievably Generous Perks at Uni Research Institute. Had the world turned upside down, or had he? Sweat pouring down his face, Director Lee stared at the drone before him. The rope had already slackened, and the drone continued flying away through the window. Mr. Lee, could you give me a hand? It's a bit heavy. Yuni tried lifting it but found it impossible to move alone, forcing him to reluctantly ask Director Lee for help. The latter nodded blankly, then joined Yuni in hauling the washing machine inside. After setting it down, Bank manager Lee still couldn't quite believe what he'd just witnessed. It was utterly unbelievable. A drone delivering a washing machine? He'd only ever seen such scenes in sci-fi movies. Wait a minute. Mr. Yun, how many of these drones do you have? President Lee suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Just imagine if all these drones were deployed on a battlefield, the impact would be absolutely explosive. About 10,000 units. Since I currently lack factory assembly lines, I possess the technology but no production facilities. The quantity remains limited. Yuni shook his head. He would still need to acquire a dedicated factory himself to focus solely on drone production. He was confident that once such a product hit the market, it would create a sensation. The applications for drone products were incredibly broad. Aerial photography and filming were just the basics. Beyond that, they could be used for surveying and construction, emergency response, disaster relief, and much more. For instance, during earthquakes, drones could be deployed to survey the disaster zone. Given their payload capacity, they could also airdrop supplies to help survivors in affected areas. 10,000 units of the exact type I just saw? Bank President Lee asked incredulously. His voice trembled slightly at that moment. This was far too practical. So practical that even Daejeon Corporation, a major player in the global drone industry, couldn't possibly develop such a drone. Mr. Yun, I've changed my mind. President Lee suddenly said with a serious expression. What? What decision? Yuni was taken aback by his abrupt change. I've decided to make an additional investment in the bank's name. How about 100 million? Is that sufficient? President Lee pressed. He now realized Yuni was like Doraemon, always pulling out some cutting-edge tech out of nowhere. Actually, I don't really need the investment right now. Yuni scratched his head. He had originally planned to repay the outstanding 90 million first. Why was he being asked to invest more now? Mr. Yun, if you accept my investment, you'll become Jiangnan Bank's most esteemed client. And let's be honest, cash flow is what matters most in business. Trust me, you won't regret it. Bank President Lee declared with unwavering confidence. He frequently dealt with business people and understood the ropes. Although the weight loss pills were selling exceptionally well, setting up factories and assembly lines would require a massive amount of cash. I have only one condition: I want a 10% stake in every product you produce going forward. President Lee fixed his gaze on Yuni. 10%, the figure seemed modest. But keep in mind, Yuni was providing all the technology. Assuming Jiangnan Bank held a 10% stake in the weight loss pills, then the revenue from 5 million bottles would amount to 60 million. That figure was staggering. President Lee, you're being too shrewd. You want 10% of my shares for just 100 million? Yun-yi chuckled. But he didn't pursue the matter further, knowing President Lee had more to say. Whenever you need funds in the future, Jiangnan Bank will provide them unconditionally. The ceiling? 1 billion. And don't worry about 10 billion being insufficient. That figure only accounts for our current products. I see tremendous future market potential in weight loss drugs and drones. Should any other cutting-edge technologies emerge later, I have the authority to raise the investment ceiling. President Lee waved his hand dismissively, signaling Yun-yi not to worry about the investment ceiling. Yun-yi was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected President Lee to be so decisive, offering a 10 billion yuan investment ceiling right off the bat. Given this calculation, a 10% stake truly wasn't much. Then let's proceed with our collaboration. Yun-yi extended his hand. President Lee smiled, and the two effectively sealed their strategic partnership agreement. No problem. Happy cooperation. Would you like me to help you find a factory site? Our bank often has properties pledged as collateral, and they're quite affordable. I can secure the best possible terms for you, Mr. Yun. Bank manager Lee inquired tentatively. Since they were now in the same boat, President Lee would certainly strive to find ways to benefit Yun-yi. That would be most welcome. Yun-yi nodded. He couldn't shake the feeling that this President Lee was like a second system. Whenever he needed something, it just appeared. Very well, Mr. Yun. Please await my update. I'll return to handle this matter first. President Lee said with a smile before departing. After the two finished talking, Zhao Ling finally emerged from the room. Mr. Yun, have you two finished talking? She glanced around and saw that President Lee was no longer present, then breathed a sigh of relief before stepping out. President Lee has left. There should be no need for you to keep watching me now. I just discussed the loan matter with Mr. Lee. Why don't you go back to work? Yun-yi asked. Now that the 90 million loan was no longer a concern, and even President Lee was actively courting her for investment. So Zhao Ling had no reason to stay any longer. Earlier, when President Lee forgot to include him, it was simply because he was rushing to handle the factory site issue at Jiangnan Bank. Actually, I was dismissed the moment I made that loan error. If Mr. Yun resolves the loan issue now, I'll have no choice but to look for another job. Zhao Ling's eyes dimmed slightly. At the bank, misdirecting a loan to the wrong account was a serious matter in itself. But this time, the amount was too large, so the bank had no choice but to let her go. Before resigning, however, she had one final task: to keep a close watch on Yun-yi and ensure she didn't escape. Otherwise, the entire 90 million yuan debt would likely fall squarely on Zhao Ling's shoulders. How about working at my research institute? The salary and benefits are the same as there's a monthly wage of 5,000 yuan, 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, meals and accommodation provided, with regular holidays and weekends off. Yun-yi smiled faintly. Her business was expanding rapidly. Li Rongyu and Guing alone were clearly insufficient. Sometimes they even had to handle other tasks. Zhao Ling, who worked at the bank, could also handle miscellaneous tasks at the research institute, such as inventory checks and data compilation. Having worked at a bank, she should handle these tasks without issue. This pay, it's even better than what I get at the bank. Zhao Ling nearly jumped out of her skin. A monthly salary of 5,000 yuan, 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, weekends and holidays off? She couldn't even tell if this job was civil service or what. MHM. Just gave those 2 employees a 1 million yuan bonus. If you want it, you can have it too. Yun-yi smiled faintly. Hearing this, Zhao Ling was utterly stunned. Chapter 27, I am the founder of Dejiang Company. All she could think about now was that 1 million. Back when she worked at the bank, she had rarely seen deposits or transfers of such large sums. The only time was that 90 million loan, which ended up being transferred to the wrong account. Her monthly salary was around 4 or 5,000, and she had to work overtime every day. And Yun-yi just handed over a 1 million yuan bonus like it was nothing? For a fleeting moment, Zhao Ling felt working under Yun-yi was far more comfortable than her days at the bank. At least this guy actually splurges on bonuses when he makes money. Me, am I really qualified? Zhao Ling hesitated. No problem. And the work is simple. Start by handling the finances. You'll handle all future warehouse inventory counts. Sound good? Yun Yi nodded. Sure. These tasks weren't particularly difficult, and Zhao Ling felt she could handle them perfectly well. Alright, I'll give you the address. Just mention I sent you when you arrive. The two exchanged contact information, and Yun Yi added Zhao Ling to their small 3-person group chat for the research institute. Oh, a newcomer? Judging by the profile pic, she's still a young girl. Could she be Boss Yun's mistress on the side? Guang, don't talk nonsense. Hey, I was just joking around. Zhao Ling's face flushed bright red upon seeing the chat while heading to the research institute. Judging by their profile pictures, the other two seemed to be women too, and they didn't look too difficult to get along with. Dajiang Corporation. Chairman's office. A subordinate was reporting. President Tao, it's been reported that a drone manufactured by another company has appeared in Jiangnan City. And this drone possesses technology we don't have. Wang Tao, who had been reviewing documents at his desk. Upon hearing this, he instantly looked up with curiosity. He then asked with a hint of amusement, is there drone technology we can't develop now? Tell me more. Well, according to our company's investigation, that drone can carry a payload of 100 gene. Thud. Before he could finish, the pen in Wang Tao's raised right hand clattered onto the desk. Actually, Mr. Tao, it's not just 100 gene, it's a payload capacity ranging from 100 gene to 500 gene. The subordinate was about to continue, but Wang Tao abruptly stood up. Did I hear you correctly? You just said the drone can carry loads ranging from 100 gene to 500 gene? Are you serious? Wang Tao couldn't believe it, there was actually a drone like this in the world. After all, Dajiang's current drone products could barely handle a payload of 10 gene at most that was already pushing the limits. Over the years, Dajiang had poured immense financial resources, manpower, and materials into developing new products, striving to push the boundaries of drone payload capacity. The research teams and equipment were incredibly costly. Yet even with such resources, they'd made no progress after 2 or 3 years. Wang Tao had even considered abandoning the project. And now, out of nowhere, a drone with a payload capacity of 100 to 500 gene? Wang Tao understood exactly what this meant. It meant that the billions they'd poured into researching drone payload capacity over the past few years had all gone down the drain. Over $1 billion yuan. If you dumped that much cash into water, you'd probably hear it splash. Not only had they failed to produce results, but now someone else had snatched the lead out of nowhere. Mr. Tao, it's true. And we've identified who developed that drone. Based on information from delivery stations and food delivery hubs, we've identified a young man as the suspect. As the subordinate spoke, he placed photos of Yun Yi buying groceries early in the morning on Wang Tao's desk. That's him? Wang Tao looked utterly stunned. A young man had developed such a high-tech drone. That's correct. We've verified it through multiple sources. We've confirmed it's the young man in the photo. But there's one thing that's very strange. The subordinate hesitated, unsure whether to speak up. Go on. Wang Tao motioned for him to continue. After developing the cargo drone, this young man didn't seek out contract manufacturers or start producing and selling it himself. Instead, he first delivered several units to the nearby parcel stations and food delivery hubs near his home. Why didn't he pursue mass production and commercialization? After investigating the specifics, his subordinate found this particularly puzzling. Logically speaking, developing such a groundbreaking product should guarantee some profit unless you're a saint who doesn't care about money. Yet Yun Yi did the opposite, neither monetizing nor mass producing it. He simply delivered a few units to nearby delivery and takeout stations. Could it be he merely wanted to improve his own life? Hearing this, Wang Tao fell silent. It made perfect sense. Do you have any contact information or an address? Wang Tao asked. He still intended to meet this young man in person before making any decisions. For no other reason than this, Yun Yi's ability to develop drones with payloads ranging from 100 to 500 gene was reason enough for Wang Tao, founder of Dajiang Company, to make the trip himself. No matter how far-fetched his subordinate's claims might be, he insisted on seeing the actual product before making a decision. No contact information, but I do have an address. Book me the fastest flight to Jiangnan City. Make it quick. Understood. After his subordinate left, the office fell silent. The weight loss pills were now selling without any issues whatsoever. After the initial 5 million bottles sold out, many people practically went crazy for this product. Although another 5 million bottles had been produced, Yun Yi had no intention of continuing unlimited supply this time. This left those who hadn't managed to secure the weight loss pills earlier wailing in frustration. At home, Yun Yi stared at the system's exchange panel. Damn, each exchange costs 1,000 points. To keep exchanging, you have to spend another 1,000 points. And this weight loss pill doesn't even have any technical components, it's entirely diluted with the system's resources. Yun Yi was speechless. It seemed he'd have to reduce the supply of weight loss pills going forward. Otherwise, the final 5 million bottles would sell out in no time. Spending 1,000 points on this stuff later wouldn't feel worth it. Unless one was desperate for cash. But Uni was definitely not short on money now. With the guarantee from President Lee, he could simply borrow from Jiangnan Bank whenever he needed funds. Better get started on the drone first. He picked up a crumpled sheet of A4 paper from the table. It detailed the drone's technical specifications, along with the corresponding materials and components. Knock knock knock. A knock sounded at the door. Ha! Who could it be this late? Curious, Uni opened the door to find a seemingly ordinary middle-aged man standing there. Mr. Yun, hello. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Wang Tao, founder of Dejiang Drones. Wang Tao smiled faintly as he spoke. Chapter 28, Can I buy one bottle? I missed out before. Someone from Dejiang Company? Uni paused in surprise. He hadn't expected Dejiang Company to come knocking so soon. Come in. What brings you here? Uni had already guessed the purpose of their visit today. He hadn't kept the cargo drones a secret. Instead, he generously gifted them to nearby delivery stations and food delivery hubs. Wang Tao found a place to sit down and first surveyed the apartment's surroundings. He noticed that while the small room didn't appear overly luxurious, it actually had a distinctly shabby feel to it. Is this the environment where Mr. Yun conducts his research? Wang Tao didn't answer his own question but countered instead. That's none of your concern. I have my own secrets. Mr. Wang, you're here about the drone today, right? Uni said indifferently. Precisely. Wang Tao smiled faintly. He enjoyed dealing with clever people like Uni. May I take a look at the drone model Mr. Yun has developed? To be honest, Dejiang Company's team spent years of effort and still couldn't develop a drone with a payload exceeding 20 gene. Now someone tells me your drone can carry loads ranging from 100 to 500 gene. I find that hard to believe. Wang Tao cut straight to the point. When communicating with a talent like Yuni, there was no need for beating around the bush. Stating one's purpose directly sufficed. How much do you weigh, Mr. Wang? Yuni ignored him, walking straight into the room before pulling out a drone of moderate size. I weigh about 120 gene. Would you like me to demonstrate it for you, Mr. Yun? Wang Tao glanced at the drone in his hand. On the surface, it didn't seem particularly remarkable. Why could it handle payloads ranging from 100 to 500 gene? Its similarity to the drone developed by Dejiang Company reached 80%. If not for his subordinate witnessing the video firsthand, Wang Tao might have suspected Yuni was trying to fool him with their own company's product. Hearing is deceiving, seeing is believing. I'm not trying to brag, but this drone really is that impressive. Yun-Yi shrugged. When Wang Tao tried it out, he instinctively grabbed a handle on the underside of the drone. After a couple of taps on his phone, the drone instantly activated. Within seconds, Wang Tao was stunned to feel an upward force lift his entire body off the ground. And throughout the entire process, there wasn't the slightest wobble. The drone was soaring steadily. Holy crap! Wang Tao had to admit, he was witnessing what might be the greatest drone creation ever. This was unbelievable. A drone that could actually carry a person. If applied to other tasks, the results would be beyond imagination. Mr. Yun, that's enough. Put me down now. Wang Tao said. Yuni then continued operating the drone via the mobile app. He had spent considerable time developing the app at the Research Institute, finally mastering some of its technical operations. Inside the apartment, the drone descended slowly, and Wang Tao's feet finally touched the ground again. Mr. Yun, is this the drone you developed? Wang Tao asked, his heart racing as he watched the drone's propellers cease their spinning motion. That's correct. Do you have any in stock? 10,000 units, though I've shipped out quite a few. Yun-Yi answered truthfully. That many? Wang Tao was stunned. 10,000 drones, without a factory or production line? How on earth did he make them all? Unbelievable. Mr. Yun, would you be willing to sell the blueprints for this payload drone? Trust me, Dejiang Corporation will offer a fair price. Wang Tao finally voiced the reason he'd come here. After witnessing the cargo drone's capabilities firsthand, Wang Tao was now desperate to acquire its blueprints. For this purpose, he had even prepared several 100 million yuan in bank cards. Not for sale. To his surprise, Yuni shook his head. This drone was originally designed to serve the people and bring convenience to ordinary citizens. Workers performing high-altitude tasks or professionals in specialized industries can purchase my drone, which will offer them significant advantages. It must be said, Yuni's words made Wang Tao suddenly realize that this young man before him was not the kind of person he had come to know. After a minute of silence, Wang Tao couldn't help but applaud. Honestly, Mr. Yun, I admire your vision. But business is business, it's not about personal connections. The reason our Dejiang Company has managed to survive under Eagle's relentless pursuit and blockade isn't just because of our outstanding technical capabilities, it's largely due to our own business acumen. I came here today intending to persuade you to abandon the drone path, but now I realize how superficial that was. I thought you were a competitor, but I never imagined you'd think this way. Wang Tao chuckled softly, the wariness in his eyes toward Yun-Yi fading slightly. It's fine. I understand. Yun-Yi nodded. As the head of the world's largest drone company, Wang Tao's actions were understandable. How about we try a different approach? I'm very interested in your drones. Based on the technology you possess, I'll invest 10 billion. But the condition is that I get a 10% share of future drone sales revenue after costs are deducted. If you agree, I'll transfer the funds immediately tomorrow. After speaking, Wang Tao looked at Yun-Yi with a smile. The latter paused for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. What shocked him wasn't the money, he genuinely wasn't short on funds right now. He still had 10 billion yuan untouched from the Jiangnan Bank. Now another 10 billion had been added. Yun-Yi sighed inwardly. It seemed that sometimes, being too outstanding wasn't a good thing, otherwise, money would come knocking on its own. With our Dejiang Corporation backing and your technology, I'm confident this drone will soon shine brightly in the market. Wang Tao declared with unwavering confidence. He was filled with anticipation for the drone's future potential. With a payload capacity ranging from 100 to 500 gene, the operational possibilities are vast. It won't just be for civilian use, it could even serve military purposes. Mr. Wang, I'll need some time to consider this matter. If I decide to pursue a partnership, I'll reach out to you. Yun-Yi nodded, though he didn't outright refuse. Wang Tao's peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of several small bottles displayed on the living room table. Their familiar appearance made him feel both surprised and suspicious. Mr. Yun, are these the weight loss pills that went viral online recently? How did you manage to get so many? Wang Tao picked up one of the small bottles and examined it, exclaiming in admiration. Oh, you mean those? Weight loss pills are also part of my research. The apartment fell silent instantly. Wang Tao's eyes widened. This young man was simply terrifying. Diet pills with such effects back then, the Jiang company had even analyzed that without a world-class professional team researching for decades, it would be impossible to develop such pills. As the two fell silent, Wang Tao spoke up. Could I buy a bottle? I couldn't get any at the supermarket earlier. Chapter 29, Jiangnan City Drone Exhibition. If you want one, just take it. Yun-Yi paused, thinking it was something serious. With a generous wave of his hand, he gifted Wang Tao 3 bottles. After exchanging contact information, Wang Tao finally left satisfied. Besides the weight loss pills, he also took a payload drone with him, intending to study it first upon returning. Ding! His phone buzzed with a WeChat notification. Opening it, he found 3 women chattering away in the Research Institute group chat. Zhaoling, how do you even use this app? I accidentally pressed some button and now the drone's spinning and jumping around. I can't get it to stop no matter what I try. Guing, did you try tapping the autopilot mode? Zhaoling, seems like that didn't help either. Li Rongyu, have you two figured it out yet? Press the auto reset button. Zhaoling, why, okay, Cicely. Li Rongyu. Moments later, Li Rongyu's private message arrived. Mr. Yun, how many drones did you send? Yun-Yi glanced at his keyboard and replied, about 10, I think. Why? This seems a bit odd. One drone's location shows up in the Middle East right in the middle of a hotly contested battlefield. Li Rongyu stared at the app displaying the locations of the 10 drones, one of which was pinpointed in the Middle East. Ha! Yun-Yi opened the app and saw it was true, one drone's location was indeed in the Middle East. He had seen news reports about the intense fighting in the Middle East recently. Comparing the location with what he remembered from the news broadcasts, this drone had appeared right in the middle of the battlefield. The system had explained the drone's specifications to Yun-Yi. One feature was that upon destruction, it would send its last known location to the app for future recovery. Who would have thought one ended up being sold to the Middle East? Wow! The drones Yun-Yi developed had really made it big fighting on the battlefield. Never mind that for now. No idea how it flew all the way over there. Yun-Yi sent a helpless message. Mr. Yun, actually, the very day you shipped it out, I spotted images of our drone listed on a local seafood resale app. At first I thought it was just a lookalike, but now it seems the drone showing up in the Middle East is probably the one that got sold. Li Rongyu replied promptly. The head of Dejiang just came to see me. He wants to invest in our drone. I didn't refuse, nor did I agree, we just exchanged contact information. Yun-Yi thought for a moment and decided to share this development with Li Rongyu. Meanwhile, Li Rongyu, who was busy teaching Zhaoling some basic tasks at the Research Institute, was taken aback when she saw the message. Someone from Dejiang Company had approached Yun-Yi? She had actually been planning to approach Dejiang Company with the drone blueprints to propose a partnership. He hadn't expected them to react so quickly and to pinpoint Yun's home address with such precision. Mr. Yun, I actually suggest you consider partnering with Dejiang Company. After all, they're a top 5 global corporation specializing in drone-related products. Partnering with them would be nothing but advantageous. Li Rongyu analyzed the situation with great seriousness. I'll consider it. After sending that message, Yun-Yi heard nothing further. Jiangnan Research Institute. Dong Qiming, who had been thoroughly humiliated at the class reunion, was now fiddling with something on the research bench. Young Dong. An elderly professor approached from behind. However, the expression on the professor's face was one of obvious impatience. Everyone at the institute knew Dong Qiming had gotten in through connections. Researchers valued technical skill above all else. This kid had neither technical skill nor emotional intelligence. Yet the mere fact he joined the Jiangnan Research Institute was being broadcast so widely it felt like the whole world knew. Consequently, most professors at the institute held little regard for Dong Qiming. "Ah, Professor Li, what brings you here?" Dong Qiming turned at the familiar voice. His expression instantly turned respectful upon seeing old Li. "Put the weight loss drug project on hold. We no longer need to pursue that research. I happen to have a drone project on my hands. Interested?" Professor Li asked in a matter-of-fact tone. In truth, this project was one many researchers at the institute were vying for. Were it not for Dong Qiming's distinguished family background, this drone project likely wouldn't have even reached the point where old Master Li would ask him if he wanted it. "Professor Li, I'm very interested. I've been working on drones recently too. I've had a deep fascination with them since I was a kid." Dong Qiming grinned. "Look, I made this." Dong Qiming grabbed a small drone from the research table, speaking as if to show off. Old Li merely glanced at the miniature drone in his hand before losing interest. "Then this project is yours to handle. Technicians from Dijiang Company will be on hand to assist you. In about 3 days, the Jiangnan City Drone Exhibition will be held at the Jiangnan City Sports Center. Don't embarrass our research institute." With that, Old Li left the lab. "Understood, Old Li." Dong Qiming watched the influential figure of the research institute walk out before noticing the documents Li Lao had left on the desk. "Oomph, that idiot Yun Yi. It's just some weight loss pills. I don't even care about taking them. Future drones will be the mainstream. Once I successfully develop mine and achieve recognition in the industry, I'll crush you under my feet." Dong Qiming sneered coldly. That day at the class reunion seemed as vivid as yesterday. Though Dong Qiming hadn't said anything on the surface, it didn't mean he'd forgotten about it. He remembered Yun Yi's arrogant attitude that day. "When it comes to weight loss pills, I admit I'm no match for you, Yun Yi. But when it comes to research and technology, 100 Yun Yis couldn't hold a candle to one Dong Qiming." With this thought, his confidence soared. He eagerly opened the documents given to him by Old Li and began studying them intently. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the morning of the drone exhibition, Wang Tao, having worked through the night, finally got a chance to rest. Suddenly remembering the matter, he opened WeChat, tapped Yun Yi's chat window, and typed a message. "Mr. Yun, our company is hosting a drone exhibition today at the Jiangnan City Sports Center. Many independent developers and drone modding enthusiasts will be attending. If you're interested, I can arrange for you to gain exhibition access. Judges will be present to conduct specialized evaluations. The champion will receive a special mystery gift. This gift is prepared by our Dijiang company. Should you secure it, it would be of tremendous benefit to you." After sending the message, Yun Yi, who was washing up, saw the message. After a moment's thought, he agreed. Winning comes with benefits, why wouldn't he do it? Besides, whose drones could possibly be more powerful than the ones provided by the system? No one, right? Participate. Absolutely participate. Chapter 30, You're bringing cement on your drone to the exhibition? After breakfast, Yun Yi strolled leisurely to the Jiangnan City Sports Center. The place was already bustling with people. They gathered in small groups, showing off their modified drones. After swiping his ID card, Yun Yi entered the venue. When everyone saw him, their eyes began to show a hint of puzzlement. Why would this young man attend Jiangnan City's drone exhibition without bringing a drone? Could he be staff or something? There was an unwritten rule at the exhibition: everyone attending must bring their own drone creations. Why did he come to the exhibition without a drone? As Yun Yi walked halfway through the crowd, someone beside him suddenly asked, "Are you talking to me?" Yun Yi asked curiously. But glancing at the expressions around him, he confirmed the question was indeed directed at him. "Who referred you here? A drone exhibition without a drone?" The person who had spoken earlier continued to question him. Yun Yi then realized that nearly everyone attending this exhibition had brought their own drones. From this perspective, he did seem like an outsider. The Jiangnan Research Institute team has arrived. Rumor has it their new drones are incredibly powerful. Go check them out. Just as Yun Yi was about to speak, a sudden commotion erupted around him. At the news, everyone's eyes lit up, and they hurried toward the Jiangnan Research Institute's exhibition booth. In an instant, the crowd around Yun Yi thinned considerably. Driven by curiosity, he followed the crowd to the Jiangnan Research Institute's booth. Then, Yun Yi spotted a familiar figure. This drone is the result of our Jiangnan Research Institute's dedicated research. It has already surpassed traditional drones currently on the market. Its payload capacity has reached 30 Gene. Dong Qiming exclaimed excitedly, generously showcasing his research achievements to everyone. The onlookers let out waves of gasps. A drone slowly lifted off, carrying a 30-gene water bucket. Though the drone wobbled slightly throughout the process, it ultimately succeeded in lifting the bucket. Good heavens! A 30-gene payload, and that bucket barely moved. No wonder it's the Jiangnan Research Institute. They've actually developed a drone capable of carrying 30 gene. The most advanced technology available today can only handle 20 gene. This is absolutely groundbreaking technology in the drone industry. That's Dong Qiming, our campus heartthrob back in college. Truly astonishing. Whispers spread among the crowd. They gazed at the drone displayed at the institute's booth, their faces filled with admiration. Finally, an elderly man nearing 60 even tremblingly removed his glasses and sighed with emotion. Dong Qiming basked in the surrounding praise, his face radiant with excitement. Although this project was completed with the assistance of Dejiang Company personnel, it was undeniably him who reaped the rewards. When Dong Qiming glanced down at the exhibition area, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. The instant he saw Yun Yi, he instantly recalled the humiliating defeat he suffered at the Emperor Hotel just days ago. Yun Yi. Dong Qiming gritted his teeth as he shouted the name. Since joining the Jiangnan Research Institute, he had been surrounded only by praise, which greatly satisfied his vanity. But Yun Yi's appearance shattered that illusion. After that class reunion, roughly half of his classmates had begun to ignore Dong Qiming's words. This was something he found hard to accept. What? Who is Yun Yi? The crowd listened as Dong Qiming spoke the name, searching the room for a long moment before finally following his gaze to a young man who wasn't carrying a drone. Who is that guy? No clue. Maybe a vendor or hobbyist? Why wouldn't he bring a drone? He's so strange. Could he have some kind of conflict with Dong Qiming? Whispers filled the air. Hearing the murmurs around him, Dong Qiming let out a cold laugh. As everyone knows, our drone exhibition is for drone enthusiasts. Over the years, there's been an unwritten rule: attendees must bring their own drones to participate. But this guy? He's clearly not an enthusiast. He doesn't even qualify as one. What gives him the right to attend our drone exhibition? He declared loudly. Actually, at drone exhibitions in previous years, some people didn't bring their drones either. It's just that everyone pretended not to notice. Since executives from major companies also attend the exhibition, this unspoken rule is followed instinctively. No need to make a big deal out of it. Now things are different. With Dong Qiming setting the precedent, everyone suddenly erupted in commotion. Exactly. What kind of drone exhibition is this where people show up without drones? I bet this guy snuck in through the back door. Even families with kids bring remote control model planes. Why wouldn't this guy bring a drone? Unless he's actually from Dejiang Company. My 2 cents? He should just leave now and spare himself the embarrassment. Exactly. Everyone turned their criticism toward Yun Yi, as if he were the worst kind of criminal. Dong Qiming, the protagonist, finally flashed a triumphant smile. So what if you developed the weight loss pills? Did you think you could invent drones too? Since Yun Yi had walked right into this humiliation, Dong Qiming showed him no mercy whatsoever. Yun Yi, if you don't have the drone, get out of here now. This exhibition is being hosted by Dejiang Corporation. Dong Qiming said indifferently. Who said I don't have a drone? Yun Yi scratched his head. He couldn't figure out what exactly these people were mocking him about. His drone had been following him the whole time. Then why don't you just pull it out and show everyone? It's not one of those toy remote control planes kids play with, is it? Ha 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 ha. Dong Qiming sneered. The others around him burst into laughter upon hearing this. But the next second, their laughter froze. Holy! That kid has a drone carrying cement on his head. Everyone froze, then immediately looked up at Yun Yi's head. A drone hovered midair, carrying a bag of cement weighing 100 pounds. Holy SHT! Dong Qiming nearly fell flat on his ass. How the hell did he pull that off? Staring at the drone carrying cement in midair, everyone fell silent. Chapter 31, Cotton and Cement Bags Just Showboating? The atmosphere grew eerily tense. Everyone stared at the drone hovering above Yun Yi's head, speechless for a long while. This was truly a scene they had never witnessed before. Forget drones carrying cement. Dong Qiming's supposedly advanced drone could barely manage a bucket at best. And the propeller noise was incredibly loud. How come Yun Yi's drone was completely silent? It's common knowledge that to increase a drone's payload capacity, the propellers need to run at full throttle. This is common knowledge within the industry. That's why many drone enthusiasts go to great lengths to boost their drone's engine power, aiming to increase payload capacity. But this approach has a drawback: it generates significant noise. But Yun Yi's model is different. Forget noise. Even when the drone was constantly hovering right above Yun Yi's head, no one noticed. Holy crap! When did that drone show up? How is it carrying cement? Something's not right here. This is weird, really weird. That bag of cement must weigh at least 100 pounds. No existing drone model could possibly carry that much weight. The onlookers let out waves of astonished gasps. At that moment, everyone was stunned by the drone hovering above Yun Yi's head. How is this even possible? Dong Qiming plopped down onto the ground. He stared in utter disbelief at the drone hovering silently in midair. Even the top-tier drones couldn't achieve this level of performance. This drone utterly crushed his own 30-pound payload drone in every way. In an instant, Yuni instantly became the center of attention at the exhibition. Many were astonished upon hearing that a drone was flying overhead carrying cement. The moment they saw it, they all pulled out their phones to capture this rare spectacle. Am I seeing this right? A drone carrying cement? Is this really happening in the 21st century? Why isn't this drone making any noise? No way. Wow, a drone carrying cement, now that's something I'd never seen before. Quick, film it. Is this a modified drone or a commercial product? If they can mass produce this, that'd be incredible. Everyone was utterly amazed. As hardcore drone enthusiasts, they all knew exactly what carrying cement meant. This is impossible. I bet that cement's all cotton stuff. No normal drone could possibly carry cement like that. Dong Qiming exclaimed in disbelief. Hearing this, everyone's thoughts snapped back to reality. Right. Could those cement bags really be filled with nothing but cotton? They had all overlooked the most crucial point: a drone simply couldn't possibly carry cement. Exactly, you're absolutely right. There's no way this drone could possibly carry cement. It's utterly absurd. What does carrying cement even mean? It's like an average person hoisting a 2 or 3 ton vehicle. Neither the drone's engine nor its overall structure could handle 100 pounds of cement. Even if it had enough power, it would fall apart in no time. Everyone began whispering among themselves. Seeing this, Dong Qiming finally found a point to counter Yun Yi and immediately grew cocky. Yun Yi. To me, your attention-seeking stunt is nothing but child's play. A drone exhibition showcases technological prowess, not pretentiousness. Do you really think stuffing some cotton into a cement bag will grab everyone's attention? Honestly, I never imagined you'd be this kind of person. Dong Qiming's voice boomed loudly. Right now, he was brimming with confidence. He believed he'd uncovered the subtle thoughts in Yun Yi's mind, unaware that he himself was the clown dancing most gleefully. You think this isn't cement in my bags? Yun Yi shot Dong Qiming a strange look. Was this guy out of his mind? What else could cement bags possibly contain besides cement? He'd only come over to take a quick look and have the research institute send over one of their drones. After all, he knew it would be a bit awkward to attend a drone exhibition without bringing a drone. Even Yun Yi hadn't expected the one that showed up to be the cement-carrying drone. Dude, are you out of your mind? If I don't fill the cement bags with cement, what am I supposed to put in them? Cotton? Am I the fool here, or are you? Yun Yi chuckled. Hearing this, Dong Qiming raised his voice even louder. Look! He's still loading them. I say we should make your drone come down so everyone can inspect what the hell is actually in those cement bags. Dong Qiming's words piqued everyone's curiosity. Because they were also extremely curious whether this young man's drone could genuinely carry 100 pounds of cement, or if it was just loaded with cotton to attract attention. Why don't we make a bet? If it's filled with cotton, I'll give you this drone. Yun Yi said. Put. Just a drone? If those cement bags are filled with cotton, you strip naked, lie on the ground, and roll out of the exhibition hall. Dong Qiming retorted contemptuously. Everyone gasped. That's way too harsh. Strip naked and roll out of the exhibition? That's like roasting someone over a fire. Fine. What if you lose? Yun Yi nodded. The crowd froze again. Seriously? You're fine with that? How confident can you be? The problem was, right now, it was a case of each side having their own version of the truth. For a moment, no one could tell who was just blowing smoke. There's no way I could lose. Who's got a drone carrying cement? And it flies without making a sound? Dong Qiming chuckled. Did this kid not understand the situation? He actually dared to ask what would happen if he lost. Alright then, since you brought it up, if I lose, I'll strip naked and crawl out of the exhibition hall. How about that? Whoa! Someone from the Jiangnan Research Institute stripping naked and rolling out. That mental image is way too wild. If they actually did that, it'd definitely make the news the next day. Fine, but you're the one who said it. Yun Yi nodded. He then pulled out his phone and commanded the drone's propellers to stop spinning. Mid-air, the drone carrying the cement lost all power instantly and plummeted toward the ground. Poof. I'll see how you handle this. Boom. A cloud of dust billowed out. Dong Qiming, speaking at the exhibition stand, hadn't finished his sentence when the deafening explosion reached his ears. Where the cement sack had landed, a towering cloud of dust erupted. Silence. Dead silence. No one spoke another word. Dong Qiming, who had been mocking moments before, seemed to have been struck dumb. He stood frozen in place, unable to utter a word for a long while. It was actually filled with cement. What else besides cement could kick up such a massive cloud of dust? Cotton? What the hell? Chapter 32. Hey Tao, nice to see you again. Are you kidding me? It really is cement? And judging by the scene, this bag of cement must be incredibly heavy. £100 is probably just a conservative estimate. The loud commotion drew the attention of the security personnel responsible for this drone exhibition. 4 or 5 people quickly approached. What's going on? What are you doing here? The leader arrived and barked out the question. But the next second, he clearly sensed that the atmosphere here seemed eerily quiet. There was no commotion coming from the area, and everyone's expressions were frozen in shock. Staff from Daejeon Company station nearby also hurried over. Huang Yi glanced at the scene, frowned, and waved his hand to disperse the surrounding dust. Director Huang! Someone sabotaged this on purpose. Dong Qiming suddenly shouted. He scrambled over to Huang Yi's side, clutching his thigh desperately as if it were a lifeline. Young Master Dong, did you cause this? Huang Yi surveyed the chaotic scene, asking in disbelief. The Dong family held considerable influence in Jiangnan City, and the drone exhibition Daejeon Company was launching there was spearheaded by them. Moreover, the relationship between Huang Yi and Dong Qiming was anything but ordinary. Rumor had it that Huang Yi had long been co-opted by the Dong family, specifically to pave the way for Dong Qiming. His proposal to hold the drone exhibition in Jiangnan City was intended to showcase Dong Qiming's technological prowess to the world, paving the way for him to inherit the Dong family fortune. No, it wasn't me, it was that damn kid. He stole my thunder. We must seize every single drone blueprint and research technology in his possession. Dong Qiming glared intently at Yun Yi as he spoke. Huang Yi froze slightly, glancing at Yun Yi, who wore a calm smile. What did this kid do to make Dong Qiming bristle like a cat with its tail stepped on? He doesn't seem that impressive. And what was he saying? Get his hands on the kid's drone blueprints and research technology? What did that even mean? Hello, what's your name? Huang Yi stepped up to Yun Yi and asked. Regardless, the relationship between Dong Qiming and him was extraordinary. In this matter, Huang Yi still needed to pay extra attention. Yun Yi nodded. Here's the thing, we don't want any disruptions at our exhibition. So please leave. Huang Yi tried to usher him out without further explanation. The onlookers were clearly displeased. What's going on here? That guy clearly started the trouble first. The young man just wants to prove himself, and you're kicking him out? A middle-aged man, dissatisfied, stepped forward to speak up for Yun Yi. Exactly. That guy clearly had it in for him, insisting the drone was carrying cotton instead of cement. Is this how you folks at Daejeon Company operate? Can't tell right from wrong? What's the point of holding this exhibition then? Just shut it down. Ah ha 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 ha, you know me, I rarely take sides, but this time I'm backing that kid. The cacophony of voices filled Huang Yi's ears, leaving him somewhat bewildered. But what good would it do? The company had long appointed him as the head of this unmanned exhibition. As long as it stayed within the Jiangnan City Stadium, everything was under his authority. Young Master Huang's offer, hand over the drone blueprints and related technology, and we'll let you go today. Huang Yi leaned close to Yun Yi's ear and whispered. His words dripped with impatience. In Jiangnan City, no one dared cross the Dong family, let alone Dong Qiming. What was this kid thinking? To actually get targeted by the Dong family's second young master at the exhibition. Sorry, that's not an option. And trust me, you'll regret trying to get my drone blueprints and technology. Yun Yi stated with utmost seriousness. What? Huang Yi looked utterly stunned, as if he'd heard something unbelievable. I said, if you want my drone blueprints and technology, you'll regret it. Yun Yi repeated with equal gravity. Put. Huang Yi nearly choked on his laughter. How long had it been since he became director at Daejeon Company that no one dared speak to him like this? Kid, are you really sure you want to cross me? Cross young Master Dong? Huang Yi asked with a teasing tone. He couldn't believe this kid had the nerve to offend both of them at once. You're not talking about that stray dog Dong, are you? Yun Yi pointed at Dong Qiming, who was cowering on the ground, and asked. Mr. Yun, right? I really admire you. You're the first person in Jiangnan City who dares to laugh at young Master Dong. Take my advice, don't mess with me, and don't mess with young Master Dong. Just hand over the drone technology and blueprints he mentioned. It'll be better for everyone. Huang Yi said indifferently, his words betraying no regard for Yun Yi whatsoever. I won't hand them over. Facing Huang Yi's renewed threat, Yun Yi remained utterly unfazed, causing the former's expression to darken. But just as Huang Yi prepared to escalate, a commotion erupted in the distance. He looked up. Mr. Tao! Mr. Tao! The exhibition staff recognized the founder of Daejeon Company and greeted him in astonishment. How could such a minor exhibition possibly attract the presence of this prominent figure? Wang Tao paid them no mind, however, and merely asked his bodyguard beside him in a detached tone, "Where is Mr. Yun?" The bodyguard, taking no chances, immediately scanned the crowd before pointing in a direction. "Mr. Tao, he's over there." No sooner had he spoken than Wang Tao strode purposefully toward Yun Yi's location. Huang Yi and Yun Yi happened to be standing together. Seeing Wang Tao approach like this, Huang Yi assumed he had come specifically for her. Mr. Tao, why have you come?" Huang Yi hurried over with a broad smile to greet Wang Tao. Could it be that Mr. Tao had taken notice of him? Or perhaps it was recognition of his work. Huang Yi thought excitedly. Besides these possibilities, Wang Tao seemed to have no other reason to seek him out personally. But just as Huang Yi extended his hand, Wang Tao brushed past him effortlessly and kept walking. Dong Qiming, sitting on the ground, watched the scene unfold and was completely baffled. So Wang Tao didn't come for Huang Yi? Then why? Ignored, Huang Yi stood frozen in place, his expression awkward. His outstretched hand remained stiffly suspended in midair, unable to retract. Under everyone's gaze, Wang Tao approached Yun Yi. At last, the founder of Dejiang Company finally let a smile slip. Mr. Yun, your presence truly graces this exhibition. You didn't even tell me you were coming. I could have arranged a welcome reception for you. Shock. Skin crawling. Everyone at the exhibition stood with their mouths agape. Hey, Mr. Wang Tao, nice to see you again. Instead of shaking hands, Junyi patted Wang Tao on the shoulder with a broad smile. Seeing this, even more shocked. What kind of relationship could this kid possibly have with the founder of Dejiang Corporation, a billionaire tycoon? Huang Yi, witnessing this scene, was utterly dumbfounded where she stood. Chapter 33, starting today, you can get the hell out. Dong Qiming suddenly felt a wave of fear wash over him. Why had Yun Yi changed so drastically after graduation? Now he could even call the founder of Dejiang Company brother. A thin sheen of cold sweat broke out on Dong Qiming's forehead. Watching Yun Yi and Wang Tao interact, he was absolutely certain there was something extraordinary between them. Dejiang Corporation was worth hundreds of billions, absolutely not something the Dong family could afford to provoke. And now that Yun Yi had Wang Tao backing him, forget Dong Qiming, even the Dong family would have to think twice about whether they were qualified to speak to Yun Yi in the future. Huang Yi was now drenched in cold sweat. He never in a million years imagined Dong Qiming would dare offend someone like this. In that moment, he began to regret speaking up for Dong Qiming. Whispers began to ripple through the crowd. That's Wang Tao, founder of Dejiang Corporation, a company worth hundreds of billions, and he's personally a billionaire. Yeah, and they say Wang Tao is hailed as one of the most profitable entrepreneurs in the country. Why would he be so polite to a youngster? No clue. Hey, did you guys forget about that drone carrying cement? They murmured among themselves. When the conversation turned to the drone carrying cement, they suddenly realized. Could it be that this cement carrying drone was also a collaborative development between Yun Yi and Dejiang Corporation? Mr. Yun, have you reached any conclusions about the future plans for that drone? I conducted market research on the payload drone you developed, and it's incredibly well suited for commercialization. Even our own Dejiang company couldn't pull off this technology. Why not join our company as vice president? 100 million yuan annual salary. You'd only need to oversee the drone production line, nothing else. Wang Tao said earnestly. After returning, he had the company's marketing department conduct a survey on this payload drone. They discovered it could be applied in countless scenarios, from food delivery to package shipping. It was clear that once launched, this payload drone would become a household name, with everyone scrambling to buy it. Not just ordinary people. Even the military would likely scramble to buy it and might end up kidnapping Yun Yi, locking him in a dark room, and forcing him to produce drones day and night. A payload capacity of 100 to 500 gene? That figure is insane. Our company has exhausted every resource and still can't develop a drone with such payload capabilities. Mr. Yun, you are a blessing to China's drone industry. As he spoke, Wang Tao's face was filled with excitement. His words left everyone utterly astonished. A payload of 100 to 500 gene? More than just a bag of cement. Hearing these figures, everyone was stunned. Dong Qiming was stunned too. A drone with a 500 gene payload capacity? What kind of joke is this? Huang Yi was utterly stunned. He instinctively doubted modern technology could achieve such feats, but if Wang Tao said it, it must be true. The room erupted in a thunderous roar. Everyone's voices shot up several octaves. What kind of joke is this? Payload capacity from 100 gene to 500 gene? He can't be bluffing, right? Do you even know who that guy is? Founder of Dejiang Corporation, the father of drones. You don't believe him, but you'd trust that Jiangnan Research Institute guy? Holy crap, that means one drone could carry 3 grown adults? My hair's standing on end. Good heavens. If the military acquires this, who knows what could happen on the battlefield? There are already examples of drones deployed in combat. Recent reports from the Middle East are full of similar stories, and they've all achieved remarkable results. Imagine a drone carrying 500 gene of explosives flying straight toward enemy positions. 500 gene of explosives? That's practically a small nuclear bomb. At that moment, no one questioned a word. Everyone heard Wang Tao's words, and they all believed the drone's payload capacity. Impossible. It's fake. Fake. His cement bags must be filled with cotton. Dong Qiming's voice suddenly cut through the air. He was in a state of near madness, utterly unable to fathom how this former sycophant, good-for-nothing, penniless loser could now reach heights he himself had never dared dream of. Huang Yi, where is this guy from? Wang Tao frowned and asked. Huang Yi, upon hearing this, hurried over and whispered, Mr. Tao, this is Dong Qiming, the second young master of the Dong family. It's said he's developed a drone capable of carrying 30 gene in recent days and has also come to participate in the exhibition. Upon hearing this, Wang Tao nodded. That's the Dong family who requested our technical support, right? Show him out. Don't bother Mr. Yun. Wang Tao couldn't care less. The Dong family? They're nothing but a fart in front of Dejiang Corporation. Yes, I understand. Huang Yi, drenched in sweat, approached Dong Qiming and said, Young Master Dong, shall I take you to rest first? But the latter abruptly shook off his hand, stood up, and glared at him. Huang Yi. You've eaten at the Dong family table and lived off the Dong family. Now you dare try to kick me out? I'll make sure to tell father about you. Dong Qiming shouted hoarsely. Several onlookers smirked. It seemed Huang Yi and the Dong family were indeed involved in some unsavory dealings. Director Huang, it seems you're living quite comfortably in Jiangnan City. Hearing this, Wang Tao guessed what was happening. Mr. Tao. Mr. Tao. It's absolutely not what you think. I'm completely loyal to the company. Huang Yi instantly panicked, wishing he could punch Dong Qiming unconscious right then and there. Are you kidding me? He actually said that in front of Director Tao? I recall you wanted my drone blueprints and technology earlier? And you claimed it was young Master Dong's orders, right? Yun Yi's final blow felt like the sky had fallen on Huang Yi. Starting today, you can pack your things. Tomorrow, settle your accounts with the company's finance department, collect your final pay, and leave. Wang Tao declared without hesitation. Dejiang Company had been trying to win Yun Yi over, and now that his own people had offended him, Wang Tao had to step in to save face. Besides, Dejiang Company had never tolerated such coercive sales tactics. Even without Yun Yi's connection, Huang Yi would never be allowed to stay at Dejiang Company. Mr. Tao, I beg you, please give me one more chance. I know I was wrong. Mr. Tao. Before Huang Yi could explain, Wang Tao's bodyguards rushed forward and dragged him away. His voice grew fainter and fainter until it faded away. Mr. Yun, now no one will disturb us. This way, please. I'll take you somewhere quiet. Wang Tao said with a cheerful smile. As for Dong Qiming? Who cared about him now? He was nothing more than a clown now. Chapter 34, a future enterprise worth hundreds of billions. In the exhibition office. Yun Yi took a sip of tea, while Wang Tao, seated across from him, wore a broad smile. Mr. Yun, how did you get involved with the Dong family? Wang Tao asked curiously. Had he not received word that Yun Yi was attending the drone exhibition today, he likely wouldn't have rushed over from the neighboring county, even cancelling his upcoming business planning meeting. We were classmates back then. Some old grudges. Yun Yi shook his head, not dwelling on the matter. If you ever run into trouble in the future, Mr. Yun, feel free to call me. I'll do my best. With that, Wang Tao placed his business card on the table in front of Yun Yi. Having resolved to cultivate this genius, he would spare no effort. All right. Yun Yi tucked the card away. By the way, I mentioned earlier about wanting to invest in the drone project. What are your thoughts on that? If it's too much trouble, you could simply sell us the blueprints and design documents. We'll offer a satisfactory price, and if it's not acceptable, we can negotiate further. Wang Tao suddenly asked. This matter was his top priority at the moment. His breathing even quickened slightly when he mentioned that payload drone. Dejiang Corporation had already made a rough estimate of its future market value. Assuming production capacity kept pace and no issues arose, operating under Dejiang Company's established model could potentially create a 100 billion yuan enterprise. Mr. Tao, I'm about to have my own factory soon, so I won't be selling the drone technology or related blueprints. Hearing this, Wang Tao paused in surprise, then felt a pang of regret. Don't worry. You're welcome to tour our factory's assembly lines anytime, or rather, you could invest in our facility. Yun Yi offered a faint smile. President Li had already discussed the factory site with him. Currently, there were essentially no issues, and Yun Yi would be able to utilize it soon. All relevant paperwork had been completed. All that was needed now was Yun Yi's command to get the factory up and running. So, Mr. Yun, how much did you invest in this factory? Wang Tao inquired cautiously. Not much, around 100 million yuan, covering all machinery and personnel. We also procured some drone assembly line processing equipment from your company, which is now fully installed in the factory building. Yun Yi stated. All these matters were handled solely by President Li. Yun Yi's only task was to relax at home, and by the time President Li finished everything, it would be all set. Mr. Yun, you're familiar with angel investors, right? The relevant knowledge is rather complex, so I won't elaborate. Dejiang is investing 100 million in cash into your factory. Since you intend to pursue drones next, I won't compete with you, and we won't take the blueprints either. One condition: Dejiang Corporation requires a 50% stake. On this basis, we will spare no effort in assisting the factory, including handling all subsequent sales. Wang Tao crossed his arms and spoke calmly. As if 100 million yuan meant nothing to him. Mr. Tao, you must understand I'm contributing both technology and capital. Asking for a 50% stake in exchange for merely investing 100 million is excessive. Yunyi shook his head helplessly. Truly the founder of Dejiang Company, even when it came to investment stakes, he was relentless. 30%. Not a penny more. He added. Upon hearing this, Wang Tao paused to ponder. Given the current state of drone technology, they were bound to sell like hotcakes in the future. Not just for civilian use, the military would likely requisition them in the future. This drone was simply too advanced. With a payload capacity ranging from 100 to 500 Gene, it was nearly on par with some small aircraft. Alright, I'll take Mr. Yun's advice. Wang Tao sighed and shook hands with Yunyi. The partnership was sealed. Mr. Tao, I believe with your company joining us, our drone venture will only grow stronger. Jiangnan Bank is also one of our shareholders. We should grab a meal together sometime when we have the chance. Yunyi smiled. Jiangnan Bank? This kid actually managed to get a bank involved in the investment. Wang Tao suddenly realized he might have underestimated the young man before him. Why would Jiangnan Bank invest in you? Wang Tao asked casually. Of course, they see my potential. Plus, with so many of the bank's wealth management products imploding lately, they need a surefire, risk-free product like mine. Yunyi knew exactly why President Li had used the bank's name to invest in his factory complex. Rushing around to get his factory documents approved wasn't at all to secure an extra income stream for the bank. Moreover, this investment was absolutely risk-free for Jiangnan Bank at present. Because the performance of this drone was simply too formidable. So impressive, in fact, that even Wang Tao, founder of the world's leading drone company, Dejiang, had personally approached him seeking collaboration. That's a fair point. But as far as I know, the bank's decisions aren't solely up to the president, are they? Jiangnan Bank itself was acquired by a state-owned bank in Longwa. Any investment would likely need approval from the Longwa side. Wang Tao paused to consider before speaking. As the founder of a company with a market value of hundreds of billions, his understanding of banking matters was undoubtedly far deeper than Yunyi's. I suspect this investment was approved by the president despite pressure from higher-ups. Should any issues arise, he will bear direct responsibility. Hearing this, Yunyi shook his head. Taking responsibility? That won't happen. Since President Li has faith in my project, I won't let him down. I'm confident about that. Don't you agree, Mr. Tao? He countered with a question. Hearing this, Wang Tao smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Not exactly. If I didn't believe this drone could achieve great things in the future, I wouldn't have invested 100 million. But Mr. Yun, you need to think this through carefully. Under normal circumstances, this drone will absolutely succeed. It could very well grow into a company worth hundreds of billions in the future. Are you confident about that? Wang Tao observed Yunyi's composed expression as he asked. No problem at all. Yunyi nodded. Very well. Does Mr. Yun have suitable talent for corporate management? Would you like our company's headhunters to assist in identifying suitable candidates? To effectively manage a company destined for a $100 billion valuation, it takes more than just patience, it demands capability and countless other factors. Otherwise, even with the best products, a $100 billion industry could collapse overnight. Over the years, Wang Tao had witnessed numerous unicorn companies ultimately go bankrupt due to mismanagement. He certainly didn't want Yunyi to face that fate in the future. I have the right person, but they'll need to undergo training within the Dejiang Corporation first. Yunyi suddenly recalled the 3 individuals at the research institute. He decided it was time to find them some work to do. Chapter 35, Radar Evading Coding, B2 Grade. Oh, I wonder what kind of talent Mr. Yun has in mind. Wang Tao was somewhat surprised. This would save a considerable amount of time. And since they're from Yunyi's side, trust shouldn't be an issue. Just a few ordinary individuals. We'll still need to trouble you, Mr. Tao, for extra effort. Yunyi didn't embellish the situation. After all, once they actually went to study at Dejiang Company, their true colors would inevitably show. Of course it's no problem. We're all in the same boat now, so there's no need for secrets. Well then, Mr. Yun, shall we call it a day? I have a meeting to chair in the neighboring county and must return. I won't keep you any longer. As he spoke, Wang Tao stood up. Yet his expression toward Yunyi remained deeply complex. After all, he had never seen a young person achieve such mastery in drone technology. No problem. I'll withdraw from this exhibition then. I thought there might be drones more advanced than mine, but it turns out none can match mine. Yunyi nodded. He had carefully observed the crowd upon entering the exhibition. He'd noticed that most attendees were merely hobbyists, with very few professionals present. Dong Qiming was one of the few who could be considered relatively professional. But alas, he was far too fond of showing off. The higher you climb, the harder you fall. How could mine compare to yours? Your drone is practically the pinnacle of China's drone industry. I doubt anyone could surpass you. Wang Tao said with a hint of resignation. I'm off. If anything comes up, Mr. Yun, remember to give me a call. I'll do whatever I can within my means. Your people can come over anytime. I'll handle everything afterward. With that, Wang Tao departed the Jiangnan Stadium, surrounded by his bodyguards. Yuni mused that there wasn't much else to do. The exhibition was nearing its end. He might as well head back to the research institute and see what those three girls were up to. The location for the drone production facility had been finalized just 2 or 3 kilometers from the research institute, not too far away. Research Institute. The 3 girls sat huddled together, looking utterly distressed. They stared at the parking ticket stuck to the car with headaches. Cicely, what are we gonna do? I don't have a driver's license yet, so I can't help you transfer points. Yeah, sisterly. I checked, I've got 12 points left. After this, I'll be 3 points in the red. Do you have any points left on your license? Zhao Ling asked, looking utterly dejected. Since it was the weekend, the 3 of them weren't working today. But with nothing to do at home, they decided to go on a trip together, driving Li Rongyu's car. Who knew that picnicking by a lake near the research institute would get caught on a camera for illegal parking? That alone would have been bad enough. On the way, Zhao Ling had accidentally driven a bit too fast and ended up getting snapped in a bunch of speeding photos. Now they're in for it. All those tickets combined will cost them at least 15 points. And those are just the speeding tickets, who knows how many others haven't even been sent to her phone yet. Li Ronyu was speechless. Xiaoling, why did you have to drive so fast? I told you to slow down while we were in the car. Li Ronyu scolded. But Cicely, I didn't mean to. I thought there wouldn't be any cameras out here in the middle of nowhere, but look at all these tickets. Zhao Ling was nearly furious. She'd assumed there couldn't possibly be any cameras in this godforsaken place. Who knew there'd be so many? 15 points deducted at once? Who could handle that? Why don't we ask Boss Yun? He should have a driver's license, right? Li Ronyu was at a loss too. No sooner had he spoken. Yun Yi opened the research institute door from outside and walked in. Isn't today the weekend? What are the 3 of you doing stuck here? Yun Yi froze in surprise. He had only intended to drop by the research institute, but he hadn't expected these 3 girls to still be working. And why did they all look so gloomy? Mr. Yun, we were driving out for a picnic, but damn it, we got caught with several traffic violations. Guling blurted out first. Sisterly seems to have lost all her points. Zhao Ling only had 12 left and ended up with a negative balance, and I don't have a license at all. She said with a hint of resignation. I was wondering what the fuss was about. I'll have Director Li help you find someone to sort it out. Yun Yi chuckled. So that's why they've been looking so glum. I thought something must have gone wrong with the weight loss pill sales lately. What's the big deal? Just get in touch with President Li and pull some strings, it'll be sorted in no time. Mr. Yun, are you sure? Can we really ask Mr. Li for help? Zhao Ling hesitated. Asking her former boss for help meant she couldn't handle this herself. Li Ronyu would have to step in. Oh, I just remembered something. Mentioning the illegal filming, Yun Yi suddenly recalled something while flipping through the system exchange records. A radar evading coding? Wait here for me. Don't disturb me for now. Ignoring their puzzled looks, Yun Yi walked straight into a room. Opening the system exchange interface, he flipped through the second and third pages until he finally found that somewhat familiar name. Remaining credits, 6,000. Anti-radar detection coding price, 1,000 points. Review, totally useless. Future radar technology is incredibly advanced, even featuring satellite radars capable of covering an entire planet. This anti-radar coding was originally used on Eagle's B-2 bombers and can only block detection from specific radar types. System, can this coding prevent traffic surveillance cameras from capturing images? Yuni asked the question he most wanted to know. Ding. Host, please don't insult this system. Speed cameras and traffic violation cameras everywhere use the most basic radar detection. This anti-radar detection coding is designed to block military-grade radar. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Yun Yi's eyes lit up instantly. Wow, this radar detection proof coding is pure gold. He clicked the redeem button. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the radar detection proof coding. This product functions similarly to weight loss pills. A single bottle can dilute 10 million barrels of car paint. Gazing at the small bottle in his hand, Yun Yi exclaimed in awe. With this advanced anti-radar detection coding, not only civilian radars but even military radars would be unable to detect it. He then kicked open the door, startling the 3 girls waiting outside. What color car paint do you prefer? Yun Yi glanced at the 3 of them and smiled faintly. Li Ronyu froze. How could Boss Yun have changed so much after just stepping into the room? Zhao Ling's petite face was filled with confusion. Mr. Yun, what are you doing? Guing asked cautiously. This anti-radar detection coding can prevent radar detection by surveillance cameras. In other words, even if you speed at over 200 miles per hour in the future, they won't be able to detect you or capture your license plate. From now on, there won't be any traffic violations. You can drive however you want. After saying this, the three women were instantly stunned. Chapter 36, Drones go on sale. This price is too good to pass up. Mr. Yun, you're not joking, are you? Anti-radar detection coating? Do you think you're building a B-2 stealth bomber or something? Li Rongyu couldn't believe it. She absolutely refused to believe it. Radar evading coatings? Was Yun some kind of god? Zhao Ling's jaw dropped. She clearly found it hard to believe too. Guing nearly spit out her drink. This was utterly unbelievable. Alright, tell me what color coating you want. I'll test it out for you. Yun knew further words were pointless. Proving it with facts was the best approach. Mr. Yun, use mine. White or black is fine. Li Rongyu suggested. Besides hers, whose else could they use? Guing didn't have a driver's license, so naturally she didn't own a car. Zhao Ling had a license, but she'd been laid off by the bank before she could earn enough money, making a car even more out of reach. That left only Li Rongyu. Alright, if anything happens, I'll compensate you. Don't worry about it. Yun nodded with a smile. Oh, right, one more thing. The drone factory is about to start production. I need one of you three to go to Daejeon Company to learn corporate management. This drone will definitely grow into a major enterprise in the future, and I need someone to manage it. I don't trust anyone else, so I want to choose one of you. Yun had nearly forgotten about this matter. He turned back just as he was leaving and asked, What? Manage a business? Isn't that a bit of a leap? All three women were stunned. And Yun even mentioned going to study corporate management at Daejeon Company? That drone unicorn company, the one ranked among the top 5 globally with a market cap exceeding 100 billion? Mr. Yun, we're afraid we're not quite up to the task. Yeah, managing an entire company? We just don't have the confidence. Zhao Ling and Guing, the two younger women, both felt they weren't up to the task. But Li Rongyu alone seemed deep in thought, her mind lost in unknown musings. Mr. Yun, I want to give it a try. A few minutes later, Li Rongyu suddenly spoke up. This caught Yun off guard. You're willing to go? Let me make this clear up front, I'll cover all expenses incurred during your training at Daejeon Company. When you eventually take charge of a factory, your work and rest schedules will remain the same as now, and your salary will be adjusted upward. What do you think? Yun inquired. But to his surprise, Li Rongyu shook her head. Guing and Zhao Ling watched anxiously from the sidelines. Sis, this offer is already incredibly generous. What else could you possibly want? Mr. Yun, what I need isn't rest. If I could learn all the essentials of business management and run the factory smoothly, I hope you'd grant me one small request. Li Rongyu shook her head and said, What request? Tell me first. Yun asked with a smile. I won't take a salary, nor will I take any holidays off. Whenever the factory has an issue, I'll be there immediately. On that basis, I ask for a 1% share of the drone factory's annual profits. What do you think? Li Rongyu finished. Guing and Zhao Ling were both stunned. Such an appetite. Now she was even demanding equity outright. Yun remained silent, merely staring at Li Rongyu. I've come to realize that if things continue this way, we'll always remain in a master-servant relationship. But if I receive 1% of the shares annually, then my status becomes that of a partner. So, Mr. Yun, can you meet this condition? Li Rongyu looked at Yun with hopeful eyes as he asked. A moment of silence hung in the air. Yun felt a bit helpless. Why does everyone want a share? President Li of Jiangnan Bank expressed interest, and Wang Tao, founder of Daejeon Company, also invested. Now even Li Rongyu recognized the project's value, wanting equity outright instead of a salary. This boldness surpasses that of both Guing and Zhao Ling. Of course, it's not just about boldness. It also reflects his emphasis on future potential. Opting for equity over salary clearly demonstrates Li Rongyu's confidence in the drone's prospects. Of course it's possible. As long as you can run a factory efficiently, I won't shortchange you. Yun agreed. Hearing this, Li Rongyu's face lit up. Then it's settled. Li Rongyu immediately packed his things and headed to Daejeon Company. Upon learning he was Mr. Yun's man, the staff there promptly arranged for the finest food and drink, and even had Daejeon Company's top corporate management personnel step in to provide training. A few days later, Daejeon Company announced a groundbreaking development. Daejeon announced a strategic partnership with Yunzicon UAV Company, Limited of Jiangnan City. The news instantly sparked heated discussions online. Speculation ran rampant about what kind of drone brand Yunzicon would be. Over a week of anticipation built up to a climactic moment. Yunzicon also registered a verified account on Douyin, and their first product for sale was a drone capable of carrying payloads ranging from 100 to 500 gene. Holy crap! Did I see that wrong? Is it 10 to 50 gene or 100 to 500 gene? Did this company accidentally add an extra zero? Are you kidding me? Drones with a 100-pound payload capacity already exist? Didn't Daejeon Company previously announce they were researching drones with a 100 gene payload? Did they succeed? Netizens were buzzing with heated discussions. Then the account's first video left everyone stunned. A drone slowly ascended into the air, carrying 3 bags of cement, each weighing 100 kg. The video featured both the operator and a presenter. As you can see, a single bag of cement weighs 150 kg. 3 bags add up to 450 kg, the equivalent weight of several adults. But even with this weight, our latest collaborative drone, the Tianxiong, can lift it effortlessly. Currently, this drone is only being used in the food delivery and courier industries. The Tianxiong drone will undoubtedly shine brightly in the future, with many aspects waiting for our viewers to explore. With that, the presenter smiled faintly as 4 digits appeared on the screen. Price, $14.99. This price. It ignited a powder keg, exploding across the entire nation. Holy crap. With all that functionality, it's only $14.99? Damn it. Where's the bottom line? Where's the antitrust law? Where's the link? Seriously, bro, at this price I'd actually buy it. Chapter 37, Military Radar Stealth Coding. This drone instantly went viral online. But when they saw the specs later, everyone was stunned. Payload capacity from 100 to 500 kg? Are you kidding me? Did I misread that, or did they make a typo? Is it 100 to 500? Shouldn't it be 10 to 50? Even 50 kg payload is absurdly high. No idea, just buy one and see. I'm a delivery guy using this. Last time I delivered a washing machine to the 10th floor with it, no issues at all. Dude, are you for real? If that's true, I'm buying one too. Where's the link? Why isn't there a link? Holy crap, does that mean delivery guys can use this drone too? No more grueling stair climbs sometimes. This video instantly dominated the top spot on the trending charts. The buzz it generated was even bigger than that of weight loss pills. Many drone-focused bloggers were buzzing with excitement. Group chat name, Dragon Nation Drone Enthusiasts Research Base. Bull. Maximum payload of 500 kg? Why not just say 500 kilograms? Does such a drone even exist? I think it's fake too. We're all drone enthusiasts here. Have any of you seen drones with payloads from 100 to 500 kg? Didn't the Jiangnan Research Institute claim to develop one with a 30 kg payload? Maybe we should ask them. If even the Jiangnan Research Institute can't make a drone like that, how dare they advertise it like this? Aren't they afraid of getting reported? I think it's fake. Report them. Did you see the co-creation account for the video? Did Jiang Company actually participated in making it? So then, is it real? The group chat fell silent the moment that last sentence was posted. Many went back to watch the original video and discovered the Jiang Company was indeed listed in the co-creation section. With that, many rumors were debunked. Many had initially thought it was fake, that the video was just a hoax. But the fact that the Jiang Company's official account had personally stepped in proved it wasn't fake, it was real. Netizens who discovered this truth felt their previously boiling hearts calm down. Even those who had previously threatened to report the video vanished without a trace. The Jiang Company's move clearly signals to all netizens that this drone is no joke. It's real. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. When did drones get this kind of technology? But they were also puzzled. Why all the hype but no link to buy it? Because most drones cost around 1,000 yuan, but Uni's drone is packed with features, and the $14.99 price tag is incredibly tempting. There's literally no reason not to buy it. Uni and bank manager Li were inspecting the factory grounds. Li Rongyu, having completed her training, followed behind them in a professional suit. Rongyu, will be counting on you to manage this factory area going forward. We'll both be stepping back from hands-on management. President Li chuckled. He still needed to oversee operations at Jiangnan Bank and couldn't stay on site at the factory. As for Yun, he could handle the technical aspects, but enterprise management wasn't really his forte. Mr. Yun, Mr. Li, there's been an overwhelming amount of online commentary about our drones lately. They're all buyers eager to purchase this drone. The account we used to post videos almost got trolled because it didn't have a link to buy the drone. Li Rongyu said helplessly. She knew this situation best. She had planned to go to sleep right after posting the video, but her phone started firing off notifications like a machine gun. She was startled at first, but upon checking the account, she found it flooded with private messages from people wanting to buy the drone. No worries, let's just keep building anticipation. Oh, and follow up with the Jiang Company to ensure the factory assembly line can keep pace with their schedule. Yun-Yi cautioned. No problem. Li Rongyu nodded with a smile. Mr. Li, this way please. There are some matters I need to report to you. Just as Yun-Yi was about to escort the bank president to the office for a detailed discussion, the latter simply waved his hand. Mr. Yun, you handle these matters as you see fit. It's fine. I only need my share. This drone is simply too impressive. It's only natural that Dejiang Corporation would invest. Besides, I'm good friends with a high-ranking official inside Dejiang. He's been saying for a long time that he wants to collaborate with you. President Li smiled faintly as he spoke. He didn't mind this at all, for it was only natural. President Li's demands weren't high, he was content to tag along with Yun-Yi and get a share of the scraps. He wasn't greedy. Upon hearing this, Yoon-hee paused for a moment. Actually, it's about something else. He gave a helpless smile. Oh? Then this way, please. President Lee's interest was instantly piqued. Seeing this, Lee Rong-yu turned back to handling personnel matters. Production was about to commence at the factory, and staffing was nearly complete. However, Lee Rong-yu still needed to personally address certain technical issues concerning some individuals. The two then proceeded to the office. Director Lee, I've independently developed another product. But I'm not entirely sure about its practicality, so I wanted to consult you first. Yoon-hee said as he sat on the sofa. What kind of product? I'm not bragging, but I've weathered decades of storms. Yet you're the one who keeps me guessing. First it was weight loss pills, then drones. I'm genuinely curious what surprises Mr. Yoon will bring next. Bank manager Lee perked up with interest. Stealth radar evading coding. My original plan was to apply it to vehicles. The idea came to me after Sister Lee accidentally ran a red light. But you know, Director Lee, this does involve some vehicle safety concerns. I'm not sure. Before Yoon-hee could finish, he saw the expression freeze on President Lee's face. Mr. Yoon. Mr. Yoon. You say you've developed an invisible radar evading coding. President Lee shot to his feet, his face etched with disbelief. Yes, is there a problem? Yoon-hee nodded. You don't have to overreact like that. What does it do? A bead of sweat appeared on Director Lee's forehead. No way? It couldn't possibly be what he was imagining, could it? Yoon-hee gave him a strange look and continued, I've tested it. When driving above the speed limit, it can almost guarantee you won't get caught on camera or receive a ticket. Oh, right. Yoon-hee suddenly recalled a line from the system's description of this radar evading coding. Originally, this coding was used on B-2 bombers to evade military radar detection. The words fell silent. President Lee was utterly stunned. Chapter 38, Bodyguard Robot, Su Xiaoxiao. Military radar detection? President Lee wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He was now desperately praying that Yoon-hee was just bragging. But no, absolutely not. Because Yoon-hee wasn't the type to brag. If he said it, it meant he was absolutely certain this wasn't just hot air. But this was just too damn absurd. Weight loss pills were one thing, but drones that met military standards? And now a military radar evading stealth coding? Could Yoon-hee possibly be an alien in human form? Why does everything he creates have to be so terrifying? Mr. Yoon. I still advise against putting this stealth coding on the market. Bank President Lee said solemnly. Sell? Sell my ass. Forget the safety risks it'd cause on the roads. Isn't using military radar evading tech to dodge speed cameras just downright extravagant? Actually, I agree. Then what suggestions do you have, Director Lee? Yoon-hee nodded. What if everyone started using this thing? Imagine traffic cops staring at highways filled with speeding vehicles, each capable of hitting 200 km/h, yet all their equipment fails to detect a single one. That'd be pretty bizarre. But if we can't figure out a way to cash it in, won't those 1,000 system credits just go to waste? My suggestion is to sell it to the military. Director Lee said with great seriousness. Why sell it to the military? Would they even buy this junk? Yoon-hee was highly skeptical that Director Lee was deliberately pulling his leg. Mr. Yoon, you just mentioned this anti-radar stealth coding can block military radar, correct? President Lee inquired. Yes, not just speed detection radar, but military radar as well. Yoon-hee nodded. However, that's what the system description stated. As for whether it could actually block military radar, he wasn't sure. Without testing it, who knows if it works? Then that's it. This coding isn't a civilian product at all, it's military grade. Bank manager Lee slapped his thigh in realization. Though he had no idea how Yoon-hee had developed this radar evading coding, military grade meant military grade. Ah, well, I suppose so. Yoon-hee chuckled awkwardly. If Mr. Yoon really wants to pursue civilian applications, I could introduce you to some automotive manufacturers. This stealth coding holds immense significance, but I can't help with military applications. All my business operations are strictly limited to civilian commercial applications. President Lee shook his head. He couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Had the military adopted Yoon-hee's stealth coding, he would have made a fortune. Especially when it came to radar evasion, the Dragon Nation military would spare no expense. Let's leave it at that for now. I'll give the coding some more thought later. The technology isn't fully refined yet. Once everything is in order, I'll personally discuss it with the military. Yoon-hee nodded. Since it's already been redeemed, might as well find a way to put it to use. Should you need any assistance, Mr. Yoon, feel free to call me. While I can't guarantee a direct introduction, I do have some connections that might help smooth things over. Director Lee smiled faintly. Alright, I'll be sure to trouble you then, Director Lee. I plan to wrap everything up today so the factory can officially start operations tomorrow. All materials for the drones are already in place. Get the production line up and running as soon as possible. Yoon-hee pondered for a moment. No problem. Well then, Mr. Yun, I'll head back to the bank now. Things are pretty hectic at the moment, so I won't keep you long. Bank manager Lee nodded, and after exchanging farewells, he departed. The office was left with only Yun. He frowned. He had thought this stealth coating could be released for direct sale, but unexpectedly, there were far too many complications involved. In that case, he'd better get the drone production line up and running as soon as possible. Yun then opened the system's exchange panel. Glancing at the remaining 5,000 points. Looks like I'll have to spend carefully. It hasn't been long, and I'm already down to 5,000. Investing in the factory complex cost around 300 million, and with the current sales of some weight loss pills, that leaves us with 500 million total. With that thought, Yun opened his mobile banking app. The screen displayed exactly 500 million in deposits. What's there to think about? Of course I'm going all in on Eagle Bond Treasury notes. Open the Treasury bond at 500 million wiped out in an instant. Ding! Detected host purchasing 500 million in Eagle Bond Treasury securities. Rewarding 500,000 points. Remaining points, 55,000. Phew. After buying the bonds, Yun let out a long sigh of relief. Points. He opened the redemption interface to take a look. Aerospace carriers? FTL fighters. Dominate the cosmos? Holy crap, what even is this? Redemption costs millions, even tens of millions of points. Even if you have enough points, it's not enough. You have to upgrade the system first to make the exchange happen. Yun nearly cursed in frustration. How dare the system recommend such things when he'd only just acquired 55,000 points? He flipped through the next few pages. This one looks decent. Humanoid robot price, 5,000 points. Description, available in companion, bodyguard, nanny, and military variants. Considered a fairly decent item. Future robots will have a significant impact on humanity. Elderly individuals can choose a companion robot, those who can't cook can buy a nanny robot, and those needing personal security when going out can purchase a bodyguard robot. There's even a military model, though not many buy it. It's incredibly effective on the battlefield. Changed. Yun was satisfied with this product and clicked the exchange button. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully exchanged for a humanoid robot. Remaining points, 50,000. Bang. Before Yun could react, a muffled thud suddenly echoed from nearby. Looking up, a stunning woman suddenly materialized before him. Her skin had an exquisite texture, appearing exceptionally fair, with jet black hair cascading down her shoulders. Dressed in a professional suit, she exuded both allure and sharp competence. Master, Bodyguard 001 reporting for duty. The beautiful robot before him suddenly spoke. Her speech was completely fluent, without any hesitation. She didn't seem like a robot at all, more like a normal human being. Holy crap! This realistic? Yun was startled. Master, please name me. The beautiful robot spoke. Though her demeanor and posture closely resembled a human's, her eyes remained utterly vacant. Is there a random name option? I'm not really into naming things. Yun sighed helplessly. Su Xiao Xiao, naming successful. Master, from now on I'll be your personal bodyguard. You may command me for anything. Su Xiao Xiao replied mechanically. Anything? Su Xiao Xiao looked at Yun and flashed a smile that could charm anyone. Yes, master. Chapter 39, could Su Xiao Xiao actually have emotions? The atmosphere between Yun and Su Xiao Xiao in the room grew increasingly intimate. However, as a robot, the latter lacked human emotions. Therefore, seeing Yun like this evoked no particular feeling in her. At most, she recognized him as her master and knew she must not defy him. After a long while, Yun sighed. Forget it. I shouldn't have been thinking such dirty thoughts. Su Xiao Xiao stood straight beside Yun. Squeak. The door opened. Mr. Yun, maybe I shouldn't disturb you right now? Li Rongyu had just entered to report on work matters when he suddenly noticed Su Xiao Xiao standing beside Yun. He nearly thought the boss was up to something in the room, his expression instantly turning awkward. It's fine. Just tell me what's on your mind. Yun said. Hearing this, Li Rongyu shot Su Xiao Xiao a slightly peculiar glance before holding up a document and saying, Well, we've already filled all the positions, but I'm not entirely clear on the salaries. Some technical positions fluctuate too much based on market rates, anywhere from 10 to 15,000. I can't just arbitrarily set those figures. For the workers, it's much simpler, around 5,000 a month should cover it. Even though our products are top-notch, we still need to cut corners where we can. Li Rongyu explained. She had just crunched the numbers, including all workers and technical staff. The scale had already reached that of a medium-sized enterprise. With over 100 people relying on this for their livelihoods, the monthly payroll expenses were astronomical. No need to cut back. Yun suddenly interjected. What? Boss Yun, I didn't quite catch that. Li Rongyu thought his ears were playing tricks on him and asked again. I said no need to cut corners. Pay technicians at the highest market rate and do the same for regular workers. Rest periods will align with yours. Work is work, life is life. Sometimes people need to relax, don't they? Yuni smiled faintly. Won't this cause resentment among other companies? Once word gets out about our compensation, I suspect many from other companies will want to join us. Then we'll definitely become the target of everyone's criticism. Lee Rongyu voiced his concern. This wasn't the first time such a situation had occurred. There was once a company with exceptional integrity that treated its employees exceptionally well, offering top-tier salaries, generous time off, and an outstanding work environment. But the consequence was that, precisely because it was too good, it faced intense pressure from many other companies. Ultimately, the company went out of business. Do you know why? Yuni, who had clearly heard similar stories before, asked. I don't know. Lee Rongyu shook his head. It had been too long ago. Who could possibly remember something from 4 or 5 years ago? Because that company operated an offline physical business model, relying on both suppliers and retailers to generate profits. If any link in the chain breaks, it's a devastating blow. Our situation is different. We produce our own goods and sell them directly through Daejeong Corporation. Let me ask you, who could possibly compete with Daejeong, the drone industry's unicorn company? Even if they're dissatisfied, they'll have to weigh our backing. Yuni was supremely confident. That company was at best an intermediary. Factories bought goods to sell to distributors. Any problem in the chain would be fatal. But Yuni had none of those worries. His product was simply exceptional. He didn't need to rely on anyone for supply or contract manufacturing. All pre-sale steps have been completed on my end. All that's left is to hand over the goods to Daejeong Company for them to sell themselves. That's good. Mr. Yun, do you still have any funds left? I calculated the minimum and maximum wages. If we pay the industry's minimum wage each month, it would only cost 700,000. Calculating based on the maximum wage would be 1 million yuan. Lee Rongyu asked tentatively. 1 million yuan, huh? Yuni pondered for a moment. If he hadn't misread it earlier, he had over 508 million yuan before purchasing the government bonds. After the purchase, it seemed like only 800,000 remained. Don't worry about it. Just issue it based on the 1 million yuan standard. Yuni suddenly remembered he still had a 10 billion yuan loan line and used at Jiangnan Bank. This was the perfect opportunity to put it to use. Understood, Mr. Yun. May I ask, who is this person? Li Rongyu pointed to Su Xiaoxiao standing beside Yuni. She found the girl looked very unfamiliar. Could she be a secretary Yun-Yi had hired? She's a robot. Yun-Yi replied. What? Her name is Robot? Li Rongyu glanced at Su Xiaoxiao. A robot? No way. The craftsmanship was so realistic she looked just like a real person. Could her name really be Robot? That's pretty weird. It's a bodyguard-type robot, a new product. Yun-Yi explained again. Hearing this, Li Rongyu stared at Su Xiaoxiao in shock. The latter showed absolutely no reaction whatsoever. Moreover, he suddenly noticed that Su Xiaoxiao's eyes were completely vacant. She truly didn't look human. Mr. Yun, you've even developed robots? Li Rongyu nearly fell backward in shock. Is that a robot? Weren't robots typically just a central skeleton with simple limbs attached? How come Yun-Yi's robots look so human-like? Just basic operations. Don't think I'm that impressive, it'll go to my head. Yun-Yi chuckled. My goodness, this is incredible. Li Rongyu rushed over to Su Xiao, examining her from every angle, occasionally giving her a pinch and letting out gasps of amazement. This feels just like a real person. And the surface felt completely free of any robotic skeletal texture. That uniquely feminine softness nearly made Li Rongyu think she hadn't woken up yet. If Yuni hadn't said it was a robot, Li Rongyu would have sworn the figure before him was a real woman. Master, I'm a security robot, not a display model. Little did he know, his actions seemed to trigger a reaction from Su Xiao. She exclaimed. Holy cow, even her voice is so pleasant. Mr. Yun, this robot can't actually give birth to your children, can it? Li Rongyu asked excitedly. Probably not. 3 black lines appeared on Yun-Yi's forehead. Did this woman's train of thought really jump that far? The system indicates I lack the capability to bear children. But I can ensure the master's safety at all times. Su Xiaoxiao replied automatically. Assassination, protection, disguise, I can handle it all. Yun-Yi paused in surprise. This functionality is quite comprehensive. Master, what do you need me to do? Need me to silence this chatterbox? Su Xiaoxiao shot Li Rongyu a look, ready to draw her knife at the slightest provocation. Ahem, Mr. Yun, I'll be taking my leave now, I've got work to attend to. Seeing this, Li Rongyu immediately bolted out of the room. Yun-Yi, standing nearby, found it rather peculiar. This robot's way of thinking. Was it a bit too much? He actually sensed emotions in Su Xiao that only humans should possess. Chapter 40, AAAHHH. Sister, kill me. But then again, it was a robot created by the system. It made sense that it might differ from ordinary robots in certain ways. Ha? Wait, is that it? System, is this all you're giving me? It costs 5,000 points to exchange just one? That's way too expensive. Yun-Yi quickly realized the issue. Ding! The technology for manufacturing related robots has been sent to the host's mind. Please refrain from questioning this system in the future, host. All products sold are fair and honest. There is absolutely no deception involved. The system's displeased voice chimed in. Yun-Yi smiled faintly, unconcerned. He immediately began scanning the information in his mind, discovering an overwhelming variety of robot categories. Beyond the 3 types listed in the introduction section, there were all sorts of miscellaneous ones. By the end, he even spotted a category labeled Battlefield Suicide Type. Holy crap! Yun-Yi was utterly shocked. Those 5,000 points were well spent. Xiao, wanna sit down for a bit? Standing here for so long is making me uncomfortable. Yun-Yi looked up to see Su Xiao still standing expressionless beside him, and couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. Master, I require no rest. I can provide you with 24-hour uninterrupted protection. Current battery capacity is at 100%. Estimated recharge required after 3,824-hour cycles. Su Xiao's voice echoed, surprising Yun-Yi once more. 38,024-hour cycles? That meant over a decade of continuous operation? That was incredibly impressive. However, after searching his memory, he realized the robot's battery capacity utilized cutting-edge technology. While not quite the infinite energy of a controlled fusion reactor, it achieved a remarkably similar effect. If my owner needs me to sit down, I can do so. Su Xiao grabbed a chair from nearby and sat down with grace, even crossing her legs with effortless poise. Her anthropomorphism was remarkably convincing. That was Yun-Yi's assessment of Su Xiao. And those long legs wrapped in black, those red-soled high heels, just looking at them made one's blood boil. Xiao, let's shoot a video. Yun-Yi suddenly remembered something, pulled out his phone, and opened Douyin. Su Xiao immediately leaned in, and the two appeared together in the frame. After filming wrapped up, Yun-Yi tapped to upload it to his social media account. Caption, just hired a new little assistant. Say hi to everyone. Pretty corny, really. Yun-Yi hadn't really looked into this stuff before and had no clue how to craft a caption. Master, is this okay? Su Xiao asked after Yun-Yi finished filming. Xiao, please stop calling me master. It sounds a bit odd. If others hear it, they might think I have some peculiar preferences. Just call me Mr. Yun. Yun-Yi said. From earlier until now, Su Xiao, this stunning beauty, had been calling him master. While it felt incredibly satisfying to hear, at least no one else had witnessed this scene. Yes, Master Yun. Drop the master. Yes, Mr. Yun. Ah, that's better. After the video hit the internet, it instantly racked up millions of views and tens of thousands of likes. Setting aside Yun-Yi's solid looks, he's definitely a handsome guy. The woman beside him, Su Xiao, is a genuine stunner. Some netizens even commented wondering if this woman was some famous actress. Her stunningly beautiful face was simply breathtaking. With a face like that, it would be a waste not to be a star. Please share this beauty's Douyin handle, I need to follow her. Guys, follow her. She's gorgeous, looks just like a big star. What? Like a star? Isn't she one? A girl like that has to be a celebrity. You're the only one with a sweet mouth up there, huh? What are you talking about? She has the looks but doesn't want to be a star, what's wrong with that? But being an assistant is ridiculous. The comments exploded. Almost every guy who saw Su Xiao got excited. Some even started searching for her Douyin account, eager to follow this stunning beauty. But after searching high and low, they found nothing. There was simply no Douyin account for this stunning assistant, leaving many feeling rather deflated. Still, some left comments asking, "Hey, does this beauty have a Douyin account?" This comment quickly shot to the top of the likes in the comments section. Just as everyone was waiting in anticipation, Yun-Yi replied, "She's a bot. She doesn't have a Douyin account." Netizens, you call this a bot? This is clearly a real person, okay? Some netizens couldn't believe it. Blogger, how can I believe this is a robot? It's clearly a real person. Exactly. She can talk, her skin is flawless, and her legs are so fair. Definitely a real person. Hey upstairs, wipe that drool off your chin, it's dripping all the way downstairs. A robot this beautiful? You buy that? I sure as hell don't. Exactly. Unless the blogger goes live to prove she's a robot. Everyone flooded the comments section. They refused to believe Yun-Yi's comment, with some even suspecting he was just protecting his little assistant from all the attention from this bunch of guys. Yun-Yi's mouth twitched slightly when he saw these comments. Truthfully, when he first saw Su Xiao, his reaction had been exactly the same as theirs. He absolutely refused to believe she was a robot. But what could he do? That's just how advanced the technology is. Forget about robots wobbling around unsteadily. Su Xiao showed none of that. Moreover, her voice pitch, facial expressions, and movements from an appearance standpoint were 99% human. In fact, her motions were smoother than some actual humans. Xiao, prove yourself by going live with me. Yuni suddenly addressed Su Xiaoxiao beside him. The latter nodded upon hearing this. In her eyes, Yuni's words were sacred commands. Whatever he asked her to do, she must obey without question. Yes, Mr. Yun. After saying that, Yuni set up his phone. Thanks to this video, his Douyin account had reached 1,000 followers, exactly the number required by the platform to start live streaming. After clicking to start the live stream, dozens of people who had been waiting for Yunyi's live stream instantly clicked in. Holy crap, he's really going live? Where's the hot assistant? Get her to come out and prove she's not a bot. I think it's fake. Whether it's fake or not, we'll have to watch and see. The chat exploded with chatter. Yuni adjusted his phone's position slightly before waving at Su Xiaoxiao. Hi, everyone. The instant Su Xiaoxiao appeared in the livestream, every viewer felt their hormones explode. Her standard career woman's suit, paired with that mature, sophisticated style. Her long legs in black stockings and high heels made her appear at least 5 feet 9 inches tall. And the perfect proportion between her upper and lower body left everyone speechless. Holy crap, a mature woman. Aha. Sister, you're killing me. Chapter 41, This woman is a robot. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. The screen was filled with laughter. Dude, you're out of your mind. Did you never see a woman in your past life? Seriously, when is the hot assistant gonna start a Douyin account? I wanna follow her. She's stunning. That face doesn't even look human, yet she's standing right here in front of me. It's hard not to believe. Seeing this, Yuni smiled faintly. Then, clearing his throat, he said, there's something I feel I need to explain to you all. My assistant, Su Xiaoxiao, is indeed a robot. And she's a bodyguard-type robot that doesn't even exist on the market yet. Yunyi's words instantly silenced the livestream chat. At the same time, the number of online viewers skyrocketed, now exceeding 3,000. Host. Who's that gorgeous lady next to you? Wow, that assistant is stunning. Would she consider working at my company? The original viewers fell completely silent. New viewers flooding into the stream couldn't take their eyes off Su Xiaoxiao beside Yuni. They flooded the chat with messages. Yuni suddenly realized something. The new viewers didn't know the context, meaning he'd have to explain it to each one individually. With that thought, he hurriedly tapped his phone to change the stream's name. Beautiful Robot Assistant? Clear at a glance. The new title instantly drew a flood of viewers. Holy crap, this is a robot? This is clearly a real-life superstar, okay? You guys probably don't know the difference between celebrities and internet stars, but it's actually simple. This beauty assistant right here would totally be a celebrity if she went out in public. Holy crap, is this stunning beauty really a robot? Why not let the robot host the stream? Step aside, streamer, don't spoil our view of this beauty. This beautiful robot is so soothing. It calmed my restless heart after a long day at work. Turns out looking at beauties really does extend your lifespan. Yuni nearly lost his composure. He went live today to clarify that Su Xiaoxiao wasn't human but a robot, only to have her tell him to step aside and let her take over the stream? Master, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. I must go outside to protect your safety 24/7. Seeing these comments, Su Xiaoxiao's eyes seemed to hold the precision of a complex instrument in motion. Minutes later, she spoke these words aloud before the entire live stream audience. These 2 sentences were like hitting the pause button on the live stream. Master? This beauty is calling the streamer master? Sis. Who trained you to be like this? So we viewers are just part of your little game, huh? And how could a robot say something like that? Yuni froze in shock. Su Xiao's intention was clear. Seeing the unfriendly comments in the chat directed at Yuni, she spoke up to defend him. After speaking, she seemed to realize that staying any longer might cause further trouble for Yuni. Without looking back, she walked out of the room to stand guard. Netizens? I'm starting to lose track. Is this even a bot or a real person? Why did she get upset over a few off-topic comments from the streamer? Can bots even have emotions? Tag Elon Musk manually let the world's richest man share his insights on bots with the streamer. The comments flooded in. Elon Musk, the world's richest man. As everyone knows, his company has recently been researching robots. Specifically, they're developing high-end humanoid robots, and it's rumored they've already made major breakthroughs. What the hell kind of exchange is that? If that beautiful assistant really is a robot, Musk would have to personally go to the streamer to learn. The smart robots his company has now can barely walk, let alone pull off all those facial expressions and gestures like an assistant robot. To the streamer, Musk is nothing but a fart. They've blown billions and still can't build a robot assistant like the ones in live streams. And theirs is just a head at best, with mechanical parts underneath. Those live streaming beauties have real skin. A user named Robot Superfactory posted a long string of comments. You know so much. Are you an insider at Musk's company? Of course. Musk's Robot Superfactory is being built right here in Shanghai, China. I'm lucky enough to be a supervisor on the assembly line. So if that streamer's assistant robot is real, Musk would have to rush over overnight to learn from it? Holy crap. That's way too much hype. Truth is, most people don't really grasp robotics. Watching too many sci-fi movies has given everyone a fixed impression of robots, instinctively thinking they should all be like Su Xiao. Host, is the beautiful assistant really a robot? My heart is broken. Yeah, host, please answer, is she a robot or not? The comments flooded in. She is a robot, a security guard model, to be precise. Its operational lifespan is around 11 to 12 years. No sooner had he finished speaking. The chat nearly exploded. Do you know what powers a robot? It's the battery, or rather, the rechargeable battery. Host, tell me what kind of battery can last 10 years on a single charge these days? Bull. That robot's fake too, it's just a real person. Seeing the comments flying by, Uni gave a helpless smile. But he didn't dwell on it. Su Xiao's existence was indeed hard for people to accept nowadays. Well, that's all for today's stream. See you all again someday. Uni had no intention of continuing the stream and promptly shut it down. Inside the robot super factory. This facility covered an enormous area of full 860,000 square meters, housing not only vehicle assembly lines but also a dedicated robotics research center. Within the spacious laboratory, a foreign researcher was studying the beautiful female robot before him. However, only the head and face of this robot had undergone special processing to achieve the highest standard of anthropomorphism. Everything below the neck is entirely mechanical. This robot represents the most groundbreaking technology currently available on the market. I'm confident our robots will make a global sensation in the near future. William gazed at the beautiful robot before him, his eyes reflecting a hint of obsession and madness unique to researchers. Mr. William. His assistant knocked on the lab door and rushed in. I told you I don't want to be disturbed while I'm working, William said with some displeasure. I know, Mr. William. Please take a look at this video first. The assistant pulled out his phone, which was playing the live stream recording of Uni and Su Xiao. It showed Su Xiao encountering William, as she was exceptionally beautiful, a classic Longwei beauty. It's just two Chinese people live streaming. What's so interesting about that? William shook his head, about to dismiss them, when his assistant uttered a sentence that instantly froze him in place. That woman is a robot. Chapter 42, hold on, your bionic skeleton, we've got a major problem. What did you say? How could she possibly be a robot? How could the friction between mechanical parts be so smooth? And how did she manage that transition from sitting to standing? William's face was frozen in utter disbelief. Those 2 points she just mentioned. Musk had his team researching them for over a decade. The money spent was astronomical. Ordinary robots walk with such stiffness. But Su Xiao seemed to have no issues whatsoever. In fact, he now thought Uni looked more like a robot. I'm not entirely sure either. The assistant shook his head, his eyes equally filled with astonishment. Where is this streamer? I need to meet him immediately. I sent him a private message on his account, but he hasn't replied yet. Can't even handle something this simple? Send me the video immediately. Mr. Musk is at the Gigafactory today, I'll discuss this with him. Got it. Meanwhile, Wang Tao also spotted the trending topic about the beautiful robot. Isn't that Mr. Yun? The beautiful robot? Sitting in his office, he watched the video on his phone. When his gaze fell on Su Xiao, his expression shifted to one of astonishment and uncertainty. As a leader in the high-tech industry, Wang Tao was well aware of the immense challenges in robotics. And this was different from drones. A plane only needed to take off and carry a load. But robots involved so many more complexities. Whether it was the body structure, the skin material, or the overall technology, it was impossible to achieve the level of sophistication seen in Su Xiao. Only two outcomes lay before everyone. 1. Su Xiao is genuinely a robot. In that case, Yun Yi is terrifying. Such technology, 2 or 3 decades ahead of the world, would undoubtedly spark a global scramble for it. Second, Su Xiao isn't a robot at all, this is just Yun Yi pulling a stunt to grab attention. But Wang Tao believed Yun Yi was not the type to crave attention. That leaves only the first possibility, this beautiful robot might very well be real. The market for robots is even broader than that for drones. Among them are bionic mechanical skeletons, an incredible product for people with disabilities. Once installed, they could live like anyone else. However, due to unresolved technical challenges, even when fitted to a disabled person, they still struggle to live normally. Moreover, current mechanical skeletons are extremely cumbersome. Using them is less convenient than relying on a cane. But judging by Su Xiao's design, if applied to the human body, the final result would absolutely be explosive. At this thought, Wang Tao began to lose his composure. He summoned his secretary and declared, "Contact the top domestic technology research institute immediately. I need to speak with them." The secretary paused in surprise. It was rare to see Wang Tao so urgently pursuing a matter. "Mr. Tao, we have another meeting coming up. Would you like to attend that first?" she asked tentatively. "No need. This matter is more important than 1,000 meetings." Wang Tao shook his head. "Understood." The secretary nodded and left the office. If I'm not mistaken, applying this technology to modern times would absolutely earn Mr. Yun a Nobel Prize. Wang Tao muttered to himself. It had been so many years since anyone from the Dragon Nation had won a Nobel Prize. Now, he saw a glimmer of hope. Jiangnan Research Institute. Ever since Huang Yi was dismissed last time and Dong Qiming returned in disgrace, he vowed to keep searching for ways to create a groundbreaking technology to prove himself. Moreover, the incident at the last exhibition had profound repercussions for the Dong family. What level was Wang Tao, founder of Dejiang Corporation? 2 or 3 Dong families combined couldn't match half of Wang Tao's stature. Moreover, Dong Qiming had already completely alienated Yun Yi, nearly causing his father to lose his temper to the point of losing his bearings. Therefore, he desperately needed to create something new to prove himself. The bionic skeleton before him was his hope. The only problem is that this bionic skeleton only covers the lower body, there's no upper body component. There's no way around it. Dong Qiming does possess some creative ability, but it's limited. Even the drone he showcased at the exhibition required assistance from technicians at the Dajiang company. Without their help, Dong Qiming could never have built it alone. Haha, this bionic skeleton is something else. It can even help people with lower body disabilities stand again, though it does need charging occasionally. That's still a current limitation. Dong Qiming fell deep in thought. This bionic exoskeleton relied entirely on batteries to power all its mechanical operations. In pursuit of lightweight design, the battery capacity became extremely limited. A 1-hour charge provided a maximum of 3 hours of use before it would shut down completely. While both the battery and the exoskeleton have limited lifespans, this technology is undoubtedly the pinnacle of bionic exoskeleton design at present. Dong Qiming shook his head, dismissing those impractical fantasies, and exclaimed excitedly. The Research Institute would be thrilled to learn about this exoskeleton. It's a godsend for the disabled. With further research to develop an upper body version, we could even sell it to the military. Dong Qiming thought to himself as he opened his phone and dialed his father's number. Hey, Dad. I made it. A remarkably calm voice answered from the other end. What do you mean, I made it? Explain yourself. The Dong family's punishment for you hasn't been finalized yet. Stay out of trouble for now. The head of the Dong family spoke sternly. Ha 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 ha. I've developed bionic bones. This thing will definitely sell for a fortune. And people will be scrambling to buy it. Dong Qiming ignored the warning entirely, continuing unabated. Got it. With that, the Dong family patriarch hung up the phone. He then looked at the computer on the table, which was playing a replay of Yun Yi and Su Zhao's livestream. After a long moment, he sighed. This young man named Yun Yi, he's not someone to mess with. That beautiful robot girl? In his eyes, she wasn't human, she was definitely a robot. Compared to that, what was the bionic skeleton his dim-witted son had cobbled together worth? Meanwhile, Dong Qiming was still puzzling over why his old man was acting so cold today. Then he noticed the footsteps outside seemed to be increasing. Opening the lab door, he saw a group of researchers in white coats walking solemnly toward the conference room. Dong Qiming, the dean just sent a meeting notice in the group chat. You should hurry. A researcher who knew him kindly reminded him. What's the rush? Could it be that everyone found out about my bionic skeleton research? Holy cow, am I about to hit the big time starting today? Dong Qiming thought to himself, feeling elated. Meanwhile, the researcher who had warned him suddenly looked at him as if he were a little cutie. Put the bionic skeleton on hold. We've got a major problem. Chapter 43, This person. I know him. What's the big deal? Dong Qiming suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation and asked urgently. You'll see when you get there. It's something that will go down in human history. Without further delay, the two hurried toward the conference room. Once everyone had gathered, the elderly man seated at the head of the table gestured to a researcher beside him, signaling the meeting could begin. The renowned scientist, Oldly, also sat beside the front seat. His expression was solemn. Dean, what happened today? One researcher inquired. All eyes turned to the elderly man seated at the head of the table. Professor Lee cleared his throat. Seeing the dean remain silent, he slowly rose to his feet. We've discovered a robot with remarkably advanced anthropomorphism. Its similarity to humans has reached 99%. Whoosh! The moment Oldly finished speaking, the conference room erupted in an uproar. What did a 99% similarity rate even mean? It meant the robot had essentially become human. But who developed this technology? Could it be the Eagle Nation? Surely not the Dragon Nation. If it were developed by the Dragon Nation, Oldly and the dean wouldn't be looking so grave right now. The robot was discovered by William, a foreign researcher at the Shanghai Robot Superfactory. He's already taken the lead in investigating. We must accelerate our progress as well. It's said that the person who developed this robot with 99% human similarity is from the Dragon Nation. We must get in contact with them before William does. The director's voice was steady and measured. But Oldly distinctly sensed a tremor in his tone. Who could remain calm under such circumstances? Such a robot, such technology. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it alien technology. And now such a talent had appeared in Dragon Nation. I will now play the relevant footage. Utilize every connection within the Research Institute to locate him. This matter concerns the future destiny of our nation. We must spare no effort. Old Lee declared. Then, an image appeared on the large screen in the conference room. Dong Chiming had been watching the video on the screen with great concentration. Then he suddenly realized. How come that person in the video looks so familiar? Holy crap! Yan Yi. Dong Chiming cursed under his breath. Immediately afterward, Su Xiaoxiao, who appeared beside Yun Yi, instantly captured everyone's attention. Especially among the men present, many eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of her. When did such a stunning beauty appear in Dragon Country? Everyone, did you see the woman in the video? The crowd nodded, then stared blankly at Su Xiaoxiao pacing back and forth on the screen. She is the robot. The crowd nodded again. Wait. In an instant, all eyes turned to the dean. She's a robot? How could she possibly be a robot? Everyone was stunned. Are you kidding me? That girl is a robot? Aren't modern robots supposed to be those things where everything below the neck is mechanical? How come this beauty doesn't look the slightest bit like a robot? Could it be hidden? Everyone's gaze then followed Su Xiaoxiao's thigh. The black is beautiful. And the curve where her thigh meets her hip is perfectly rounded, a classic hourglass figure. A beauty like this is a robot? Dong Chiming wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, saying nothing. Now he felt like a complete joke. Just moments ago, he was in the lab calling his dad to brag about developing an exoskeleton. Yet in the end, he was still nothing but a clown. You all should understand the importance of this female robot. If we can acquire the relevant technology, Dragon Nation's science and technology will leap forward by 20 to 30 years. This year's Nobel Prize is undoubtedly his. The dean's words deeply shocked everyone present. Especially Dong Chiming. His face was ashen, and he could no longer muster the will to oppose Yun Yi. Even in the future, whenever Dong Chiming encountered him in Jiangnan City, he would have to go out of his way to avoid him. Dean, elderly, I have something to say. Dong Chiming raised his hand. All eyes in the conference room instantly turned to him. What is it? Old Lee frowned and asked. The dean's expression was slightly peculiar, but he said nothing, merely watching Dong Chiming. I recognize the person in this video. After uttering those words, Dong Chiming seemed to lose all his strength. You know him? Old Lee's voice shot up instantly, and the excitement on the dean's face was palpable. Immediately, Old Lee strode over to Dong Chiming, placing both hands on his shoulders. Dong! Where is this man? Tell me now. He shook Dong Chiming urgently. The director followed closely behind. Almost everyone knew that Old Lee was the most stubborn individual at the Jiangnan Research Institute. In scientific research, he pursued absolute perfection. And yet, this usually stern man looked utterly ridiculous today after hearing news about Yun Yi. Mr. Lee, this is my college classmate. We even ran into each other at that drone exhibition earlier. Dong Chiming hurriedly interjected. Xiaodong, get to the point. The dean urged from the side. Who cares where Dong Chiming had seen him? What mattered now was finding Yun Yi's residence. They wanted to go directly to his place to observe the robot. I don't know. Dong Chiming's next words nearly made Old Lee so furious he wanted to punch someone. No, Old Lee. I don't know, but someone does. Dong Chiming fumbled frantically for his phone and dialed a number. Hello, young Master Dong, what's up? Duan Yi's voice came through the phone. Old Lee and the director both held their breath, simultaneously gesturing for silence to all the researchers present. Do you know where Yun Yi lives? Dong Chiming asked. No way, Mr. Dong. You're still looking for trouble with Yun Yi? Did you forget what happened at the class reunion last time? Alright, I also heard you're involved in this drone exhibition being held in Jiangnan City. Duan Yi instantly grew wary. Why did Dong Chiming have to ask about Yun Yi's address? Could it be he was planning to cause trouble for Yun Yi? No, our research institute is actually very interested in the robot Yun Yi developed. Dong Chiming said awkwardly. Robot? What kind of robot? A drone or an actual robot? Duan Yi clearly hadn't heard about this. I'll tell you about it later. Just give me Yun Yi's address first. I swear, this time I'm definitely not here to cause trouble. Dong Chiming insisted. Alright, fine then. The address is. No sooner had he finished speaking. Old Lee didn't wait for Dong Chiming, eagerly leading the dean and several other researchers straight to the address. Meanwhile, at the Magic City Robot Superfactory, a private jet touched down smoothly on the runway. The world's richest man, Musk, gazed at the aircraft in the distance, a flicker of excitement dancing in his eyes. Chapter 44, The All-Purpose Robot, Master of 1,000 Skills. Inside the apartment. Mr. Yun, what was that thing earlier? A live stream? Su Xiaoxiao asked, sounding a bit annoyed. After the live stream, Yun Yi had gone to rest, and she couldn't disturb him while he slept. Now that she'd finally found a moment alone with him, she hurriedly asked. Yes, that's called a live stream. Using your phone's camera, you can let lots of other people see you. There are talent streamers, gaming streamers, all kinds of types. Yun-E explained. But then Mr. Yun would be watched like a monkey by so many people. Xiao Xiao doesn't like it. Su Xiaoxiao pouted. Clearly, Su Xiaoxiao had seen the dismissive comments about Yun-E during the last livestream and was feeling a bit sulky. Yun-E looked at her, somewhat surprised. But having spent so much time with Su Xiaoxiao, he wasn't entirely shocked. It's okay, Xiao Xiao. I don't mind those comments. Yun-E reached out and ruffled Su Xiaoxiao's hair. The soft, silky strands made him feel as though a real woman stood before him. It was time to eat. Yun-E had intended to handle things himself. But then Su Xiaoxiao walked into the kitchen wearing an apron, smiling as she gently pushed Yun-E out. Mr. Yun, leave it to me. With that, Su Xiaoxiao closed the kitchen door. System, does Su Xiaoxiao know how to cook? Yun-E stared in disbelief. Ding! The beautiful robot Su Xiaoxiao possesses 1,000 skills: bodyguard, domestic helper, companion, nanny, and more. Future upgrades for her capabilities are possible. With sufficiently advanced technology, robots could even become human. Hearing the system's explanation, Yun-E fell silent. Today marked his first tangible encounter with the power of technology. Compared to those previous weight loss pills and drones, this robot Su Xiaoxiao made the latter seem utterly weak. Moreover, the reward granted by the system was an all-purpose robot. No wonder he could even sense something like emotion emanating from Su Xiaoxiao. With 1,000 skills to boot, this was truly an all-purpose robot. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Yun-E's phone rang. He unlocked it to find it was Duan-E calling. Hey, what's up? Dong Qiming just called me asking for your address. I gave it to him. I heard someone from the Jiangnan Research Institute is interested in your robot. You're into robotics now? Dude, that gorgeous woman in the video looked just like a real person. You're telling me that thing was a robot? Duan-E asked in disbelief. Jiangnan Research Institute? Did you give them your address? Yun-E asked. Of course I did. After all, it's the Jiangnan Research Institute, the most renowned scientific enterprise in our city of Jiangnan. Like I could not. Duan-E rolled his eyes. All right. Xiao Xiao is indeed a robot, a versatile model I just developed recently. She's cooking for me right now. Yun-E smiled as he watched the busy figure in the kitchen. Holy crap, it can cook too? When are you gonna get one for Dad? I'm sick of takeout already. Duan-E exclaimed. But no sooner had he finished speaking than the apartment door was knocked. We'll have to stop here. Visitors are here. Yun-E said, then hung up the phone. It was faster than he'd imagined. When he opened the door, a large group of researchers in white lab coats stood at the entrance. Dong Qiming was among them. The two older men at the front stepped forward and asked respectfully. May we ask if you are Mr. Yun? Yun-E nodded. That's me. Excellent. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the vice president of the Jiangnan Research Institute, and this gentleman is the president. Mr. Li introduced himself. Oh, hello. Is there something you need from me? Yun-E inquired. Hearing this, Dong Qiming stepped forward and said, Yun-E, our institute is very interested in the female robot you developed. Therefore, we hope you will hand it over to contribute to the technological advancement of the Dragon Nation. His haughty demeanor caused many to frown. What kind of attitude is that when coming to ask for a favor? But Yun-E remained unperturbed, replying calmly, in that case, I suggest you leave. No. Seeing this, Old Li urgently grabbed the door handle, preventing the door from closing. He then glared at Dong Qiming and snapped, shut up. Oh. Dong Qiming wisely shut his mouth. Mr. Yun, we're not entirely clear on the nature of your conflict with Dong Qiming. Please forgive us. We've come today with the utmost sincerity. The dean said with a smile. Before they could react, the kitchen door swung open. Su Xiaoxiao appeared before them, clutching a spatula. Seeing so many people standing at the doorway, she instinctively switched into combat mode. Her gaze grew icy, and her hand unconsciously reached behind her back. Who are you? Su Xiaoxiao asked in a slightly icy tone. Ahem, no need to get worked up, we're all on the same side, okay? Miss, are you a robot? The dean asked with a laugh. I'm Mr. Yun's security robot. What do you need? Su Xiaoxiao inquired. Upon witnessing the beauty's response, everyone present couldn't help but gasp in awe. The technology behind this robot was nothing short of perfect. Upon detecting an intruder, it instantly activated combat mode. Judging by its demeanor, it seemed ready to attack Su Xiaoxiao without hesitation if they made any sudden moves. Xiaoxiao, calm down. They're our own people. Yun-E offered reassurance. Hearing her master's voice, Su Xiaoxiao finally relaxed. Mr. Yun, we're out of seasonings. Where do we keep the salt? With no further issues, Su Xiaoxiao inquired. In the second cabinet from the left at the bottom of the kitchen. Yun-E replied. Oh, okay. Su Xiaoxiao then headed to the kitchen to cook. This action left Oldly and the dean utterly speechless. Wow, that's so smart? Impressive. Dong Qiming stood among the crowd, pursing his lips. Mr. Yun, would you be interested in collaborating with our Jiangnan Research Institute? The director stepped forward, his eyes brimming with hope as he asked. I was interested before, but not anymore. Your institute takes anyone off the street. I'm afraid I'm out of my league. Yuni said, glancing at Dong Qiming. This kid really brings trouble wherever he goes. Yuni was genuinely reluctant to deal with him right now. If this is the reason, then I'll expel Dong Qiming. Oldly immediately declared. He knew better than to pit the potential to advance Dragon Nation's future technology by 2 or 3 decades against some obscure researcher at the institute. But Dong Qiming nearly burst into tears. Mr. Li. Director. I worked incredibly hard to get into this research institute. It was all to contribute to our nation's technological advancement. You can't fire me. Dong Qiming nearly scared the life out of himself. If they fired him, what would he do then? He'd already been looked down upon after that class reunion last time. Now he was about to lose his job at the Jiangnan Research Institute too. Just as he was lamenting his plight, a fair-haired, blue-eyed foreigner arrived at the apartment. Chapter 45. Who exactly is this Mr. Yun? William, are you sure this is the place? Musk turned to ask. Yes, Mr. Musk. According to my intel, Mr. Yun resides right here. William declared with absolute certainty. He had already sent people to investigate, and after extensive inquiries, they had finally pinpointed this ordinary apartment in Jiangnan City. A talent like this, living in such a rundown place? This is a desecration of scientific research. Musk frowned. Such talent residing in such a dilapidated place was indeed hard for Musk to comprehend. Researchers in their Eagle Nation enjoyed the world's most top-tier accommodations, meals, and all aspects of treatment. Never before had any research institute housed someone like Yun Yi in such conditions. William, let's go up. Yes, Mr. Musk. With that, the two entered the elevator, one after the other. When the doors opened, a large group of researchers clad in white lab coats came into view. Musk was taken aback by the sight. William, however, broke out in a cold sweat. It seemed someone had already discovered Mr. Yun Yi's address before him. Excuse me, please step aside, thank you. Musk said very politely. The researchers were initially impatient, but when they turned around and realized it was none other than the world's richest man, Elon Musk, they froze in place. Holy Musk! His exclamation echoed through the room. Everyone turned to look. Holy! That familiar face, it was none other than the world's richest man, Musk. What was he doing here? Had he also learned that Yun Yi had created a robot with a human similarity rating of 99%? Oldly and the dean frowned deeply upon seeing Musk's arrival. William followed and spotted Yun Yi inside the room. Excitedly, he exclaimed, Mr. Musk, the one in the short-sleeved shirt is Mr. Yun Yi. Without delay, Musk pushed through the crowd and entered the room. The moment he spotted Yun Yi, he promptly handed over the gift he had purchased. Mr. Yun, please accept this small token of my appreciation. Musk said with a cheerful smile. Those around them were instantly filled with bewilderment. Damn it, are these American folks learning our Chinese etiquette now? They even know you shouldn't show up empty-handed when visiting someone. In stark contrast, the Jiangnan Research Institute hadn't brought a single thing, and they'd even dragged that jinx Dong Qiming along. After this stark contrast, Oldly instantly panicked. Oh, you're Musk? I've long admired your reputation. How did you find the time to drop by my place? Yuni asked with genuine curiosity. After all, didn't the world's richest man have an endless list of responsibilities every single day? Was he here today for the robot too? Well, it's like this. I saw the replay of your livestream online and just wanted to come take a look at that robot. Mr. Yun, our Magic City Robot Super Factory is also researching robots. We don't seek to acquire the technology, but we'd love to collaborate with you. As for compensation, you needn't worry. Just name your price. After that, Musk fell silent. As the world's wealthiest man, he had both the capability and the confidence to make such a statement. William remained quiet beside him, but that didn't mean he felt indifferent. On the contrary, his mind was racing. If such a talent could join the robot superfactory in Shanghai, William would undoubtedly spend every waking moment except for meals and bathroom breaks picking Yun Yi's brain about robotics. Before Yun Yi could make up his mind, the Jiangnan Research Institute team grew anxious. Mr. Yun, please reconsider. We've come today with the utmost sincerity, and the robotics technology must remain within Dragon Nation. If they acquire it, it would be a devastating blow to Dragon Nation's technological advancement. Oldly hurriedly leaned close to whisper in Yun Yi's ear. But the latter showed no reaction. Mr. Yun, I'll go all out. Whatever Musk offers you, I'll double it. The dean stepped forward, his voice booming like a temple bell. Holy crap! The Research Institute's colleagues were stunned upon hearing this. In all these years, no one had ever elicited such solemn consideration from the director. He even went so far as to offer double the compensation. Triple. Musk didn't bat an eye. No matter what amount the research institute offered, he would match it directly. You. The director was furious, his heart aching with rage. Damn it, so what if you're rich? Musk gazed at them with a smug grin, his expression seeming to say, yeah, having money is pretty damn impressive. Why don't you all just go back? As for the robotics technology, I have no intention of selling it. Yuni shook his head. Just as the two were about to say something else, Su Xiaoxiao appeared, carrying a tray of freshly prepared dishes and placing them on the table. Musk was stunned by the sight. Reality always feels more real than what you see in videos. You can use beauty filters during live streams, but not in real life. Su Xiaoxiao's fair skin nearly left Musk speechless. Mr. Yun. This robot's skin is incredibly lifelike. It's as smooth and delicate as human skin. What material did you use? He couldn't help but ask. Yuni smiled without answering. Could I tell you? Of course not. Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. Besides, I don't even know myself. Yun-yi thought to himself. Little did he know, Musk managed to hold back, but William, who had followed along, couldn't take his eyes off him. Mr. Yun, please, I beg you work with us. We'll give you the best deal possible. William couldn't help but plead. Dong Qiming curled his lips. Where's your dignity? It's dinner time. Everyone should head back. I have no intention of selling robotics-related technology, nor am I interested in any collaboration. Yun-yi issued the dismissal. Seeing this, both Old Li and the dean's expressions darkened. Musk was fine, though. But just as they stood there dumbfounded, one after another, olive drab trucks rolled into the residential compound. The soldiers who disembarked radiated a menacing aura. They all fixed their gaze on the building where Yun-yi resided, scrutinizing every movement around them with intense vigilance. Moments later, a figure stepped down from one of the trucks, bearing 3 stars on his shoulder, a full general. This man was none other than a Dragon Nation general. Mr. Tao, is this where Mr. Yun resides? The general asked the moment he stepped off the vehicle. But this was somewhat different from what he had imagined. Wang Tao followed closely behind, stepping out with a broad smile. Yes, right here. Shall we go up then? Honestly, I can't help but want to stock up on those weight loss pills and drones. Is that even weight loss pills anymore? They're practically bodybuilding supplements. And those drones our military is absolutely fascinated. Now they've even developed robots. Just who is this Mr. Yun? Chapter 46 Eastern Theater Command, General Wu. The military once conducted a joint exercise. With the weight loss pills and drones in play, what kind of results could the red and blue sides achieve? The red force, equipped with weight loss drugs and drones, nearly crushed the blue force into submission. The outcome stunned everyone. Now, with Yun-yi developing robots that resemble humans with 99% accuracy, once mass-produced and deployed on the battlefield, Dragon Nation soldiers wouldn't need to risk their lives in close combat anymore. Each soldier could command a single robot, dominating the battlefield with ease. In this context, Wang Tao sought out his close friend, Wu Jiangwo, the Dragon Nation general, standing before them. Wang Tao was determined to push for a strategic partnership between Yun-yi and the Dragon Nation military. Jiangwo, shall we go up? Wang Tao said with a smile. Their bond was extraordinary, childhood friends who had practically grown up wearing the same pair of pants. They never put on airs when together. Let's go. With that, the two boarded the elevator surrounded by a large group of Dragon Nation soldiers. The soldiers formed multiple layers of protection around them. Upstairs. Seeing Yun-yi's unyielding stance, both the Jiangnan Research Institute and Musk's teams had no choice but to leave. But just as the elevator doors opened, a shocking scene unfolded. A large group of Dragon Nation soldiers in olive green uniforms poured out, instantly surrounding the entire group. What the hell? Dong Qiming nearly wet himself in fright. But Old Li and the Dean were seasoned veterans, after all. Musk remained unflappable. Well, this is quite the scene. Wang Tao stepped forward first. Wu Jiangwo followed closely behind. He paused slightly upon seeing the group before him, then gestured for all the Dragon Nation warriors to lower their guard. The dark muzzles of their guns finally dropped. Mr. Wang Tao? What a coincidence. Musk stepped forward with a smile. Wang Tao clearly recognized the world's richest man as well, and the two shook hands. And these are. He turned his gaze toward the group from the Jiangnan Research Institute, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Hello, you must be Mr. Wang Tao of Dejiang Corporation? I've heard a lot about you. Old Li stepped forward with a smile. The director also stepped forward to shake hands, and the group exchanged a few pleasantries. And who is this? All eyes turned to Wu Jiangwo, standing beside Wang Tao in his military uniform, with some confusion. Why would someone from the military be here? Heh, classified. Wang Tao chuckled, his gaze drifting toward Musk with a subtle glance. After all, Musk was from the Eagle Nation. It was best to keep Wu Jiangwo's identity confidential. If he'd known Musk was here, Wang Tao might have asked Wu Jiangwo to come back in a day or two to see Yun-yi. Who knew it would be so lively? Hey, why aren't you guys leaving yet? Yun-yi emerged, still chewing his rice, only to find the crowd at the entrance hadn't thinned, it had actually grown larger. Mr. Yun. Wang Tao rushed over the moment he spotted him, pulling Wu Jiangwo along. Come on in, let's talk properly inside. The three closed the door, leaving only the Longwa soldiers on guard outside and the crowd standing there, exchanging bewildered glances. Let's go. With the military here, what business do we have left? Old Li sighed helplessly. Musk glanced toward Yun Yi's doorstep, lost in thought. Mr. Yun, allow me to introduce you. This is General Wu Jiangwo of the Eastern Theater Command. The Eastern Theater Command is highly interested in your cutting-edge technologies. Had the Commander-in-Chief not been occupied, he would likely have accompanied General Wu here today. Wang Tao smiled before continuing the introductions. Jiangwa, this is Mr. Yun Yi, the one I mentioned. Quite young, isn't he? Wu Jiangwo took a moment to size up the young man before him. He was indeed very young, appearing to be only 25 or 26. When his gaze swept across the dining table, it was instantly drawn to Su Xiaoxiao sitting at the head. Xiao Yun, I hope you don't mind me calling you that? So this is the robot? Wu Jiangwo approached curiously and took a closer look at Su Xiaoxiao. She frowned slightly, but seeing Yun Yi show no reaction, she held her tongue. Her name is Su Xiaoxiao. She can communicate seamlessly, cook meals, and even serve as a bodyguard. But don't underestimate her. Xiaoxiao has emotions. Yun Yi smiled faintly. Sure enough, the moment she finished speaking, Su Xiaoxiao stood up. Ignoring Wu Jiangwo's curious gaze, she hid behind Yun Yi, peeking out with her little head to stare at the two people across from them. How interesting. Wu Jiangwo chuckled, choosing not to dwell on the matter. After all, how could one get angry at a robot? Wang Tao found Su Xiaoxiao's behavior quite amusing too. She looked like a completely inexperienced little girl. Ahem, back to business. I came to discuss a partnership with you, Xiao Yun. Could we get priority supply of the weight loss pills and drones for our Eastern Theater Command? Wu Jiangwo was a soldier. He didn't like beating around the bush. Better to get straight to the point. Ha! Yun Yi froze for a moment. Weight loss pills and drones? So they weren't after the robots after all. Actually, we really want the robots too. Our Eastern Theater Command simulated a war scenario that included robots. That exercise was brutal. The Red Army wiped out over 10,000 Blue forces with only 100 casualties. Drones and robots played a crucial supporting role in that. Wu Jiangwo remarked with emotion. The most crucial factor in modern warfare is technological prowess. With Yun Yi's inventions, the Dragon Nation will be unbeatable on the battlefield in the future. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao, who had been hiding behind Yun Yi, suddenly popped out and made an adorable face at Wu Jiangwo and Wang Tao. Cut it out, we're discussing serious business. Oh. Yun Yi raised his hand and tapped Su Xiaoxiao lightly on the head. She immediately nodded like a chick pecking at grain. Since General Wu has come, I should at least offer something in return. I can supply some weight loss pills and drones for now. The price will be half the market rate. Yun Yi nodded. Half price? Wu Jiangwo looked taken aback. Wang Tao nearly slipped and fell. Mr. Yun, how can you make a profit at that rate? He asked. It's fine. For the sake of Dragon Nation's military technology, I'm willing to contribute my products. Lower profits are acceptable. What matters is that national defense must be strengthened. Yun Yi stated solemnly. Hearing this, Wu Jiangwo's expression grew increasingly solemn. He then snapped to attention, standing rigidly straight as he saluted Yun Yi. Mr. Yun, on behalf of the Eastern Theater Command and the Dragon Nation, I thank you. Wu Jiangwo understood that offering a 50% discount would mean Yun Yi would lose too much profit. Wang Tao shook his head. Although he had invested, Yun Yi was the majority shareholder. He held the final say. By the way, Yun, I saw in the video that you mentioned this robot is a bodyguard model? Wu Jiangwo suddenly inquired. My name is Su Xiaoxiao. I have a name. Su Xiaoxiao retorted. Yes, General Wu, what are your thoughts? How about letting your robot spar with my men? Chapter 47, Elite Soldier Wu Yongxin defeated by Su Xiaoxiao. A few years back, our military region produced a prodigy, the elite warrior Wu Yongxin. During a military exercise, he single-handedly wiped out over 100 enemy soldiers. He's proficient in various martial arts, grappling techniques, and lethal combat skills. If Mr. Yun is confident, why not have her spar with Wu Yongxin? Wu Jiangwo inquired. Upon hearing this, Yun Yi nodded without hesitation. Though Wu Yongxin was a top soldier, he might not be much stronger than Su Xiaoxiao. Even if he possessed lethal combat techniques, Yun Yi considered them insignificant. Agreed. Yun Yi nodded in agreement. Wu Jiangwo smiled faintly, then his expression turned serious as he called out loudly. Wu Yongxin. Present. A roar echoed from outside the door. As the door swung open, Yun Yi saw a lean, military-uniformed soldier from the Dragon Nation. He marched into the room with a military step. Su Xiaoxiao watched him curiously, though a hint of wariness began to appear in her eyes. Wu Yongxin. Spar with that young lady. This is an order, show no mercy. Wu Jiangwo commanded. Hearing this, Wu Yongxin froze. Then, he looked at the girl peeking out from behind Yuni, her small head poking out, and felt a bit dazed. General Wu, this isn't quite right. After a long pause, Wu Yongxin spoke. I said it's an order. Wu Jiangwo remained relentless, utterly unconcerned with the implications. Everyone in the Eastern Theater Command knew that Wu Yongxin's entire repertoire consisted of lethal combat techniques, skills honed for killing on the battlefield. For someone like that to lay a hand on a young girl? That would be nothing short of a one-sided slaughter. If Wu Yongxin lost control, the consequences could be deadly. He refused to do it. Wu Yongxin would rather unleash those lethal techniques on enemies than on a young girl. Report. Speak. As a warrior of the Dragon Nation, I swear to protect its people. I refuse to do this. Wu Yongxin declared with unwavering resolve. His voice rang out loud and clear, drawing the curiosity of the Dragon Nation soldiers on guard outside, wondering what was happening inside. It's fine. Just let go. Su Xiaoxiao is a robot, not a real person. Yuni smiled faintly. Truthfully, by now, he too was curious to see just how far the battle between Wu Yongxin, the elite soldier, and Su Xiaoxiao would escalate. No way. You'll break her. Wu Yongxin seemed stubborn, refusing to budge no matter what. Seeing this, Wu Jiangwo felt helpless. This stubborn kid had always been obstinate during his military service unless ordered, he simply wouldn't comply. By all accounts, a soldier like this would have been sent home long ago. But who could blame them? He was the top soldier. After that military exercise where he took on 100 enemies single-handedly, the theater commander personally awarded him a third-class merit. Xiao, show us what you've got. Seeing this, Yuni stopped explaining and patted Su Xiaoxiao's shoulder behind him. Yes, Mr. Yun. In an instant. Everyone present felt a blur before their eyes as after-images flickered. In the blink of an eye, Su Xiaoxiao had darted to Wu Yongxin's front. Damn it! It all happened in the blink of an eye. No one had time to react. Su Xiaoxiao seemed like a completely different person now. Her palm transformed into a blade, slashing toward Wu Yongxin's throat. Thud. A dull thud echoed. Wu Yongxin stood clutching his service pistol at his side, a small, snow-white hand pressed against the gun's frame. Had he not reacted swiftly, Su Xiaoxiao's strike would have surely taken his life. Judging by the position, she had even aimed for his vital spot. At that moment, Wu Yongxin dared not underestimate his opponent any longer. Incredibly fast. Wu Jiangwo was stunned. Wang Tao hadn't even registered what happened before he saw Su Xiaoxiao lock horns with Wu Yongxin. That last move was so fast, even slow-motion cameras probably couldn't have captured it. Wu Yongxin didn't rely on neural reflexes at all, it was pure muscle memory honed over years. I underestimated you. Wu Yongxin's expression turned serious. If Su Xiaoxiao were just an ordinary robot, he wouldn't have given her a second thought. But given the current situation, there was definitely something special about her. Wu Yongxin's fighting spirit was instantly ignited. Watch out. Wu Yongxin decided to act, though he didn't lower his sidearm. Instead, he slung it behind his back. This was a soldier's second life. Unless under special circumstances, no one would ever abandon their weapon. Their clash created quite a commotion within the room. Gradually, however, Wu Yongxin found himself at a disadvantage. Su Xiaoxiao's offensive momentum showed no sign of waning. If anything, it only grew stronger. Holy crap, that speed is insane. Even in high heels, this beauty robot moves with incredible agility. Wu Jiangwo exclaimed in admiration. He had long since seen that Wu Yongxin was losing ground. Now he merely wanted to see how much longer he could hold out. But the shock Su Xiaoxiao delivered to him went far beyond that. The moment the words left his mouth, Su Xiaoxiao grabbed Wu Yongxin by the throat with one hand, hoisting him into the air like a little chicken. No matter how much Wu Yongxin struggled, it was all in vain. His face turned crimson from the pressure. Yuni promptly intervened. Xiao, that's enough. At those words, Su Xiaoxiao released her grip and returned to Yun Yi's side. Gasping for breath, Wu Yongxin stared at Su Xiaoxiao in utter disbelief. Cough, 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 cough. He coughed twice, his entire body throbbing with an indescribable ache. During his confrontation with Su Xiaoxiao, Wu Yongxin had felt the pressure from this young girl surpass even that of the hundreds of soldiers during previous military exercises. Humans and robots were fundamentally different. After all, it was essentially flesh colliding with machinery. I lost. Wu Yongxin accepted the fact without anger. Yet his gaze lingered on Su Xiaoxiao. Having spent years confined to the military zone, he had no idea robotics technology had advanced this far. The previous confrontation hadn't been evenly matched at all, it had been a one-sided rout by Su Xiaoxiao. Impressive. Truly a sight to behold for a bodyguard-type robot. Wang Tao remarked. He was still reeling from the shock, unable to fully recover. Mr. Yun, can this robot be mass-produced? Wu Jiangwo asked the question he most wanted to know. Hearing this, Yuni shook his head. No. Su Xiaoxiao is one of a kind. She masters over 1,000 skills and can accomplish anything with ease. However, I can create a robot with a single function, but it will require time and factory space. Strictly speaking, Su Xiaoxiao was a purchase reward granted to Yunyi by the system. Design blueprints for other household robots and bodyguard models had already materialized automatically in Yunyi's mind. Building them wouldn't be particularly difficult. Chapter 48. Head office investigators arrive to scrutinize the 90 million loan. That's a bit of a shame. I'll have military personnel contact you soon. We need those weight loss pills and drones supplied ASAP. Our guys have been eyeing your gadgets for ages. Oh, and if you have prototype drones, send a few over immediately. We'll place a bulk order for them then. Wu Jiangwo said excitedly. But when he turned to look at Wu Yongxin, his expression instantly soured. Useless piece of junk. As an elite soldier, you can't even beat a robot? What good are you? Hearing this, Wu Yongxin looked utterly aggrieved. It's not that I'm incapable, that robot was just too powerful to defeat. You'll face punishment when we get back. If this happens again, you're out of the Eastern Theater Command. With that, Wu Jiangwo turned and walked away without looking back, not forgetting to bid farewell to Yunyi before leaving. Mr. Yun, I'll see him out. Wang Tao, seeing that today's conversation had gone smoothly, smiled and departed as well. Mr. Yun, did I do well? Su Xiaoxiao asked excitedly once she was sure no one else was around. Not bad, not bad. Impressive. I'm truly impressed. To be honest, Su Xiaoxiao's performance had exceeded Yunyi's expectations. He'd anticipated a back-and-forth battle between the two, but it turned out to be a one-sided rout. He. Su Xiaoxiao beamed with delight at Yunyi's praise. But when will you change your clothes? Wearing the same outfit all the time isn't quite appropriate. Sure, Mr. Yun. What do you like? Maid outfits? Su Xiaoxiao tapped her finger against her lips as her mind began searching. Then she recalled that men seemed to favor maid outfits most, so she asked. Just wear some normal casual clothes. Yunyi felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He knew Su Xiaoxiao was smart, but she didn't have to be this smart. Jiangnan Bank. Mr. Li, someone from headquarters is coming. Apparently, they discovered that the original 90 million loan was mistakenly deposited into the wrong account. They're sending someone to investigate. And this time, it's the deputy head of the main branch. Lu Gaoi said with a grave expression. Years ago, many had heard of this deputy head office president's thunderous methods, utterly unsympathetic. The deputy head? President Li visibly panicked. The deputy governor they were referring to had handled numerous cases of misdirected loans over the years. He had also dealt with borrowers who couldn't repay, ultimately finding ways to send them all to prison. President Li's current plan was to let Yunyi earn money gradually, and the loans he approved didn't follow bank regulations. They were essentially internal operations. This situation had actually placed President Li in considerable danger. If this matter wasn't handled properly, it was entirely possible that President Li could be forced out of his position. Li, don't panic just yet. As far as I know, you weren't the one who approved this loan. The one in real trouble is Zhao Ling. Lu Gaoi analyzed the situation. I don't really care about that. What if Mr. Yun ends up in prison? We must prevent that at all costs. President Li instructed. Forget about the 90 million loan for now, we must protect Yunyi. Actually, we could have Mr. Yun repay the money first. That would solve everything. Bank manager Li suddenly realized this point. Although acquiring the factory premises had cost a significant sum, the weight loss pills were selling like hotcakes. Yunyi must have a considerable amount of cash on hand right now. Lu Gaoi immediately pulled out his phone to contact Yunyi. Hello, Mr. Yun. This is urgent, I won't go into details now. Could you repay the 90 million loan first? Lu Gaoi demanded the moment the call connected. I just invested all the profits from earlier into Eagle Bond Treasury bills. I've got a few $100,000 left on hand now. Yunyi replied helplessly. This question couldn't have come at a worse time. He'd just bought those bonds recently, leaving him with barely $200,000 or $300,000 at most. Lu Gaoi was speechless upon hearing this. Damn it, why did I have to buy them at this exact moment? What happened? Yunyi asked curiously. Logically speaking, he had already communicated with President Li, so there shouldn't be such urgency to repay the 90 million now. Headquarters has uncovered an irregular loan we issued. They've already dispatched investigators to Jiangnan City. If this isn't handled properly, it will definitely affect your side. It could even land you in jail. Is there any way to get the 90 million yuan to repay the account first? President Li is already overwhelmed by this situation. Lu Gaoi inquired. Meanwhile, President Li had already gone out to meet the investigators from headquarters. Where am I supposed to get that kind of money? Let them investigate if they want. I'm not running anywhere. I'll just wait for them at home. Yunyi said before hanging up the phone. Hey! Mr. Yun, hey! Lu Gaoi was nearly driven to distraction. Mr. Yun, do you need help? Su Xiaoxiao overheard the conversation on the phone and asked. If they try to send you to prison, Xiaoxiao will rescue you. Her eyes brimmed with unwavering resolve. The robot felt no emotion whether it was about investigations, debts, or the police station. Even if they were really at the police station, Su Xiaoxiao would tear the place apart and get Yunyi out. It's fine, it's nothing serious. This matter will likely require Wang Tao's assistance. Yunyi pondered for a moment. From the urgency in Lu Gaoi's voice just now, this matter was indeed quite urgent. If Director Li had a solution, he would have used it long ago. Why else would he wait until now to have Lu Gaoi call him? With that thought, Yunyi dialed the number. Hello, Mr. Tao. I need your help with something. I might need you to contact General Wu. A few minutes later, Yunyi had everything arranged. With that, there was nothing left to worry about. With General Wu's full support, things should proceed smoothly from here on out. Although President Li and Wang Tao had also invested in him, their influence paled in comparison to that of General Wu from the Eastern Theater Command. Now that his research was linked to the military, he was confident General Wu wouldn't stand idly by. Knock knock knock. Su Xiaoxiao opened the door and a large group poured in. Yunyi, right? I'm Zhao Qiufeng, Deputy President of Jiangnan Bank's headquarters. Regarding the previous 90 million yuan loan, we need you to come with us. We have sufficient grounds to suspect you refused to return the funds after discovering the transfer error. The matter has already been reported to the police. Zhao Qiufeng, the leader, stiffened visibly upon seeing Yunyi and spoke with grave seriousness. His gaze then shifted to Su Xiaoxiao beside him. A look of astonished beauty flashed across his face, which abruptly transformed into greed. Oh, and there's a beauty here too. Is she Yunyi's girlfriend? That guy owes 90 million now and is about to go to jail. How about you join me, beautiful? Ha 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 ha. Zhao Qiufeng openly ogled Su Xiaoxiao. Uncomfortable under his gaze, Su Xiaoxiao frowned. Chapter 49, Your actions will only provoke her. The staff members who had accompanied Zhao Qiufeng dared not say a word upon witnessing this scene. After all, everyone knew exactly what the deputy bank manager was like in his daily life. But for the sake of their jobs, no one dared speak up, forced to swallow their words. Get your filthy hands off me. Don't touch me. Su Xiaoxiao felt a greasy hand creep onto her shoulder and immediately slapped it away in disgust, showing Zhao Qiufeng no courtesy whatsoever. Oh, you're quite feisty, aren't you? I like it. Zhao Qiufeng roared with laughter, his eyes gleaming with lecherous intent. Mr. Zhao, do you know what she is? Yunyi suddenly asked. Huh? Why are you still here? Why didn't they cuff you and take you away? Zhao Qiufeng frowned in confusion. How is this brat still here? He then slapped a staff member beside him and barked, What the hell are you doing? Call the cops immediately and get this brat locked up. Yes, sir. The staff member who'd been slapped by Zhao Qiufeng nodded frantically. He certainly didn't want to anger this big shot standing before him. If Zhao Qiufeng got upset, getting fired would be the easiest outcome. If he decided to keep you around, he could make your life a living hell. Yunyi, what did you just say? After finishing all this, Zhao Qiufeng nodded in satisfaction before asking. Su Xiaoxiao is a robot. Your actions will only provoke her. Yunyi stated calmly. Before Zhao Qiufeng could react, the world spun violently before his eyes. The hand that had been wrapped around Su Xiaoxiao's slender waist snapped with a crisp crack, and his entire body spun 360 degrees in midair before crashing to the ground. It hurts so bad. Zhao Qiufeng screamed uncontrollably. The staff were stunned by the scene. They exchanged nervous glances. Some who had been about to rush over to help Zhao Qiufeng were instantly deterred by Su Xiaoxiao's icy glare. Yunyi shrugged his shoulders. He just loves to make himself miserable. Su Xiaoxiao was a robot who had nearly killed even an elite soldier. Zhao Qiufeng's eyes were surrounded by thick, layered dark circles, making him look utterly frail. I won't let you get away with this. Call the police. Call them now. Zhao Qiufeng wailed. But the scene was utterly ridiculous. Su Xiaoxiao pinned him down with one hand, leaving him immobilized. None of the bank employees watching dared to intervene. Yunyi remained seated on the sofa, motionless, calmly observing Zhao Qiufeng. What the hell are you doing? Let go. A voice boomed from the apartment doorway. Two uniformed officers rushed forward. Originally, they had thought today was just another case of financial fraud to handle. Little did they expect to witness such a shocking scene the moment they arrived. But Su Xiaoxiao paid no attention to their voices. The cops are here. You're done for. Wah ha ha. Zhao Qiufeng declared triumphantly. But before he could finish, Su Xiaoxiao tightened her grip, causing him to scream hoarsely. Young lady, let go. An older-looking officer commanded. Though Su Xiaoxiao looked like a mere girl before him, his professional instincts kicked in. He drew his stun gun from his waist. Should Su Xiaoxiao make any unusual move, he would pull the trigger without hesitation. Police? Su Xiaoxiao recognized the uniforms on the two men and instantly processed the situation in her mind. But she didn't let go. Because seated behind her was her master, Yunyi. Until she was certain there was no danger, Su Xiaoxiao would absolutely shield Yunyi with her body. The other young officer was drenched in sweat. Seeing Zhao Qiufeng's pitiful state, he couldn't help but think this little girl had struck far too hard. Her wrist was bent at an unnatural angle, clearly fractured. The tension in the room thickened. Xiao Xiao, let go. Just as Su Xiao Xiao was about to take further action, Yun Yi's voice rang out. Mr. Yun, is it okay? Su Xiao Xiao turned to ask. It's fine. Don't worry. Yun Yi gave a slight smile. Su Xiao Xiao nodded. Since he said so, she let go. The system implantation for the robot is extremely straightforward, involving just 2 points. First, protect Yun Yi. Second, obey Yun Yi's commands. Gah. Aya. That hurts like hell. I'll kill you. Zhao Qiufeng scrambled to his feet, his eyes filled with fury as he glared at Su Xiao Xiao. Stop. Everyone, stop immediately. The older-looking officer barked. Hearing this, Zhao Qiufeng could only glare at Su Xiao Xiao with venomous hatred, as if he wanted to devour her alive. Who called the police? It was me. Zhao Qiufeng said, clutching his fractured wrist. But we were told it was financial fraud. How did it turn into a mass brawl? The young officer inquired. It's like this, officer. Yun Yi suddenly stood up. I was minding my own business at home when this Mr. Zhao suddenly barged in with his people and sexually harassed my assistant. She fought back because she couldn't take it anymore. Yun Yi's words made the two officers frown. Bull. You clearly started it. Zhao Qiufeng turned the tables. Oh, right, my assistant isn't human. He's a robot. Yun Yi added. Hearing this, Zhao Qiufeng froze, his gaze toward Su Xiao Xiao brimming with disbelief. And he wasn't the only one. Everyone present was stunned. On the surface, Su Xiao Xiao was nothing short of a stunning beauty. And she didn't look the slightest bit like a robot. Had technology advanced this far already? Especially Zhao Qiufeng, he had clearly felt Su Xiao Xiao's palm was incredibly soft, and crucially, it had warmth. A robot? He refused to believe it. Officer. They're lying. They're definitely trying to mislead us. Zhao Qiufeng exclaimed urgently. You don't believe it? If you think I'm trying to use this to avoid punishment for fighting, rest assured. Xiao Xiao. Yun Yi called out. Su Xiao Xiao nodded, then activated something on her arm as if flipping a switch. A patch of skin peeled back, revealing not flesh beneath but mechanical components. The sight left both officers feeling utterly baffled. So, what exactly was this? Is Zhao Qiufeng fighting a robot? But no matter how hard they racked their brains, they couldn't recall any laws concerning robots. We'll set aside the public brawl for now. Today we're here to handle a financial fraud case. Mr. Yun Yi, correct? We've received a court summons. Please come with us for questioning. The older officer drew his handcuffs and stepped forward. Seeing this, Su Xiao Xiao immediately stepped forward, placing herself between the two men. Xiao Xiao, stay home for now. I'll be back soon. Yun Yi offered reassuringly. Oomph. You scammed me out of 90 million yuan in loans from Jiangnan Bank. If I don't lock you up for life, I'll change my surname. Zhao Qiufeng snarled viciously. We'll see about that. Yun Yi smiled faintly as he put on the handcuffs. Chapter 50. If a single hair on Yun Yi's head is harmed, I'll fire you. Yun Yi was arrested. Meanwhile, President Li was frantically reaching out to his connections. But the moment they heard he was the deputy president of Jiangnan Bank, they all refused outright. Because this guy's character was so terrible, no one wanted to get involved with Zhao Qiufeng. Damn it! President Li nearly cursed out loud in frustration. He sat in his office chain smoking, his head pounding with frustration. Whoever heard the name Zhao Qiufeng either hung up or claimed to have other commitments. After all, this man hailed from Jiangnan City and had connections reaching to the highest levels within the local police department. Rumors even circulated that the police chief was Zhao Qiufeng's brother-in-law. This made it even more daunting to cross him. Director Li, what's the latest on the matter? The head office's investigation team has already gone to see Yun Yi, but there's been no word back for half a day. Lu Gaoi entered the office and said, Damn it! Every single one of them fawns over me normally, but the moment they hear I'm going against Zhao Qiufeng, they all hang up. President Li exclaimed, furious. Don't get too worked up just yet. Maybe things aren't as bad as we think. Lu Gaoi sighed. It's already bad enough as it is. Bank President Li wasn't buying it. If Yun Yi were arrested and imprisoned, forget about the 90 million loan, all other investments would go down the drain. The thought made him want to tear Zhao Qiufeng limb from limb. That bastard always acted like this, never caring about consequences, hell-bent on locking people up. Relying on his family connections, he'd been running amok at the police station. President Li, we've received word from Vice President Zhao. A young woman knocked on the door before stepping inside to report. What news? President Li jumped to his feet and demanded. Vice President Zhao says he's fractured a bone and is currently receiving treatment at the hospital. The young woman reported truthfully. And what about Mr. Yun? The bank president couldn't care less about that. Even if Zhao Qiufeng had been hit by a car and killed right now, it wouldn't matter. All he cared about was how Yun Yi was doing. Lu Gaoi, standing nearby, was also deeply concerned about Yun Yi's current situation. Mr. Yun was taken away by the police. the young woman replied. Hearing this, President Lee sighed deeply. It was indeed hopeless. Did the police mention the possibility of bail pending trial? After all, the court has only ordered Yun Yi's detention for now. Bank President Lee asked, unwilling to give up hope. The court documents have been finalized. Jiangnan Bank has formally filed charges against Mr. Yun Yi. The young woman shook her head. Hearing this, the weight on President Lee's heart finally lifted. Eastern Theater Command. Hey, Wang Tao, what the hell is going on that you called me 20 times? We were in the middle of a military exercise. My phone had no signal. Wu Jiangwo had just finished the drill. When he got his phone back and checked, holy crap, Wang Tao had called him over a dozen times. Mr. Yun has been arrested. Wang Tao stated bluntly. Hearing this, Wu Jiangwo froze. What? Don't bull me. He got arrested after just one day? What's the charge? Wu Jiangwo was completely baffled. The situation is rather complicated. Could you help out? Mr. Yun specifically called me earlier, saying he needs your help. Wang Tao said on the other end of the line. Wu Jiangwo fell silent. His relationship with Yun Yi probably wasn't strong enough to warrant such a favor, was it? Otherwise, would he have to help everyone who asked? Moreover, Wu Jiangwo's position was highly sensitive. He couldn't just appear in public at will. Even accompanying his childhood friend Wang Tao to Jiangnan City last time had already drawn some displeasure from higher-ups. As a military officer, he was bound by the rules of the military district. If Yun Yi truly broke the law, what would it look like for Wu Jiangwo to rush over and help him? Before Wang Tao could say more, Wu Jiangwo's phone rang again. Wang Tao, I'll talk to you later. Since you brought this up, I'll consider it. I've got a very important call coming in. I need to take this first. All right. Both hung up. Wu Jiangwo answered the other call. Hello, is this Wu Jiangwo? The voice on the other end was full of vigor. Yes. Wu Jiangwo immediately stiffened, standing at attention. Now. Immediately. Take all your men, get in the military vehicles, and go to the Jiangnan City Public Security Bureau to demand the release of the hostages. The tone brooked no argument. Demand the person? Who? Wu Jiangwo was dumbfounded. It was rare to hear him speak with such grave seriousness. The last time was probably when the Eastern Theater Command mobilized all its forces to confront the Eagle Nation in a maritime standoff. A young man named Yun Yi. Remember, you must ensure his absolute safety. If a single hair on his head is harmed, you'll be relieved of your command the moment I get back. Yes, sir. Wu Jiangwo shouted the reply loudly, though he didn't understand why. He hung up the phone. Wu Jiangwo fell silent for 2 minutes. He couldn't wrap his head around why Yun Yi would know the person on the other end of the line. That was the Commander-in-Chief of the Eastern Theater Command. With that thought, Wu Jiangwo quickly summoned the communications officer. General Wu. Your orders. The communications soldier jogged over, saluted, and asked. Gather everyone whether they're acting or not and assemble 10,000 men for me. Deploy every military vehicle in the base. Assemble within 3 minutes. 1 minute late and you're out of here. Wu Jiangwo swept his arm in a commanding gesture, his aura as a general radiating instantly. Yes, sir. The communications officer nodded urgently. He then called Wang Tao back. Just do me this favor. As for Mr. Yun. Wang Tao's voice barely reached him. Wu Jiangwo clearly had no desire for small talk, cutting straight to the point. 10,000 Dragon Nation soldiers, along with all military vehicles, are to be dispatched to Jiangnan City within 1 hour. Wang Tao. Isn't this a bit too outlandish? You're not the one starting a war, are you? What the hell do you need 10,000 men for? Wang Tao was genuinely dumbfounded. Not just 10,000 men, but every single military vehicle deployed? This kind of deployment only happens during riot suppression. The Commander-in-Chief called. If I can't protect Xiao Yun, he'll relieve me of my command. Wu Jiangwo stated calmly. Hearing this, the words Wang Tao had been about to speak caught in his throat. What's going on? Is the Commander-in-Chief the one from the Eastern Theater Command? Why would he help Yun Yi? Let's handle it this way for now. I'm heading out immediately. Oh, understood. The two hung up. Wang Tao remained unsettled for a long time. He racked his brain but couldn't fathom where Yun Yi had found the influence to get the Commander-in-Chief of the Eastern Theater Command to personally make this call. Jiangnan City Police Department. Yun Yi lay bored in the detention cell. This place wasn't much different from home. He might as well lie down wherever he was. Zhao Qiufeng, having received basic treatment at the hospital and now wearing a cast, approached Yun Yi's detention cell with a grim expression. Kid, just wait. I'll personally destroy the rest of your life. Zhao Qiufeng said venomously. Chapter 51, Whoever stands in the way is defying the Eastern Theater Command. How's it going, Mr. Zhao? When do you plan to convict me? Yun Yi caught sight of Zhao Qiufeng outside the cell and offered a faint smile. Still grinning like that when death is imminent? All you had to do was return the 90 million yuan loan you obtained illegally, and everything would have been fine. But you had to go and ask for it. Zhao Qiufeng sneered coldly. To him, Yunyi was now like meat stuck to a cutting board, easy to manipulate. Seeing him so disheveled now, his arm in a cast, was utterly ridiculous. It made Zhao Qiufeng seethe with rage, and all he wanted was to see Yunyi utterly destroyed. Since joining Jiangnan Bank, this was the first time he'd been so thoroughly humiliated. And this Yunyi was just a junior. I won't pay it back. What can you do to me? Yunyi said with utter indifference. Not a trace of panic showed in his expression, instead, his smile carried a hint of ease. You fool, you really think I can't do anything about this? The interrogating officers will be here soon. I'll make you wish you were dead. Zhao Qiufeng sneered coldly. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoxiao had already arrived at the police station's service hall. When the staff asked her purpose, Su Xiaoxiao didn't utter a word, simply sitting down on a chair. Several officers nearby found it odd that this young girl was just sitting there doing nothing. The lobby was separated from the interrogation room by just a single wall, and it wasn't far from where Yunyi was being held. Though outwardly showing no reaction, internally, everything had already begun to activate. At this very moment, the entire layout of the police station appeared in Su Zhao's mind. Hello, what's your name? A young police officer appeared before Su Xiaoxiao and asked. Only, the expression on his face seemed a bit shy. After all, a girl as beautiful as Su Xiao was bound to turn heads wherever she went. Even Zhao Qiufeng couldn't resist the urge to touch her up and down after seeing her, let alone some of the younger officers at the police station. Seeing Su Xiaoxiao remain silent, the young officer looked puzzled but proceeded to introduce himself. Is there anything I can help you with? I'll be over there. Just call me if you need anything. Or we could connect on WeChat, it'd make it easier for me to assist you. The young officer pressed on, unwilling to give up. But Su Xiaoxiao remained completely unresponsive. Just then, the two officers who had gone to arrest Yunyi earlier appeared in the lobby. Spotting Su Xiaoxiao, they froze in shock and immediately pulled the officer who had approached her away. Are you out of your mind? She's the suspect's family member. Don't get too close. Have you forgotten the rules? The older officer admonished him. Hearing this, the chatty officer reluctantly backed away. You? What are you doing here? The senior officer approached Su Xiao and asked, his expression still tinged with caution. They knew firsthand how terrifying this young girl could be, having witnessed it at Yunyi's home earlier. Zhao Qiufeng, with his imposing stature, was nearly twice Su Xiaoxiao's size. Yet even under such circumstances, she had managed to subdue him. Moreover, he had already checked there was no record of Su Xiaoxiao's identity in Jiangnan City, or anywhere in the entire world. This almost confirmed she was a robot. Currently, there was only one law concerning robots. Robots were classified as private property, meaning the police had no authority to seize them. While the court might later order the sale of Yunyi's personal assets to recover the 90 million yuan loan. The real problem was how incredibly difficult it would be to apprehend Su Xiaoxiao. She'd likely just hide somewhere, making it impossible for the court to locate her for forced auction. I'll wait for Mr. Yun. Su Xiaoxiao murmured softly. If anything happens to Mr. Yun, I won't stand idly by. He is my master. Her tone brooked no argument. Then you wait here. The senior officer nodded, then stepped aside to give an order. If that girl does anything out of line, restrain her immediately. With that, he turned and walked away. But his words left all the officers momentarily dumbfounded. They all turned to look at Su Xiaoxiao. What could this young girl possibly do that was out of line? At most, she might cry a little. Did he mean to restrain her as in comforting her? With this confusion lingering, all eyes fell upon Su Xiaoxiao. Moments later, a police officer in a white uniform, with one flower on his shoulder, walked in. Many who saw him approached with respectful greetings. Where is Yunyi? Take me to him. I will interrogate him personally. Wang Zhong was in a foul mood today. He'd already spent hours at home fretting over numerous difficult workplace issues. Now that bastard Zhao Qiufeng insisted on personally interrogating some young man named Yunyi, he had already made arrangements with the bureau. As Zhao Qiufeng's brother-in-law, Wang Zhong probably wouldn't have bothered coming otherwise. Alright, this way. Someone led the way ahead. But upon hearing Yunyi's name, Su Zhao's expression shifted slightly. At that moment, outside the Jiangnan City Police Department, over 30 military vehicles had completely surrounded the police station. At the head of the convoy stood none other than Wu Jiangwo. Many people were heading home from work on the streets at that hour. Upon seeing this scene, they all stopped to watch the commotion. The duty officer stationed at the police station entrance was startled by the imposing display. He hurried out to ask for clarification, only to be stopped by a soldier from the Dragon Nation. Is anyone here who can speak? Wu Jiangwo demanded. Commissioner Luo is here. Before he could finish, Wu Jiangwo grabbed a megaphone and shouted through it. Director Luo, please come out immediately. We have urgent business to discuss. The voice echoed through the loudspeaker, stunning many onlookers who had gathered to watch the spectacle. Is that any way to call someone? But you gotta hand it to them, these Dragon Nation soldiers sure get things done. But what exactly was going on here? Why were military vehicles surrounding the police station? Inside the station, Wang Zhong heard the commotion and felt puzzled too. Who dares to act so brazenly in front of the police station? But the moment he stepped outside, the scene before him instantly stunned him. Holy! All those military vehicles had completely surrounded the police station, leaving no room to breathe. Not even a fly could get out now, let alone a person. What the hell is going on? Wang Zhong demanded. But everyone around him just shook their heads blankly, clearly clueless. The police and military usually keep to themselves. What's going on today? He steeled himself and stepped forward, then asked Wu Jiangwo in a low voice. The two entities belong to entirely different jurisdictions. Under normal circumstances, they would rarely have any interaction. Hand over Mr. Yun-yi. The commander of the Eastern Theater Command has ordered me to take Yun-yi away. Anyone who obstructs this is opposing the entire Eastern Theater Command. Boom! The words fell. In an instant, the entire crowd watching the spectacle erupted into chaos. Chapter 52. Quickly, go escort Mr. Yun out. How come the military is clashing with the police now? Judging by the tone, this matter seems extremely serious. Wang Zhong's expression turned anxious and uncertain. He had no idea what connection Yun-yi had with the military. And if things aren't handled properly today, it will be irreversible. Not only would Director Wang lose face, but he'd never be able to hold his head high again in front of anyone. Who exactly is this Yun-yi? How dare he get the commander-in-chief of the Eastern Theater Command to personally demand someone's release? Zhao Qiufeng, what kind of mess did you bring me into? Wang Zhong nearly dragged Zhao Qiufeng out and slapped him. Though he held a high position, how could he possibly provoke someone from the military region? And it was the commander-in-chief of the Eastern Theater Command who made the request. What was his status compared to that man's? In Dragon Nation, you could drop a cabbage and hit a whole bunch of bureau chiefs. But a theater commander? There are only 5 of them among a billion people. Just as Wang Zhong thought this, Zhao Qiufeng emerged with utter disdain on his face. Who wants to see him? He's being interrogated right now. Let me see who's got the guts to come to the police station demanding someone be released. But when he saw the scene before him, he lost his composure. Holy crap, all these military vehicles? What's going on? Zhao Qiufeng froze in shock. Wang Zhong snapped out of it and immediately slapped him across the face. What the hell did you do? What the hell did that Yun-yi get himself arrested for? How did you attract the military? Wang Zhong shouted hoarsely. I don't know. Yun-yi is a financial fraudster. He swindled our Jiangnan bank out of 90 million in loans and hasn't repaid a cent. Zhao Qiufeng retorted defiantly. No sooner had he finished speaking than his phone rang. He unlocked it to find it was the head office president calling. Hello? Zhao Qiufeng, have you lost your damn mind? You arrest someone without investigating first? The Eastern Command has called me personally. Do you even know there's a partnership between the Jiangnan Bank branch and Mr. Yun? The head office president's roar echoed through the line. Zhao Qiufeng froze in place. Collaboration? What collaboration? Why haven't I heard about this? He asked. Truth be told, Zhao Qiufeng had been a bit too hasty this time. He assumed Yun-yi was just like those previous cases, a bunch of people who took the money and refused to return it no matter what, regardless of whether it was a mistake or not. In the past, he'd simply reported such cases to the police. The Jiangnan Bank branch used this 90 million as an investment for Mr. Yun's factory. If I hadn't called and confirmed this with President Li myself, I wouldn't have known a damn thing about it. What the hell have you been doing? I told you to investigate, did you even bother? The head office president's voice echoed relentlessly in Zhao Qiufeng's ears. In truth, everything President Li had done fell within the gray areas of the bank system. If it were just an ordinary person, it wouldn't matter. But Yun-yi wasn't just any ordinary person. From President Li, he learned that the hottest weight loss drug on the market was developed by Yun-yi. Then there was the drone that took the internet by storm, also developed by Yun-yi. He'd even developed something like an anti-military radar stealth coating. Now the head of the central bank finally understood why someone from the Eastern Theater Command had called him. Turns out President Li had invested in a future super military industrial enterprise. Under the influence of multiple factors. The 90 million yuan loan arranged by President Li was essentially the bank's investment in Yun-yi. I didn't know. I thought he was just like the others from before. Zhao Qiufeng's voice faltered. He had previously believed that with Director Wang Zhong backing him and the colossus that was Jiangnan Bank standing behind him, dealing with someone like Yun-yi would be a piece of cake. But now, he suddenly realized he was wrong. And he was wrong in the most spectacular way possible. Zhao Qiufeng. You're finished. The head office president hung up after speaking, leaving him standing alone, utterly disoriented in the wind. Hurry! Get Mr. Yun out of there! Faced with the military's overwhelming pressure, Wang Zhong had no choice but to grit his teeth and hand over the person first. As for this matter, he'd leave it to those above him to handle. It was clearly beyond his authority. The police officers nearby nodded urgently upon hearing the order. But before he could step inside, Su Xiaoxiao emerged with Yun-yi in tow. Wu Jiangluo's eyes lit up upon seeing him and he promptly jumped out of the car. The Dragon Nation general, his shoulders bearing 3 stars, stepped forward to greet him. "Mr. Yun, are you all right?" Wu Jiangluo inquired with concern. If anything had truly gone wrong, the commander-in-chief would likely strip him of his position. "It's fine. Everything's fine." Seeing Wu Jiangluo arrive, Yun-yi gave a knowing smile. He had just called the Jiangnan Research Institute. As an official scientific research institute, they had direct access to military personnel. He had informed them about the military anti-radar stealth coding he'd exchanged with the system earlier, instructing them to relay the information to the Eastern Theater Command. It seemed to have yielded some results. Yun-yi understood perfectly well that Wu Jiangluo wouldn't come to help him out of nowhere just because of his connection to Wang Tao. "Mr. Yun, let's get in the car first. The Commander-in-Chief of the Eastern Theater Command has arrived at my base. He wishes to see you." Surrounded by countless Dragon Nation soldiers, Yun-yi got into the vehicle. Soon after, a convoy of 30 or 40 military pickup trucks departed in a grand procession. Zhao Qiufeng stood rooted to the spot, feeling utterly humiliated. Oh no, this might be worse than just embarrassing. Having offended Yun-yi, what good could possibly come of it for him? Zhao Qiufeng, go home and reflect on your actions. To have provoked someone like that, you've got some nerve. Wang Zhong snorted coldly, got into his car, and drove off. The onlookers scattered like a swarm of bees. In the car, Wu Jiangluo sat beside Yun-yi, while Su Xiaoxiao occupied the front passenger seat. "Mr. Yun, I heard from the Commander-in-Chief that you've developed a military-grade radar-evading stealth coding? Is that true?" He couldn't wait to ask. Before coming, he had even called the Commander-in-Chief of the Eastern Theater Command to confirm. Upon hearing this news, Wu Jiangluo was stunned. He never imagined Yun-yi could develop something like this. If mass production began and it was deployed in military applications, it would undoubtedly enhance the Dragon Nation's strength in an unprecedented way. Everyone knew that the Eagle Nation's B-2 bombers also possessed certain stealth capabilities. But Dragon Nation still hadn't mastered this kind of technology. "Of course it's real. Why would I lie to you? I just haven't conducted experiments on this stealth coding yet," Yun-yi said with a smile. Chapter 53, I'm not selling it, I'm giving it away. "Great, great, no problem." Wu Jiangluo repeated the word 3 times. Though his expression betrayed excitement, lingering doubts still clouded his mind. Truthfully, he found it hard to believe Yun-yi had developed such an anti-radar stealth coding. The technology involved was simply too complex. The B-2 bomber had maintained its lead for so many years precisely because of its stealth capabilities. If the Dragon Nation could also acquire such stealth coding, it would represent a major leap forward in the field of air power. Soon, the military vehicle entered a certain military base in Jiangnan City. A towering figure had been waiting at the base entrance for some time. Qianzhenjuan stood at the entrance, spotting the massive convoy approaching from afar. Upon spotting Qianzhenjuan, Wu Jiangluo immediately halted the convoy. Before the vehicles reached the gate, he jumped out and hurried toward the commander. "Commander-in-Chief." A standard military salute. Wu Jiangluo showed him great respect. "None of your business. Move aside." "Where's Mr. Yun?" Qianzhenjuan shoved Wu Jiangluo aside with one hand, and then he saw the young figure sitting in the car. He immediately broke into a jog toward it. Many Dragon Nation soldiers nearby were stunned by his reaction. He was the Commander-in-Chief of the Eastern Theater Command. Even encountering a superior officer wouldn't warrant such behavior. "Mr. Yun, please step out of the vehicle." Qianzhenjuan was still wearing his Commander-in-Chief uniform. The sight of him bowing and scraping before a young man would be utterly shocking if witnessed by others. "Careful, careful." He carefully helped Yun-yi out of the car, tiptoeing as if terrified Yun-yi might get hurt. "Ah, really, there's no need for this. I've got my own hands and feet." Yun-yi chuckled. The two walked and chatted as they made their way. "Mr. Yun, what exactly does that radar-evading stealth coating look like? Could you describe it for me? Is it a liquid? Or a coating type?" Qianzhenjuan asked impatiently. All he wanted now was to get his hands on that radar-evading coating the Jiangnan Research Institute team had mentioned. As the Eastern Theater Command, facing the sea and always the first to respond to any incident, they needed this high-tech stuff the most. Moreover, everyone understood that in any maritime conflict, naval and air power were paramount. Currently, the Dragon Nation's navy posed no issues whatsoever. With 3 aircraft carriers launched, the first, second, and third and formidable weapons like the Type 055 destroyers still in reserve. The weakness lay with the Air Force. Once we acquire this radar-evading stealth coating, all problems will be solved. This is it. Yun-yi reached into his pocket and found the small bottle still there. He pulled it out and placed it before Qianzhenjuan. "Is that all?" Qianzhenjuan felt a bit helpless. "Are you kidding me? This tiny amount wouldn't even be enough to coat a plane's wing. To put it simply, this is the concentrate." One bottle can be diluted to make 10,500 milliliter bottles of water. Yun-yi explained. Qian Jinjuan's footsteps abruptly halted. His eyes widened in utter shock. Dilution ratio? 10 million bottles? What kind of scale is that? Assuming each bottle of invisibility coating liquid contained 500 milliliters, coating an entire aircraft would require 100 bottles. Compared to 10 million bottles, that's nothing. That's more than enough. Yeah, that's a lot. Seeing Qian Jinjuan's stunned expression, Yuni looked somewhat puzzled. 10 million bottles isn't that much, right? And it's not just for planes. You could use it on aircraft carriers, destroyers, or even on people to evade infrared heat detection. Yuni rattled off the features like they were old hat. Each function he described was more astonishing than the last. Qian Jinjuan regretted it. He regretted not going to the police station himself to demand Yun-yi's release, then having Yun-yi carried in a palanquin to meet him. This was truly a lucky star for the Dragon Nation. Brushing off planes was bad enough, but brushing off naval vessels? But that wasn't the most outrageous part. The absolute most outrageous part was that your anti-radar stealth coating could also block infrared heat detection? Doesn't that mean if every Dragon Nation soldier took a bath with this stuff at night, they could slip into enemy territory under cover of darkness? Wu Jiangwo. At this thought, Qian Jinjuan bellowed in a deep, resonant voice. Present. Remember, absolutely nothing about Mr. Yun must be disclosed. Failure to comply will be dealt with under military law. He said sternly. Yes, sir. Wu Jiangni stood at attention and saluted, then followed the two men into the base. Arriving at the office door, he opened it with practiced ease. Just as he was about to sit down on the sofa, Qian Jinjuan's piercing glance instantly halted Wu Jiangwo's movement. What are you doing? You didn't even bother to invite Mr. Yun over in advance, despite his importance. Did you forget what Wan Tao told you on the phone earlier? Did you really need me to call you personally? Qian Jinjuan seemed intent on digging up old grievances now. Wu Jiangwo felt awkward. After all, he didn't have the authority to make that call. Bringing the military into the city center, what if something serious happened? I haven't even asked your name yet. Yuni said with a smile, changing the subject. Oh, right, I forgot to introduce myself. Mr. Yun, my name is Qian Jinjuan. If you don't mind, you can call me Old Qian. Qian Jinjuan extended his hand with a smile. His palm was exceptionally broad, covered with thick calluses that felt rough to the touch, a clear sign he was no stranger to manual labor. No need for introductions on my part, right? I'm sure Old Qian here already knows all about me. Yun-yi chuckled. He then placed the bottle of anti-radar stealth coating liquid from his pocket onto the table in front of him. Mr. Yun, name your price. I'll accept any amount. Qian Jinjuan said earnestly. Even if Yun-yi demanded an astronomical price now, it wouldn't matter. No, they needed this stealth coating too desperately. No matter the cost, they had to get their hands on it. Hearing this, Yun-yi slowly shook his head. Old Qian, you've already helped me today. Without you, I might still be stuck at the police station. This bottle means nothing to me. I can't even use it if I wanted to. It's better to give it to someone who needs it. Besides, for the sake of Dragon Nation's defense development, I should make some sacrifices. It's yours. Yun-yi smiled as he pushed the small vial toward Qian Jinjuan. At this, Qian Jinjuan's expression shifted to one of surprise. Giving it to us? Mr. Yun, won't you reconsider? Trust me, you won't be shortchanged. Qian Jinjuan repeated the words, still finding it hard to believe. Such an invisible coating could fetch a fortune in any country. In fact, if word of its existence got out, others would fight tooth and nail for it. And yet Yun-yi was just giving it away? Chapter 54. Do you guys need veterans? Old Qian, no need to be so formal. We'll have plenty of opportunities to work together in the future. This small amount doesn't matter. If you really feel bad about it, you can compensate me later. Yun-yi said. Seeing this, Qian Jinjuan stopped refusing and accepted his offer. On behalf of the Eastern Theater Command and the Dragon Nation, I extend our gratitude to Mr. Yun. As he spoke, Qian Jinjuan rose to his feet, just about to bow when Yun-yi beat him to it and steadied him. Old Qian, no matter what happens in the Dragon Nation, the Eastern Theater Command, as a coastal theater, will always be the vanguard on the front lines. I fully understand your position. Everything you do is for the people. Yun-yi said. Mr. Yun, I'm deeply gratified that you see it this way. After chatting for a while longer, the two finally stepped out of the office. Wu Jiangwo stood guard at the door for quite some time. Xiao Yun, what did you two discuss? Before Wu Jiangwo could finish, Qian Jinjuan's explosive voice cut in. You think you're so special? Calling him Xiao Yun? Who do you think you are? Address him as Mr. Yun. Mr. Yun, how did your discussion go? You should be satisfied with the offer from our Eastern Theater Command, right? Wu Jiangwo quickly asked. I was quite satisfied, but I didn't take it. Yun-yi nodded. Qian Jinjuan had told him to name any price, though he hadn't specified an exact amount, and that statement alone was enough. Why not? Wu Jiangwo was puzzled. If the price was acceptable, why would anyone refuse it? It's yours. Keeping this thing around serves no purpose for me. Might as well give it to you. Yun Yi's words left Wu Jiangmo speechless. His thoughts mirrored Qian Jinjuan's exactly. Why give away something this valuable for free? By the way, where's Su Xiaoxiao? I don't recall her coming with us when we got off the car earlier. Yun Yi inquired. Oh, Su Xiaoxiao is the robot's name? She's wandering around outside right now. But our soldiers warned her not to wander off since the area is restricted. She didn't listen. Wu Jiangmo said helplessly. Heh, that's just her style. Yun Yi chuckled. After all, Su Xiaoxiao only listened to him, no one else got a look in. Well, that wraps things up for today. Would General Wu be so kind as to give me a ride home? I see we're quite a distance from downtown Jiangnan City. Yun Yi had calculated the travel time on the way here. It would take about an hour to reach Jiangnan City, and as dusk was falling, he needed to get home and rest early. There were still many matters awaiting his attention. No problem. You call me Commander Old Qian, but that feels too formal. If you don't mind, you can just call me Old Wu. Oh, here's my contact info and the Commander-in-Chief's. If you need any help, just reach out to us directly. Got it. At home. Su Xiaoxiao hummed a tune while cooking. It must be said that her cooking was nothing short of 5-star chef quality. They were truly a feast for the eyes, nose, and mouth. Yun Yi's appetite surged at the sight of the mountain of dishes on the table. Mr. Yun, please eat. Su Xiaoxiao, dressed in a pristine white maid's uniform, stood beside Yun Yi and said. Watching him devour the food with relish, Su Xiaoxiao fluttered her eyelashes seductively and let out a silvery, bell-like laugh. This is truly wonderful. If we ever go bankrupt, I'll take you to open a restaurant. Business would definitely be booming. Yun Yi remarked between bites. Sure thing, Mr. Yun. Whatever you ask me to do, I'll do it. Su Xiaoxiao replied cheerfully. It seemed like whatever Yun Yi asked her to do, Su Xiaoxiao would be thrilled to do it. Oh, by the way, would you like to try out my new feature, Mr. Yun? It connects directly to your phone, making calls and messaging incredibly convenient. Just tell me what you want to say, and it'll automatically compose and send the message for you. Su Xiaoxiao suddenly chimed in. You have that feature too? Yun Yi was taken aback. He hadn't expected Su Xiaoxiao to have such a feature. It was incredibly convenient. MHM, I actually have 1,000 skills. But they all require the system to keep upgrading. So far, only about 10% have been unlocked. And there's something really strange. I did a deep search of my own system, and it said that once I reach 100% upgrade, I can become a real human. Su Xiaoxiao tilted her head as she spoke. What? Become human? Yun Yi suddenly realized this seemed to surpass ordinary robots. Is the national debt spending system that powerful? It can turn robots into real humans? I don't know. This true human might just be literal, meaning its behaviors and thoughts become infinitely close to human. It's also possible my body will become human too. Su Xiaoxiao pouted as she pondered for a moment before speaking. So does that mean once you become human, I can do whatever I want? Yun Yi's mind raced at the thought, drool nearly dripping from his mouth. The thought of having such a beautiful woman utterly loyal to him by his side was incredibly thrilling. Of course, master. You may do whatever you wish with me. Su Xiaoxiao whispered into Yun Yi's ear, her breath fragrant. This sent shivers down Yun Yi's spine. Ahem, let's eat. Oh, and about that message sending feature you mentioned earlier, go ahead and bind it. Won't that cause signal instability? Yun Yi changed the subject. No, I have a signal receiver built into my body. If you ever lose your network connection, Mr. Yun, I can also activate my hotspot. Su Xiaoxiao explained quickly. So you're basically a human cell phone? Does it have music playback? Yun Yi asked with a smile. No, but I can sing and dance. Su Xiaoxiao said, dancing a couple of steps in front of him. You know what? It actually kind of worked. Factory. Li Ronyu hadn't slept for 2 days straight. To ensure the factory got off to a strong start, she'd been personally overseeing many tasks lately. But just as she was about to clock out and head home for some rest, a group of people suddenly appeared outside the factory. Who are you? Li Ronyu rushed to the entrance after receiving a call from security. Seeing the large crowd, she frowned and asked. Are you the factory owner whose workers clock in from 9 to 5 and get holidays off? One of them inquired. I'm just the caretaker. If you have any business, just tell me. Li Ronyu's frown deepened at the sight. Could it be that some companies are sending people over to cause trouble? After all, good employee benefits can make other companies jealous or struggle to recruit. In such situations, they might well send people to cause trouble. As this thought crossed his mind, Li Ronyu reached for his phone to make a call. Just then, the person who had spoken earlier gave a shy smile and continued. We just wanted to ask. Do you hire veterans here? We just got out of the military and can't find suitable jobs. Chapter 55, Hire them all, start tomorrow. The others also greeted Li Ronyu with friendly smiles. While some discharged veterans are assigned jobs, many remain uncertain about their next steps. Moreover, most of them come from extremely poor family backgrounds. Some veterans might even have family members battling serious illnesses. The crucial issue was that Lee Rongyu's workforce was already fully staffed. The monthly payroll had already exceeded the budget, so she couldn't take them on. I'm truly sorry, but our factory is already at full capacity. Lee Rongyu could only refuse. Young lady, we're all hard workers. We can handle heavy loads and don't need much to eat. Jobs are really hard to come by these days, and we all have family members with serious illnesses. Your work schedule would be perfect for us. That's right. Even if the pay is a bit lower, it's fine. We need the time to care for our families. They all stepped forward to plead their case. Faced with their pleading gazes, Lee Rongyu felt overwhelmed. Alright, hold on a moment. I'll call the boss. She stepped aside and dialed Yun Yi's number. Hello, Boss Yun. Meanwhile, at home, Su Xiaoxiao and Yun Yi were just about to test a new feature when Lee Rongyu's call came through. Su Xiaoxiao answered instantly. Her voice came from within her body. What's up? What's going on? Yun Yi was taken aback. The sound quality was surprisingly good. A group of retired veterans showed up at the factory gate looking for jobs. But we're already fully staffed, so I thought I'd check with you. Lee Rongyu's voice continued to echo. Hearing this, Yun Yi was taken aback. How did these veterans suddenly show up looking for work at their factory? They said our factory's working hours are perfect for them to go home at night and care for their sick family members. Some have parents who are ill, while others have children with disabilities. Lee Rongyu explained. Hearing this, Yun Yi couldn't help but be moved. Have them come in and find a place to sit. I'll be right there. After speaking, he signaled to Su Xiaoxiao with his eyes that she could hang up. Let's go. We need to visit the factory. All right. Lee Rongyu looked at the lean-built individuals before him, some in their 20s, others middle-aged men in their 30s and 40s. Please come in and take a seat. Our boss will be here shortly. Lee Rongyu invited them into the factory grounds. Is this really okay? The leader hesitated. When they left home to find work, their families had warned them to make a good impression on their bosses while away from home. That was the only way to earn money. So now they were stuck uncomfortable standing outside, yet unsure about going in. It's fine. Since our boss said so, let's all come in and wait for him to arrive. Lee Rongyu smiled faintly. She felt a hint of warmth toward the dozen or so people before her. Alright then. Should we take off our shoes? No need. Only after stepping inside did they realize just how vast this factory truly was. Beyond the work areas, there were actually living quarters and dormitories. The moment they saw the dormitory, their eyes widened instantly. This is where people live. Why is it so huge? The leader exclaimed in astonishment. What stood before them might not even be called a dormitory area. It was a villa complex. Even an ordinary residential house outside couldn't match this level of refinement. And this was supposedly just factory dorms? Even TV dramas wouldn't dare portray it this way. This is our boss's standard policy. Whether you're a worker, manager, or office staff, anyone who contributes to the factory's profits can get their own villa. The usage rights last for 70 years. Upon leaving the company, the rights automatically revert to the factory for the next person to occupy. This one's considered high-end. Let me show you a more standard one. Lee Rongyu said, leading them to the side. But what met their eyes was an office building, no dormitory area in sight. This office building was specially constructed for our factory. Each dormitory accommodates 2 people and comes standard with a 50 square meter single room. Residents live without disturbing each other, as each dormitory has 2 separate rooms. The dorms are cleaned daily by housekeeping staff and come with private bathrooms featuring separate wet and dry zones. Lee Rongyu casually explained. The group of veterans stared in disbelief. Holy crap, this is a dorm? If you rented this out on the market, it'd easily go for $2,000 or $3,000 a month. And this is just employee housing at this factory? They'd seen other factory dorms utterly filthy, chaotic, and substandard. One room barely over 10 square meters crammed with 40 people. And the hygiene? Forget about it, cockroaches and rats everywhere. And here, there's actually an anti-cleaning every day? Is this even work? It's practically paradise. Miss Lee, is this the dormitory for regular employees? Someone asked in disbelief. Yes, this is quite standard within our factory complex. If you want something nicer, we have those too, but they're reserved for our high-level technical staff. Lee Rongyu nodded. As they continued touring the factory grounds, Yun Yi, accompanied by Su Xiaoxiao, arrived at the factory gate. The security guard on duty immediately spotted Yun Yi. Good day, Boss Yun. The guard saluted and called out loudly. The one who spoke was Xiaoli, the security guard Yun Yi had hired during his previous inspection of the premises with bank manager Lee. This young man was exceptionally diligent on the job. It was said that in just a few short days, he had caught several thieves from the neighborhood attempting to steal items from the factory grounds at night. Where's Sister Lee? Yun Yi inquired. Sister Lee took that group inside. They should be over at the dormitory area now. Xiaoli replied respectfully. Got it. Yuni then led Su Xiaoxiao inside. Watching their retreating figures, Xiaoli murmured his admiration. You're really something, boss, managing to snag such a gorgeous girlfriend. Why didn't you bring them inside to sit down first? Yun-yi approached Li Rongyu and asked. Upon seeing him, the veterans were stunned. They hadn't expected Boss Yun to be so young. They were curious, so I gave them a brief introduction. This is Mr. Yun, the largest shareholder of the factory complex. Li Rongyu made the introduction. Hello, Mr. Yun. Hello. Observing the group before him, Yun-yi noticed each face bore a warm smile, and they all gave off an exceptionally gentle vibe, not a trace of discomfort. Are you here to apply for jobs? Yun-yi inquired. Yes, Mr. Yun. The factory's working hours suit us perfectly, and the living conditions here are excellent. Can we join? We'll do anything, manual labor, whatever you need. Just tell us what to do. All the veterans were eager to join. Of course, no problem. We'll take all of you. Start work tomorrow. Hearing this, everyone burst into delighted cheers. Yun-yi smiled. Hearing this, Li Rongyu beside him was dumbfounded. Mr. Yun. Hiring so many people will mean extra expenses every month. Li Rongyu murmured softly. It's fine. I'll need to manufacture replica mechanical skeletons in the factory grounds next. Retired veterans will be perfect for the job. Their physical fitness makes them ideal candidates. Yun-yi waved his hand dismissively. Chapter 56, monthly salary of 10,000, room and board included. Oh. Li Rongyu nodded. The factory's operational areas were divided into two sections, drones and weight loss pills. The current robotics factory was still under expansion. It must be said that the factory building chosen by Director Li for Yun-yi was quite impressive. After preserving the original factory grounds, expansion could still be carried out outward. Moreover, the surrounding area was almost entirely flat land, providing ample space. That very day, the retired veterans moved into the factory dormitories with their entire families. Each one spoke of Yun-yi with genuine excitement, expressing how fortunate they were to have found such a good boss. But, when their families asked about their job duties, they all stammered and couldn't give a clear answer. After all, when Yun-yi had promised them jobs, he hadn't specified what kind of work it would be. That same day, someone approached Li Rongyu for clarification, but she too avoided details about the work, simply telling them not to worry and to wait a little longer. Staying there for now was fine. Today. Yun-yi was on the phone. President Li, you mean you found the production tools for the robotic assembly line? Oh, you mean someone defaulted on a loan and the bank repossessed it? He was a bit surprised. He had only just told President Li that he needed tools related to robotic skeletons or other production machinery. He hadn't expected news to come through so quickly, just one day later. Those machines have already been transported to your factory premises. Leave the installation and securing to others. President Li was exceptionally efficient. He practically handled every detail for Yun-yi. This included logistics for transportation. Then my robot production line will be up and running soon. Thank you for your assistance, President Li. Yun-yi said sincerely. Hearing this, President Li responded politely, actually, the credit really goes to you, Mr. Yun. Had you not developed these innovations, the head office president likely wouldn't have instructed me to extend special consideration to you. Truthfully, these machines were personally ordered by the head office. They concern the future revenue of Jiangnan Bank. The head office would naturally provide full support. Alright, please convey my thanks to him. With that, the two hung up. Seeing this, Su Xiaoxiao quickly grabbed a pre-sliced apple from the nearby table and popped it into Yun-yi's mouth. Let's go. Come with me to the factory grounds. Yun-yi said after finishing the apple. Alright. In less than 10 minutes. The two arrived at the factory. Li Rongyu, having been informed of Yun-yi's arrival, was waiting at the entrance. Seeing Yun-yi arrive by taxi, he stepped out and said, Mr. Yun, there's an issue. You need to come up with a name for the factory. Upon hearing this, Yun-yi felt a sudden headache coming on. Why not call it Su Yun High-Tech Factory? Su Xiaoxiao stepped forward and suggested. Hearing this, both fell into deep thought. Yun-yi spoke first, sounds pretty good. Let's go with that. Without waiting for Li Rongyu's reaction, he walked straight into the factory grounds. Isn't that a bit too perfunctory, Yun? By the time Li Rongyu looked up, the two had already walked far ahead. She couldn't help but smile wryly. It seemed Yun-yi really wasn't good at naming things. Whenever faced with such a problem, he either walked away without hesitation or just threw out a random name and called it done. The group of retired soldiers wandering around the factory grounds spotted Yun-yi and immediately gathered around him. Mr. Yun, I'd like to ask what the specific job entails. We've been resting for days now, and we're itching to get back to work. The leader was named Gua Hongda. His eyes were filled with hope as he looked at Yun-yi. The others nodded in agreement. We can't just sit around doing nothing and collect paychecks for nothing. Everything from the other robotics facility will be transported over today. You can start work then. But I don't need you doing manual labor. Yun-yi stated. Everyone froze upon hearing this. If not factory work, then what exactly? I need you to test the mechanical skeletons coming off the assembly line. As for the assembly line itself, I won't need you to work on that for now. Uni had initially accepted the idea proposed by this group of veterans to equip all of them with mechanical exoskeletons, whether for testing or actual combat. He intended to use the mechanical exoskeletons to forge an exceptionally powerful super team. Previously, there had been no such plan because suitable candidates were lacking. To maximize the potential of the exoskeletons, the demands on the wearers were exceptionally high. These veterans clearly appear to have just retired, with no decline in any of their physical metrics, making them perfectly suited as wearers for mechanical exoskeletons. So how will our pay be handled? Gua Hongda asked. The others listened with curiosity. Old Gua, why bring that up? They're letting us stay in those dorms for free, it doesn't matter how much they pay. We agreed earlier even if it's only 3,000 a month, we'll do it. Exactly. Old Gua, bringing this up now isn't really appropriate. The group chimed in one after another. Hearing this, Uni smiled faintly. Don't worry about the salary. 10,000 yuan a month, with room and board included. Everyone fell silent. 10,000 yuan a month? Plus free room and board, no food or dorm fees? Gua Hongda's jaw dropped in utter shock. This monthly salary was higher than what ordinary factory workers earned. And all they had to do was test the factory's products, no real effort required. As for technical aspects, they didn't have to worry about those either. In other words, Uni was essentially spending time and money to keep them around. Mr. Yun, no need for further discussion. Should you ever need anything from Gua Hongda in the future, just give the word. At this moment, Gua Hongda felt nothing but respect for Yun. Seeing this, the others bowed in unison, expressing their gratitude to Yun. No need for that. Rise. I'll need your assistance with other matters going forward. As soon as Yun finished speaking, Gua Hongda grabbed his hand with excitement. Mr. Yun, absolutely no problem. From now on, if you tell us all to go east, we'll never go west. The others nodded in agreement one after another. All right. We'll discuss it later. Overwhelmed by their enthusiasm, Yun could only nod. Li Rongyu came running up from the factory gate. Mr. Yun, the shipment from Director Li is about to arrive. Our factory workers are all helping with the unloading. I'll go lend a hand. Just as she turned to leave, she felt a hand grab her arm. Turning around, she found it was Gua Hongda. Supervisor Li, leave these matters to us. With that, Gua Hongda led the group behind him in a grand procession toward the exit. Chapter 57, Biotechnology a century ahead of its time. After all the machines were fully installed, Gua Hongda wiped the sweat from his forehead. Finally done. Uni watched from the side and nodded with satisfaction. He had considered asking Su Xiaoxiao for help, but these men insisted she wasn't needed. Perhaps because they saw Su Xiaoxiao as a young girl, they treated her with special care in many matters. Mr. Yun, it's all taken care of. Gua Hongda approached Yun and reported. Then you'll officially start work tomorrow. When the time comes, you'll need to test the factory's products first. If you encounter any issues, let Li Rongyu know immediately. Yun had already instructed Li Rongyu to handle this while they were helping move things. The most important task for Gua Hongda's group of veterans was to provide feedback on their usage experience. Any issues must be pointed out promptly. After completing all these tasks, Yun headed home. At home, he summoned the system's exchange panel. With 50,000 points remaining, he planned to exchange them for a rather powerful product. Su Xiaoxiao noticed the exchange panel in front of him and curiously came over to take a look. Mr. Yun, I think this biotech item looks pretty good. Would you like to give it a try? She suggested. Yun glanced at it with interest. Biotechnology exchange points, 10,000, evaluation, a highly significant technology. The dawn of humanity's future begins with biotechnology. Not only can it enhance human genes, eliminating all incurable diseases, but it can also fundamentally alter the human genetic sequence. Reading this description, Yunyi's mind buzzed with excitement. This powerful? Cure diseases and alter genetic sequences? Doesn't that mean everyone who uses this biotech in the future could become a super scion? Xiao, do you know about this technology? Yun suddenly asked. Mr. Yun, the system and I share the same origin, so I know just how powerful every technology's ultimate application can be. This biotech is absolutely worth every point. You won't regret spending 10,000 points on it. Su Xiaoxiao spoke with unwavering certainty. All right, I trust you. Yun smiled faintly before clicking the exchange button. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the biotechnology. As a super advanced technology for altering genes, this biotech requires only that the formula automatically sent by this system be synthesized and injected into the body to perfectly improve all genes. Moreover, it can overcome a series of incurable diseases currently beyond human cure, such as cancer, AIDS, ALS, and more. As the announcement concluded, a massive wave of information flooded into Yunyi's mind. After reviewing it, Yunyi was utterly stunned. He never imagined that the biotechnology poised to propel humanity's future would be like this. I need a laboratory. Yun-yi declared. This biotechnology was no ordinary matter, it far exceeded what could be researched under current circumstances. He required more specialized equipment and assistance to accomplish this. With that thought, he dialed Old Man Lee's number. After a brief exchange, Old Lee seemed somewhat surprised. They then agreed to meet the next morning at the cafe next to the Jiangnan Research Institute to discuss further. The next day, Yun-yi and Su Xiaoxiao arrived at the coffee shop. Seated at the center was an elderly man with a head of snow-white hair. Mr. Lee put down his newspaper and spotted Yun-yi. He smiled warmly and walked over. Mr. Yun, please take a seat. After the three sat down, Yun-yi spoke first. I'm grateful to Mr. Lee for arranging that connection with the Eastern Theater Command last time. Otherwise, I'd probably still be stuck in jail right now. Yun-yi felt no ill will toward the man before him. His refusal to hand over Su Xiaoxiao for their research last time was solely because she was his personal bodyguard robot. Yun-yi had no desire to see Su Xiaoxiao turned into a test subject. What are you saying? Mr. Yun's excellence surpasses my imagination. To have the privilege of knowing someone like you, it's actually me who should be grateful. Old Lee's words were flawlessly polished. His gaze toward Yun-yi was filled with admiration for his talent. The young man who had developed weight loss pills, drones, and even military radar evading stealth coatings was undoubtedly a genius. Though he had no idea how the young man had pulled it off, Old Lee genuinely wanted to recruit this prodigy under his wing. Actually, I came today to ask for your assistance with something, Old Lee. Recently, I have a new research project and would like to borrow some experimental equipment from the Jiangnan Research Institute. Yun-yi got straight to the point. Upon hearing this, Old Lee's face lit up with delight. No problem at all. The Jiangnan Research Institute always welcomes Mr. Yun. Do you need an assistant? I can come personally, he said, eager to get started. I'd prefer to select my own assistant, ideally a young woman. That way, she could quickly establish rapport with Su Xiaoxiao. Besides, girls tend to be more meticulous. Su Xiaoxiao is quite capable, but she is, after all, a robot and cannot participate in the research itself. Yun-yi stated. Sure thing, Mr. Yun. What kind of girl are you looking for? Our Jiangnan Research Institute has plenty of girls, cute ones, mature ones, sexy ones, you name it. Old Lee pitched like a matchmaker. Little did he know, Su Xiaoxiao immediately took offense. Are we selecting a concubine or hiring an assistant? She was jealous. I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Mr. Yun, this robot of yours is incredible, it even gets jealous. Old Lee exclaimed. Oomph. Su Xiaoxiao gave a light snort, crossed her arms, and turned her head away. She had no intention of continuing to engage with this chatty old man. What project does Mr. Yun intend to research using the lab? If you'd care to share, I might be able to provide some case studies for reference. As one of the top research institutions in the Dragon Nation, the Jiangnan Research Institute had undertaken countless projects over the years. It could be said to have touched upon virtually every field. Old Lee intended to pull out all previous case studies to share with Yun-yi. Biotechnology. Yun-yi spoke slowly. Upon hearing those 4 words, Old Lee froze for a moment. The three of them fell into silence. Su Xiaoxiao glanced from him to Yun-yi. She was still puzzled as to why the two had suddenly stopped talking. Old Lee nearly jumped out of his skin with excitement. Biotechnology? Mr. Yun, this isn't the place for chatting. Come with me to the Research Institute. Without waiting for Yun-yi's response, Old Lee stood up and dragged him along. Biotechnology. Biotechnology. Those 4 words now filled Old Master Lee's mind completely. It was utterly mind-blowing. He couldn't have imagined in his wildest dreams that Yun-yi would want to research biotechnology. This wasn't merely groundbreaking science and technology. It's humanity's true future technology. All those drones and robots that were supposedly decades ahead of the world? They're nothing compared to this. Biotechnology could easily be a century ahead of current human technology. Chapter 58. Hey! What a coincidence, young Master Dong. The three arrived at the gates of the Jiangnan Research Institute. The security guard stood up and immediately spotted the 2 unfamiliar faces. Just as they were about to intervene, they saw the look of urgency on Old Lee's face. Mr. Lee, coming in for work? The security guard greeted them warmly. I have business today. We'll talk later. These 2 are my friends. Let them in. I take full responsibility for everything. Old Lee said quickly. The security guard froze. He had never seen Old Lee look so flustered before. Moreover, the Jiangnan Research Institute had strict rules. No outsiders were permitted entry, regardless of who they were. But within the institute, no one held more authority than the director except for Li Lao himself. So the security guard hesitated. I'll report this to the director later. No need to worry. With those words, Old Lee led Yun-yi and the other person into the institute. All right. The security guard could only nod. Inside, Yun-yi saw numerous researchers in white lab coats moving about. Some held research materials in their hands, engaged in heated discussions. Truly one of the top research institutes in the Dragon Nation. The atmosphere here was unlike any other. Mr. Yun, mind your step. While acting as their guide, Oldly reminded Yun and the other person to watch the steps. Once the three entered an office, Mr. Lee closed the door and immediately asked with eager anticipation, "Mr. Yun, is this biotechnology real? What kind of biotechnology?" He was both intensely curious and profoundly shaken. This biotechnology can alter human genetic sequences. Diseases currently considered incurable, cancer, AIDS, ALS, all become easily solvable with this technology. Yun parroted the evaluation of biotechnology from the system verbatim. Upon hearing these words, the muscles in Old Lee's face began to tremble. His gaze instantly lost focus as he stood frozen in place, unable to recover for a long time. Alter human genetic sequences? Solve cancers, AIDS, and ALS that have plagued humanity for 70 or 80 years? Especially ALS. Compared to cancer and AIDS, ALS is far more terrifying. It's practically an incurable disease. Once you get it, the outcome is almost always fatal. No medical technology has any effect on ALS at best, it can only provide some relief. Simply put, it just delays the inevitable. Cancer and AIDS are now being tackled with emerging technologies worldwide. But this biotech could solve it directly. Terrifying. And it's not just these diseases. Any disease worth mentioning will lose its original effect in the face of biotech modification. Yun dropped another bombshell. All diseases? Mr. Yun, please don't joke with me. My old bones couldn't handle such turmoil. That's terrifying. Old Lee said, still shaken. Mr. Lee, I'm not lying. Yun spread his hands helplessly. Can you prove it? Old Lee pressed. If this thing could be developed, then the Dragon Nation's standing in the world would undoubtedly receive a massive boost. However, a rather troublesome issue would follow. That is, the Dragon Nation and other nations had signed the Human Genetic Modification Regulations at a United Nations conference several years prior. This document states that any country participating in or independently researching human genetic technology will face opposition from all nations worldwide. After all, this violates human ethics. But that's not all. Decades ago, world-renowned scientists successfully cloned a sheep using genetic technology. The experiment was reportedly successful at the time. But the cloned sheep died within just 4 or 5 days. Ever since then, genetic modification has become taboo. Any country researching this field faces significant opposition and even outright conflict. Humanity fears the mysterious and unknown above all else. And genetic modification falls squarely into that category. I can't prove it yet because I haven't figured it out. That's why I'm here borrowing the lab. Yun remarked. Su Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement beside him. Old Lee fell silent. He wasn't sure if lending Yun the lab was the right decision. But the crucial point was that upon hearing Yun describe the potential applications of his biotechnology, he felt his resolve begin to waver. Mr. Yun, I'll lend you a lab for now. You may use it for whatever you wish. As for an assistant, I suggest you don't hire anyone else. Let Su Xiaoxiao serve as your assistant. Biotechnology involves too many sensitive matters. Only the three of us know about this. It must never be disclosed. If it gets out, it will provoke opposition from numerous countries. And it could even lead to people coming after you. Old Lee cautioned. Why? Yun asked curiously. Because the Dragon Nation once signed the Human Genetic Modification Regulations. I'm not entirely sure what level of capability your biotechnology has achieved. Let's wait until the research is complete. Old Lee said. Alright, then where is my lab? Yun asked. Go downstairs, turn left, and there's an empty space available. Or if you want a specific one, just tell them I sent you and have them clear it out. Old Lee waved his hand dismissively. Within the Jiangnan Research Institute, he still held that much authority. All right. With that, Yun led Su Xiaoxiao away. Old Lee then made a phone call. Dong Qiming had been feeling rather bored lately. He seemed to have lost all motivation for his research. And it was all because of Yun. Dong Qiming had just arrived at work and was still half asleep. But in a daze, he thought he saw Yun walking downstairs and passing right by him. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Dong Qiming looked again. It really was Yun. Holy crap! Yun, what are you doing here? Dong Qiming let out a startled cry. Hearing this, Yun paused his hand mid-motion to open the lab door and turned to Dong Qiming with a puzzled look. Oh, Mr. Dong. What a coincidence. Yun paused his movement and greeted him. Su Xiaoxiao glanced at the two of them. Could it be that Yun knew this guy? Why are you at the Jiangnan Research Institute? Could it be you're here to cause trouble for me? Dong Qiming instantly grew wary. You're overthinking it. I'm here to borrow a lab. Who'd want to cause trouble for you? We'd be running away from you if we could. Yun rolled his eyes. Then what are you here for? Surely not for a research project? Dong Qiming eyed Yun suspiciously. You got that right. I'm here for the research project. Yuni smiled faintly, then ignored him as he opened the lab door and walked inside. Chapter 59. I even said Tao Zong was my own father. Damn it. Watching Yuni disappear through the lab door, Dong Qiming cursed under his breath. He couldn't shake the feeling that Yuni had come to get revenge. After all, the friction between them had been immense. To the point where Dong Qiming felt their relationship had reached an irreparable breaking point. At that thought, Dong Qiming's mood fluctuated wildly, but he ultimately decided to leave first. He would seek out Oldley or someone else to inquire about the situation before making any further moves. Yuni glanced around the laboratory interior. He discovered this was actually the former drug production site of the Jiangnan Research Institute, which explained the abundance of chemical reagents. After a cursory scan of the memories provided by the system, he determined that many of the materials in the lab could be put to use. Mr. Yun, will the materials here be sufficient? If not, I'll go ask that old man from earlier to help you request more. Su Xiaoxiao had already slipped into the role of Yun Yi's assistant. No need. These materials will suffice. I'll be at the Jiangnan Research Institute for the next few days. Keep an eye out for anyone coming to the door. The Human Gene Regulation Act definitely has binding force. It's best not to let too many people know about the technology the system provided. From his earlier conversation with Oldley, it was clear the latter harbored an inexplicable attitude toward biotechnology. It was evident. It felt like Oldley was deeply eager to research biotechnology, yet constrained by international regulations from pursuing it. Understood, Mr. Yun. Su Xiaoxiao nodded obediently. Yun Yi then began his research based on the formula provided by the system in his mind. Meanwhile, the outside world erupted in excitement over the arrival of drones and replica exoskeleton machinery. Videos showcasing the payload drones and replica exoskeletons went viral online. In the footage, a middle-aged man wore the exoskeleton while a drone advanced steadily overhead. The combined effect of these two devices was absolutely mind-blowing. Am I seeing things? A drone tethered by a single rope carrying a middle-aged man weighing nearly 180 pounds? And he's wearing a replica exoskeleton? Bro, pinch me, is this a dream? This is just too crazy. Something's off, this can't be a special effects video, right? Hey upstairs, if you think you've got issues, go see a doctor. If that video from Dejiang Corporation is fake, I'll eat my own. Everyone who saw this video was stunned. This is the ultimate modern individual soldier equipment. If it weren't for Dejiang Company releasing it to promote their drones, many netizens in Dragon Nation would have mistaken it for a military propaganda video. Is that a replica exoskeleton? Our country has finally succeeded in developing it. Yes. I'm so excited. They actually managed to develop something like this. So Dejiang Company made this video to promote their replica exoskeleton? I don't quite get it. Opinions varied widely. Many were speculating about the video's true purpose. Just then, Dejiang Corporation posted a message on Weibo. We warmly celebrate the partnership between Dejiang Company and Suyun High-Tech Factory to jointly produce the latest model of drones. We will hold the official launch event for the drone at 8 p.m. in 3 days. The news sent shockwaves through the entire community. What exactly is Suyun High-Tech Factory? Why had some people never even heard of it? After all, partnering with Dejiang Company requires being a well-known enterprise at the very least. But the next moment, something felt off. Could Suyun High-Tech Factory be the very company that produces those load-bearing devices ranging from 100 to 500 gene? Holy crap! Countless people flooded the comments section beneath this post. How much? How much are you planning to sell it for? I remember this drone. They teased it on Douyin before, but then the video got flagged and taken down because there was no purchase link. Wasn't it $14.99? A lot of people wanted to buy it back then. Who knew that during its disappearance, the video creator actually teamed up with Dejiang Company? Interesting. This drone is one of the most advanced models out there. And Dejiang is the world's largest drone manufacturer and distributor. Talk about a powerhouse partnership. I'm seriously hyped for the launch event now. Countless hot comments were upvoted to the top. And they were once again exploding in popularity, riding the lingering buzz from that video Yuni had posted back then. They had assumed that video was just clickbait, or maybe special effects. But it turned out to be real. The truth would be revealed at the drone launch event in 3 days. These past few days, Dejiang Company has been swamped with work. They never imagined that releasing a single video would cause such a massive stir. General Wu Jiangwo, the drone project's military liaison, is reportedly attending the event to lend his support. But he wouldn't be appearing in his military capacity, he was coming to show support as a private citizen. After all, Wang Tao and Wu Jiangwo share a remarkably close personal relationship. Amidst the anticipation of many. 3 days later. At the Dejiang Corporation headquarters in the capital of Longhua. Today's press conference was held nowhere else but within the Dejiang Corporation itself. The area outside the company was now packed with people. Wang Tao had even deployed extra security personnel to prevent any uncontrollable situations. Hey! Stop pushing, will ya? You're crushing me. Seriously, guys? Is a drone launch really worth this? It's not that big a deal. Seriously, it's not. If you think it's no big deal, then let me attend. Yeah, right. The crowd was packed tight. Everyone was scrambling to get into this drone launch event. Among them were many industry insiders and drone enthusiasts. They all sensed something extraordinary about this launch event. Yun-Yi and Su Xiaoxiao arrived late. Seeing the sea of people before them, Yun-Yi nearly freaked out. Holy crap! Tao told me there was a launch today, but I never imagined there'd be this many people. Su Xiaoxiao, however, remained calm, shielding Yun-Yi from the crowd's pressure. Excuse me, could you let us through? Yun-Yi finally made his way to the security guard and spoke up. If you're here for the press conference, go over there to get your tickets checked. By the way, do you have tickets? The security guard pointed in a direction before asking. We don't have tickets, but Mr. Tao asked us to come. Yun-Yi replied awkwardly. Hearing this, the security guard's eyes widened in disbelief. Just because Mr. Tao told you to come, I'm supposed to let you in? I could just as easily say Mr. Tao is my own father. Chapter 60, the press conference program, Dharma aspects of heaven and earth? Mr. Yun, why not just call Wang Tao directly? There are too many people here. Su Xiaoxiao quickly interjected. Indeed, getting inside now would likely require calling Wang Tao first. The security guard who had spoken earlier was left speechless. Why did this kid seem so full of himself? Still, he was genuinely curious to see if this greenhorn could actually get their founder, Mr. Tao, to come out. Hey, Mr. Tao, I'm at the gate. They won't let me in without an invitation. You came in person? No need to trouble yourself. Just say the word and I'll let you in. Alright then. Yun-Yi hung up and waited there. The security guard couldn't help but snort coldly before sneering. Kid, if you're not going in, move aside and stop blocking the way. What makes you think Mr. Tao would personally come to pick you up? He simply couldn't believe Wang Tao would personally come to greet some young upstart. Even when other super corporation tycoons visited, Wang Tao never came out personally. What gave this kid the privilege? Could it be just because the woman beside him was pretty? The security guard snorted and shook his head. Little did he know, a few minutes later, a figure emerged from the Dejiang Company building. He looked extremely rushed, his eyes darting back and forth through the crowd as if searching for something. The moment the reporters spotted him, they instantly grew excited. Mr. Tao, could you share any details about the specifics of this launch event? Mr. Tao, are the drone specifications circulating online identical to those being announced today? They swarmed toward him. But before they could finish speaking, security guards instantly blocked them. Wang Tao had rushed out immediately after receiving Yun-Yi's call. Where is he? The security guard who had just been talking to Yun-Yi immediately sensed his chance to shine upon hearing Wang Tao's words. Mr. Tao, who are you looking for? I might have seen them. The security guard beamed with a fake smile. A young man, probably with a female companion nearby. Wang Tao frowned, but seeing the man was hired by Dejiang Company, he didn't press further and casually asked. Mr. Tao, there are far too many to describe. Anything more specific? Like their appearance or something? The security guard asked with a cheerful smile, completely unaware that the man and woman Wang Tao was referring to were none other than Yun-Yi and his companion, the very pair he had just dismissed as braggarts. Wang Tao shook his head, about to make another call, when Yun-Yi's voice suddenly reached his ear. Mr. Tao, I'm right here. Yun-Yi waved from within the crowd. The security guard had intended to step forward and reprimand the young man, warning him not to cause any trouble. But unexpectedly, Wang Tao stopped him and walked over to Yun-Yi with a broad smile. Mr. Yun, why didn't you let me know beforehand? I could have waited for you outside. He asked with a smile. He swiftly opened a gap in the barrier, allowing Yun-Yi and Su Xiaoxiao to step inside. The security guard watched the scene, his mouth gaping wide enough to fit a whole egg. This kid is actually the one Wang Tao's been looking for. Holy crap! Just as he was about to step forward to explain, Wang Tao had already vanished from the scene with the two of them. The security guard's face turned ashen. It was over. If that young man had said just one more word to Wang Tao, he'd probably lose his job. Yun-Yi, however, didn't dwell on it. His mind was already elsewhere. Upon entering the Dejiang Company premises, Wang Tao drew considerable attention, and the curiosity surrounding Yun-Yi and Su Xiaoxiao trailing behind him grew intense. Mr. Tao, who are these two? The sales director approached to greet them, then inquired. In the memories of many, Wang Tao had never personally brought any young person to Dejiang Company before. As the company's founder and largest shareholder, Wang Tao held an exceptionally high status and position. Let me introduce you. This is the sales director of Dejiang Company. Come to think of it, you two have actually worked together before. Wang Tao smiled. No company would ever dare to give the top salesperson the cold shoulder. Wang Tao was no exception. Mr. Tao, this is our first meeting today, isn't it? Where would this collaboration come from? The sales director gave a helpless smile and said. This is Mr. Yun Yi, founder of Suyun Technology Factory. Wang Tao replied. Whoa! Many people nearby were stunned upon hearing this. Suyun Technology Factory? The very company behind those weight loss pills and drones, which just days ago formed a strategic partnership with Dejiang Corporation? Why is the founder of such a tech company so young? All eyes turned to Yun Yi. They couldn't believe a young man could create so many astonishing high-tech innovations. The sales director was too stunned to react. His mind was still in a state of shock. The Suyun Technology Factory was indeed under the responsibility of this sales director from Dejiang Company. But whenever he tried to ask about the boss, Li Rongyu would only give him a mysterious smile and say nothing more. Everyone at Dejiang Company had heard that Suyun Technology Factory was destined to become a high-tech company worth hundreds of billions in Longwa. They had all seen its founder. And it turned out to be this young man, Yun Yi. Mr. Yun. Mr. Yun, hello. I was rude earlier. The sales director immediately bowed his head, extending his hand in one fluid motion as he greeted him with utmost respect. Having spent time at Suyun Technology Factory, this sales director knew just how formidable the founder's technology truly was. It was nothing short of a revolutionary enterprise. Recently, it had even begun engaging with military entities. It was safe to say that Suyun Technology's future was exceptionally bright. They might even surpass Dejiang Corporation to become the top tech company in the Dragon Nation. It's fine. Mr. Tao, I heard there's a demo segment at this launch event? Could you elaborate? Yun Yi waved his hand dismissively before asking. Speaking of this demo sample, it comes from quite an impressive source. Mr. Yun, let's head to the backstage area first, it's crowded over here. Wang Tao promptly led the two men to the backstage area of the event. Numerous staff members were bustling about here at that moment. The demonstration we've finalized involves deploying tens of thousands of drones into the night sky over Jiangnan City. And all the machines will operate in unison to accomplish a monumental feat. We call it emulating heaven and earth. As he uttered these 4 words, Wang Tao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Countless man-hours had been poured into this program. Their sole purpose was to make this drone launch the world's only event of its kind, one that would directly surpass Apple's iPhone unveiling. Chapter 61, The Conscience Price of $14.99. Emulate heaven, mimic earth. Just hearing those 4 words, Yun Yi felt a wave of grandeur wash over him. Truthfully, the person most deserving of gratitude for making all this happen is you, Mr. Yun. Wang Tao immediately added. Why thank me? Yun Yi asked curiously. Su Xiaoxiao, standing nearby, searched her mind for the concept of aligning heaven and earth. Her expression grew peculiar, though she remained silent. Because without a super advanced high-tech drone like yours, Mr. Yun, our Dejiang company wouldn't have been able to achieve our ultimate goal over the past decade. Wang Tao's eyes betrayed his excitement. When I first founded Dejiang Company, I made a vow. I vowed to use drones to deliver an unparalleled performance for everyone. But over the years, drone technology remained wildly unpredictable. We tried countless times, but every attempt ended in failure. Wang Tao said regretfully. Over the decades since Dejiang Company's founding, Wang Tao had made countless efforts, yet each ultimately vanished without a trace, accompanied by failure. Even within the company, opposition to the project was beginning to mount. They argued the project wasn't profitable, costing over 1 billion yuan in losses annually, simply not worth the investment. Over time, Wang Tao himself began to waver. He began to doubt himself, doubting whether this project could ever be completed. But Yun Yi's arrival reignited Wang Tao's confidence. Moreover, the recent performance rehearsal achieved stunning results. All of this, every single bit of it, was brought to him by this young man standing before him. So now you're saying that with my drones, this project is finally viable? You mean that emulating heaven and earth concept you mentioned earlier? Yun Yi asked. Exactly. Wang Tao nodded. For a moment, Yun Yi found himself curious about what kind of performance Wang Tao was referring to. As if reading his mind, Wang Tao gave a mysterious chuckle and said, Mr. Yun, please be patient. You'll find out soon enough. Allow me to keep you in suspense before the performance begins. Hearing this, Yun Yi nodded helplessly. As the scheduled time for the press conference arrived, the giant screen lit up. Countless people had gathered below, screaming wildly and snapping photos non-stop with their phones. Wang Tao patted Yun Yi on the shoulder and strode confidently onto the stage. Welcome, everyone, to today's new product launch event at Dejiang Company. Good evening, everyone. His opening words drew thunderous applause from the audience below. Everyone watched Wang Tao on stage with excitement, eager for him to immediately introduce the features and pricing of today's new product. I imagine there are quite a few young people here today? Wang Tao asked with a smile, microphone in hand. The entire audience was puzzled. Why would Mr. Tao suddenly ask this? Let's skip the formalities and dive straight into demonstrating our drone's capabilities. Wang Tao said with a smile. He then picked up his phone and began operating it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Before long, the hum of drones filled the ceiling above the venue. Under the gaze of countless eyes, every drone descended with a bag suspended beneath it. Each one flew right up to the person below. This opening sequence instantly left many people bewildered. Isn't this a new product launch? What's the point of this? Mr. Tao. This is my full sugar milk tea. I can't drink it lately because of high blood sugar. One person quickly realized the drone had delivered a cup of milk tea and shouted in surprise. Ha 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 ha. Several people burst into laughter. Heh, I know you young folks love this stuff, and I know most of our drone customers are young people too. Today, I once again sincerely thank you for your support. It's not that we became Dajiang because you have Dajiang drones, it's that our company became Dajiang because we have customers like you. Clap 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 clap. The venue erupted in enthusiastic applause. After hearing Wang Tao's words, everyone couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Truly worthy of being the founder of Dajiang Company, whether it was the bold ambition when establishing the company or the extraordinary vision far surpassing ordinary people today. Such qualities are truly extraordinary. Today, I can tell all of you that the program Dajiang Company has prepared will absolutely blow your minds. And this program is also my ultimate goal. For this, I am deeply grateful to one person, a young man. The audience wasn't the only one present. Simultaneously, this drone launch event was being globally live-streamed on Douyin. Everyone was curious. Who could someone like Wang Tao possibly be thanking? But we'll save that for the end of the presentation. Let's briefly introduce the product first. First, this drone has a payload capacity ranging from 100 to 500 G, a figure well known to everyone. As for the price, to use your young people's slang, it's incredibly sweet. Wang Tao's remarks once again drew hearty laughter from the crowd. He then pulled out a controller, pressed a button, and a string of numbers appeared on the large screen behind him. $14.99. It's the exact same price as in the drone's initial promotional video. Holy crap! With that payload capacity at this price, I'm buying 10 units right here. I'm ordering 100 units. This price is ridiculously fair. The crowd erupted in astonishment. The price was truly beyond expectations. Even before the launch event, people were speculating online about the final retail price of this drone. Some said 100,000 yuan, others said 50,000 yuan. Finally, someone claiming to be an employee of Dajiang Company mentioned 10,000 yuan, and that figure began to spread widely. Gradually, everyone accepted this price as fact. But seeing the actual price tag of 1,499 yuan left those who had expected a price well over 10,000 yuan trembling in disbelief. Because 1,499 yuan? That's beyond just being fair. It was downright outrageously fair. Many even began to wonder if Dajiang Company could possibly turn a profit at all. Next, I have a special presentation prepared for everyone. A live demonstration showcasing the drone's capabilities and incredible value. We call this demonstration Sun Wukon's Heaven-Earth Transformation. With that, Wang Tao pressed the controller. The screen behind him shifted, switching to a view above Dajiang Company. Emulate heaven and earth? Some murmured to themselves. They weren't entirely sure what Wang Tao meant by Sun Wukon's emulating heaven and earth. But one young man's expression suddenly changed. As he looked up at the large screen, an unprecedented scene suddenly appeared in his mind. Combined with Wang Tao's earlier description of emulating heaven and earth, it instantly filled his eyes with awe. Chapter 62, The 10,000 Drone Light Show. As murmurs spread among the crowd, the live feed on the giant screen suddenly showed drones taking off from the ground, slowly ascending into the sky. The crowd gasped in awe. A full 10,000 drones instantly filled the sky above the company. The spectacle startled some foreign guests present at the scene. Their faces and eyes were filled with utter shock. Having lived in this world for decades, yet this was the first time they'd witnessed over 10,000 drones taking flight together, a truly rare sight in this age. OMG. I've only ever seen this kind of scene in movies. My goodness, how can so many drones fly in such perfect formation? There's no way this could be done manually. Holy crap. Even our Eagle Nation doesn't have tech like this, right? Don't bull me, does the Eagle Nation even have drone companies more advanced than Dajiang? This is our Dragon Nation's one-of-a-kind high-tech drone company. I've never witnessed a scene like this before. In the night sky, all the drones shone like bright little stars, rising from the ground in perfect formation. And finally, all the drones' lights vanished, leaving the live stream viewers utterly confused. Now that the lights are off, we can't see where the drones are anymore. Where did those drones go? Are they still there? What exactly is Mr. Tao trying to do? Everyone was utterly perplexed. Shouldn't the performance have started immediately? Why turn off the lights? Doubts flooded in. To this, Wang Tao merely smiled faintly. The next second, dazzling beams of light began to flash across the livestream screen. Before the eyes of all viewers, an enormous statue of Sun Wukong materialized mid-air. Everyone instantly went wild. Yuni clearly hadn't anticipated this turn of events. Staring at the colossal Sun Wukong formed by the lights from the drones, it was utterly lifelike. Emulating heaven and earth, emulating heaven and earth. It was truly imitating heaven and earth. Mr. Yun, this drone system is truly impressive. It actually managed to pull off such a feat. Su Xiaoxiao remarked. Yes, all the technology and development related to the drone were handled by Yun. But discovering these capabilities? That was the result of countless individuals at Dejiang Company burning the midnight oil. The massive Sun Wukong light show before them was the fruit of their labor. And today, Dejiang Company would use this effect to add the perfect finishing touch to the launch event. This is the drone's doing? Yun was a bit confused. But since Su Xiaoxiao said so, there must be some truth to it. On the screen, Sun Wukong stood majestic and imposing, his gaze sweeping across the world. His weapon swung with such force it seemed to carry its own sound effects, stirring the blood. The next instant, his movements abruptly halted. The weapon, which had been spinning non-stop, also came to a halt. Just as many were puzzled. A brilliant beam shot from Sun Wukong's eyes. The moment the beam touched the rooftop of the main building of Dejiang Company, fireworks erupted across the sky. Fire-eye golden vision. Those are the fire-eye golden gaze. The familiar phrase left everyone frozen in place. This act seemed to declare to the world, to declare to the Eagle Nation, that drones weren't solely for warfare. In the past, the Eagle Nation had always exploited the unique capabilities of drones to accuse Dejiang Corporation's products of threatening their homeland security. Now, Dejiang Corporation used this drone light show to point a finger at the Eagle Nation. Drones. They are not merely weapons of war. In China, drones are not just for combat, they are high-tech products that enhance people's lives. My goodness. It's breathtaking. Did you see Sun Wukong's form? Imagine a giant Sun Wukong suddenly appearing above you in the middle of the night. It's an indescribably wonderful feeling. Dejiang Company is seriously impressive. For such an outstanding drone, $14.99 is honestly not expensive. For the sake of Dejiang Company's future development, I'd actually suggest raising the price. Dude, I've only ever heard of customers demanding price cuts. You're actually suggesting Dejiang raise theirs? Honestly, I think $14.99 is too cheap too. Sometimes, you just can't buy this kind of experience with money. At the launch event, everyone was utterly stunned. As the performance concluded, the live stream on the giant screen vanished entirely. Replacing it was the image of the product just priced at $14.99. The venue fell completely silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Wang Tao standing on stage, their expressions filled with utter astonishment. This program is truly outstanding. One person murmured to themselves. This launch event had surpassed everyone's expectations. Who could have imagined that an ordinary drone launch event could orchestrate such a breathtaking aerial light show with 10,000 drones? This was nothing short of groundbreaking in Dejiang Company's launch history. And it utterly crushed every single launch event Apple had ever held. A few scattered claps broke out. What began as scattered claps soon swelled into thunderous applause. Every face in the room shifted. Such an amazing product. Such a fair price. Such a high-tech domestic brand, why wouldn't you support it? Truthfully, none of these remarkable achievements would have been possible without one person. Wang Tao raised his hand, signaling for quiet. Who could it be? The drone's researchers? The crowd wondered. But that was the only possibility they could think of. After all, the researchers worked tirelessly day and night, sacrificing sleep and meals to develop the drone. It was incredibly demanding. At the same time, this young man is also a partner of our Dejiang Company and the largest shareholder of Suyun Technology Factory. Now, let's invite Mr. Yun, to come up and say a few words. Wang Tao said with a smile. Hearing the announcement from the stage, Yun froze in shock. I'm not prepared at all. Damn it, what the hell is old Tao doing? I didn't even prepare a speech. Yun was utterly dumbfounded. Seeing the mischievous grin on Wang Tao's face, he knew there was no escaping this today. Mr. Yun, you can do it. Su Xiaoxiao encouraged him. Yun could only offer a helpless smile in response, replying, your turn will come soon enough. Su Xiaoxiao nodded with a smile. Then Yun walked onto the stage and approached Wang Tao. Hello everyone, I'm Yun, founder of Suyun Technology Factory. Yun briefly introduced himself with the microphone in hand. Wow! Everyone gasped in astonishment at Yun's youth. Who would have thought the founder of Suyun Technology was this young man, not even 30 years old? For a moment, many were left speechless. So while they were still in school, he had already become the founder of a company destined to be worth hundreds of billions? Chapter 63, So Can You Give Birth to Monkeys? The press conference concluded flawlessly. But what kept people buzzing was the drone show and Su Zhao's appearance. Not only were netizens and major institutions in China stunned. Overseas audiences were deeply concerned upon seeing the drones and Su Xiao. Chinese audiences saw only the intelligent and high-tech innovations of Dejiang Corporation and Su Xiao. But others saw it as a sign of Dragon Nation's growing technological prowess. Among them, the Eagle Nation was the most restless. What does a 500-gene payload drone mean? It means while your president sits 100 kilometers away, a drone carrying 500 gene of explosives flies right over your head. Scared? Absolutely terrified. Then there's Su Xiaoxiao, a robot with 99% human-like appearance. Her appearance is indistinguishable from a real human. Imagine if she were trained as an assassin to infiltrate events attended by world leaders, then suddenly pulled a pistol from her body and fired 2 shots at you. Wouldn't you be scared? Of course you would. Consequently, by the very next day, nations began issuing condemnations. This move quickly caught the attention of the Dragon Nation. Eastern Theater Command. Xianzhenjuan was still at work. Lately, the Eagle Nation had been stirring up trouble in the Middle East, causing his workload to increase. Amidst the global turmoil, the Dragon Nation could not remain untouched. Hello? What is it? Xianzhenjuan answered the call. But the voice on the other end silenced him. After several minutes, he spoke with disbelief. You mean, we should have Mr. Yun collaborate directly with the Longwa government? And you're asking for 50 billion in funding? Jiangnan Research Institute. Dong Qiming had been keeping a close watch on the research lab Yunyi had borrowed these past few days. But he hadn't seen Yunyi emerge even once. The young man spent every waking moment in the lab conducting research, only leaving for meals and water breaks. This made him incredibly curious. What exactly was Yunyi doing in there? And that beautiful woman who followed him inside. Could those two be up to something unspeakable in there? The thought crossed his mind. Dong Qiming quietly crept up to the lab door and pressed his ear against it, listening intently. But due to the laboratory's privacy and the thick door, he couldn't hear a single sound. What are you doing? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out from behind him. Startled, Dong Qiming whipped his head around to find himself staring straight into Su Xiaoxiao's expressionless face. Beautiful lady, what are you doing here? I'm a close friend of Yunyi's. I just wanted to see what he's been researching lately. Dong Qiming stammered awkwardly. Although Su Xiaoxiao was undeniably beautiful, he couldn't shake the feeling that this woman radiated an aura that was downright intimidating. I know who you are. Mr. Yun mentioned you have issues with him. Su Xiaoxiao's icy voice cut like a knife, nearly making Dong Qiming turn tail and run. Anyone who was Yunyi's enemy was automatically Su Xiaoxiao's enemy. That's why Su Xiaoxiao kept a close watch on Dong Qiming. Any suspicious move on his part would earn him a direct takedown, slammed flat onto the ground. But before Dong Qiming could say anything, the door to the lab in front of them swung open as Yunyi pushed it aside. The moment he stepped out, he spotted Dong Qiming and Su Xiaoxiao, leaving him stunned. What are you two doing? He asked curiously. Ha 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 ha. Yunyi, you go ahead and get back to work. I've got things to do here, so I won't keep you. Dong Qiming quickly finished his sentence and hurriedly turned to leave. If he stayed any longer, he feared Su Xiaoxiao's gaze would scare the pants off him. Yunyi's expression turned slightly strange as he looked at Su Xiaoxiao, his eyes seeming to ask, what did you do to him? Why did he bolt like he saw a ghost? Mr. Yun, I just saw him lurking suspiciously by the door. Su Xiaoxiao spotted Yunyi and immediately smiled as she spoke. Oh, don't mind him. Yunyi nodded, paying Dong Qiming no mind whatsoever. Because now, the two were no longer on the same level. There was simply no need to give him much thought. Though they never had been on the same level to begin with. Come in quickly and take a look. The biological modification agent worked. Mentioning this, Yunyi grew visibly excited. Really? Seeing his joy, Su Xiaoxiao couldn't help but feel happy too. The two hurried inside and closed the laboratory door behind them. A small vial sat on the lab bench. Su Xiaoxiao rushed over, uncorked it, and took a sniff, immediately beginning to analyze all the ingredients inside. A few seconds later, she nodded and said, Mr. Yun, this is the ingredient. Congratulations on developing genuine biotechnology. Su Xiaoxiao said in a sweet voice. Does this bioengineered agent only treat certain human diseases? Does it have any other functions? Yunyi inquired. Although he had already reviewed the details through the system, biological modification still held diverse potential. Beyond disease treatment, it could potentially enhance genes or serve other purposes. If it only tackled diseases and altered genes, this biomodification agent would be pretty lame. Yunyi shrugged. If other industry insiders heard him say that, they'd absolutely tear him apart. Being able to conquer diseases and alter genes is already incredibly powerful. It could even be called humanity's most powerful technology for decades to come. And its technology explicitly banned by the United Nations as violating human development. Yet coming from Yunyi's mouth, it somehow became lame? But Su Xiaoxiao didn't seem to mind. She patiently explained. Actually, besides these functions, it can also improve human genes. The system has that capability too. But there's one crucial point. It can transform humans into beings like me. Su Xiaoxiao said earnestly. What do you mean? Yunyi asked. A life like mine represents the ultimate evolution of humanity in the future. The fusion of humans and machines. Su Xiaoxiao's words sent shockwaves through Yunyi's expression. He never imagined Su Xiaoxiao existed in such a way. Did that mean you can actually give birth to monkeys? Yunyi asked. Hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao was speechless. Mr. Yun, your focus shouldn't be here, but on the future of humanity. Su Xiaoxiao declared with righteous indignation. First tell me if we can have kids. Yun asked earnestly. Su Xiaoxiao. The Supreme Council of Dragon Nation. Several dignified middle-aged men sat together. Watching the drone show on the conference room's large screen, their expressions turned stunned the moment they saw Sun Wukong. The subsequent appearance of Su Xiaoxiao only heightened the excitement. Qian Jinjuan also sat at the table. When he witnessed this scene, his hands trembled. The emergence of these two cutting-edge technologies would undoubtedly revolutionize the combat systems of every nation. Chapter 64, Not enough, let's test them together. One of the men, a middle-aged man who looked extremely imposing, slowly stood up. His gaze fixed intently on Su Xiaoxiao. There was not a single trace of robotics visible on her body. Her movements, expressions, speech, even her form were remarkably human-like. No, it wasn't just similar, this was an entirely normal human being. Is that 5 billion funding thing real? Qian Jinjuan suddenly asked. At his words, the entire room fell silent. The middle-aged man who had stood up didn't answer his question, merely nodding silently. Originally, he had been utterly baffled by the Dragon Nation government's stance. But now, after seeing this video, he even wanted to donate some money to support this young man named Yun in his research. I was against it at first. But now it seems perfectly fine. The expression on the middle-aged man's face was priceless. He had been the most vocal opponent of the Dragon Nation investing 5 billion yuan in a young researcher's project. But now it seemed he had underestimated this Yun. What do you say now? Another person asked. He too was utterly stunned. Such technology actually exists. Su Xiaoxiao didn't look like a robot at all. And that light show with 10,000 drones? Sun Wukong's sudden appearance nearly scared the living daylights out of him. This is beyond belief. In their 40 or 50 years of life, not a single person present had ever witnessed anything like this. The last time they were this stunned was probably back when the Bear Nation unleashed its Katyusha rocket launchers, right? That display was nothing short of a meteor streaking across the sky. Now, such a scene obscuring the sky has reappeared. How could they not be astonished? And Yun is still so young, his future achievements are boundless. And Qian Jinjuan had mentioned that the latest anti-radar stealth coating was also developed by this young man. When the Dragon Nation military conducted tests, they racked their brains trying to detect the aircraft coated with that stealth technology on radar. But they couldn't even catch a glimpse of it. Had the aircraft not roared overhead at the last moment, they would never have known its location. They exhausted every possible means using radar, even deploying Longhua's latest radar system touted as capable of detecting the Eagle Nation's B-2 stealth bomber. The outcome, of course, was a complete failure to detect anything. This outcome left the entire Dragon Nation in utter shock. That was the Dragon Nation's secret weapon for countering the Eagle Nation. What did this mean? It meant that the stealth coating developed by Yun was more advanced than the Eagle Nation's B-2 stealth technology. Moreover, its applications extend far beyond aircraft. Any object, including humans and animals, could be rendered invisible. This would fundamentally reshape existing military systems. You all know the test results, so I won't elaborate further. I firmly believe this young man will become a world-changing figure in the future. And I believe 50 billion won't be enough. Whatever he requires, we must support him fully. The middle-aged man declared. His words clearly resonated with many present, regardless of his own status or standing. The video from Dejiang Corporation's press conference alone conveyed a great deal of information. Then what about our Eastern Theater Command's cooperation with Mr. Yun? Qian Jinjuan asked hesitantly. Hearing this, many around him smiled helplessly. Everyone knew Yun had already begun collaborating with the Eastern Theater Command, and a steady stream of high-tech products would soon be flowing their way. So Qian Jinjuan's concern was understandable. Proceed with your normal plans. This is just the state providing funding for his research. Didn't the video mention a factory? The production line should be running smoothly now. Once everything stabilizes later, production speed will catch up. The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively. This is no big deal. As long as there's a complete production line, even if the Dragon Nation sends people to help him set up the factory, it's acceptable, provided it guarantees stable supply to the Eastern Theater Command. As the most coastal theater, Qian Jinjuan faced immense pressure. Any disruption would first impact the Eastern Theater Command. Therefore, technological advancement in his sector is paramount. Should anything go wrong, the consequences would be catastrophic. There wouldn't even be time to send reinforcements. Hearing this, Qian Jinjuan breathed a sigh of relief. Old Qian, remember to bring this matter up with the young man. Or we could establish a dedicated research institute for him in Jiangnan City. He can request whatever he needs. The middle-aged man concluded the meeting after speaking. This investment in Yun had finally reached a definitive conclusion. That is, no matter the cost, no matter the need, they would spare no effort to make it happen for Yun. This resolution came from a meeting of the 5 major military districts of the Dragon Nation, and it was a testament to their formidable strength. Currently, all of Yun's research focused on military technology. Establishing cooperation with him would elevate Dragon Nation's military prowess to unprecedented heights. Every attendee at the meeting agreed that Yuni was absolutely worth this 50 billion investment. In fact, even more than that. Jiangnan Research Institute. Oldly examined the small vial of biological modification agent on the table, turning it over and over in his hands, yet he couldn't make head nor tail of it. This is biotechnology? Isn't this a bit too perfunctory? Oldly asked skeptically. Weight loss pills were one thing, their effects were straightforward enough. But biotechnology couldn't be this simple, could it? And judging by this, could it be diluted too? No, I actually think this is just fine. Yuni shrugged indifferently. Biotech doesn't need flashy packaging. Does it really have to be stored in protective cases like in the movies? What a fact! Have you tried it? Oldly pressed further. But he wasn't optimistic about this biotech product. This tiny bottle was supposed to cure numerous diseases known to mankind? Highly unlikely. Forget everything else, even the simplest cancer requires daily doses of exorbitantly priced imported drugs, combined with chemotherapy using medical equipment. It takes several rounds of treatment to completely eradicate cancer cells. And even then, there's still a risk of recurrence. Could such a tiny bottle solve these diseases? Oldly certainly didn't believe it. Never tried it. Yuni shook his head. It's just been developed, we haven't tested it yet. Hearing this, Oldly nodded. We happen to have cancer cell samples in the lab. Shall we give it a try? To see if this bioengineered agent can eliminate cancer cells? Oldly inquired. Not enough. Little did he know, Yuni merely shook his head. What do you mean, too little? Oldly was puzzled. Could it be that there wasn't enough biological modifier? Was this tiny amount simply insufficient to kill the cancer cells? I said there aren't enough viral cells. Bring all existing disease samples that humans cannot defeat. Test them all together. Chapter 65. Sir. Save me. What? Oldly doubted he'd heard Yuni correctly. Are you kidding me? Gather every single virus that can't be conquered? Many drugs are specifically designed to target a particular virus or a specific type of virus. Yuni, on the other hand. All viruses at once? I say, bring all the viruses over for testing. Who knows? We might get some unexpected results. Yuni smiled faintly, showing not a trace of worry. If the biomodification agent could truly alter human genes and combat existing viruses, then all existing viruses could be eliminated by the biomodification agent. Are you sure? Oldly asked again, his tone dripping with skepticism. Not only were all viruses kept under the highest security protocols in the lab. Beyond numerous diseases, many viruses could trigger catastrophic disasters if released. Take monkeypox, Ebola, and others, for instance. Rest assured. Yuni nodded, giving Oldly a reassuring look to signal he needn't worry too much. I'll consult the dean. Wait here for me. Oldly opened the door and walked out. Moments later, the Jiangnan Research Institute's public address system sounded. All heads of virus research departments are requested to immediately cease current work and proceed to the conference hall. All heads of virus research departments, please immediately cease your current work and proceed to the conference hall. All heads of virus research departments, please immediately cease your current tasks and proceed to the conference hall. The announcement played 3 times in succession. Everyone looked up, utterly bewildered. What was going on? The last time the intercom was used was probably years ago during that lab virus leak incident, right? In an instant, a crowd began streaming toward the conference hall, swarming toward it in droves. Let's go check it out, Yuni said to Su Xiaoxiao. The latter smiled and nodded. Conference hall. As Yuni approached the doorway, a thunderous shout erupted from the entrance. What did you say? Gather all the viruses for experimentation? A coarse voice boomed out. It made everyone's eardrums vibrate. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a middle-aged man with an extremely hot-tempered demeanor confronting Oldly. The dean sat at the head of the table, silent. But anyone could tell today's matter was no ordinary affair. When Oldly had just proposed using all the viruses for experimentation, everyone present was stunned. This was no laughing matter. Every single virus represented something humanity had yet to conquer. Not only in the past, but even with today's advanced science, effective prevention remains elusive. If a leak like the one a few years ago were to occur, those in charge would certainly demand accountability. I disagree. Me neither. If this situation isn't handled properly, the ultimate consequences will be too severe. The opposition was overwhelming. Nearly 90% shook their heads when told they'd have to gather for the experiment. Others remained silent, but their meaning was equally clear, they disagreed. If this experiment succeeds, humanity will take a giant leap forward. Do you understand the stakes involved? And I haven't even explained how the experiment will be conducted. How can you outright reject it without fully understanding the proposal? Oldly spoke slowly. At his words, the entire room finally fell silent. Mr. Yun, you're here. My apologies, there were some unforeseen complications. Spotting Yun Yi and Su Xiaoxiao at the doorway, Old Masterly hurried over. He then invited Yun-yi to sit beside him. When the others saw Su Xiaoxiao, a hint of astonishment flashed in their eyes, though they quickly regained their composure. So he's the one conducting the experiment, right? A hot-tempered middle-aged man from earlier suddenly asked. All eyes in the room instantly turned to Yun-yi. Yet Yun-yi showed no sign of concern, maintaining a faint smile throughout. That composed demeanor made people frown, wondering how this young-looking kid could be so steady. This is Professor Rong Fanghua. His standing at our Jiangnan Research Institute is equal to mine. However, he has voiced the strongest opposition to this experiment. I'm still trying to persuade him. Old Li whispered discreetly. Before he could react, Yun-yi spoke up. Professor Rong, you disagree with this experiment? Forgive my bluntness, but I think you're getting a bit senile. Whoosh. The moment he spoke, it was like dropping a bombshell into their group. Rong Fanghua was a first-rate professor at the Jiangnan Research Institute. Countless projects had passed through his hands. Back when the virus leaked, Rong was the first to charge forward, facing the threat head-on. And now Yun-yi dared to call him senile? While it was true that Professor Rong had grown more irascible over the years, he had always been a gentle soul at heart. That viral outbreak had left a profound mark on him. Even now, his emotions remained constantly affected. Few at the Research Institute ever brought up that incident, and certainly no one would dare call Professor Rong senile. You call me senile? Why don't you take a good look at yourself in the mirror? Rong Fanghua laughed bitterly in rage. He was this close to grabbing a knife and lunging at Yun-yi. But given the special occasion with the dean and Old Li present, he couldn't be bothered to quarrel with a young upstart. I've heard of Professor Rong's glorious deeds before. Due to the virus's effects, it's difficult to control my emotions. Although he sought medical treatment promptly at the time, it left him with permanent damage. Calling you senile isn't far off the mark. Yun-yi remarked. Hearing this, Old Li grew visibly anxious. He couldn't afford to provoke Rong Fanghua again. This kid really knows how to rub salt in the wound. Sure enough. Rong Fanghua's face darkened. He stood up and strode toward Yun-yi. Several people tried to stop him along the way, but he brushed them aside with his fiery temper. Professor Rong. Calm down. Old Li also stood up and shouted in warning. But Rong Fanghua paid no heed whatsoever, marching straight toward Yun-yi. Su Xiaoxiao grew wary at the sight. Yun-yi showed no sign of panic. But I can cure your illness. No sooner had he uttered these words. Everyone heard a loud thud. Turning to look, he saw Rong Fanghua kneeling on both knees, his face no longer dark and gloomy but filled with anguish. Master, save me. Everyone. The expression on Professor Fang's face, once notoriously hot-tempered, shifted constantly. One moment gentle, the next savage. I can't tell if this is even me anymore. These past few years have been too painful. Fang Guorong closed his eyes. The words Yun-yi had just spoken felt like his salvation. It made him want to grasp it with all his might. Seeing Professor Rong like this, everyone's hearts were deeply moved. All eyes turned to Yun-yi. Did he truly have a solution? Seeing this, Yun-yi stepped forward to help Rong Fanghua to his feet, his voice firm as he declared. Leave it to me. Chapter 66, Cure at Hand, Experiment Approved. Cerebrovascular disease is also one of the primary causes of irritability in humans. It's likely that the viral leak several years ago is the root cause of Professor Rong's current condition. Yun-yi stated. The medical professors present found Yun-yi's analysis highly plausible. After all, they were specialists in this very field. Regarding the cause of Rong Fanghua's irritability, Yun-yi was absolutely correct. Professor Rong, please get up. Old Li pulled Rong Fanghua to his feet. Yet the latter's face remained somewhat ashen. Drink this. It'll resolve the issue within a minute. Yun-yi placed the bottle of newly developed biological modifier on the table. Seeing this, both the dean and the others turned their curious gazes toward it. Could the contents of this small vial truly cure the root cause of Rong Fanghua's violent temper? Is this truly possible? Professor Rong's condition has persisted for so long. I fear it may be beyond cure. Old Li asked impatiently. He too desperately wanted the gentle Professor Rong of old to return. But over the years, they'd scoured countless top-tier hospitals domestically and found no solution. They even traveled abroad specifically for treatment. While foreign doctors had methods, the disease had taken root too deeply. Over time it had penetrated to the bone marrow, making further treatment impossible. In the end, they had no choice but to give up. Mr. Li, this is a biomodification agent. It alters not only genes but also numerous bodily systems. Its effects surpass even weight loss drugs, so trust me. Yun-yi declared. Before anyone could react, Rong Fanghua grabbed the bottle from the table and downed it in one gulp. The dean nearly had a heart attack. Professor Rong. We haven't conducted ingredient testing yet. How could you drink it? Though he knew who Yun-yi was. Everything in the Research Institute must undergo component testing before use to ensure it contains no harmful substances. It's fine. If it fails, well, that'll be a relief. A faint smile flickered across Rong Fanghua's face. He had been tormented by illness for far too long. Often, it wasn't his true nature. The pain from the compressed blood vessels in his brain made him irritable. Compounded by numerous aftereffects, his once gentle nature had become fiercely volatile. After Rong Fangwa drank the bioenhancement agent, a peculiar transformation swept over his entire being. The pain-twisted lines on his face suddenly softened. It doesn't hurt anymore? Rong Fangwa was stunned. It was the first time in years he'd felt this comfortable. The agony in his mind had felt like a demon relentlessly tormenting him daily, making life unbearable and sleep impossible. Everyone watching Rong Fangwa was equally astonished. His furrowed brow suddenly smoothed out, leaving him looking utterly bewildered. Moreover, his complexion, worn thin from years of sleepless nights spent researching, gained a new radiance after drinking the bioenhancement serum. This is incredible. Professor Rong, are you truly cured? Someone nearby asked curiously. This question was also the answer everyone present desperately wanted to know. Oldly stood nearby, his expression one of utter astonishment. The dean craned his neck to observe Rong Fangwa's condition, noticing that since drinking the bioenhancement agent, he seemed like a completely different person. He could be described as radiantly healthy. It's done, completely done. Rong Fangwa rubbed his head. The source of his pain had vanished completely. His mind was now crystal clear. 4 years. A full 4 years. These past 4 years have been worse than death. No. Every single day I've been praying for death to come sooner. Only then could I escape that agonizing torment. I never imagined it. I never imagined the pain would truly vanish. Rong Fangwa exclaimed excitedly. He was so excited he was jumping up and down. He was overjoyed. Seeing him like this, everyone else grew excited too. Wonderful. Professor Rong, your illness is finally cured. Old Li smiled faintly. Rong Fangwa was a researcher of equal standing to him, and his recovery was certainly a positive development for the Jiangnan Research Institute. In that case, surely no one will object? The director chuckled. Everyone present understood exactly what he meant. They nodded immediately. Even Rong Fangwa, who had initially refused, agreed with a smile. He had been worried that concentrating the virus might lead to uncontrollable consequences. Now it seemed this biological modifier definitely possessed considerable power. So he no longer worried. In that case, let all departments collaborate on the research. We only need to gather all the viruses into a single container. Old Li said with a smile. The meeting concluded. All department personnel departed to make preparations. Shortly thereafter, all virus samples from the Jiangnan Research Institute were delivered to Yunyi's laboratory. But this time, they were fully suited up, carefully placing the vials into small round cups. The moment they were poured, a pungent odor filled the air. Although some viruses can be transmitted through the air, everyone present was wearing protective suits, so there was little cause for concern. Moreover, the laboratory had been sealed to the highest security standards. Everyone present, except for Su Xiaoxiao, wore airtight suits, their expressions tense as they stared intently at the multicolored container. Some viruses require refrigeration. Once exposed to air, they regain their potency like Ebola, HIV, and others. Mr. Yun, please be extremely careful. Old Li offered a few words of caution. He then stepped aside, revealing before the assembled group a vial containing a collection of viral samples that were currently among the most challenging to handle on Blue Star. Yunyi nodded and stepped forward, observing under the microscope for a moment. He noticed the viruses were beginning to show signs of activity. Even the dean stood by to observe. Others held their breath in anticipation. All were eager to see the outcome. When Yunyi poured the remaining bioenhancement serum from Rong Fangwa's vial into the container, a miraculous transformation occurred. The once multicolored test tube instantly turned into a transparent liquid. What was happening? Some wondered inwardly. Why did the vibrant colors suddenly turn into a pool of transparent liquid? Hold on, let me take a look. Yunyi glanced at the microscope. Everyone stared wide-eyed at him, eager to know the final outcome. 2 or 3 minutes passed. Yunyi stepped away and walked off silently. What's going on? Could it be that the biological modifier couldn't kill all the viruses? Why else would Yunyi leave? Was he going to study it? Yeah, the dosage was too low. I saw Yunyi only drip down 1 drop. I was already suspicious about the dosage. What could 1 drop possibly accomplish? But all those viruses combined add up to hundreds of milliliters. 1 drop probably won't make a difference. Everyone began to console him. Wait. Old Li's eyes fixed on the microscope. At that moment, he witnessed an extraordinary sight. Chapter 67, The Dog Tycoon's Mega Order. All the viruses instantly lost all their activity. Their earlier revival and movement had been terrifying. But after the biological modifier was introduced, a dramatic transformation occurred. It was as if the viruses had encountered their nemesis. Old Li was speechless for a long time. At this moment, he couldn't find words to describe his emotions. Viruses that had previously attacked vaccines with frenzied ferocity were now completely still. The dean, observing his reaction, leaned in curiously to take a look. Then he too was rendered speechless. "What are you doing? Let me see." Rongfangwa followed suit. Then other researchers joined in. Everyone. This is a bit out of the ordinary. Why doesn't the virus put up any fight at all? This is impossible. No matter what method they tried during the experiments, the virus remained highly active. Genius. The biological modifier actually works. After Rongfangwa uttered these words, everyone erupted in excitement. Forgetting the institute's regulations, they even took off their gas masks and embraced each other. Scared of the virus? Screw that. They're all dead anyway. Who cares about protective gear? This biological modifier absolutely deserves to be called humanity's most powerful invention to date. Rongfangwa was already considering helping Uni apply for a patent. Once this product hits the market, imagine the sensation it will cause. How many years has it been? The smallpox virus that once plagued countless people was killed without hesitation by the bioengineered agent. And other ailments modern science couldn't solve? The moment they touched it, they froze instantly. Where is Mr. Yoon? The dean suddenly remembered where was Uni. After discovering something so earth-shattering, could he have just left like that? The other researchers snapped to attention and rushed toward the door, but Junyi was nowhere to be found. Mr. Yun, the biological modification agent, is a success. What should we do next? Go straight into mass production? Su Xiaoxiao asked excitedly as she walked along the corridor. Yun-Yi beside her looked somewhat exasperated. Don't rush. We need to wait. I'm juggling too many projects right now. We have to proceed step by step. Weight loss pills, drones, radar evading stealth coatings, and now this biomodification agent. That's too many. Indeed, the factory wasn't even operating at full capacity yet. Wang Tao had already called him earlier, asking if production at the factory could be sped up. The drones were practically flying off the shelves. The situation was simple. There were far too many customers wanting to buy drones, and some were even arguing online over production capacity issues. Because of this, Wang Tao had even considered completely overhauling his company's production lines to focus solely on manufacturing Suyun Technologies' drone model. But technical limitations prevented him from proceeding. Everyone at Dejiang Company was utterly distressed. They're even considering asking customers to buy fewer units. All right. Su Xiaoxiao nodded. Since Yuni wanted to take a breather, she'd put these matters aside for now. Let's go home. Yuni smiled faintly. He didn't care how explosive the situation at the Jiangnan Research Institute had become. He never intended to share the technology for this bio-enhancement agent anyway. Let them make a fuss. He just wanted to borrow the lab. Outside, it wasn't just people from Dragon Nation who wanted to buy the drones. When the Middle Eastern bigwigs saw the drone light show, their eyes lit up. They immediately called Dragon Nation's government officials, demanding 10,000 units of the exact drones showcased at the Dejiang Corporation launch event. They also wanted as many robots like Su Xiaoxiao as possible. Money was no object. Without waiting for a response from the Dragon Nation, they hung up and transferred a 10 billion yuan deposit. This whole operation was utterly mind-boggling. However, since the Middle Eastern tycoon had been a loyal buyer of Dragon Nation's military hardware, they decided to find a way to accommodate the request. But upon contacting Dajiang Corporation, they learned that robots like Su Xiaoxiao were impossible to replicate. Yuni likely possessed the only one in existence. The real kicker? The drone dog tycoon wanted was selling like hotcakes. Never before had any company achieved such a level of demand. Typically, companies chase customers to buy their products, but at Dejiang, customers are chasing them for products even willing to pay extra. Things got interesting next. You're willing to pay more? So am I. The drone originally priced at $14.99 was driven up to around $8,000. And people are still happily throwing money at Dejiang Company. Wang Tao sat in his office, his brow furrowed. He hadn't slept for nearly 2 days and nights, all because of the mountain of orders piled on his desk. Gazing at the mountain of paperwork, he gave a wry smile, wishing he could just die already. Dejiang Company already had a heavy order load for him to handle, and now it had only gotten heavier. And this wasn't even all of them. Squeak! The door opened. 2 burly men carried in a large stack of order documents. They thudded heavily onto the floor. Wang Tao's eyelid twitched. Where the hell did these orders come from? He nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. The orders processed in a single day were now nearly exceeding the total from the previous year. And judging by the situation, it wasn't over yet. It's from the Big Dog account. Plus loads of other countries: Gaza, White Elephant, Bear Country, Eagle Nation, too many to count. One of them scanned the list and rattled off a few countries. Tell sales to stop taking orders. We're already booked solid for the next 3 years. Production is too slow. Wang Tao said. Mr. Tao. I can't justify this. The sales team is acting like madmen right now. They're taking every single order that comes in, no matter how many. Some employees even have family members demanding backdoor favors to jump the queue. The other person said cautiously. They couldn't help it. The sales department crew was like a bunch of monsters right now. When the finance director kindly reminded them to take breaks, the sales team shot him such glares they could have eaten him alive. You can't really blame them. For salespeople, orders mean commissions. In fact, the sales department had even formed a special team to help out at Suyun Technologies factory these past few days, all to speed up production and avoid disrupting their order intake. Damn it, what the hell is this? Get the car ready. I'm heading to Suyun Tech. Yes, sir. One after another, beige buses rolled toward Jiangnan City. Several men in military uniforms, their chests adorned with medals, sat inside. Among them, Qian Jinjuan sat in the front passenger seat. Xiao Qian, how much longer until we arrive? Asked a kindly-looking man seated in the back. Almost there, sir. About 30 minutes according to our estimate. Qian Jinjuan answered nervously upon hearing the question. What kind of person could command such deference from Qian Jinjuan, commander of the Eastern Theater Command? Chapter 68, at least more effective than your pills. Soon, the massive convoy came to a halt beneath Uni apartments. Several individuals had already changed into civilian clothes inside the vehicles and stepped out discreetly. Originally, these individuals had come from various military regions across the Dragon Nation, arriving without time to change their uniforms. Otherwise, the medals draped across their chests would have caused a sensation. Knock knock knock. Mr. Yun, are you home? It's old Qian. Qian Jinjuan led the three men to Yun Yi's door. He knocked on the door, but there was no response from inside. Could he be out? Qian Jinjuan froze, then knocked again, but still no response. All four of them looked at each other in bewilderment, suddenly at a loss for words. This was really bad timing. Yuni wasn't home. It's fine, we can wait a little while. The kindly-looking old man from earlier waved his hand dismissively, then casually pulled out a pill and swallowed it. Qian Jinjuan's expression darkened upon seeing the pill in his hand, though he quickly regained his composure. He was Liang Yingwu, a man who had fought in the founding wars. Over the years, perhaps due to advancing age, his health had steadily declined. Recently, he had been diagnosed with cancer. Fortunately, having lived so long and witnessed the revival of the Dragon Nation, Liang Yingwu had few remaining attachments. The pill he just swallowed was merely medication to slow the growth of cancer cells. Hey, old Qian? A voice echoed from the open elevator doors. Yuni froze in shock upon seeing four people standing outside his door. Su Xiaoxiao stepped forward, about to shield Yuni, but hesitated upon seeing Qian Jinjuan. Haha, Mr. Yun, you're back. Qian Jinjuan laughed heartily as he stepped forward to shake Yun Yi's hand. The three behind him followed suit. However, upon seeing Yun Yi, they couldn't help but look slightly surprised. This kid looked incredibly young, not at all like someone who could do scientific research. Allow me to introduce you. This is General Liang Yingwu. And these two are his aides. Qian Jinjuan introduced them one by one. But Liang Yingwu waved his hand dismissively. Don't call me general or anything like that. I'm getting on in years. The future belongs to you young folks. As he spoke, he kept sizing up Yun Yi. Shall we go inside and talk? Old Qian, General Liang, you've come all this way, surely you don't plan to stay outside? Yun Yi offered a faint smile. His expression remained composed, showing no undue restraint despite Liang Yingwu's status. All right. The group opened the apartment door. Mr. Yun, is this the kind of room you usually stay in? Qian Jinjuan was somewhat surprised. The apartment's surroundings were truly nothing to write home about, even inferior to the military zone's internal dormitories. I plan to move somewhere else soon, but I haven't decided where yet. Yun Yi said as they sat down at the table. Su Xiaoxiao obediently went to the kitchen to brew tea. Xiao Yun, may I call you that? Liang Yingwu asked with a smile. Of course, old Liang. What brings you here today? Yun Yi nodded. Hee, I just wanted to come see what kind of person makes such significant contributions to our Dragon Nation's defense efforts. Liang Yingwu said, stroking his graying beard. Meeting you today, you truly are extraordinary. Yun Yi looked remarkably young. According to Qian Jinjuan, every new weapon currently deployed in the military region was developed by him. This made Liang Yingwu even more perplexed by the young man before him. In his 20s, he had managed to create so many astonishing black technologies. Even other nations across Blue Star had learned of that drone's formidable capabilities, flooding Dejiang Corporation with purchase requests. The news had spread far and wide. Liang Yingwu was naturally aware of it. Moreover, he had personally witnessed the weight loss pills, drones, radar evading coatings, and a whole series of other products within the military region. It was nothing short of astonishing. At his age, he had long since grown indifferent to such matters, his sole focus being on making the nation stronger. For the first time in 4 or 5 decades, Liang Yingwu found himself genuinely intrigued by a young man like Yun Yi. General Liang, you flatter me. It was merely a stroke of luck that I managed to develop it. Yun Yi did not exaggerate, but instead spoke with great humility. Seeing this, Liang Yingwu was even more pleased. Pride without arrogance, this quality in Yun Yi was truly rare. Luck alone couldn't have produced so many technological breakthroughs. Liang Yingwu shook his head. But just as he was about to speak, he suddenly began coughing violently. One of the two attendants by his side hurried over to gently pat his back, while the other handed him a handkerchief. After coughing several times into the handkerchief, he slowly unfolded it. A vivid crimson stain met the eye, causing Qian Jinjuan's eyelids to flicker and his expression to turn slightly panicked. "Old Master Liang, are you all right? I'll call the hospital immediately." He picked up the phone to dial, but Liang Yingwu stopped him. "It's useless. The disease has reached its terminal stage. Going to the hospital now would only be a waste of time. The cancer has spread extensively, permeating his entire body." Liang Yingwu knew his own physical condition well. Any attempt to do anything was futile. Going to the hospital would only waste the last moments of his life. "Cancer? What kind of cancer do you have, Old Master Liang?" Yuni suddenly asked. "It's a disease I contracted in my youth, stomach cancer. Back then on the battlefield, I was unlucky enough to get hit by a stray bullet. It went undetected for so long that it turned into what it is now. It was only in recent years, with advances in science, that it was detected through various diagnostic instruments. This bullet has been with me for half my life. You could say it's been like a companion," Liang Yingwu said cheerfully. As if facing cancer and impending death were no big deal at all. "What a pity," he sighed. "How many more magnificent landscapes of the Dragon Kingdom have I yet to see?" He shook his head and sighed. His greatest wish for the remainder of his life was likely to witness the rise of the Dragon Nation. "Old Liang, try this." Yuni scratched his head and pulled out the remaining fraction of the bio-enhancement serum from his pocket. The old man before him seemed kind-hearted, and since he was a general of the Dragon Kingdom, Yuni wanted to lend a hand. But he wasn't sure if such a small amount would actually work. "It's no use, Mr. Yun. Experts both at home and abroad have examined Elder Liang's condition. It's beyond saving. Even chemotherapy couldn't alleviate it. He can only prolong his life by taking this exorbitantly priced imported medicine." Qian Jinjuan shook his head, his face heavy with despair. The two attendants beside him shared equally somber expressions. Over the years, they had tried countless methods, yet nothing worked. They could only watch helplessly as Liang Yingwu's condition steadily worsened. "It's all right. Before I go, being able to see such an outstanding researcher from Longhua like Xiaoyan, I have no regrets," Liang Yingwu said with a faint smile. Little did he know that Yuni merely stared intently at the four of them and insisted. "Old Master Liang, just drink it. At least it'll work better than your pills." Chapter 69, Is the inspection equipment malfunctioning? Hearing this, everyone present except Liang Yingwu shook their heads. That pill was the world's most advanced cancer-suppressing wonder drug. And each pill consumed meant one less available. Were it not for Liang Yingwu's special status, he likely wouldn't have access to such a life-prolonging drug. It was famously touted as a pill capable of snatching life back from the Grim Reaper even in terminal cancer stages. Yuni casually pulled out a bottle containing what looked like mineral water. Could it be better than the pills? Who would believe that? But Liang Yingwu laughed heartily. Though he was in the late stages of cancer, he still had plenty of life left in him. "Little Yun, do you think this medicine could be more effective than my pills? Is it real?" If anyone else had said that, Liang Yingwu might not have believed it. But Yuni was different. From the moment he walked in until now, Liang Yingwu could tell this kid wasn't one to brag. He was steady and reliable in both his words and actions. If Yuni claimed this stuff worked better than pills, maybe he was telling the truth? Of course it is. "I wouldn't deceive you, Old Master Liang." Yuni smiled. His tone was filled with warmth. Speaking to the 90-year-old Liang Yingwu, his voice softened completely. A national hero. Yuni genuinely wanted to help Liang Yingwu through the final years of his life. At the very least, he wanted him to live out his days in comfort. Cancer, especially stomach cancer, is excruciating in its final stages. Liang Yingwu appeared relatively pain-free now only because he was constantly taking medication. Having said that, Liang Yingwu hesitated not a moment, uncorked the bottle, and downed it in one gulp. Qian Jinjuan nearly jumped out of his skin. After all, everything Liang Yingwu consumed had to undergo rigorous inspections before reaching him. While Yuni wouldn't poison someone. What if something else went wrong? The two attendants grew frantic at the sight. Before the trio could react, Liang Yingwu suddenly collapsed to his knees, his entire body convulsing. His mouth gaped open, his face contorted in agony, as if he were about to vomit something. The two attendants were terrified. Master Liang, what's wrong with you? Don't scare us like this." This sudden scene terrified everyone. Yet Yuni remained seated, calmly sipping his tea, showing no reaction whatsoever. A gleam flashed in Su Xiaoxiao's eyes as he began scanning Liang Yingwu's physical condition. "Mr. Yun, what's going on here?" Qian Jinjuan urgently demanded. "Just expel the root of the illness from your body. Don't hold back." Yuni ignored him, instead addressing Liang Yingwu. Hearing this, Liang Yingwu finally couldn't hold it in any longer. With a pft, he vomited a large mouthful of black liquid. The liquid was intensely pungent, carrying a foul, fishy stench. Wait! Liang Yingwu suddenly cried out. He slowly rose to his feet, leaving his two attendants utterly bewildered. They sensed that something about Liang Yingwu seemed different now. His once stooped figure gradually straightened, and the weakness in his legs that had plagued him for half his life miraculously vanished. But that wasn't all. Due to the effects of stomach cancer, Liang Yingwu had suffered from persistent discomfort over the years, often plagued by abdominal pain. But after vomiting the black fluid, the pain vanished. His complexion was glowing. The effect is quite good, comparable to Professor Rome's. It seems the bioenhancement agent's final outcome isn't altered by how much one consumes. Perfect. Yuni smiled confidently. Everything unfolding before him was exactly as he'd anticipated. Mr. Liang, there should be no cancer left in your body now. You should have no trouble living to 120 from now on. He continued. After undergoing biological enhancement treatment, Liang Yingwu's body is now fully capable of sustaining him for 120 years. That meant he had gained several decades of additional lifespan. Wonderful. I truly feel no issues with my body now. Liang Yingwu clenched his fist, feeling completely healthy all over. With that thought, he couldn't wait to speak. Xiao Qian, help me contact a doctor. I need a physical exam. The sooner the better. Liang Yingwu now wanted nothing more than to confirm whether the cancer had truly vanished from his body, just as Yuni had claimed. Got it. Xian Jinjuan hurriedly pulled out his phone to contact the best doctor in the Eastern Theater Command. We're not dreaming, are we? Liang Lao's aide pinched his thigh hard. The pain confirmed this wasn't a dream. It was real. What on earth could make a man nearing 100 years old regain the vitality of someone in their 50s or 60s? No, this isn't a dream. It's all real. This is terrifying. It must be something that surpasses all research in the world. A groundbreaking discovery that could conquer cancer. Their hands trembled uncontrollably. Moments later, the doctor and his assistant scrambled over, practically crawling to get here. He had some unfinished work to hand over and had planned to come over a little later. But when Commander Qian mentioned it concerned old Master Liang Yingwu, he immediately jumped in his car and sped over. Master Liang. What's wrong with Master Liang? The doctor asked the moment he entered the room. I'm fine, perfectly fine. Liang Yingwu laughed and scolded the doctor for looking so worried. The way he looked, anyone else would have thought he was dead. Something's not right. The doctor suddenly sensed something amiss upon seeing Liang Yingwu. His complexion had been dreadfully pale just moments ago, barely clinging to life on a single pill. But now, why did Liang Yingwu look so ruddy? This was unprecedented. Without delay, he immediately instructed his assistant to fetch the tools, pulling out a pile of precision instruments and placing them on Liang Yingwu's body. As he watched the machine screens display perfectly normal vital signs, the doctor exclaimed, impossible. He had examined Liang Yingwu before. Although the equipment back then was even more advanced than today's, it couldn't possibly affect the data. Liang Yingwu's physical condition was extremely poor. All his vital signs had plummeted to the lowest levels, making him appear as frail as an elderly man. Yet now the data told him Liang Yingwu's body was suddenly perfectly normal. His physical condition had even returned to the peak of his 30s or 40s. It must be the equipment malfunctioning. Run the test again. The doctor refused to believe it, continuing to operate the machine for further examination. But the results remained unchanged. Everything was normal. In fact, this round of readings was even better than the previous ones. No need for further tests. Mr. Liang's body is perfectly normal. If you don't believe it, you can always get an X-ray at the hospital later. The cancer inside his body has completely vanished. Yuni suddenly interjected. The doctor's gaze fell on him, his brow slightly furrowed. When had it become acceptable for a young upstart to give him orders during an examination of old Master Liang? And by the sound of it, this young man was responsible for Mr. Liang's current condition? I can judge whether my body is normal or not. I don't need you to tell me. The doctor replied coolly. Chapter 70, Braised Pork Belly right after recovering from a serious illness? Why would a youngster presume to critique him? Leave professional matters to professionals. Who are you? Where did you study? The doctor said disdainfully. He was the most renowned medical professor in the Eastern Theater Command, having performed countless surgeries and conducted extensive medical experiments over the years. Now, a young man dared to question him, and the doctor felt deeply offended. I'm not a medical professional, but I respect doctors. I'm simply confident in my own product. Yuni shrugged his shoulders. He hadn't expected this doctor to have such a temper. The bioenhancement agent could perfectly resolve any bodily issue, let alone minor ailments. After Liang Yingwu took it, his body should be fine now. As for the checkup, it's a waste of time. Product? What product? I suspect it's just a malfunction in the testing equipment. It's not that I'm cursing old Master Liang's health, but we all know his condition. There's simply no possibility of a cure. The doctor's assistant retorted defiantly. Neither of them believed a word Yuni said. As for some product? That was pure fantasy. What on earth could cure terminal cancer? If such a thing existed, wouldn't the assistant be able to climb trees like a sow? Even the doctor began to suspect Yuni might be a fraud. Mr. Liang, you'll need to keep your eyes open from now on. Don't let yourself be deceived by certain people. The doctor remarked. His words seemed to carry hidden meaning. Hearing this, everyone present turned to look at Yuni. Cut the crap. You think I won't kill you right now? Su Xiaoxiao didn't back down. Dare to question Yuni? She'd be the first to object. Fine. If you don't believe me, go back and check for yourself. But let's be clear, this product isn't for sale. If it weren't for old Master Liang's special status, I wouldn't bother getting involved. Yuni shrugged indifferently. Like I'd buy your scammy junk? The doctor sneered. The assistant beside him was even more tempted to laugh, but with Liang Yingwu still present, he had to stifle it. Alright, you two can go now. I'll bring old Master Liang in for a checkup later. Qian Zhenjuan waved his hand dismissively. He wasn't sure about Liang Yingwu's health condition yet, so he'd have to address it later. Understood, Commander Qian. We'll head back now. Mr. Liang, please remember to come in for your checkup soon. I have matters to attend to and won't keep you longer. The doctor finished speaking and departed with his assistant. As he departed, he shot Yuni a dismissive glance, his eyes brimming with contempt. What kind of background did this kid have, that old Master Liang would personally come to meet him? Moreover, he noticed how the others seemed unusually deferential toward Yuni, which puzzled him. In the end, however, the doctor simply shook his head. He knew old man Liang's condition better than anyone. Terminal cancer simply couldn't be cured. His assistant, still seething with indignation, added, that kid must be desperate for money. How dare he try to swindle old man Liang? What was Commander Qian thinking, sending some young upstart to treat old Master Liang? And to claim his product isn't for sale? It's infuriating. Hearing this, the doctor merely nodded silently, saying nothing. But that kid did seem a bit strange. Talking about products not being for sale to the public like he was afraid they'd actually want to buy it? Who in their right mind would buy such a scam? Let's head back first. I have another surgery coming up. Once old Liang comes to the military hospital for a checkup, everything will be clear. The doctor said, stepping out of the elevator and leaving. At home. Mr. Yun, please don't take offense. They're just like that. Qian Zhenjuan remarked. Though he couldn't tell if it was true or not, Yunyi's abilities in research were undeniably formidable. Even if this were a lie, what harm would it do if it brought some joy to old Master Liang in his final days? It's fine. After returning home today, remember to rest well, old Master Liang. Your body has already depleted much of its resilience from daily medication. Currently, all your organs are likely operating at maximum capacity. Oh, and eat plenty of braised pork. That fatty stuff helps with recovery. Yunyi turned to Liang Yingwu and said. What? Braised pork? Master Liang's attendants were dumbfounded. When they had accompanied Liang Yingwu to the hospital for checkups, the doctors had all emphasized dietary caution, insisting on light meals. And whether before or after illness, one should eat simply, avoiding rich, fatty foods as much as possible, right? Why was Yuni suddenly recommending braised pork? You don't understand. Master Liang was always quite robust before. He consumed a tremendous amount of calories through his meals. Eating more braised pork helps with recovery. That's all I'll say, believe it or not. Yuni shrugged his shoulders. Heh, little Yun has a point there. Ever since drinking that stuff from the bottle, my appetite's been ravenous. Let the folks back at the place know cook me some hearty dishes tonight. Liang Yingwu rubbed his belly as he spoke. His appetite had indeed surged. He could devour not just braised pork, but beef and lamb too. And though he'd previously avoided rich meats due to illness, the thought of these dishes didn't make him feel greasy. He just craved them intensely. Master Liang, would you prefer something lighter first? Perhaps a simple boiled dish? The attendant inquired. No, I want something rich and salty. Even if this old man is still sick, can't I have something to eat before I go? Liang Yingwu declared with obvious displeasure. A man who's practically already in the coffin can't even get his last meal? Yes. I'll have someone prepare it immediately. A servant nodded hastily. Then Liang Yingwu rose from his chair and walked over to Yuni. Young Yun, no matter what, this old man is truly delighted today. Remember to come find me if you ever need anything. With that, Liang Yingwu strode off briskly. After all, he had no idea whether the item Yuni had given him would actually work. But, whether it worked or not, he was still incredibly happy. At his age, he'd long since grown indifferent to life and death. Even if that potion merely heightened his appetite, it would still be a blessing. Take care, old Liang. Yuni said with a smile. Qian Zhenjuan nodded to him in acknowledgement before following Liang Yingwu out. Mr. Yun, a call from Suyun Technology. Su Xiaoxiao suddenly announced. Ever since acquiring this humanoid phone, Yuni found answering calls exceptionally convenient. Hello, Mr. Yun. Our products are flying off the shelves. We're swamped right now. Several production lines have been working overtime non-stop these past few days. We just can't keep up. Mr. Tao from Daejeon Company has been pushing us repeatedly to expand production, but it's just impossible. Lee Rongyu said anxiously. It wasn't just Daejeon Company now. Outside the factory, people were even staking out the place daily, hoping to secure an order with Suyun technology for several drone models. Among them were numerous courier and food delivery stations. They desperately needed these drones. But trying to secure them through the Daejeon Company's purchasing channels was utterly impossible. The moment tens of thousands of units went live, the purchase button turned gray in under a second. Too many people were watching. Even scalpers couldn't get their hands on them. Chapter 71, Semi-Automatic Robotic Arm. How many drones can the factory produce daily now? Yuni asked. Could it be a production capacity issue? But that shouldn't be the case. 5,000 units. Lee Rongyu replied. Normally, Daejeon Company's factory could only produce 1 or 2,000 units per day. Suyun Technology's factory output of 5,000 units per day was already quite substantial, yet demand still outstripped supply. Then logically, it should be enough. Even 5,000 drones a day isn't enough to meet demand? Yun-yi was puzzled. But mentioning this left Lee Rongyu feeling helpless. Mr. Yun, you don't realize how overwhelming the orders from Daejeon Company have become. President Tao dares not take on any more orders. He's been rushing over to our Suyun factory daily, urging us to complete the orders as quickly as possible. Watching the workers on the production line bustling about as if sparks were flying from their efforts, Lee Rongyu felt dizzy. We can't keep up. We just can't keep up. I'll figure out a solution for this. With that, Yun-yi hung up and fell deep in thought. Mr. Yun, would you like me to assist? Su Xiaoxiao asked after disconnecting the signal. As a robot, she didn't need rest and could quickly adapt to the systematic assembly line. Any extra help would be appreciated. No need. I have other plans. The other robot factory should be nearly ready too. The robotic arms produced there could replace human labor for night shifts and overtime work. Even if Lee Rongyu hadn't mentioned it, Yun-yi knew the factory workers must be pretty exhausted lately. Their rest time wasn't adequately guaranteed. The robotic arms Yun-yi had developed could perform uninterrupted nighttime operations exceptionally well. With that thought, he took Su Xiaoxiao out once more. Come with me to the factory. Mr. Tao, I've already explained that our current production capacity simply can't keep up. Please don't push us any further. How about we reduce the order volume from Daejeon Company a bit? Otherwise, I'm stuck. Lee Rongyu sat in his office facing Wang Tao, who wore an expression of helplessness. What did Mr. Yun say? Wang Tao knew she just stepped out to call Yun-yi. Now she could only hope Yun-yi would come up with the perfect solution. Otherwise, they'd have no choice but to reduce orders, a move that would inevitably spark discontent among the sales team. Right now, that bunch was like they'd been pumped full of stimulants. They opened their eyes to sign contracts and closed them still signing contracts. If anyone suggested they sign fewer contracts, they'd probably panic. He said he has a solution. But I don't know the specifics of how. Lee Rongyu shrugged helplessly. The problem now isn't about insufficient manpower or inadequate technology. It's that the factory is too small. The drone assembly line was too small. If the factory could allocate more space for drone manufacturing, production could keep pace. Even if we could increase output by just 2,000 or 3,000 units per day, that would be great. Sigh. We need to find a solution ASAP. That big dog is still demanding 10,000 units from us, but it looks like we're nowhere near meeting that now. Wang Tao couldn't help but cover his face at the thought. Dog Tycoon's order was different. It came directly from the Dragon Nation government, and the payment had already been transferred. As Long was most loyal arms purchaser, they naturally deserved special treatment. That's why Daejeon Company had been prioritizing their order lately. Cutting in line wasn't unreasonable. This is just the tip of the iceberg. There are at least hundreds of thousands to millions of units in subsequent orders. I wouldn't dare take on any more of these orders. Daejeon Corporation was already highly profitable. But this was the first time Wang Tao truly understood what it meant to be overwhelmed by profits. Wang Tao sighed. What if we put the military orders on hold for now? Lee Rongyu asked tentatively. After all, there was a separate production line at the Eastern Theater Command. If they could divert those drones, they should be able to patch the gap quickly. It's best not to touch that one. Matters concerning national security, we can't afford to neglect one thing while focusing on another. A voice carrying a hint of amusement drifted over. Wang Tao looked up to see Yun-yi and Su Xiaoxiao entering the factory. Mr. Yun, is there any solution? This is an urgent matter. Wang Tao immediately asked upon seeing Yun-yi. He dared not stay at the company any longer and had fled to Yun-yi's factory to lie low. Don't worry. The semi-automatic robotic arms being produced at the robotics factory should be nearing completion soon. Once we install the robotic arms on the drones here tonight, the speed should pick up. Not a single order from the Dragon Nation military can be delayed. Yun-yi cautioned. After all, this concerns national territorial security, so not a single drone order from the Eastern Theater Command can be touched. Understood. Lee Rongyu nodded. Mr. Yun, what's this about a semi-automatic robotic arm? I don't quite follow. Wang Tao asked with some confusion. Could it be about using robots to bridge the gap in manpower? Simply put, it's about replacing manual labor with machinery. But these are semi-automatic robotic arms, they can only perform repetitive tasks. There's still a significant difference compared to human labor. Before expanding the production line, we can only use robotic arms for now. Yuni pondered for a moment. The robotics factory produced not only intelligent robots but also other products, such as robotic arms that could be utilized this time. There are also other things like bionic exoskeletons. Their product range was quite diverse. In truth, Yuni had previously considered the issue of insufficient assembly line speed. That's why he'd hurried to get the robot factory up and running. The first product they'd started manufacturing was the semi-automatic robotic arm, rather than jumping straight into bionic exoskeletons. How about I stay here tonight to observe? Can't go home anyway. Might as well stay here tonight and show you the production results of the semi-automatic robotic arms. Wang Tao shuddered at the memory of that mob blocking his way home at the company entrance. In his 40-odd years of life, he'd never witnessed anything like this before. A crowd of consumers blocking the founder from going home just so they could get the company's products sooner. Who'd ever seen anything like that? Aren't you going back to handle things at the company? Yuni shot Wang Tao a surprised look. Like hell I am. The whole company is counting on me to fix the production capacity issue. As a founder, I feel like I'm no different from a production team's workhorse. The sales department gives me nothing but dirty looks these days. Wang Tao's hand trembled as he rolled his eyes and said, I'll get it sorted out ASAP. Besides, sometimes insufficient production capacity isn't necessarily a bad thing. Scarcity makes things valuable. If there's too much of something, people won't buy it. Now that everyone knows production capacity is scarce, they're all scrambling to get their hands on it. Wang Tao nodded in agreement with Yun Yi's words. Still, it's best to resolve this as soon as possible. With that said, Yun Yi led Su Xiaoxiao over to the robotics department. A large group of people began installing semi-automatic robotic arms on the assembly line in full force. Chapter 72, You're using Dragon Nation's money to buy Eagle Nation bonds. The installation work dragged on for hours, finally wrapping up in the dead of night. But that was fine, it gave them a chance to test the results first. As Yuni pressed the start button, all the semi-automatic robotic arms installed on the assembly line sprang into action. The sight of them working in perfect order left Wang Tao feeling somewhat stunned. It wasn't that their Dejiang company factory lacked semi-automatic robotic arms. But they didn't have robotic arms as advanced as Suyun Technologies. With just the press of a button, all pre-programmed operations were executed flawlessly. Even their movements were perfectly standardized. These semi-automatic robotic arms are actually quite useful. During daytime shifts, they can replace workers to handle other complex and time-consuming tasks. Yuni pondered for a moment. Then why not just replace human labor with robotic arms entirely? Wang Tao asked. In theory, reducing costs and increasing efficiency is precisely what an entrepreneur should strive for. But Yun Yi's approach seemed like overkill. Could it be that he was purely motivated by a desire to let the workers get a good night's rest, which is why he started using robotic arms to continue operations overnight? Because I don't want to. The ultimate purpose of high technology should be to help humans work or live more efficiently. Not to replace human labor. Yun Yi's words struck a chord with Wang Tao, resonating deeply with him. To be honest, Wang Tao had never encountered an entrepreneur like Yun Yi before. But then, it still seems a bit unnecessary. He could have fully automated his factory, yet he still relies on manual labor to generate profits. No matter how Wang Tao crunched the numbers, it still didn't seem cost-effective. Mr. Tao, as you know, this is only a semi-automatic robotic arm. Semi-automatic, not fully automatic. To achieve a fully automated robotic arm, we'd need the technology capable of creating robots like Su Xiaoxiao. Yun Yi explained helplessly. Oh, that makes sense. Wang Tao nodded. Let's go, Mr. Tao. Starting today, drone production should roughly double. I'd suggest taking fewer orders for now. If something unexpected happens, we'll have to pay liquidated damages. Yun Yi chuckled. Subsequently, the buyers eager to purchase drones finally settled down. Upon hearing that Suyun Technology had increased production, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the Eastern Theater Command had received several batches of drones. Specialists had already begun conducting tests with great excitement. The results were astonishing. Even a 500-gene artillery shell could be lifted with ease. Moreover, there's no need to worry excessively about the battery life of each drone. This is because Suyun Technology's factory employs the most advanced battery technology in their production. Even with 24/7 continuous operation, they can last for up to a year. Soon after, another explosive piece of news spread throughout the Eastern Theater Command. The glorious deeds of General Liang Yingwu were known to every soldier in the Dragon Nation. New recruits even see footage of the veteran General Liang in their military orientation videos. Yet this national hero had been diagnosed with lung cancer. During that period, everyone who heard the news felt a sense of loss. How could a hero of his generation succumb to cancer? Yet suddenly, today the Eastern Theater Command's military hospital announced General Liang Yingwu's stomach cancer had vanished. Yes, it had vanished without a trace. This outcome stunned many. How could cancer just vanish overnight? What kind of joke is this? Could this thing actually grow legs and run away like a person? The doctor who had last examined Liang Yingwu was utterly stunned. The test results before him were utterly unbelievable. The data showing everything normal shattered his worldview. Decades of medical experience seemed to vanish into thin air in that moment. Well, Liang Yingwu stepped down from the testing equipment, looking vibrant and energetic. Not a trace of his previous sickly appearance remained. There's nothing abnormal at all. Impossible. The doctor refused to believe it. Could it be that the potion Yuni gave Liang Yingwu earlier had taken effect? Heh, looks like that stuff he drank did the trick. Little Yun is truly amazing. Liang Yingwu exclaimed. No, something's wrong. Check again. The doctor even suspected the equipment was malfunctioning, never once considering that Yun Yi's modified agent might be responsible. No need. Old man here's got braised pork to eat at home. Without waiting for the doctor's response, Liang Yingwu strode out briskly. He no longer resembled a 90-year-old man at all. He looked every bit a man in his 40s or 50s. Doctor. At home. Yuni stared at the message on his phone, lost in thought. Professor Li from Jiangnan Research Institute. Mr. Yun, we are willing to pay 10 billion for all the formulas of the biomodification agent. Professor Li, Jiangnan Research Institute. Mr. Yun, how about 20 billion? Professor Li, Jiangnan Research Institute. 30 billion. Final offer. Professor Li from Jiangnan Research Institute. Fine, 50 billion then. Truthfully, Yuni had no intention of selling the biological modification agent formula. Once revealed, it would cause a massive stir. Originally, Yuni intended to use the bio-enhancement formula himself. He never expected that borrowing the lab for a moment would draw such attention. And the offers kept getting more outrageous. 50 billion? That was an astronomical figure. Before he could finish his thoughts, Qian Jinjuan's call came through. Hello, Mr. Yun. The Eastern Theater Command has decided to invest 50 billion yuan in your research. We hope you will continue to make significant contributions to Dragon Nation's research. The voice came through on the other end of the line. Yuni was speechless. Can I refuse? He was genuinely terrified. Why was everyone scrambling to give him money? Honestly, he didn't need this much money. Why refuse? Qian Jinjuan was baffled. He'd never seen a researcher turn down research funding before. Especially a young talent like Yuni, with such extraordinary research potential. He absolutely shouldn't turn down 50 billion. And Yuni hadn't even heard him finish. This 50 billion was purely an investment. Whether it turned a profit or not didn't matter. Even if it were a loss. Those weight loss pills, drones, and the most formidable radar evading coating, all three were absolutely worth every penny. Forget 50 billion. Even 100 billion wouldn't be enough to develop Fong Lada's stealth coating. Not to mention the health-enhancing weight loss pills and the drones capable of transporting numerous military assets. It's safe to say that with these acquisitions, the Dragon Nation's overall military technology has seen a significant leap forward. Not interested. Really not interested. My research doesn't require that much money. Why don't you just give me the money? I'll buy Eagle brand government bonds with it. Yun Yi's words instantly left Qian Jinjuan gaping. His face contorted in disbelief as he exclaimed, "You're using Dragon Nation's research funds to buy Eagle Nation bonds?" Chapter 73, 50 billion sold. Yeah, that stuff makes a killing. Way more profitable than research. Yun Yi's mouth watered at the thought. 50 billion on Eagle land bonds. He dared not imagine how rich he'd become afterward. And how many system points was that? A whopping 500,000. He checked the system before. Some technologies required upgrades to unlock. Right now, he could only exchange for some lower-tier technologies. Major technologies like space carriers were still out of reach, even with points. This isn't quite right, is it? Even if you become the foremost scientist in the future Dragon Nation, you can't just hand over your own money to the Eagle Nation. Qian Jinjuan felt both amused and exasperated. He assumed Yuni was just joking around. Anyway, just trust me with this 50 billion. I'll definitely develop more cutting-edge tech. Yuni patted his chest in assurance. Why are you suddenly changing your tune and asking for this 50 billion now? I really don't get you. Send me your account number later and I'll transfer it over. Qian Jinjuan said. No problem. After hanging up, Yuni paused to think for a moment. Then he opened the system interface. How many points does it take to upgrade? He asked softly. Ding. Current system level, LV1. LV1 requires 2 million points to upgrade to LV2. Yun-E, oh. Staring at the translucent panel before him, he stared blankly at the string of zeros for a long moment before finally processing it. This isn't 200,000, it's 2 million points. Damn it, does it have to be this ridiculously expensive? System, if I'm not mistaken, it costs 2 million to upgrade once? Uni asked in disbelief. Yes, host. This system deals fairly with all. The 2 million points required are absolutely not made up. The system defended itself. Hearing this, Uni said nothing. Because the system was right. Though he had indeed doubted it before, in the end, it was just Yunyi's own narrow-mindedness. Then I'll just keep saving up. Yunyi shrugged helplessly. What else could he do? Mr. Yun, you absolutely mustn't touch the 50 billion the military transferred over. Su Xiaoxiao suddenly interjected. Up until now, she'd been keeping a low profile by his side, serving as a communication tool. Now seemed like the perfect moment to speak up. Why? Yunyi asked, puzzled. According to system monitoring, these 50 billion funds will remain under Dragon Nation oversight. They can likely only be used to purchase various instruments and materials required by the Research Institute. Su Xiaoxiao analyzed the situation. Oh, right. Yunyi slapped his thigh in realization. This is military funding, of course they'd monitor it. In that case, it can't be used to buy Eagle brand government bonds. Though this whole thing sounds pretty ridiculous, buying their bonds really does make money. But Dragon Nation and Eagle Nation have always been at odds. The fact that the latter is now facing domestic funding issues is something Dragon Nation is quite happy to see. At a time like this, Yunyi actually wants to use 50 billion yuan of Dragon Nation funds to buy Eagle Nation bonds. How would others perceive this? What's the point then? Can we just stare at this 50 billion without spending it? Yunyi was at a loss for words. Exactly, it's just sitting there, untouchable. The cutting-edge tech items exchanged through the system were essentially bargain basement products, using the cheapest materials possible. Take the weight loss pills, for instance. A bottle costing less than $10 could be diluted into 10 million bottles and sold for billions at sky-high prices. What other product could make money as fast as the system's offerings, especially when they're so incredibly cheap? Xiao Xiao suggests you hold off on spending them for now. Su Xiaoxiao said playfully. Oh, and didn't the Jiangnan Research Institute want to buy my biomodification agent? Anyway, I have the formula myself. It'll be easy to make a few more bottles later. Might as well sell it to them first. It's been a while, let me see if Oldly has raised the price. With that, Yunyi opened his WeChat interface. He noticed that since mentioning 50 billion, there had been no response from Oldly. Meanwhile, at the Jiangnan Research Institute, due to the biological modifier's unique nature, a full institute meeting was convened. Nearly all senior executives attended. Among them were people familiar to Lin Fan. Director, we truly cannot increase it any further. Our research funding is extremely limited. We only managed to scrape together 50 billion because we tapped into decades of savings held at Jiangnan Bank. If we keep increasing it, we won't even be able to pay the researchers' salaries. Old Li pleaded. Though he desperately wanted this biological modifier, Yunyi remained unyielding. The dean's urgency for the modifier was palpable, driving him to keep raising the offer. Oldly, this biomodification agent isn't just top tier in Longhua. Even on a global scale, it's unparalleled. Once it's released, countless research institutes worldwide will come knocking to buy it or even outright purchase our formula. Rong Fenghua analyzed. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. They all found Professor Rong's reasoning perfectly sound. Professor Rong, you probably aren't aware that Longhua also signed the United Nations genetic modification regulations, right? Illegal genetic modification already violates the regulations. How do you expect Longhua to handle this? Old Li countered. Upon hearing his words, others nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this indeed seemed somewhat inappropriate. They were familiar with the genetic modification regulations, which explicitly prohibited any genetic modification by nations that had voluntarily signed the agreement. Actually, this biological modification agent could be renamed. Rename it as a cancer cure or a cure for incurable diseases, wouldn't that work? The dean suddenly interjected. At these words, the entire conference room fell instantly silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the director, their faces filled with disbelief. Rong Fenghua felt a surge of doubt, but after a moment's thought, he realized the proposal was actually feasible. By reclassifying it as a targeted drug, it would fall outside the jurisdiction of the genetic modification regulations. Even Old Li felt this could work. As silence fell over the room, Old Li's phone suddenly rang. Instantly, everyone crowded around. Opening WeChat revealed a message from Yunyi. Mr. Yun, 50 billion. Sold. Upon seeing the message, everyone felt their breath catch in their throats. Yunyi had agreed to sell. Old Li, mobilize all funds from the Research Institute immediately. Get it transferred to Mr. Yun's account as quickly as possible. 50 billion, not a single cent less. The director ordered immediately. Yes, sir. Professor Ron, please coordinate with Mr. Yun on the specific composition of the biological modification agent. Begin research the moment we receive it. Ensure the Male Research Institute is immediately briefed on all the effects and formula of this biological modifier. The dean continued issuing instructions. Understood. In an instant, the entire Jiangnan Research Institute sprang into action. Chapter 74, What the hell is that little market of eagle sauce? The next morning, while Yuni was still asleep, Su Xiaoxiao suddenly walked into the room. Mr. Yun, 50 billion yuan has just been deposited into your bank account. The transfer originated from Jiangnan Bank. Su Xiaoxiao said softly. It arrived so quickly? Yuni had been half asleep, but the mention of 50 billion instantly jolted him awake. Yes. But I investigated the fund flows in the Jiangnan bank account. This 50 billion was scraped together from their loans. A flicker of light seemed to pass through Su Xiaoxiao's eyes. Damn, you've got that capability too? Yuni was taken aback. He hadn't expected Su Xiaoxiao to be able to monitor even bank funds. Of course. I can track the flow of funds in any bank in this world. And that's not all. Su Xiaoxiao looked incredibly proud, delighted by Yunyi's stunned expression. That's great news. Yunyi opened the app for purchasing Eagle Sauce Treasury bonds, intending to use all the cash in his bank account for the purchase. But then he reconsidered better not to go all in just yet. Last time, he'd ended up strapped for cash after investing everything in those bonds. 50 billion for now. With that thought, Yunyi tapped a few times on his phone screen. Dear Mr. Yun, your bank account has just transferred 5 billion yuan. Please be vigilant against fraudulent messages. Ding. Detected host purchasing 5 billion yuan in Eagle Bond government bonds. Earned 500,000 system points. Remaining available points, 540,000. 54,000 system points. That could buy him quite a lot. Though this amount isn't enough to upgrade the system and unlock more redeemable items. But there's no need to rush. Mr. Yun, have you decided what technology to exchange for next? Su Xiaoxiao asked with a smile. Any recommendations? Yuni now trusted Su Xiaoxiao almost unconditionally since following her advice last time to exchange for the bio-enhancement serum. The results had been astonishing. If you're looking for something practical that can also be sold, I'd suggest the multifunctional medical pod. The specialized nature of the bio-enhancement agent isn't suitable for the country Mr. Yun is currently in. The multifunctional medical pod offers better value for money. Su Xiaoxiao's central control system offered this analysis after a brief evaluation. However, based on the system's analysis, it's recommended that Mr. Yun save up points for now. Su Xiaoxiao continued. Because many technologies currently available for redemption at system level 1 would likely be of limited use to you. At best, it would only earn you a little extra money. Yuni thought she had a point. Then let's have breakfast first. Is it ready yet? He asked. It's been ready for ages, Mr. Yun. Would you like me to feed you myself? Su Xiao tilted her head coyly, asking with a charming smile. I've got my own hands and feet. Do I really need your help? What do you take me for? Yun Yi declared sternly. Feed me. Su Xiaoxiao. Dajiang Corporation. Wang Tao was signing off on all the orders. Ever since Suyun Technologies factory ramped up production, he'd returned to Dajiang Company with renewed confidence to start signing contracts. Mr. Tao, here's the new batch of orders. Please review them. The sales department delivered another large stack of orders. But this time, Wang Tao didn't feel the same headache as last time. Instead, he waved his hand confidently and said, Put them on my desk. I told you to put them on my desk. Otherwise, the boss next door might think I can't afford to sign these deals. Bring them all over here. Wang Tao declared with an air of arrogance. Instead, the Dajiang employee delivering the documents began to feel a bit unsure of himself. Mr. Tao, isn't our production capacity already stretched thin? That's right, Mr. Tao. These orders have already been carefully screened. The ones left are all high-quality ones. Both men spoke cautiously. Their gazes toward Wang Tao held a complex mix of emotions. And in their hearts, they were all thinking, has Mr. Tao lost his mind? Earlier, he'd been so overwhelmed by too many orders that he'd practically gone into hiding. Now he seemed like a completely different person. Production capacity is up. Wang Tao could finally say these words with his chest held high. For this day, Wang Tao had endured countless hardships. But today, he stood tall. Really? Then I'll go tell the sales team to start aggressively closing deals. One of them exclaimed with delight. Go ahead. Oh, and temporarily halt production at all Dajiang Company facilities for now. Make room for Suyun Technology to research the new drone model. Wang Tao paused briefly before giving the order. Currently, there was little left to produce for Dajiang Company's other drone models. Everyone's focus was entirely on the new drone model. Previously, constraints like time and technical challenges had held things back. Recently, Yuni had found the time to upgrade the production lines at Dajiang Company's facilities and provide technical support. Suyun Technologies factory operations were nearing stability and Li Rongyu was now providing guidance at the Dajiang Company facility. Understood. The two received the instructions and nodded promptly. But as soon as they left, the secretary walked in with a headache-inducing expression. Mr. Tao, the Eagle Gang has initiated sanctions against us again. This time, the measures are more significant. The secretary said. So what? Since Dajiang Company was founded, they've sanctioned us over a dozen times. Have we ever taken any of them seriously? Wang Tao remained completely unfazed. Such incidents had occurred countless times before. Each time, Dajiang Corporation had easily defused the situation. But this time, the Eagle State has charged our company with endangering national security. And they've frozen all our funds in their companies. The secretary's words made Wang Tao pause in his movements. All funds frozen? Several minutes later, Wang Tao frowned and asked. Yes. And this round of sanctions is exceptionally severe. They've deployed nearly every available measure. The Eagle is preparing for a protracted struggle with us. The secretary had already had someone investigate before coming. Now, all of Eagle's top brass harbors immense resentment toward Dajiang Corporation. To the point where they simply cannot tolerate Dajiang Company continuing to operate within their borders. Poof. Wang Tao let out a cold laugh. These Eagle sauce people are truly treacherous. They've used these tactics before to sanction high-tech companies in other countries. Then, through utterly shameless means, they'd pocketed those technologies for themselves. If they want to fight, then we at Dajiang will gladly oblige. Gather all the American technicians. This time, our company needs to switch up our business. With our new drone model, what's the big deal about that Eagle-esque country's market? Wang Tao declared with unmistakable authority in the office. Chapter 75, What is Yunji powder? At the Dajiang Company factory complex, Li Rongyu was learning about the various types of Dajiang drones. Miss Li, our company's main drone lineup is divided into 4 series. Mavic Series, ultra-portable consumer-grade drones. Air Series, compact and elegant, easy to carry. Mini Series, entry-level and mid-range models. FPV Series, high-end, professional grade. These are all our most professional products, each catering to distinct target audiences. The factory manager explained. But even the high-end professional drones in the FPV series can't hold a candle to Suyun Technologies' model. Such drones must involve incredibly complex technology. He exclaimed immediately afterward. With a maximum payload capacity of 500 G, no such drone has ever existed in human history. Something with such strategic significance would likely take decades to develop. Actually, it's not that complicated. Li Rongyu spread his hands helplessly. She had initially assumed this drone must be cutting-edge technology. Even if the technology itself wasn't cutting-edge, the materials required would be top-tier. But after reviewing the blueprints, she no longer considered it high-tech at all. Just then, the supervisor answered a call. Apologies, Mr. Tao is calling. With an apologetic nod, the factory manager stepped aside to take the call. Mr. Tao, what can I do for you? He asked cautiously. Li Rongyu should be at your facility by now. The factory needs to transition to producing the new drone model. Discard all previous models. We will no longer pursue related business. Just sell off the remaining inventory. Wang Tao stated over the phone. What? You mean we won't sell any of the models Dajiang Company has developed in the past? The factory manager looked utterly stunned. Look around, does anyone even buy old model drones anymore? Wang Tao's words plunged him into deep thought. Indeed, ever since the new drones hit the market, no one cared about the old ones anymore. All that nonsense about entry-level or professional grade classifications is utter rubbish. Customers simply won't buy them. They'd wait a year if they had to, just to get the new model. I understand. The factory will do everything possible to support Miss Li. The factory manager replied earnestly. After hanging up, he still found it hard to believe. All those years of investing manpower and resources into developing those drones. He never imagined that now, just because a new model had arrived, they'd have to abandon everything they'd built and switch to producing Suyun Technologies' new drone instead. Miss Li, this way please. The factory manager suddenly spoke with great solemnity. Ha! Li Rongyu was taken aback by his unexpected politeness. Just moments ago, she couldn't stop boasting about how great all the drones in her factory were. Why was he acting like a completely different person all of a sudden? Weren't you here today to discuss the transformation of our Dajiang Company factory? The factory manager noticed his puzzled expression and asked. Yes. Li Rongyu nodded. Then there's no problem. This way, please. Let's discuss the relevant matters. Jiangnan Research Institute. Amidst the tense anticipation of the entire institute, Uni sent all the formulas for the biological modification agent to old Li's WeChat account. But upon seeing the formulas, all the senior officials felt something was terribly off. Because these were all extremely common Chinese medicinal herbs. Is this really the formula for the biological modification agent? I can't help but feel Mr. Yun is deceiving us. One researcher remarked. How common. Simple enough, you could grab handfuls of them anywhere in the country. What nonsense are you spouting? Could Mr. Yun possibly deceive us? Rong Fengwei retorted immediately upon hearing this. Who could possibly doubt their own savior? How long had he suffered from headaches before? Yun Yi had effortlessly resolved it with just one bottle of bio-enhancement agent. I agree. Though Mr. Yun looks young, he doesn't seem like the type to make empty claims. Old Li chimed in from the side. Then let's proceed with this formula first. We'll address any other issues after testing it. Huh? What's this? Yunji powder? The dean was about to speak when he suddenly noticed an ingredient called Yunji powder in the formula Yun Yi had sent. He'd lived half his life without ever hearing of such a thing. He had heard of Yunji, though. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at the message on their phones. This unfamiliar term left them equally baffled. What is Yunji powder? Have you heard of it? Rong Fengwa asked a professor specializing in medical research beside him. I specialize in Western medicine. The professor was taken aback by the question. Why ask me, a professor specializing in Western medicine, about traditional Chinese herbal medicine? Perhaps the key to the bioengineered agent lies precisely in this Yunji powder. All the other herbs are commonplace in Longwa, but this Yunji powder is different. The dean suddenly spoke with seriousness. Exactly. The biomodification agent is likely inextricably linked to this Yunji powder. I never imagined it would be like this. Quickly send someone to investigate what Yunji powder is. The Dong family in Jiangnan City used to run a traditional Chinese medicine business. They might know something. Where is Dong Qiming? Why haven't we seen him lately? I heard he went home for a break. Should we call him and ask? Quick, call him now. Everyone started panicking. Meanwhile, Yun Yi was at home enjoying Su Xiao feeding him. Mr. Yun, the critical factor in biological modification agents lies in the precise formula ratios. Any deviation in the ratios will instantly nullify all its effects. Su Xiaoxiao said upon seeing Yun Yi's WeChat message. Indeed, the magic of the biomodification agent lies not in the ingredients themselves, but in the precise ratios of all the Chinese herbs. Any deviation in the ratios will also cause the biomodification agent to become ineffective. Yun Yi nodded. He had already thoroughly understood all the issues with this biomodification agent in the laboratory. But why did you add Yunji powder to this? Su Xiaoxiao asked curiously. Secret. Yun Yi gave a mysterious smile. Mr. Yun, you're so annoying you're even keeping secrets from me? Su Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes, her alluring expression radiating charm. You'll find out soon enough. Yun Yi said with a smile. He then summoned the system's exchange interface. He clicked the exchange button on the multifunctional medical pod. Ding! Corporate host successfully exchanged for the multifunctional medical pod. Remaining points, 535,000. With a loud thud, a massive medical pod materialized before them.